Good disciple, drink your medicine. Good disciple, feeling weak is normal. It's the medicine taking effect. Good disciple, your blood has run dry. You can rest in peace now. While everyone condemned his master as a cruel woman, he stood firmly by her side, vowing to wait for her for 3 years. In the end, the most trusted person betrayed him, using his body to cultivate dark arts and ascend to the immortal realm. However, a dragon hidden in the depths will rise again when faced with storms. Now that the 3 years have passed, everything he lost must be reclaimed by his own hands. In a world filled with danger and temptation, 5 stunning masters surround him, each with their own allure and secrets. As he steps into the outside world, he is not just a pawn in their games, but a force to be reckoned with. Each encounter will test his skills, charm, and resolve. Will he fulfill his destiny or become a mere shadow of his former self? The world is waiting for the rise of the true king. Chapter 1. The Celestial Sovereign enters the world. 5 Shenyang. The world outside is perilous, and I am so feeble that I truly cannot descend the mountain. Atop Kunlun mountain, beside the hot spring pool, Lintian gazed at the 5 stunningly beautiful women before him, clad in delicate veils and devoid of any other adornments, and lamented with a quivering voice. You're weak. Nonsense. I could single-handedly defeat the 4 kings of the borders. You, with just a flick of your finger, could vanquish 4 of your masters. Is that weakness? Furthermore, every night when you practice your medical skills, you are anything but compliant. I've been trained to the extent that I can tie my shoelaces with my tongue. The face of the eldest Shenyang, fair and lovely, flushed with a hint of crimson, as her supple tongue involuntarily flicked out to caress her plump cherry lips, incredibly alluring. It was evident that her red lips, nourished by high-quality protein, possessed an extraordinary charm. Lintian chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the truth in her words. During his medical training, he often caused the yang fire within him to surge, compelling the eldest Shenyang to intervene and quell it. Noticing that the eldest Shenyang was not going to retain him, Lintian's eyes sparkled as he turned his attention to the second Shenyang, who was resting nearby. Second Shenyang, I have yet to master some of the hidden weapon techniques. If I descend the mountain, I will surely tarnish the reputation of our sect, Lintian said timidly. You still lack skills? The second Shenyang's gaze was piercing. Who was it that sneak attacked me the night before last, slicing my clothes into countless strips and leaving me bare? If you dare not descend today, we shall settle this account. Lintian's expression turned sullen as he realized the second Shenyang was not jesting, and he felt a twinge of panic. He had no choice but to shift his target once more. Hey, you little rascal, don't come after me. The third Shenyang, draped in a green gauze garment, instinctively raised her hands to shield her ample bosom as Lintian lunged towards her with gleaming eyes. Yet, before she could react, Lintian's face was already pressed against her heart. The gauze she wore was swiftly pulled aside by him. Third Shenyang, can you honestly say that the feng shui qimeng you taught me has not merely been superficial? You have already utilized feng shui qimeng to deduce our physiological cycles, and it seems you have learned nothing. The third Shenyang bit her pearly teeth, her face flushed red as if it might bleed. And, can you not place your hand on your own conscience? What do you mean by placing your hand on my conscience? The third Shenyang lowered her head, unable to look at the powerful hand resting on her chest. Lintian, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile. I apologize, third Shenyang. It's merely a habit. Hearing Lintian's words, the third Shenyang blushed even deeper, her heart racing uncontrollably. When they studied feng shui qimeng together, he had insisted on holding something in his hand to grasp the sensation of mastering the world. Ultimately, what he held was her conscience. You rascal, you've devoured me whole. Please stop bullying me. Lintian nodded and gave her conscience another gentle touch before moving on to the fourth Shenyang, who wore a black gauze outfit. Fourth Shenyang, I have learned a myriad of culinary arts from you and created many exquisite dishes. If I descend the mountain and cannot taste the noodles you make, I shall surely lose my appetite. If I grow thin from hunger, you will undoubtedly feel heartbroken. The fourth Shenyang crossed her legs, revealing a glimpse of hidden beauty through her gauze. The culinary skills I imparted to you were meant to teach you one truth. To conquer a woman and reach her heart, there are 2 paths. Before the fourth Shenyang could finish, Lintian chuckled. Then your 2 paths have already been conquered by me. The fourth Shenyang frowned slightly, her face flushed as she playfully retorted, Get lost. Observing this, the fifth Shenyang lightly lifted her white veil, stepping behind the fourth Shenyang, and remarked with a wry smile. Fourth sister, just enjoy the moment. Su Lintian has only unlocked your 2 paths. When he studied the alchemical secrets with me, he often misused the herbs, leaving me to bear the consequences to alleviate the effects on this rascal. The 5 Shenyang exchanged glances, their expressions filled with resentment as they fixed their gazes upon Su Lintian. They had hoped to mold him into an exemplary disciple, only to discover that he had, through his own strength, transformed them into devoted wives. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Su Lintian was indeed exceptional. His mastery of medical skills, martial arts, appraisal, feng shui, culinary arts, and alchemy had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, making him truly remarkable. Moreover, what captivated the 5 Shenyang the most was Su Lintian's undeniable masculine allure. Yet, they also recognized that Su Lintian must emerge from the mountain like a fierce tiger and soar like a dragon, embarking on his journey to hone his skills, and he could not remain on the mountain for a lifetime. Su Lintian, listen closely. The eldest Shenyang, abandoning her usual indulgence, looked at him with a serious expression. You have now achieved mastery and possess numerous skills. It is imperative that you descend the mountain for further training. Before you leave, I must impart a few final words on behalf of your other 4 Shenyang. Once you descend, your first stop should be the Su family in Jiangxing. The matriarch of the Lin family once aided us 5 sisters, and now she is gravely ill. You must go and treat old Madame Lu on our behalf as a way to repay her kindness. After you heal old Madame Lu, fulfill the marriage contract with the daughter of the Su family. As she spoke, the eldest Shenyang handed him a marriage certificate and a tarnished copper ring. Su Lintian examined the marriage certificate and then the copper ring, saying, Master, if you wish to gift me a ring, at least choose one of pure gold. Wearing this shabby copper ring would be quite embarrassing. What do you know? This ring is called the Tianwang ring. Anyone from the Tianwang Hall who sees it will immediately kneel and submit to you. The eldest Shenyang scolded fiercely. All right then, Su Lintian sighed and slipped the copper ring onto his finger. Additionally, you still harbor yang poison within you, which is why you remain stagnant at the martial cultivation stage and struggle to ascend the path to immortality. Only by locating 10 rare medicinal herbs and concocting the Jiuzhuan Jin Long Dan can you hope to reach the pinnacle of the immortal path and truly stand unrivaled. Lastly, once you embark on the immortal path and become a true supreme being, you will have the opportunity to unravel the mystery of your origins and discover the whereabouts of your parents. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian, who had previously been mischievous, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, esteemed ladies, I shall not betray your expectations. I will exert every effort to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. Take care, my revered mentors. With these words, Su Lintian vanished without a trace. At that very moment, the world erupted in excitement. Zheng Ziqiang, the wealthiest man in the Dragon Kingdom, upon hearing the news of Su Lintian's emergence, urgently instructed his steward, quickly find the Heavenly King and convey that our family is willing to offer a dowry of 100 billion to marry our daughter to him. Yes, master, the steward promptly responded with deference and hurried to fulfill the task. Li Duong, the telecommunications magnate who had amassed great wealth from manufacturing mobile phones, commanding 70% of the market share in the Dragon Kingdom, was indeed a true telecommunications tycoon. He turned to his beautiful assistant and said, Quickly locate the Heavenly King and inform him that I am willing to offer 70% of our Li Group's shares as a dowry to marry my daughter to him. Yes, Mr. Li, the assistant swiftly acknowledged and set off to find Su Lintian. Longhu Mountain has long been renowned as a sacred ground, housing not only the immensely powerful Celestial Master sect, but also a breathtakingly beautiful saint. The sect leader hastily instructed an elder, quickly find the Heavenly King and inform him that I wish to marry the saint to him. Should he accept, I shall relinquish my position as sect leader. Yes, sect leader, the elder respectfully replied and departed to seek the Heavenly King. Such scenes unfolded across the Dragon Kingdom, with many eager to marry their daughters to this legendary and unparalleled Heavenly King. Unbeknownst to Su Lintian, he descended the mountain, boarded a vehicle, and arrived in Suong, locating the Su family villa. This villa, situated in a bustling area, sprawled over an extensive expanse, its outer walls constructed of granite, while the interior boasted picturesque rockeries, ponds, and an outdoor swimming pool, among other lavish amenities. Judging by the grandeur of this villa, the Su family was indeed affluent. Unsure of how to ring the doorbell, Su Lintian approached and knocked on the door, calling out, "Su Yue, I have come to take you as my wife." The door swung open, revealing two imposing figures clad in black, their expressions devoid of emotion, inquiring, "Who are you to dare call the young lady by her name? Please speak more courteously. I hold a marriage certificate," Su Lintian retorted, producing the document. The two men took the certificate and read the inscription. Su Lintian and Su Yue are betrothed as of July 15th, 1998. Upon reaching adulthood, they shall marry with this certificate as proof. The document was signed with 3 characters, Su Mengqing. "So you are the young lady's fiancé. Please wait while we notify her." The demeanor of the two men softened, albeit uncertain of the certificate's authenticity. "What is all this commotion?" Suddenly, a cool, aloof voice resonated from within. Chapter 2. The sudden mutation. Upon hearing the voice, the two burly men swiftly turned around and respectfully greeted, "Miss." The newcomer had flowing long hair and possessed a standard oval face of exquisite beauty, her features delicate yet exuding an air of superiority. She donned a Chanel suit and Prada high heels, which perfectly showcased her flawless figure. Her bosom was impossibly ample, the line of her cleavage profound, while her waist was remarkably slender. Her hips round and pert, and her legs long and straight. "Are you Su Lintian?" Su Yue inquired coldly and haughtily. "Yes," Su Lintian replied nonchalantly. "My grandfather once told me that there was a betrothal between us, but just look at what you're wearing, a yellow mud vest, oversized shorts, and yellow rubber shoes. The entire outfit likely isn't worth 50 yuan. How could a loser like you possibly be worthy of me?" Su Yue's face was filled with disdain. "I possess unparalleled medical skills, capable of reviving the dead and mending broken bones. My martial prowess is unmatched. Even grandmasters must bow before me. How could I not be worthy of you? This is the engagement gift I present to you," Su Lintian said, producing a pill of extraordinary quality to offer Su Yue. Upon seeing the dark, foul-smelling pill in its box, Su Yue snatched it and hurled it into the trash bin without hesitation. "Su Yue, you truly lack discernment. This pill, known as Zhao Hua Dan, is worth a fortune. Others would pay 1 billion for just one, and you dare to discard it." Su Lintian frowned, feeling that despite her outward beauty, she was far from a suitable match and absolutely unworthy of marriage. "Haha, you absurdly claim that this stinky object is worth 1 billion? Have you gone mad?" Su Yue's contempt deepened, her disdain for Su Lintian growing ever stronger. "Sister, why do you constantly belittle others?" A gentle voice emerged from within, and a woman in a flowing gown stepped out. Her eyes were vacant, clearly indicating she was blind, yet she walked steadily without assistance, evidently well acquainted with the surroundings of the villa. Her beauty rivaled that of Su Yue, but her expression radiated warmth, making her even more approachable. Her figure was even more voluptuous than her sister's, her bosom nearly bursting from her attire. And her hips were as broad as a grinding wheel, causing men to gulp in desire. "Yuqing, I am your sister. What right do you have to lecture me?" Su Yue scolded. "Sister, one should not underestimate others nor be overly proud. Such attitudes yield no benefits," Su Yuqing responded gently. "Enough with your preachy nonsense. Su Lintian is nothing but a toad dreaming of marrying me." Su Yue shouted. "I recall grandfather mentioning your betrothal to Su Lintian. Do you not wish to honor it?" Su Yuqing countered. "How could such a filthy loser be worthy of me? I would never marry him," Su Yue declared, sounding quite self-righteous. "Sister, integrity is paramount. Why do you refuse to uphold the betrothal set by grandfather?" Su Yuqing argued logically. "Humph, what business is it of yours? You're a blind person. Keep your mouth shut," Su Yue yelled. As Su Lintian listened to the sisters' quarrel, his impression of Su Yue soured further. In contrast, Su Yuqing's gentle, kind, and reasonable demeanor made her a woman of admirable character. At that moment, the butler rushed in with a pained expression, exclaiming, "Miss, second miss, the old master may not last much longer. You must come in and see." "What? Wasn't grandfather fine just a moment ago? How could this be?" Su Yuqing asked with concern. "Let us hurry and check," Su Yue urged, and without delay, the two sisters dashed inside, followed closely by Su Lintian. The Su family was in disarray, and no one paid heed to Su Lintian. Upon entering the old master's room, a heavy atmosphere of sorrow enveloped them. Su Lintian observed the old man's pallor, his eyes tightly shut, and his breath barely discernible, suggesting he had been poisoned. An elderly man clad in training attire was focused intently on administering acupuncture to the old master. Though his hair was completely white, his eyes sparkled like stars, and his face bore no wrinkles. If he were to dye his hair black, one might mistake him for a man in his 20s. Recalling his master's instructions to marry a daughter of the Su family at all costs, Su Lintian felt compelled to cure the old man, hoping to leave a favorable impression on the Su family. Moreover, being a compassionate individual, he could not bear to witness a life extinguishing before him, and spoke up. "You are mistaken. Entirely mistaken." The elderly man suddenly turned, glaring at Su Lintian, and exclaimed, "I am treating a patient. Why are you making a ruckus? Get out. Grandfather has been afflicted by the goo poison of Miaojiang. Your acupuncture will be of no use," Su Lintian stated calmly. At his words, the members of the Su family erupted in ridicule. "Who is this filthy beggar daring to question Master Chen? Hurry and get him out." They scoffed, their disdain palpable. Just then, the old master suddenly stirred awake, opening his eyes weakly to say, I need water." Upon seeing this, everyone was filled with joy, exclaiming, "Thank heavens, the old master has finally awakened." Meanwhile, others rushed to fetch him water. Chen Zhuyang secretly sighed in relief, but Su Lintian remained serious, saying, "Master Chen, you have just needled the Naguan, Dazui, Jichuan, Kaiman, and Shinmen points, which have a strengthening effect. The old master awakening now merely indicates your needling has had an effect, but this method is futile. He will soon faint again, and the poison will deepen. How dare you question my medical skills, you little brat? My expertise is beyond someone of your youth." Chen Zhuyang bellowed. "Someone, throw this kid out." Suddenly, the old master convulsed, foaming at the mouth. Collapsing once more, his complexion shifting from black to green, and his breathing becoming faint, clearly on the brink of death. Chapter 3. If you do not marry, I shall. Chen Zhuyang, a master of great renown with exceptional medical skills, immediately discerned the gravity of the situation, realizing that the old gentleman was beyond salvation. With a swift flicker of thought, he devised a cunning plan and addressed Su Lintian directly. "Young man, did you not assert that you could cure the old gentleman? Then, by all means, proceed." This scheme was particularly insidious. Should the old gentleman perish, Chen Zhuyang could easily shift the blame onto Su Lintian, absolving himself of all responsibility. However, Su Lintian was not preoccupied with such machinations. His sole desire was to prevent the old gentleman from passing away before his very eyes. The members of the Su family could no longer contain their concerns, voicing their apprehensions. "Master Chen, is it not rather reckless to allow this young man to administer needles to the old gentleman? Fear not. The fact that he identified my previous technique as a heart-strengthening method indicates that he possesses some genuine skill. Let us permit him to attempt it," Chen Zhuyang replied with firm conviction. Upon hearing Chen Zhuyang's endorsement, the Su family ceased their objections, their hearts filled with a flicker of hope for a miracle. Su Lintian stepped forward, retrieving a pouch of silver needles from his bag. After sterilizing them, he began to administer acupuncture to the old gentleman. His technique was remarkably proficient and graceful, as he deftly located acupoints and executed the procedure with seamless fluidity, reminiscent of someone who had practiced for decades. Witnessing Su Lintian's method, Chen Zhuyang felt tumultuous waves of astonishment within him. He suspected that this was indeed the legendary Tianwang divine needle, yet he hesitated to fully believe it, as Su Lintian was far too youthful. How could he possibly master such an elite technique? Chen Zhuyang was aware that only the holy maiden from the summit of Baifeng Mountain was reputed to possess such skills. Half an hour later, Su Lintian completed his series of acupuncture, carefully storing the last silver needle. His complexion had paled slightly, as the exertion from the procedure had been considerable. Regrettably, the old gentleman remained with his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Su Yue suddenly lashed out. "Su Lintian, you charlatan! You clearly lack medical knowledge, yet dare to deceive us. If anything happens to my grandfather, I shall not spare you." The other members of the Su family joined in the tirade. "You fraud! If the old gentleman suffers any harm, we shall hold you accountable for your life." In the face of their vitriol, Su Lintian remained composed, responding calmly. "Do not be hasty. The old gentleman shall awaken shortly." "And how soon is shortly?" Su Yue demanded loudly. "At most, 1 minute," Su Lintian replied nonchalantly. "Dear sister, must you be so harsh on Lintian? He has only sought to assist grandfather out of goodwill. Regardless of the outcome, we ought not to treat him so." Su Yuqing finally spoke up. Throughout their lives, Su Yue had been the favored child, while Su Yuqing had endured neglect and unjust treatment. It was worth noting that Su Yue did not even attend the family business, yet held the title of CEO, making critical decisions unopposed. Chapter 4. I am here to marry. Due to a high fever at the age of 3, Su Yuqing suffered damage to her eyes, leading to her family's unfair treatment of her. In the face of others' oppression and humiliation, she did not succumb to darkness. Instead, she became even kinder and gentler. Such a benevolent person could not bear to see Su Lintian treated in such a manner. Upon hearing her speak up for him, Su Lintian felt a slight stir of emotion in his heart and responded, Yuqing, thank you for standing up for me. Oh dear, you two are quite harmonious, Su Yue interjected sarcastically. Yuqing, why not just marry this pathetic loser? That would fulfill grandfather's wishes. Just as Su Yuqing pondered how to respond, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wow! The elderly Su Mengxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, which reeked and was nauseating. Within that black blood, there was even a black worm. Su Lintian, quick-witted and agile, seized the black worm and effortlessly crushed it into ashes using the power within him. Meanwhile, far away in a southwestern Miao village, a gaunt old man awoke from meditation, his expression grim as he exclaimed, the goo worm I painstakingly nurtured has actually died. I must find the one who killed my goo worm and tear him to pieces. Unbeknownst to Su Lintian, saving the old man's life had inadvertently brought about great trouble. Upon seeing the old man open his eyes, he merely stated, Grandfather has awakened. With a month's proper care, he will fully recover. After a while, Su Mengxing regained his composure and asked, what happened to me? Grandfather, you are awake. It was Lintian who saved you. Su Yuqing exclaimed joyfully as she supported her grandfather. The Su family members also expressed their delight and concern for the old man, dissipating the heavy atmosphere. Lintian, could it be that you are the Su Lintian engaged to Yue? The old man inquired, surprise etched on his face. Yes, grandfather, it is indeed Su Lintian, Su Yuqing replied. Yet Su Yue pouted, saying, Grandfather, I refuse to marry this pathetic loser. Whoever wants to marry him can do so. Su Mengxing responded sternly, Yue. This marriage was arranged by someone who has done great favors for our Su family. You must honor the engagement. Grandfather, there are many wealthy suitors pursuing me outside. Each of them is far superior to Su Lintian. I will not marry this pathetic loser. Su Yue declared stubbornly. Nonsense. Lintian cured my illness and saved my life. How can you say he lacks merit? His abilities are indeed remarkable. Su Mengxing insisted earnestly. I will not marry him. Whoever wants to marry him can do so. Su Yue became even more willful. Although Su Yuqing could not see, she was not foolish. She perceived this as an excellent opportunity. Su Lintian's healing of her grandfather proved his true capabilities, and with her grandfather's support of him, her own prospects would undoubtedly flourish. Most importantly, as a kind and grateful person, she felt that marrying Su Lintian would be a means of repaying him for saving her grandfather's life. Gritting her teeth, Su Yuqing stated directly, Sister, since you refuse to honor your word and marry Su Lintian, then I shall take your place. Great. Marrying this pathetic loser is the best outcome. Su Yue replied bluntly. A middle-aged beauty then chimed in, Yue, I support you. This was none other than Su Yue's mother, Lin Mingjiao. Mom, Su Lintian, this pathetic loser, is not worthy of me. I refuse to marry him. Su Yue insisted obstinately. Lin Mingjiao scrutinized Su Lintian for a moment before commenting. He is quite handsome and has a good figure, but he is simply too poor and indeed unworthy of you. Mengjiao, when will you cease judging by appearances? A dignified male voice interjected. This man, dressed in a Versace suit and Prada shoes, with a Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist, was Su Mengxing's eldest son, Su Jingde. Jingde, this pathetic loser is entirely unworthy of Yue. Lin Mingjiao shrieked. Su Jingde examined Su Lintian closely and said, this person is clearly a pauper and is indeed unworthy of Yue. However, since he cured our father's illness, let us offer him some money to send him on his way. Father, I can help my sister marry Su Lintian, Su Yuqing stated earnestly once more. Su Jingde paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Haha, although you are also my daughter, you must make your own choice. I will not force you to marry him. The others joined in the laughter, mocking. Indeed, a blind girl marrying a loser. Nothing could be more absurd. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This couple seems to be quite well matched. If they marry, it would fulfill the old man's wishes, achieving two goals at once. Su Lintian turned seriously to the gentle beauty and asked, are you also a member of the Su family? Yes, my name is Su Yuqing. The beauty replied softly. Very well, I agree to marry you. Please wait a moment, Su Lintian stated as he walked outside to retrieve a pill from the garbage bin, wiping it clean with his hand. Haraha. The crowd erupted into laughter at his actions. This man dresses like a beggar and behaves like one too, actually picking something out of the trash. A beggar and a blind girl are indeed a perfect match. Chen Juyong, however, was astonished, staring at the pill in Su Lintian's hand, and exclaimed, "This is a Zhao Hua Dan. It is indeed a Zhao Hua Dan." Su Zhengde and the others, however, looked on with disdain and said, "Master Chun, this thing is dark and emits a foul odor. It must be toxic. How could it possibly be a Zhao Hua Dan?" Upon hearing this, Master Chun was immediately enraged. "What do you know? A Zhao Hua Dan has this color and this scent. If an ordinary person consumes one, it can directly extend their life by 10 years. For martial artists, it equates to 10 years of hard training, and if a patient takes it, it can cure their ailments directly. This Zhao Hua Dan is worth $1 billion on the market, and it is precious and rare." "Master Chen, are you joking? How could a filthy beggar possess such a miraculous pill?" Su Zhengde was skeptical. "Master Chen, this pathetic loser is holding nothing but poison. Do not be deceived by him." Lin Mingjiao expressed her scorn. "Master Chen, not only is Su Lintian a pauper, but he is also a fraud. He must be using a fake Zhao Hua Dan to deceive you." Su Yue added with disdain. "Are you questioning me?" The formidable aura of Chen Juyong erupted, instilling fear in Su Zhengde and others, rendering them speechless. However, Su Lintian promptly administered the elixir to Su Yuqing. She offered no resistance, gently consuming the transformative pill. Instantly, a glimmer of light pierced through the darkness that had enveloped her vision. The world revived in a kaleidoscope of colors, and Su Yuqing gazed around in disbelief, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. "I can see. I truly can see." She excitedly grasped the hand of the man before her, overwhelmed with joy. Though he donned humble, even tattered attire, amidst his disheveled hair, his deep-set eyes shone with a remarkable allure. Su Yuqing was certain that if this man took the time to present himself well, he would undoubtedly drive countless women into a frenzy. "It is of no concern. Since you have agreed to marry me, you are now my wife. It is my duty to restore your eyesight," Su Lintian remarked nonchalantly. Before him stood several faces frozen in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that this small, dark pill was indeed the legendary transformative elixir, worth an astronomical sum yet rarely seen. Especially Su Zhengde, whose expression twisted in disbelief at the notion of using such a priceless remedy to heal a blind person, an utter waste. "It must be a fraud. It cannot possibly be the transformative elixir," Lin Fengjiao exclaimed with jealousy. She seized Su Yuqing, pointing a finger menacingly at her eyes. "Get away." Su Lintian's expression hardened, and he swiftly struck her with a resounding slap. Su Yuqing was now his wife. Anyone who dared to harm her was effectively challenging him. "You dare to strike my mother? You are nothing but a waste, a mere fluke," Su Rowei retorted angrily, refusing to believe that this man, resembling a beggar, possessed such immense capabilities. Perhaps he had drugged their grandfather with some concoction. "Silence." Chen Juyong, who had remained silent for a long while, rebuked, his grandmaster's authority surging forth in an instant. The three immediately fell silent, trembling like quails, their gazes still laced with disdain for Su Lintian. Yet, Chen Juyong turned his head, solemnly regarding the young man before him, and to everyone's astonishment, he knelt down with a thunderous crash. 3 bows and 9 prostrations are the highest form of respect in Longhua, reserved only for disciples honoring a mentor akin to a father, also known as the initiation ceremony. "What is happening? Master Chun, you are a national treasure, a grandmaster. What has come over you?" Su Zhengde exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. "Master Chun, have you lost your mind, kneeling before a mere commoner?" Su Ruowei questioned, incredulous. "Indeed, how could this filthy commoner deserve your reverence? He ought to bow 100 times in return," Lin Fengjiao added, gasping in shock. Their seemingly well-meaning words were met with Chen Juyong's cold dismissal, his murderous intent causing the onlookers to shudder. "Is my master someone you are worthy to insult?" He then turned back, respectfully bowing his head. "Master, please accept this disciple's bow." "Disciple? Who are you calling a disciple?" "I have not accepted any disciples," Su Lintian replied calmly. His gaze as tranquil as if the renowned national treasure and grandmaster before him were nothing more than inconsequential air. "No, I, the old man, wish to become your disciple," Chen Juyong insisted, knocking his head against the ground with a resounding thud, embodying the determination that he would not rise until granted acceptance. Your medical skills are extraordinary. Compared to you, I am but a firefly to the bright moon. Please accept me as your disciple. Chun Juyang's sincerity was palpable, for Su Lintian's medical prowess was truly astonishing, particularly his needle techniques and the casually produced transformative elixir, revealing an identity that was almost unfathomable. Close your mouth, Su Lintian coldly retorted, seemingly reading Chun Juyang's thoughts. Accepting you is not out of the question, but you must remember to treat others with kindness and adhere to the physician's path, never neglecting to save the innocent. Yes, 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 Chun Juyang exclaimed with uncontainable joy, repeatedly knocking his head until blood flowed, oblivious to the pain. Leave. Do not reveal my identity, nor use my name to deceive others. This disciple will remember. Su Lintian nodded, meeting the astonished gazes of three individuals who looked as if they were witnessing miraculous wonders, and he chuckled softly, his sarcasm palpable. You. Su Jingda stammered, unable to articulate his anger. I believe Chun Juyang is merely seeking fame. It is absurd for him to recognize this commoner as a master. Su Ruowei's chest heaved with indignation. Humph, they are a perfect match, commoners and the blind, destined to be together. Lin Fengjiao spat venomously. Su Lintian paid them no mind, turning to gently ruffle Su Yuqing's hair, earnestly asking, You weren't frightened, were you? Although she had willingly accepted to marry Su Lintian on behalf of her sister, Su Yuqing had her own considerations. Yet, his instinctive concern warmed her heart. It had been years since anyone in the Su family had shown her such care. In an instant, her ears flushed with warmth, and she dared not meet Su Lintian's gaze. Su Mengxing smiled indulgently at the two, saying, Seeing you both, with Yuqing marrying you, I consider my promise fulfilled. I only hope you do not mind. It is of no concern. Fulfilling the marriage pact is a matter of honoring my master's command. Furthermore, since the eldest lady is unwilling, there is no need to force it. The second lady has chosen to be with me, and I, Su Lintian, have nothing further to say, Su Lintian replied calmly. Su Mengxing beamed with satisfaction and declared, Excellent. I have awaited your words. Since both Lintian and Yuqing have no objections, this marriage is settled. Tomorrow morning, you shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain your marriage certificate. We will arrange the banquet later. With these words, it felt as though a weight had been lifted. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Ruowei breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing all concerns. Although she perceived Su Lintian's marriage into the Su family as a disgrace, it no longer mattered. However, marrying him would undoubtedly be preferable to my own union with him. Su Yue shook her head and said, Yuqing, marrying such a person will surely lead to your regrets. When that time comes, do not blame your sister for not having warned you. Sighing, Su Yuqing, however, remained unshaken. Instead, she smiled with her eyes narrowed and replied, Since I have resolved to marry him, I have never entertained the notion of regret. I hope, dear sister, that you will not find yourself regretting in the future. Me? Regret? Su Yue felt as though she had just heard the greatest joke under the heavens, shaking her head before turning to leave. Su Mengcheng then addressed Su Zhengda, saying, Zhengda, please take Lintian and Yuqing to my study to retrieve the keys to Hua Run Tianfu. Additionally, summon lawyer Wu to join us for the evening banquet and facilitate the transfer of the property to Lintian and Yuqing. Furthermore, please take that Kunlun from the garage tonight. Consider it a wedding gift for the two of you. As for the tumor hospital, let it be entirely entrusted to Yuqing. Upon hearing this, Su Yue, who had not walked far, abruptly halted, her face twitching in disbelief. The Hua Run Tianfu property, priced at 250,000 per square meter, has the smallest unit exceeding 300 square meters, including renovations. A single unit would cost no less than 100 million, and that Kunlun, worth over 10 million, was something their grandfather could hardly bear to drive himself. Yet, now it was being casually gifted to Yuqing and that unsophisticated fellow, not to mention the immense value of the tumor hospital. Chapter 5 The first day of marriage. Su Yue felt a surge of indignation within her, yet her lofty pride prevented her from questioning the old master regarding the matter. She silently took out her phone and dialed a number, her expression remaining composed as she said, Chen Xiao, I have considered the matter you mentioned last time, but I have 3 requirements. If you can fulfill these, I shall agree to marry you. An exceedingly excited voice resonated from the other end. Wonderful. Yue, you know my feelings for you. If you agree to marry me, The Chen family's fortune will undoubtedly be yours in the future. Our union will certainly elevate both the Chen and Su families to the pinnacle of Yin City's elite. Perhaps we might even seize the opportunity to penetrate the prestigious circles of Jinzhou. Very well, let us discuss this face-to-face tomorrow at 10. Absolutely. I will heed your words. After ending the call, Su Yue cast a disdainful glance back, coldly sneering. What does it matter if grandfather has gifted you the villa at Huarantianfu? Yaching, I shall ensure you understand how crucial it is for a woman to marry the right man. That evening, Master Su announced at a welcome banquet specifically arranged for Su Lintian that Su Yaching was soon to wed him. The announcement left the entire assembly of guests utterly astonished. A flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "Father, are you serious? I have watched Yaching grow up. Should her marriage not be approached with greater caution?" Prior to this, I had not even met that Su Lintian fellow. The speaker was Su Mengqing's second daughter, Su Xian, who was also Su Jingde's sister, the aunt of Su Yaching and Su Yue. Su Xian had married into Jinzhou at a young age and rarely returned, but she had come back this time upon hearing of a significant announcement from Master Su. As she spoke, she scrutinized Su Lintian, and her gaze left her with the impression that he appeared rather unrefined, hardly the type to be entrusted with her niece's future. However, Su Mengqing slammed his palm on the table and bellowed, "My decision is made. Moreover, this marriage has the approval of Yaching, the very person involved. Do you think it appropriate for you to voice your opinions? Enough. No further discussion on this matter, lest I become unyielding." With this proclamation, despite the skepticism of many relatives regarding the marriage, none dared to voice their dissent. After the banquet, Master Su tossed the keys to the Kunlun to Su Yaching, instructing her to move in with Su Lintian directly to the villa at Huarantianfu. Upon entering Huarantianfu, Su Yaching and Su Lintian were awestruck by the opulence of the decor. The living room featured two exquisite Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vases as decoration, with authentic calligraphy by the master Wang Shiji adorning the walls. Even the coffee table was crafted from premium golden silk Nanmu. The villa, spanning over 500 square meters and comprising 3 floors, boasted an outdoor swimming pool, a garden, an underground garage, and a wine cellar. At first glance, the antique elegance of the furnishings was immensely satisfying to both. Though the villa did not exude ostentatious wealth, it was suffused with a sense of understated luxury. "From this day forth, this shall be our home," Su Yaching said shyly, lowering her head. At just 22 years old, she had only recently reached the legal marriage age, having graduated from university and commenced work a year ago. Having never experienced romance, she had not even held a boy's hand, and now, unexpectedly, she was on the verge of marriage, leaving her feeling somewhat dazed. Su Lintian gently responded, "Yaching, rest assured, I will take good care of you. Trust me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world." Surprised, Su Yaching met his earnest gaze and, for reasons she could not quite comprehend, felt that this seemingly unremarkable man might truly have the potential to fulfill such a promise. "Yes, I believe you," she replied earnestly, nodding her head. Su Lintian's attention was inevitably drawn to her alluring figure and her exquisitely long legs clad in black stockings. In the solitude of their shared space, with the breathtaking beauty before him, it was impossible for him not to feel a stirring of attraction. However, knowing they were to formalize their marriage the next day, he refrained from rushing things. He sensed that Su Yaching was not yet prepared to fully give herself to him. Su Lintian preferred not to impose, just as he had not forced Su Yue. "Given the number of bedrooms upstairs, let us each take our own for the night. We shall take our time after we are officially married," he suggested with a smile. Su Yaching responded with a soft murmur, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. She had not anticipated Su Lintian would propose such an arrangement, which only solidified her belief that she had not misjudged him. He truly seemed different from other men. That night, Su Lintian and Su Yaching each occupied separate guest rooms on the second floor, both tacitly avoiding the master bedroom. The following morning, Su Yaching awoke early, expertly applying her makeup and donning a beautiful bohemian-style dress paired with high heels. She roused Su Lintian from his slumber as they prepared to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate. Before long, they had taken their wedding photos, each holding a red marriage certificate outside the bureau. "Su Lintian, as of now, we are officially husband and wife. But do not forget." Su Yaching hesitated, feeling a bit shy about uttering the mushy words. Su Lintian, aware of her intention, yet wishing to tease her, feigned ignorance and asked, "Forget what?" "Do not forget, What you said to me yesterday? Su Yaching playfully shook her small fist at him, her eyes gleaming with mock threat. If you do not treat me well in the future, grandfather will not spare you. I shall despise you. Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her serious demeanor. He shifted from his previously nonchalant attitude and gently took Su Yuqing's hand, gazing at her with deep affection as he declared, Yuqing, I shall treat you with utmost care. Su Yuqing's eyes twinkled with delight, her joy reminiscent of a child's. She glanced at her watch on her left wrist and suddenly exclaimed, Oh no, I have a meeting at the hospital today. I'm going to be late. Su Lintian, I can't chat any longer. I must hurry to the hospital. At that moment, Su Lintian quickly grasped her hand, saying, Wait, why not take me to the hospital as well? Although your family is affluent, I am still a married man, and idleness does not suit me. Please arrange a position for me at the hospital, starting from the ground up. The amount of money earned is of little consequence to Su Lintian. What truly matters is that a man must have a career. Furthermore, working at his wife's hospital would not only allow him to hone his medical skills, but also serve dual purposes. Su Yuqing, witnessing Su Lintian's initiative to seek employment rather than rely on her wealth, felt her admiration for him grow significantly. All right, I will take you back to the hospital, but are you truly okay with starting from the bottom? She inquired while starting the car engine, glancing at Su Lintian in the passenger seat. I have no objections. If it's the hospital, I shall begin as an intern, he replied with a warm smile. Soon, they arrived at the Su Shi Oncology Hospital, which Su Yuqing had taken over. She parked the car and, with a hurried expression, said, We have 1 minute until the meeting. I can't talk any longer, Su Lintian. Please find a way to pass the time, and I will arrange your onboarding after the meeting. Go ahead. Don't worry about me, Su Lintian replied nonchalantly. Su Yuqing swiftly took the elevator to the 6th floor for her meeting, while Su Lintian settled in a seat outside the emergency department and took out his phone to occupy himself. At that moment, an ambulance with sirens blaring arrived at the hospital, and a group of medical personnel rushed in with a stretcher. Quickly, summon Director Liu and Director Peng to the operating room. The patient requires immediate surgery. The head nurse shouted hoarsely. A duty nurse, stunned, stood up and said, Head Nurse Kai, Director Liu has gone to Jinzhou for training, and Director Peng is attending a meeting. What? Kai Feishua exclaimed, dumbfounded. Just then, a voice suddenly spoke behind her. There's no time to lose. If we delay, the patient will die. Let us move the patient to the operating room. I will perform the surgery. Chapter 6. What international joke to open with a thunderous proclamation? The air crackled with tension. Kai Feishua turned to see a young man approaching with a grave expression. The one who claimed he would perform the surgery was none other than Su Lintian. Who are you? Kai Feishua exclaimed, utterly astonished. After all, this individual was not even clad in a doctor's attire, and his youthful appearance belied the experience one would expect from a lead surgeon. Most critically, the Su Shi Tumor Hospital was relatively small, and she had encountered nearly all the doctors here. She had never heard of Su Lintian. Su Lintian spoke calmly. I could take 5 minutes to explain who I am and demonstrate my surgical capabilities, but with each passing second, the patient's mortality rate increases by 1. His time is limited. If he is not taken to the operating room soon, not even a deity could save him. Kai Feishua understood the gravity of the situation all too well. However, she was hesitant to allow a stranger to operate on a critically ill patient. Even so, the hospital has its regulations. I cannot permit you to proceed with the surgery. She frowned and instructed, Xiao Wang, go summon Director Peng. The nurse, referred to as Xiao Wang, looked distressed. Nurse Kai, please don't put me in a difficult position. There are higher-ups from the board here for an inspection today, and the leaders are all preoccupied with meetings. I don't know how I can. Just then, the patient suddenly coughed up blood, and the medical devices connected to him began to blare alarms. Beep, beep, beep. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The patient is losing stability. A nurse cried out. At that moment, a family member of the patient fell to his knees, grasping Su Lintian's leg desperately. Doctor, you said you could perform the surgery. Please, save my son. Kai Feishua was taken aback and hastily interjected, Sir, he is not a doctor at our hospital. I don't care. As long as he can save my son, what does it matter if he's from your hospital? The middle-aged man wailed, tears streaming down his face. Su Lintian reached down to help him up. Calm down. Your child is still salvageable. Turning to Kai Feishua, he glared fiercely. Su Yuqing is my wife. She is the director of your hospital. If there are any issues, I will take full responsibility. Immediately take the patient to the operating room. I will perform the surgery. With this declaration, Fiancée felt a jolt of disbelief. You are the director's husband? How can that be? How will you prove it? Prove? You think I have time for that nonsense? Lintian pushed her aside and rushed towards the operating room, lifting the stretcher. The other doctors, initially taken aback, quickly followed suit. Inside the operating room, Lintian moved with remarkable speed, disinfecting and washing his hands, donning surgical attire with an air of utmost professionalism. Observing this, the other doctors felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, some remained skeptical, reluctant to proceed with the surgery. An anesthetist, Lintian, frowned and voiced his concerns. Are we truly going to cooperate with this unknown individual for the surgery? Who will take responsibility if something goes awry? A bespectacled doctor replied sternly, lives are at stake. This is not the time to discuss responsibility. Saving the patient is paramount. Another quietly composed female doctor nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must prioritize saving lives. This lead surgeon's preparatory work has been exceedingly professional. He should be capable of handling the operation. Even if there are risks, we have no superior alternatives. Today, only 2 surgical directors are on duty, and if we do not allow him to operate, who else can? You? Or Lintian? Who among you possesses the skill to perform the surgery? I fear you might struggle even to hold a scalpel. I observed earlier. His grip was steady, at least masterful. Even if we doubt him, there are no better options. A tall doctor asserted. At that moment, having completed all preparatory tasks, Lintian approached the surgical table. After checking the equipment and the patient's condition, his expression turned serious. After the surgery, I will introduce myself. From this day forth, we shall be colleagues. But for now, there is no time for explanations. I expect your full cooperation. Anesthetist. Prepare to administer anesthesia. You, the one with glasses, the second incision was made with the loathes knife, gently spreading the cut to expand the space, facilitating the entry of medical instruments into the patient's left atrium. As the incision widened, everyone was astounded by the scene before them. This is a tumor, exclaimed the tall doctor. The other physicians were equally taken aback. Yet, Lintian remained remarkably composed, murmuring, it appears this tumor is compressing the patient's left ventricle. Judging by its size, it must have recently emerged, but its location is precisely constricting the blood vessels. Hand me the surgical forceps. Prepare the blood bags. Cutting the tumor could lead to severe hemorrhaging. Assistant. Immediately confirm the blood type and dosage. No. If we sever the tumor, he might go into shock. The patient has only just regained autonomous breathing. Another shock could easily precipitate organ failure. The bespectacled doctor interjected firmly. Lintian abruptly lifted his head and responded, there is no time for debate. Follow my instructions. However, the others remained unmoved. The anesthetist remarked, he is correct. Removing this tumor now would be tantamount to executing the patient. I cannot agree to this. We also cannot consent. The tumor's position is too tricky. No one can excise it without severing the blood vessels. The tall doctor said, drenched in sweat. I can. Lintian grasped the loathes knife tightly. Meanwhile, the situation involving Lintian and his team was being reported live to the meeting room. Upon hearing the news, Lintian gasped in disbelief. What did you say? My husband is the lead surgeon? An elderly hospital board member stood up, utterly flabbergasted. What nonsense is this? When did an intern become the lead surgeon? This is sheer madness. Fiancée aside. Chairman Zhou, Dean Su. I truly tried to stop him, but that man, claiming to be the dean's husband, insisted on operating on the patient, and the patient's family was present, signing the critical condition notice and the surgical consent form on the spot. There were no significant procedural issues. The only problem lies in the identity of the lead surgeon, which must be addressed by the dean. Lintian, with an urgent expression, rose from her seat. Let us pause today's meeting. Director Peng of Surgery, come with me to the operating room. Chapter 7. From a simpleton to a god of men. As Lintian hurriedly brought Director Peng from the surgical department to the operating room, the surgery had already concluded. Watching as the patient was wheeled out by several individuals, she stood in astonishment and exclaimed, Lintian, what on earth is going on? Lintian removed his mask and cap, smiling reassuringly. Dear, do not be anxious. The surgery was a complete success, and the patient is no longer in life-threatening condition. A period of observation in the hospital will suffice. Upon hearing this, the patient's family, who had been waiting outside, fell to their knees and expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, doctor. You are a great person. a living bodhisattva. Thank you for saving my son. Witnessing this scene, Su Yuqing refrained from further comments and instructed Director Peng to accompany the family in transferring the patient to the hospital room. She then took Su Lintian back to her office to clarify the details of the situation. After listening to the entire account, Su Yuqing sighed in relief. I never expected your medical skills to be so exceptional. However, such occurrences should not happen again. If the family were to pursue this matter, the hospital would struggle to withstand public scrutiny. Su Lintian nodded, acknowledging, I had not considered the repercussions before. My only thought was to save a life. Since you've mentioned it, I will strive to adhere to the regulations moving forward. By the way, your remarkable skills have not gone unnoticed today. I will arrange for you to intern in the surgical department for a while, allowing you to gain experience. In due course, I will facilitate your formal appointment, and I will expedite the processing of your medical license, Su Yuqing stated. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work, my dear, Su Lintian teased. Su Yuqing's cheeks flushed, and she playfully chided, it is better to call me director while in the hospital. Otherwise, if someone overhears, it may not reflect well. Despite her words, she felt a surge of happiness at being addressed in such a manner. Su Lintian shrugged and replied, as you wish, my esteemed director. Due to the success of the surgery, the other surgeons quickly embraced Su Lintian, the prodigious intern. Within a day, rumors of the intern successfully performing surgery spread throughout the hospital, and all staff members were abuzz with discussions about it. Su Lintian reveled internally as he observed his colleagues showering him with praises in their WeChat work group. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yuqing punctually finished her work and went to the surgical department to pick up Su Lintian. She intended to take him shopping for a few suitable outfits. After all, Su Lintian was now part of the Su family and could no longer afford to dress so simply. Just as they were about to exit the parking lot, a striking red Ferrari 488 suddenly blocked their path. Su Yuqing glanced at the license plate, her brow furrowing. Not him again. Su Lintian, seated in the passenger seat, inquired curiously, do you know the owner of that car? Su Yuqing nodded, a hint of annoyance in her voice. He is a patient from the hospital. When I first assumed my role here, before becoming the director, my father had me learn in the outpatient department. This patient consulted me regarding a urological issue, and afterward, he has been persistently pursuing you? Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. Su Yuqing, her expression serious, replied, it's not so much persistence as it is pursuit. He often drives to the hospital to see me without prior notice, always hoping to take me out for dinner. It has become incredibly bothersome. Su Lintian smiled slightly. Then he must be your rival in love. Why not simply reject him outright? I have turned him down, but he is the young master of the Gao family, which has numerous business dealings with the Su group. If I were to disrespect him, it might jeopardize family relations, and the Gao family has grown increasingly formidable over the years. We cannot afford to offend them, Su Yuqing explained, rubbing her forehead. In the midst of their conversation, Gao Tianyu had already exited the red Ferrari 488. He approached and tapped on the window. With a resigned sigh, Su Yuqing rolled down the window and forced a smile. Gao Xiao, what brings you to the hospital? At first, Gao Tianyu appeared pleased, but his expression shifted upon noticing Su Lintian in the passenger seat. He immediately questioned, Yuqing, who is he? Su Yuqing glanced at Su Lintian before turning back to Gao Tianyu. He is my husband. We registered our marriage this morning. We haven't had a chance to celebrate yet, so you must remember to join us for the wedding feast. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu stared incredulously at Su Lintian. Observing his humble appearance, he questioned, you two are married? How hasty. Yuqing, why didn't you mention this to me before? His words seemed rather inappropriate. Su Yuqing frowned. It was arranged by my grandfather, and I only learned of it recently. Besides, Gao Xiao, we are merely friends. I don't believe I owe you a report on every aspect of my life. Seeing Su Yuqing's brows furrowed in apparent annoyance, Gao Tianyu hastily clarified, Yuqing, that's not my intent. Please don't misunderstand. I have pursued you for so long, yet suddenly this unknown person becomes your husband. I simply cannot comprehend where I failed. Is he exceptionally wealthy? Su Lintian, hearing this, furrowed his brow and boldly met Gao Tianyu's gaze. What about you? Are you wealthy? Do you inquire about every beautiful woman's husband as if you were a toad seeking to know their financial status? Does that provide you with a sense of superiority? Su Yuqing was taken aback, reaching out to tug at Su Lintian's sleeve, subtly signaling him to temper his words. Gao Tianyu sneered, huh? I am indeed wealthier than this rustic dog you're with. What is it to you? Not satisfied? You can always try for a more fortunate reincarnation in your next life. Just as Su Lintian was preparing to step out of the car to confront the insolent man, Su Yuqing abruptly honked the horn. The loud sound immediately halted their argument. With a firm tone, Su Yuqing declared, "Enough of this. Two grown men. Can you not act so childishly? Gao Xiao, please move your car. We need to leave." Gao Tianyu had initially intended to persuade Su Yuqing to stay, but she quickly rolled the window back up, cutting him off. With a clenched fist, he turned and drove away in frustration. Su Yuqing sighed and remarked to Su Lintian, "The Gao family wields considerable influence in Yin City, and Gao Tianyu has connections with some motorcycle gangs. Su Lintian, you truly ought not to have spoken to him in that manner. What if he seeks retribution?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and replied, "If that fool dares to come looking for trouble, I will ensure he does not return." The two then ventured into a shopping mall, where Su Yuqing assumed the role of Su Lintian's stylist. She first led him to a barber shop to get a haircut, crafting a dashing hairstyle. Following that, she took him to a luxury boutique to purchase several tailored suits. Now clad in an Armani suit, complemented by crocodile leather shoes and adorned with a Rolex watch, Su Lintian appeared to have undergone a transformation, resembling the handsome male stars seen on television. Numerous beautiful women in the mall were captivated by Su Lintian's striking allure, casting glances of admiration in his direction. Even Su Yuqing was taken aback by Su Lintian's new look, laughing as she said, "Indeed, one is reliant on their attire. After your makeover, you do exude a bit of that leading man aura from a Korean drama. Just look at you. Your charm is undeniable." Su Lintian smiled nonchalantly. In truth, he was not unattractive but had merely been disinclined to groom himself. Just as they finished shopping and were about to seek a place to dine, a voice of surprise emerged from behind Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, what are you doing here? Who are you shopping with?" Both Su Yuqing and Su Lintian halted and turned to face the speaker. "Sister, what are you doing here?" Su Yuqing exclaimed, equally astonished. Before them stood Su Wei, her expression one of disbelief as she scrutinized Su Lintian, confirming that she was not mistaken. Her eyes widened as she said, "You are Su Lintian?" Noticing Su Wei's astonished countenance, Su Lintian flashed a charming smile and replied, "Miss Su, it is indeed me." "Oh, my apologies. I should now address you as elder sister. Just as Yuqing does, right? Elder sister?" The term sounded rather aging, causing Su Wei to twitch her lips in response. She could hardly fathom that this strikingly handsome Su Lintian was the same awkward individual she had encountered just the day before. How could such a dramatic transformation occur in a mere day? At that moment, a young man beside Su Wei, dressed in a suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiled and inquired, "Yu Wei, aren't you going to introduce me?" Chapter 8 Encountering Su Wei snapping back to reality, Su Wei said, "Oh, Chen Xiao, this is my younger sister Yuqing. You have met her once before. The person next to her is her husband, Su Lintian." She continued, "Yuqing, Su Lintian, this is Chen Tianhao, the heir of the Chen group." Chen Tianhao extended his hand, smiling as he addressed Su Yuqing. "Hello, sister Yuqing, and you as well, brother-in-law." There was no attempt to conceal the glimmer of desire in his gaze directed at Su Yuqing. He increasingly felt that Su Yuqing possessed a charm that surpassed that of her elder sister, Su Wei. "Hello, Chen Xiao," Su Yuqing replied, oblivious to the peculiar look in Chen Tianhao's eyes. Su Lintian, however, frowned slightly. Although Chen Tianhao appeared well-mannered and refined, he suspected that beneath the surface, he was akin to Gao Tianyu. Moreover, Gao Tianyu was rather simple and easily dealt with, but Chen Tianhao seemed far more astute and calculating. Engaging with someone so superficially genteel would undoubtedly be exhausting. Out of courtesy, Su Lintian nodded and greeted him. "Since it is such a coincidence, why not invite them to join us for a meal? It is the perfect opportunity to share our joyful news with your sister," Chen Tianhao suggested to Su Wei. Surprised, Su Wei exhibited a fleeting look of unease in her eyes, but quickly nodded. "That sounds good." Su Yuqing, intrigued, asked, "Elder sister, Chen Xiao, what joyful news are you discussing?" With a playful grin, Chen Tianhao pulled Su Wei closer, saying, "Actually, I've been pursuing your sister for some time, but she had not shown her feelings until today. We reached a consensus this morning, and I am thrilled to announce that we have decided to become engaged, with the engagement banquet scheduled for the 1st of next month." Astonished, both Su Yuqing and Su Lintian were taken aback. They had not anticipated Su Wei would become engaged so swiftly. The rapidity of her engagement was hard to dissociate from Su Yuqing and Su Lintian's own whirlwind marriage. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Su Wei quickly said, "Tianhao, Let us sit down in the restaurant and discuss further. Certainly. Chen Tianhao gestured for them to proceed, leading Su Yuqing and Su Lintian to an upscale Japanese restaurant on the top floor of the mall. Upon entering a private room, they sat on tatami mats and began to peruse the menu. Today, it's my treat. Please feel free to order whatever you like, Chen Tianhao said with a smile. This Michelin 3-star establishment sourced its ingredients daily from Sakura country, with an average expenditure of over 10,000 per person. The four of them indulged in a few dishes and opened a bottle of red wine, and it was certain that the bill would reach extravagant sums, far beyond the means of an ordinary person. Chen Tianhao's actions subtly showcased his wealth. Su Yue deliberately chose this top-tier restaurant to impress her sister and Su Lintian, wishing to demonstrate that her taste in men surpassed that of her sister. Her partner, with effortless charm, could treat everyone to a lavish meal, while Su Lintian, the son-in-law, could hardly afford the most modest of expenses without Su Yuqing's support. The thought elicited an involuntary smile from Su Yue. While Su Lintian appeared transformed after Su Yuqing's makeover, she mused that mere good looks were insufficient. True capability was paramount. During the meal, Su Yue discreetly produced 2 invitations crafted from pure gold, presenting one to Su Lintian and the other to Su Yuqing. On the 1st of next month, I have reserved a private room at the Heping Hotel for our engagement banquet. You both should come. We have already sent invitations to our relatives, and encountering you here saves me a trip, she said with a proud smile. Su Yuqing accepted the invitation, her envy evident as she exclaimed, "Wow, elder sister, you are actually holding the engagement banquet at Heping Hotel? That is the most luxurious hotel in Yen City, with connections that are truly remarkable. I heard that booking a private room there can take over a year." Turning to Chen Tianhao, Su Yue added with admiration, "All of this is thanks to Tianhao. He leveraged the Chun family's connections to arrange it." Chen Tianhao's expression was momentarily peculiar, but he quickly masked it with a smile, gently taking Su Yue's hand and feigning deep affection as he said, "For Yue, this is nothing." Su Yuqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, but Su Lintian furrowed his brow and interjected, "Since when does Heping Hotel allow for queue jumping? I wasn't aware of this." Established during the Republican era, Heping Hotel was founded by a foreigner renowned in both the underworld and high society of Yen City, with close ties to various warlords. Years later, the founder, Victor, gifted the hotel to Su Lintian's mentor, the enigmatic doctor. A few years ago, the enigmatic doctor transferred ownership to Su Lintian, and the current manager, Zhou Haiyang, would regularly visit Su Lintian to report on operational matters and the latest regulations. Since its inception, Heping Hotel had never permitted queue jumping, and it was inconceivable that exceptions would be made now. Even if the hotel underwent reforms, no changes could be made without Su Lintian's consent as a stakeholder. Hence, his question arose. However, his words came across as somewhat ungrateful to the other three. Chen Tianhao scoffed. "It seems brother-in-law is not well acquainted with Heping Hotel. While the rule against queue jumping is strictly enforced for ordinary patrons, those with substantial backgrounds can easily circumvent such regulations." Su Yue frowned, feeling that what should have been a joyous occasion was marred by Su Lintian's skepticism, which soured her mood. With an irritable expression, she retorted, "Why would you question this? Must every detail about Heping Hotel be reported to you? What is your standing?" Su Lintian felt a twinge of displeasure, ready to engage in a thorough discussion with the two women. However, sensing the awkward atmosphere, Su Yuqing quickly intervened, gently grasping Su Lintian's arm and soothingly remarked, "All right, Su Lintian, it's a joyous occasion that my elder sister is engaged to Chen Xiao. We should simply extend our congratulations. Why fret over the details? Come, Chen Xiao. Elder sister, allow me to toast to you both." With that, she poured herself a glass of wine, rising to offer a toast to Su Yue and Chen Tianhao. "Su Lintian, as a newcomer, you may not yet be familiar with the social customs of the city. It would be wise for you to learn from Yuqing in this regard. Regardless of your circumstances, you represent the Su family when out in public, and you must not bring shame to Yuqing." Su Yue spoke with an impassive expression, adopting a condescending tone towards Su Lintian. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao, intrigued by the information, seized the opportunity to inquire, "Oh, is the brother-in-law from the countryside?" Although he posed the question with a smile, the disdain in his eyes for those from rural backgrounds was unmistakable. Su Lintian, however, maintained a composed demeanor and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, I hold a rural household registration. There is nothing shameful in that. As long as one conducts oneself with integrity, Being a countryman does not denote inferiority. Upon hearing this, Chun Tianhao's contempt deepened, and he replied with a smile. Rural household registration is advantageous. Our nation's policies are quite commendable, providing numerous conveniences for those from the countryside. Haha. Despite his words, his expression betrayed his scorn for Su Lintian. Upon learning of Su Lintian's background, Chun Tianhao couldn't help but regard Su Yuqing with a look of pity. Such a beautiful sister-in-law, marrying a countryman? What a pity. She would be far better suited as my mistress. As he assessed Su Yuqing's exquisite figure, he took a sip of red wine. Throughout the meal, Su Lintian found it rather unpalatable. After dining, both parties returned to their respective homes. On the way back, Su Lintian dialed the phone number of Zhou Haiyang, the general manager of Heping Hotel, and inquired, "Old Zhou, does the hotel currently have a policy against queue jumping?" On the other end, Zhou Haiyang responded, bewildered, "Queue jumping? No, Mr. Su. Our hotel has been established for nearly a century, and we have never permitted guests to jump the queue. It has never happened before, and it will not happen in the future. Of course, if this is your wish, Mr. Su, that would be a different matter." Su Lintian then asked, "Could you check for me if there are any guests named Su Yue or Chun Tianhao on the 1st of next month?" "Certainly, please hold on." Mr. Su, I have checked, and there are no guests by those names." Upon hearing this, Su Lintian hung up the phone and said to Su Yuqing, "That Chen fellow is a fraud. I advise your sister to keep her distance from him." Chapter 9. Provoking a dangerous individual. Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, turning to Su Lintian with a puzzled expression. "A liar? Su Lintian, why would you say that?" Su Lintian shook his head and replied, "In any case, you should warn your sister. Although I do not understand why Chun Tianhao would deceive her, everything he just said was a fabrication." Just as Su Yuqing was about to delve deeper into the matter, a vehicle ahead suddenly slammed to a halt. The incident was abrupt, leaving Su Yuqing no time to evade. The Rolls-Royce Kunlun collided directly into the rear of a white Maserati. With a resounding crash, both vehicles suffered significant damage, their fronts and rears crumpling upon impact. Fortunately, with a speed limit of 60, Su Yuqing was not traveling fast, and aside from some minor front-end damage, they were relatively unscathed. "Yuqing, are you all right?" Su Lintian quickly unfastened his seatbelt to check on her condition. Her head was leaning against the steering wheel, nearly causing her to hit it. I'm fine, just startled," she replied, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat, her chest rising and falling rapidly, drawing a silent gasp from Su Lintian. "Does this fool even know how to drive? I'll have a word with him," Su Lintian declared, stepping out of the vehicle. Seeing this, Su Yuqing loosened her seatbelt and opened the door, exclaiming, "Hey, Su Lintian, calm down and talk to him properly." Knock, knock. Su Lintian tapped on the Maserati's window with his middle finger. The window rolled down to reveal a young man with slicked back hair and a floral shirt, his pants askew, a cigar clamped between his teeth, while a scantily clad girl in white stockings and a miniskirt sat in the passenger seat, wiping her mouth. Upon seeing this, Su Lintian immediately understood why the Maserati had suddenly braked. It appeared the slick-haired man was flirting with the young lady. "Are you aware that such behavior could lead to accidents?" Su Lintian frowned and remarked, "Hey handsome, haven't you ever played around like this? Why the fuss?" The young girl, charmed by Su Lintian's looks, couldn't help but comment. However, the Maserati owner was not pleased and glared at Su Lintian, retorting, "Enough with the nonsense. It's just a rear-end collision. Who doesn't have insurance these days? Here is my business card. If the insurance doesn't cover everything, call me and I'll transfer the rest. Now scram." With that attitude, Su Lintian's gaze turned icy. The two inside the vehicle felt an inexplicable chill. "You disregarded traffic safety, causing us to rear-end you, and now you exhibit this demeanor? Is this your way of apologizing?" Su Lintian said coldly. Upon hearing this, the slick-haired man laughed mockingly. "Dude, are you out of your mind? Why would I apologize? You crashed into my car, and it's a favor that I'm not causing you trouble. Apologize? You must be dreaming. Take a good look at my business card." Su Lintian's eyes fixated on the business card, which bore the words Xiao Long Business Association, Du Jiahao. A surge of murderous intent flashed in his eyes upon recognizing the name. Those who had kidnapped his wife, Su Yuqing, were indeed members of the Xiao Long Business Association. Su Lintian had been planning to find them to settle the score, and now, fortune had delivered them right into his hands. What began as a mere traffic incident had escalated into something far more significant. "Are you affiliated with the Xiao Long Business Association?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and inquired. Upon hearing the mention of the association, Du Jiahao, thinking Su Lintian was intimidated by their name, smirked arrogantly and replied, "Indeed. You must have heard of our reputation. If you know what is good for you, you'd better leave now." Assuming his words would intimidate Su Lintian into retreat, Du Jiahao was taken aback when Su Lintian responded with a calm yet defiant, "You're quite arrogant, aren't you? And what of it?" Du Jiahao scoffed, his eyes filled with derision. In the next moment, Su Lintian yanked open the Maserati's door, seized Du Jiahao by the shoulder, and dragged him into the back seat of the Kunlun. The young girl gasped in shock, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Su Lintian shot her a glare, exuding a slight aura that left her frozen in place, unable to utter a word. Su Yuqing, startled by the scene, quickly asked, "Su Lintian, why did you bring him here?" "It was just a minor accident." Su Lintian shook his head, saying, "This is more than just a mere accident. Do you know who he is? He is one of the Shaolong Business Association. He is part of the same group that kidnapped you." Boom. Su Yuqing paused, glancing back at the floral shirt Du Jiahao. Du Jiahao, panic-stricken, struggled against Su Lintian's grip, but quickly realized that Su Lintian's strength was overwhelming, pinning him down as if a mountain weighed upon his shoulder. Desperate, Du Jiahao threatened, "If you dare to touch me, the Shaolong Business Association will not let you go." Upon hearing his admission, Su Yuqing's sympathy evaporated, replaced by anger as she questioned, "You really are one of them? Why did you kidnap me?" A flicker of panic crossed Du Jiahao's eyes before he masked it. I don't know. I'm just a minor player in the association. How could I grasp the intentions of the higher-ups?" He gritted through clenched teeth. Su Lintian chuckled coldly, "No need to rush. You will come to know soon enough. Trust me, it won't be long before you find yourself on your knees begging me to inquire, and you will divulge everything you know about the association, word for word." Turning to Su Yuqing, he instructed, "Yuqing, drive to Heping Hotel." He intended to confine this individual there for interrogation. The Heping Hotel had a policy that, regardless of the severity of any actions committed outside, once inside, even officials could not intervene. To confine this individual within these walls renders any attempt by the Shaolong Commerce Association to extricate him utterly futile. Although Su Yuqing felt a pang of confusion, she refrained from further inquiries and drove the two men directly to Heping Fondian. Upon arrival, the vehicle, a Kunlun, came to a gentle halt at the entrance. Su Lintian, escorting Du Jiahao, instructed Su Yuqing, "Yuqing, you should return home. I shall return once my affairs are concluded." However, Su Yuqing hesitated, her words caught in her throat, but upon noticing Su Lintian's subtle shake of his head, she chose to trust him. A man, in the throes of external challenges, requires the unwavering support of his spouse. "Very well. I shall await your return at home," Su Yuqing affirmed with a serious expression before driving away. Su Lintian smiled softly and led Du Jiahao to the entrance of the hotel. The doorman halted their progress, inquiring, "Do you have an appointment?" Su Lintian responded with calm assurance, "Inform General Manager Zhou that Su Lintian has arrived." The doorman, momentarily taken aback, dared not press further and relayed the message via intercom. Soon, General Manager Zhou Haiyang rushed over, his demeanor frantic, and upon spotting Su Lintian, he immediately donned a courteous smile, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, you have arrived." The doorman and Du Jiahao were left astounded by Zhou Haiyang's deference towards Su Lintian. It is worth noting that Zhou Haiyang is the foremost among Yinqing's top 10 businessmen, wielding control over both the legitimate and illicit dealings of Heping Fondian. Even in Jinzhou, many dignitaries maintain close ties with him. It is said that even the city's leaders bow in respect before Zhou Haiyang. Yet, here was this formidable figure displaying such reverence towards a relatively obscure Su Lintian. What manner of person is he? Su Lintian, maintaining an impassive expression, commanded, "Take this man to the most secluded private room in the hotel. I will conduct the interrogation myself." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, and with a solemn nod, he replied, "Understood. Mr. Su, please follow me." After leading the group into the hotel's grand lobby, Zhou Haiyang instructed the lobby manager, "From this moment onward, Heping Fondian shall not entertain any guests. Dispatch personnel to evacuate all patrons immediately. Once the evacuation is complete, no one is permitted to enter or exit the hotel." Witnessing their employer's authoritative closure of the establishment, the staff of Heping Fondian became swiftly engaged in their duties, executing his commands with alacrity. Countless esteemed guests were ushered out of the hotel. The news of Heping Fondian's stringent lockdown soon permeated the upper echelons of Yinqing, igniting whispers among the city's elite, who speculated on the identity of the individual behind such a decisive move. It was only at this moment that Du Jiahao realized the formidable presence he had inadvertently provoked. Chapter 10. The Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce at the top floor of the Peace Hotel. In a luxurious suite tucked away in a corner of the corridor, Su Lintian casually tossed Du Jiahao beside the floor-to-ceiling window and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Standing by the window counter, he opened a toolkit delivered by Zhou Haiyang. Inside, an array of instruments for interrogation and torture lay displayed: nails, hammers, pliers, wire, silver needles, axes, and more. Just one glance at the contents of the toolkit was enough to send Du Jiahao trembling uncontrollably. To make matters worse, Su Lintian remained completely silent, intensifying Du Jiahao's unease. "Boss, I was wrong. I shouldn't have fooled around in the car. I promise I'll follow traffic rules from now on. Please, let me go." Du Jiahao swallowed hard, pleading desperately. Su Lintian merely smiled, picking up a surgical willow leaf knife. He twirled it deftly in his hand and strolled leisurely toward Du Jiahao. "You know," he said softly, "among all the tools of torture, my favorite isn't the axe or the cleaver, but this delicate little willow leaf knife. Though it may seem less lethal than larger weapons, when applied correctly, each cut can make a person experience agony beyond imagination. What is particularly fascinating is how cleanly it severs muscle tissue. The wounds are neat, easy to suture. This means I can cut the same spot repeatedly. Trust me, my technique is so refined that even 100 cuts would look like just one." Su Lintian spoke these chilling words with an expressionless face. As he spoke, he crouched before Du Jiahao, twirling the willow leaf knife while narrowing his eyes, searching for the perfect spot to begin. "So, any suggestions on where to start?" Su Lintian asked with a hollow smile. Sweat poured down Du Jiahao's forehead like rain. His face turned deathly pale, on the verge of tears. Gulping nervously, he stammered in terror, "Don't. Boss, let us talk this out. There's no need for knives." "Wrong answer." Su Lintian shook his head slightly. In the next instant, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as his hand moved swiftly. The willow leaf knife sliced through the air like lightning, leaving a straight, fine cut on the vein of Du Jiahao's left wrist. The wound was so subtle that one would hardly notice it without close inspection. Soon, a trickle of crimson blood seeped out. Strangely, Du Jiahao only felt the pain after visually registering the blood from his wound. "Ah, it hurts." Du Jiahao cried out in agony. The cut appeared shallow, yet it carried an inexplicable, sharp pain. "Relax," Su Lintian said calmly. "I only nicked a vein. Even if you leave it uncovered, it'll scab over quickly, hardly any blood loss." "Why so tense?" Hearing this, Du Jiahao felt a storm of curses raging inside him. It was clear now. The man before him was an utter madman. I'll talk. I'll tell you whatever you want to know." Du Jiahao nearly broke down. Compared to physical pain, the psychological torment terrified him even more. Who knew how many cuts this lunatic would inflict if he didn't cooperate? A faint smirk touched Su Lintian's lips. "Tell me, why did your Chamber of Commerce kidnap Su Yuqing? Think carefully before you speak. If I catch you lying, I guarantee you'll endure another 1,000 cuts." The threat of being sliced to pieces filled Du Jiahao's eyes with dread. He hurriedly confessed, "It's about the prescription." "For the prescription?" "What prescription?" Su Lintian frowned slightly. "Su Yuqing holds the formula for the perfect heart-soothing pill. It's a family heirloom of the Su family, highly effective against cancer. In all of Yinqing, it's the only one of its kind. The chamber kidnapped her to obtain the formula." Du Jiahao's face remained ashen. He knew that revealing this secret would likely bring the chamber's wrath upon him. But if he stayed silent, he wouldn't survive long enough to face their punishment. For now, his only choice was to confess and flee. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, assessing Du Jiahao's sincerity. Satisfied that he wasn't lying, Su Lintian stood up expressionlessly and dialed Su Yuqing's number. "Yuqing, I need to ask you something." "Ah, what is it?" "That scoundrel from the Xiaolong chamber told me they kidnapped you for a prescription. Do you have the formula for the perfect heart-soothing pill?" "So that's what it was. No wonder the Xiaolong chamber approached me recently to buy the formula. They must have resorted to this because I refused to sell it. How despicable." "Good. I just wanted to confirm if he was lying. I'll hang up now." Su Lintian ended the call and glanced sideways at Du Jiahao. "Boss, I really didn't lie. I wouldn't dare deceive you. I want to live." Du Jiahao wailed. "Where is the headquarters of the Xiaolong chamber?" Su Lintian asked coolly. He intended to pay the Xiaolong chamber a personal visit and settle accounts with them properly. Previously, he hadn't intervened because Su Yuqing wasn't his wife. But now that they were married, her affairs were his affairs. Hearing this, Du Jiahao stared in disbelief. Boss, what are you planning? You're not thinking of storming the chamber, are you? That's none of your concern. Just give me the address. I don't need you worrying about the rest, Su Lintian replied impatiently. All right. I'll tell you. Their office is in the Guojin building, but going there is pointless. The higher-ups are usually at Fong Rulong's residence. He is the chairman of the Xiaolong chamber. He lives at number 1 Tangshan Bay. Du Jiahao forced a bitter smile. Su Lintian memorized the address and turned to leave. Watching him go, Du Jiahao was stunned. Hey, boss, aren't you going to untie me first? Tangshan Bay. Su Lintian arrived before a grand villa and looked up. It was the largest residence in Tangshan Bay. Outside the gate stood numerous fully armed bodyguards, each equipped with firearms and highly trained. Sentries patrolled the balconies on the 2nd and 3rd floors, as well as the rooftop terrace. Such meticulous security was fitting for the residence of the Xiaolong Chamber's chairman. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, approached the gate, and pressed the doorbell. I'm here to see Fong Rulong, he stated firmly. The gatekeeper sneered. Who are you to meet our president? Su Lintian replied nonchalantly. Go inform Fong Rulong that I possess the prescription for the Shirkuan Dingshan Wan. If he learns that you have barred me from entering, you will be in grave danger. Perceiving Su Lintian's seriousness, the guard narrowed his eyes and hurried back to the villa to relay the message. Inside the study, Fong Rulong, the president of the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce, was engrossed in flirtation with his alluring lover clad in black silk on the sofa. Darling, you are becoming increasingly captivating. Hee, as long as you like it. The guard reached the study door and could overhear the amorous exchanges, which put him in a predicament. The president was in the midst of a romantic rendezvous. Interrupting him would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, the prescription mentioned at the entrance could be of significant importance. If he failed to inform the president, he would surely face dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, he decided to knock on the door and cautiously announced, President, there is someone outside seeking your audience. Get lost. Can't you see the situation? Fong Rulong responded, clearly preoccupied. The guard added, he claims to have brought the prescription for the Shirkuan Dingshan Wan. What? The moment those words left his lips, Fong Rulong's roar echoed through the study. Within seconds, he emerged, hastily donning a robe and fumbling with its belt, his expression grave as he demanded, What did you just say? The guard trembled as he replied, President, I said there is a guest at the door who wishes to see you. He claims to have the prescription for the Shirkuan Dingshan Wan. Quick, let him in. Fong Rulong wiped the sweat from his brow, his face lighting up with excitement. At that moment, the guard felt a wave of relief for having mustered the courage to deliver the news. Soon, he ushered Su Lintian into the living room and arranged for him to sit on the sofa while awaiting the president's arrival. Fong Rulong sauntered in from the study, holding a glass of red wine, ready to quench his thirst. Narrowing his eyes, he coldly addressed Su Lintian. I detest being disturbed during my moments of passion. Boy, you had better truly bring the ancestral prescription of the Su family, or else, you will come to understand just how terrifying a man's wrath can be. Chapter 11. The butcher. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's lips curled slightly. He silently raised one hand and said calmly, How terrifying can an enraged man be? You will witness it before I do. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Rulong frowned deeply, momentarily stunned. In the next moment, Su Lintian's figure vanished from where he stood. With a thunderous crash, Fong Rulong was sent flying by Su Lintian's punch, slamming heavily against the wall before he could even react. This scene left all the bodyguards in the villa momentarily frozen in shock. After a brief silence, the bodyguards instantly drew their guns and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Su Lintian. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the villa's hall was filled with flying bullets. Yet, Su Lintian moved like a phantom, effortlessly weaving through the hail of gunfire without a single scratch. With an agile and graceful movement, he flickered to the severely injured Fong Rulong, seizing him by the neck and lifting him high into the air. A bodyguard captain cried out in alarm, Hold your fire. The boss is in his hands. Only then did the dozens of others cease their shooting. Blood stained the corners of Fong Rulong's mouth, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. He never imagined that this young man had not come to offer a prescription, but had come for him instead. Fong Rulong nervously asked, Who are you? Why are you opposing our Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce? Su Lintian replied expressionlessly, Then let you die with clarity. My wife is Su Yuqing, and your people kidnapped her yesterday. Do you have any last words? Boom. Upon hearing this, Feng Rulong's face paled drastically. Knowing he was in the wrong, he pleaded for mercy. Calm down. Everything can be negotiated. We kidnapped the second miss of the Su family not to harm her, but to make a deal and buy the prescription. Su Lintian sneered coldly. Such words might fool a 3-year-old child. But do you really think you can deceive me? Your last words are finished. It's time for you to die. As his words fell, Su Lintian's hand suddenly tightened. Everyone heard a crisp, loud crack of bone breaking. Accompanied by the sound of the fracture, Feng Rulong, the president of the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce and the formidable leader of Yinqing's underground organization, tilted his head and died on the spot. Su Lintian killed swiftly and mercilessly, without the slightest hesitation. So much so that the bodyguards in the villa had not yet processed what had happened before their boss was already dead. The bodyguard captain was stunned. Regaining his composure, he threatened viciously, "Bastard! How dare you kill our president? Do you know who the president's brother is? He is Feng Rintu, the madman of Beihai. Feng Rintu will never let you go." However, before the bodyguard captain could finish speaking, his head was blown apart by Su Lintian's punch. The man, who stood like a demon god at the entrance of the villa, held the bodyguard captain's blood-drenched head in his hand and said coldly, "If anyone else makes a sound, they will share his fate." In an instant, the dozens of people fell completely silent. They stood frozen in place, trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly, afraid they might follow in the footsteps of the bodyguard captain and President Feng Rulong. Seeing that the group had finally quieted down, Su Lintian casually kicked the head like a soccer ball, sending it flying dozens of meters away. He then left behind a final remark. "I am a reasonable person. Whoever provokes me, I will kill. If you seek revenge, remember my name. I am Su Lintian. You, and whoever that butcher fellow mentioned earlier, are welcome to seek vengeance. Feel free." After saying this, Su Lintian swaggered out of Feng Rulong's home, with no one daring to stop him. Only after Su Lintian's figure had completely disappeared from their sight did a loyal subordinate of the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce take out his phone and call Feng Rintu, saying, "Mr. Feng, the president has been killed by a man named Su Lintian. He even issued a threat, saying to seek revenge if we dare." "What? Su Lintian? I will never let him go." Meanwhile, Su Lintian returned to Huaran Tianfu. As soon as he entered, he caught the aroma of a home-cooked meal wafting from the room. He walked into the kitchen and was pleasantly surprised to find his wife, Su Yuqing, wearing an apron, her hair tied in a high ponytail, skillfully wielding a spatula like a little chef, preparing a meal for him. "Hey, Su Lintian, you're back." Su Yuqing spotted Su Lintian and smiled, her eyes crinkling. Su Lintian hummed in response, walked behind Su Yuqing, and gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Feeling the delicate, smooth texture of her slender waist, he said softly, "The people who kidnapped you will never appear again." Hearing this, Su Yuqing paused and asked, "Did you go to the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce? Did they do anything to you?" She immediately put down what she was holding and carefully examined Su Lintian from head to toe. It wasn't that Su Yuqing was overreacting, but the members of the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce were known for their ruthlessness, striking fear into the hearts of Yinqing's citizens. She was worried that Su Lintian might have suffered at their hands. Not wanting Su Yuqing to worry about him, Su Lintian decided not to tell her about killing Feng Rulong. Instead, he smiled and said no. The people from the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce were quite reasonable. I talked to them and asked them not to bother us anymore. Guess what? They were surprisingly cooperative. Not a single one of them objected. Su Yuqing stared in disbelief, her face filled with incredulity. Since when had the members of the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce become so understanding? This didn't make sense. She asked skeptically, "Was it really that simple? I find it hard to believe. It really was that simple. What? Don't you trust your own husband? Why would I lie to you?" Su Lintian was both amused and exasperated. He hadn't expected Su Yuqing, who seemed innocent, to be so difficult to fool. He was genuinely afraid she would dig deeper. To Su Lintian, killing was a trivial matter, but he didn't want Su Yuqing to know too much. This was a way to protect her. Seeing the earnest look in Su Lintian's eyes, Su Yuqing studied him closely for a while, but found nothing amiss. She decided not to press further. She resolved to turn a blind eye. "All right, as long as you're fine. I made dinner. Go wash your hands and wait for me. We'll eat soon," Su Yuqing said with a smile. At this moment, Su Lintian seemed to suddenly grasp the profound significance of marriage. After a long day of arduous work, he returned home to find his wife had prepared a steaming feast. Just for the smile that Su Yuqing had bestowed upon him moments ago, he felt that he could never do enough for her. Meanwhile, On the heavily guarded Paradise Island in Beihai, the infamous madman Fong Rintu shattered the prison gates with a single punch. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, forming mountains of death, and blood flowed like rivers. Even the Dragon Kingdom's war god, Kunlun, ranked 9th in the war god hall and tasked with suppressing the area, fell before Fong Rintu, now gravely injured and slowly raising a trembling hand. He uttered weakly, "Fong Rintu, you are one of the top 10 most wanted criminals on the evil list. Recklessly escaping prison will lead to dire consequences." Fong Rintu, with hair flowing like that of a woman and muscles taut as a bowstring, surpassed even bodybuilders in physique. In a desperate attempt to thwart his escape, the military sent not only Kunlun but also 3 fighter jets, a nuclear submarine, and an elite division of ground forces. Yet, without exception, they all succumbed to the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from Fong Rintu. At this moment, consumed by rage, Fong Rintu coldly declared, "Kunlun, there is no need for further words. I have no path of retreat. Someone in this country has killed my brother, and regardless of the cost, I shall return to exact my vengeance." Humph. With that, he soared into the air, vanishing from Paradise Island. Kunlun sighed and said, "Alas, I wonder what kind of audacious individual dared to harm Fong Rintu's brother. His return will undoubtedly unleash a storm of bloodshed. I must quickly inform my superiors to fortify defenses and prevent civilian casualties." As Kunlun made the call, the war god hall of the Dragon Kingdom was promptly alerted, dispatching a tank. Chapter 12. One of the 10 most wicked? Slain with a single palm at the airport, the 4 war gods of the war god hall grew increasingly anxious as Fong Rintu failed to appear. War god Lintian frowned and said, "This is not good. Fong Rintu likely won't show up here." Beside him, war god Bloodhand pondered thoughtfully indeed. With tens of thousands of lives on his hands, Fong Rintu possesses strong counter-surveillance instincts. He must have anticipated our trap here and might have jumped off the plane mid-flight. Just then, a figure approached from behind, war god Enchantress. With a seductive gleam in her eyes, she said, "I've sent people to investigate at the Xiaolong Chamber of Commerce. It said that the person who killed Fong Rintu's younger brother, Fong Rulong, lives in Huarantianfu. No matter how Fong Rintu returns to the country, he will inevitably go there to confront him. Time is of the essence. Let us hurry over." The 4 war gods swiftly made their way to Huarantianfu. Late at night, Lintian had just finished bathing and was about to sleep when he suddenly frowned, his gaze sharply turning toward the window. A dark shadow flashed past. Such intense killing intent. Lintian quickly rose and opened the window, chasing after the figure. Within a few breaths, he caught up with the man. The man was disheveled, fierce-looking, and covered in blood, clearly a ruthless killer. "Who are you?" Lintian inquired. The man sneered, "You killed my brother, and now you ask who I am?" Upon hearing this, Lintian suddenly understood. "Oh, so you're Fong Rintu. That means you're here to avenge your brother, right?" Fong Rintu chuckled coldly. "Exactly. You have quite the nerve, daring to kill my brother. Today, I will take your wretched life." As he spoke, Fong Rintu prepared to strike Lintian. "Wait." Lintian suddenly raised his hand. "What? Are you scared now? Why weren't you afraid when you killed my brother?" "Humph. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I won't spare you. Prepare to die." Fong Rintu snarled viciously. Lintian shook his head. "No, I'm just worried your corpse will look too gruesome. It might frighten my wife later." Hearing this, Fong Rintu was momentarily stunned before erupting with overwhelming killing intent, roaring in fury, "Fine, fine. You insolent brat, daring to speak so arrogantly. Today, I'll finish you off first, then send your wife to join you. You can be a pair of doomed lovers." Before he could finish speaking, Fong Rintu shot forward like a streak of light, charging savagely towards Lintian. Facing this earth-shattering assault, Lintian remained expressionless and composed, slowly raising a hand and gently swinging it forward. Though the palm strike appeared slow and soft, it contained unimaginable, terrifying power. The moment Lintian moved his hand, a crack appeared on the ground, spreading like a fissure from an earthquake, carrying an unstoppable force that instantly struck Fong Rintu. With a spurt of blood, Fong Rintu stared in disbelief. You're a martial arts grandmaster?" "Martial arts grandmaster?" Lintian chuckled upon hearing this, shaking his head. "Sorry, but I reached that level when I was 7 years old." "What?" Fong Rintu's pupils trembled violently. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, and, due to his exceptional talent, was exceptionally accepted as a closed-door disciple by Beihai Laojun, who taught him peerless skills. Even so, It took Fong Rintu a full 20 years to reach the level of martial arts elite, still far from the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. Yet this young man, who appeared to be in his early 20s, claimed to have become a grandmaster at the age of 7? If that were true, what terrifying realm must he have reached by now? Could it be half-step immortal? Impossible. Fong Rintu roared in fury. Su Lintian sneered, believe it or not, you can ponder it on your way to the Yellow Springs. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, reappearing behind Fong Rintu in an instant, and with a single palm strike, shattered the skull of this Beihai madman. Thus, Fong Rintu, one of the 10 most wicked on the most wanted list, and known as the Beihai madman, met his end. After finishing this, Su Lintian casually tossed Fong Rintu's corpse out of the Huaran Tianfu gate, sending it flying over 100 meters through the air to avoid frightening his wife, Su Yuqing. Once the body was disposed of, he vanished from the spot, returning to the house, turning off the lights, and going to sleep as if nothing had happened. From Fong Rintu's arrival to their confrontation and his eventual demise at Su Lintian's hand, the entire process took only a few minutes. Thus, it did not disturb Su Yuqing's sleep. In fact, no one even knew Su Lintian had taken action. Just then, the 4 war gods of Dragon Nation descended rapidly from the sky. War god Xingtian caught a whiff of blood and, upon closer inspection, saw a corpse with a shattered skull lying on the ground. The other war gods gathered around, and after a moment of examination, Xingtian said in disbelief, This is the corpse of the Beihai madman, Fong Rintu. He is already dead? How is this possible? How could Fong Rintu have been eliminated so quickly? Even Chen Junlin couldn't stop him. War god Bloodhand exclaimed, equally incredulous. Bloodhand ranked 10th on the War God Hall leaderboard, below Chen Junlin, who ranked 9th. Since Fong Rintu had defeated Chen Junlin, it meant his current strength was at least within the top 8 of the War God Hall. Yet such a formidable opponent, capable of easily defeating Chen Junlin, had been eliminated in such a short time? War God Enchantress said with shock, there are only 2 wounds on the body. That means he was likely taken down within 2 moves. What? 2 moves? Even if the 4 of us joined forces, we could never eliminate Fong Rintu in just 2 moves. He is a disciple of Beihai Laojun. If it weren't for the 4 of us teaming up to capture him back then, he might still be at large. Who has the ability to eliminate Fong Rintu in just 2 moves? War God Fong Xuan narrowed his eyes, utterly astonished. The group fell into silence. After a moment, War God Xingtian lifted Fong Rintu's corpse and said gravely, regardless, we must bring Fong Rintu back to report to our superiors. They said Fong Rintu is extremely dangerous. We must see him alive or his body dead. As for who eliminated Fong Rintu, that will be investigated gradually. A few individuals nodded in agreement. The 4 war gods departed from the periphery of Huaran Tianfu, carrying the mangled corpse of Fong Rintu's day. During this slumber, Su Lintian enjoyed a deep and restful sleep, such that upon awakening the following day, it was already past 10 o'clock. Su Yuqing had already gone to the hospital for work, leaving behind a note on the dining table for Su Lintian. I have gone to work, my little lazy pig. I made you a bacon sandwich and some milk. Remember to have breakfast and come to the hospital early. Even if your wife is the director, you cannot skip work on the first day of your internship. Upon reading the note, a smile unconsciously crept onto Su Lintian's lips. Having such a wife is indeed a great fortune in life. Although he had not fully awakened yet, Su Yuqing had already prepared breakfast for him and left a note. To Su Lintian, a handwritten note felt far more heartwarming than a cold WeChat message. A note truly embodies the warmth of home. Sitting down, Su Lintian began to enjoy the lovingly prepared breakfast by Su Yuqing, while secretly resolving to cherish her as his wife. At the Su Corporation, Su Yue sat in her office, slowly ending a phone call. At that moment, Chen Tianhao, lounging on the sofa in her office, squinted his eyes with a smile and asked, "What is the matter, Yue? Did Yuqing call you about something?" Su Yue shook her head and sighed, "My foolish sister. I don't know whose foolish gossip she has been listening to, and now she is spreading nonsense on my side. Forget it. I can't be bothered with her. She is already married. It's no longer my concern." Just moments earlier, Su Yuqing, having taken Su Lintian's advice, had kindly called Su Yue to warn her to be cautious, lest she be deceived by Chen Tianhao. If she wished to avoid embarrassment on the day of the engagement banquet, it would be best to visit He Ping Hotel in advance to inquire personally whether things were as Chen Tianhao claimed. However, Su Yue dismissed Su Yuqing's advice, believing instead that her sister was merely speaking out of jealousy. Not wanting to pry further, Chen Tianhao merely chuckled. "Haha. Your sister is so naive. She is easily deceived by outsiders, unlike you. The astute female CEO. Su Yue smiled, pleased. Women indeed enjoy hearing compliments. By the way, there's a gathering tonight, and the esteemed CEO of Changsheng Group will be there for a drink. You've always wanted to collaborate with him. Would you like to join me for a few drinks? A glimmer of cunning flashed in Chen Tianhao's eyes. If Su Yue dared to attend, he would not hesitate to drug her and take her to bed. Why go through the trouble of a wedding when one could simply play around and discard her afterward? Chapter 13 Best Friend? Oh no. Upon hearing this, Su Yue felt an inexplicable reminder from her sister, Su Yuqing, echoing in her mind to keep her distance from Chen Tianhao. Yet, she dismissed it, believing her sister was simply envious of the remarkable man pursuing her. Faced with Chen Tianhao's enthusiastic invitation, Su Yue smiled and nodded, saying, sure, this is the perfect opportunity to explore potential collaboration with Changsheng Group. After happily agreeing to the evening gathering, Chen Tianhao squinted his eyes with a mischievous grin. At Su's tumor hospital, after concluding a day of surgical internship, Su Lintian waited outside Su Yuqing's office for his wife to finish work. Although he was delayed today, no one dared to criticize him due to his role as the lead surgeon in the previous day's operation. Especially since the family of the patient from whom he had excised a tumor had specially presented a banner commemorating his skill to be hung in the surgical office. As an intern surgeon, achieving such a significant success on his first lead operation, coupled with receiving a banner from the patient's family, was unprecedented at Su's tumor hospital. Several attractive nurses had shown interest in Su Lintian, but upon learning he was married, their hopes were dashed. Just past 5. Su Yuqing emerged from the office and was taken aback to see Su Lintian sitting at the entrance absorbed in his phone. Su Lintian, why are you waiting outside? Why don't you come in? Su Lintian stood up, scratching the back of his head, and replied with a simple honesty. Oh, you are the director. I was afraid of interrupting your work. Su Yuqing chuckled, grabbing her Chanel bag and leading Su Lintian towards the elevator. As they walked, she continued, by the way, I have a best friend who just returned from abroad. I'm planning to meet up with her tonight. You should come along. It would be a great chance for you to meet some new friends. Her words touched Su Lintian deeply. In this day and age, it was rare for someone to openly acknowledge their partner, especially someone like Su Yuqing, a young lady from a prestigious family. Compared to Su Lintian's humble background as a country boy, Su Yuqing's willingness to introduce him to her best friend was undoubtedly a significant affirmation of him. Naturally, Su Lintian could not refuse such an invitation, and soon they arrived at the restaurant Su Yuqing had arranged with her friend. In the heart of Yin City stood a Michelin 3-star restaurant. Seated by the window, Su Yuqing and Su Lintian awaited her friend's arrival. Oh, Su Lintian. Here is a card with 5 million. Please take care of it for me. Use it to pay the bill later and leave a good impression on my best friend. Su Yuqing kindly handed a bank card to Su Lintian. He hesitated, astonished that he was being offered such generosity. Buying the bill with your money doesn't seem quite right, Su Lintian protested, yet his actions contradicted his words as he accepted the card. He certainly was not greedy for this amount. If he wished to earn money, he could effortlessly handle hundreds of billions in cash. Su Lintian merely perceived this bank card as a playful gesture from Su Yuqing. What's wrong with that? You're new to the job and probably don't have much savings. I can't let you pay. My best friend comes from a wealthy family, and if she sees that I'm footing the bill, she will surely have an opinion about it. So please, just do as I say. Su Yuqing instructed with a hint of authority. As you wish, my esteemed lady wife. Su Lintian responded with a mock salute, eliciting an eye roll from Su Yuqing as she playfully pinched his waist. At that moment, a striking young woman entered, dressed in a black sports tank, white shorts, and gray sneakers, her hair in a ponytail, and a white scarf around her neck. She greeted Su Yuqing from afar. Yuqing Jiao, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you. Su Zijiao took a seat opposite Su Yuqing and Su Lintian, wiping the sweat from her brow with a hint of apology. I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting. I got carried away at the gym and added an extra set. I hope you're not upset. Su Yuqing laughed and teased. Look at you, Jiao, hitting the gym on your first day back. Are you trying to impress some wild man? Ha. Su Zijiao responded with playful annoyance. You're so annoying. Ha. And you, silently got married without a word. Oh, so your husband is this handsome. No wonder you were so eager to marry him. Hello, Su Lintian. I've heard so much about you from Yuqing. You look even better in person than in the pictures. Su Zijiao's enthusiastic demeanor quickly established a rapport with Su Lintian. You're too kind. You're quite beautiful yourself. Su Lintian replied with a polite smile. Su Yuqing interjected, amused, "You two stop flattering each other. Let us order. I'm starving." "All right." Su Zijiao let her hair down, cascading it casually over her shoulders, and with a slight movement, her curves drew Su Lintian's gaze, igniting a sense of intrigue within him. The women in the city were undeniably alluring. Su Zijiao exuded an air of confidence, and Su Lintian could clearly see her well-maintained physique. Her defined abs and long, smooth legs were captivating, making him wish to touch them. It was evident she dedicated herself to fitness, resulting in such an exquisite figure. "No worries. Let us order then." Su Yuqing called to a passing waiter, who promptly approached with a menu. "Good evening. How may I assist you?" "No need. We come here often." "Let us see. For appetizers, we'll have a portion of French foie gras and baked escargots each. For the main course, 3 servings of filet mignon and 3 servings of black truffle soup. For dessert, let us go with Haagen-Dazs, 3 different flavors, and a bottle of Romanicani red wine to start." Su Yuqing swiftly placed the order for the 3 of them. Su Lintian was left speechless, though he had no objections. Although he preferred the comfort of traditional Chinese cuisine over these high-end Western dishes, accommodating his wife's best friend's preferences for a meal was a small price to pay. Su Zijiao had no objections because Su Yuqing ordered dishes that she particularly enjoyed, perfectly aligning with her taste. After finishing the Western meal, Su Lintian took the bank card given by Su Yuqing to the front desk to settle the bill, only to be taken aback upon seeing the total. The meal had cost a staggering 250,000. While the other dishes were reasonably priced, the exorbitance lay in a bottle of red wine named Romanicani, which alone was valued at 220,000. After paying, Su Lintian felt a pang of regret, pondering whether he should hastily request Zhou Haiyang from the Heping Hotel to change the restaurant's account to his personal one. Once the meal concluded, Su Zijiao expressed a desire for a couple of drinks, prompting the trio to head to the newly opened Starlight Bar on the upper floor of the Western restaurant, where they booked a VIP room. Starlight Bar is the most luxurious establishment in Yinqing, divided into 3 areas. The bottom floor features a dance floor and seating without a minimum consumption requirement, primarily frequented by university students and ordinary office workers with modest incomes. The second floor offers booths requiring a minimum spend of 5,000 per person, attracting a mix of newly affluent individuals and elite corporate executives. The pinnacle of opulence resides on the 3rd floor, where several VIP rooms demand a minimum expenditure of 1 million per night, with no upper limit. Those who indulge in these rooms are typically wealthy second-generation elites and even self-made first-generation tycoons. Hence, the service is both abundant and exceptional. As Su Lintian, Su Zijiao, and Su Yuqing were escorted to their private room, they serendipitously encountered Su Yue and Chun Tianhao in the corridor. "Sister?" Su Yuqing exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Su Yue, engaged in conversation with Chun Tianhao, was equally surprised, turning to her and asking, "Yuqing? Su Lintian, what brings you here?" In Su Yue's perception, her sister Su Yuqing's meager hospital earnings of 1 to 200,000 per month could hardly afford such a lavish venue. How could she possibly be spending at this upscale level? Su Yuqing clarified, "Jiajiao just returned to the country, and Su Lintian and I thought to treat her to a nice welcome. Since that's the case, why not join us? The minimum spend in this room exceeds 1 million, and there's no need to waste money. After all, Chen Xiao has already booked a room for the night," Su Yue suggested. Her invitation not stemming from goodwill, but rather to showcase Chun Tianhao's wealth. Upon hearing this, Chun Tianhao frowned. Inviting more people for drinks was trivial, but it thwarted his intention to discreetly drug Su Yue and escalate their relationship. "All right, let's enjoy together then." Saving is wise, Su Lintian readily accepted, recognizing the advantage of not being the one to foot the bill. Chun Tianhao's lips twitched, realizing there was no way to decline at this point. He forced a smile and replied, "Very well. We are all family here. Let us enjoy together. I will introduce you to a few influential figures shortly." Chapter 14, Vibrant and Lively. Su Lintian, Su Yuqing, and Su Zijiao found themselves arranged in a luxurious private room, reserved by Chun Tianhao. As they settled on the left side, a waiter brought in dozens of boxes filled with a myriad of beverages, beer, spirits, fruit wines, an impressive array. Shortly thereafter, Chun Tianhao re-entered, ushering in several guests. "Allow me to introduce. This is Wang Xiao, the heir of Yinqing Petroleum. This is young Master Li. And over there is young Master Sun. Let us revel in the evening, drink to our heart's content, and I shall cover the bill." Ensure you have a splendid time, Chen Tianhao declared with a smile. As the wealthy young men entered, their eyes roamed hungrily over the three stunning beauties, Su Yue, Su Yuqing, and Su Zijiao. However, upon discovering that Su Yue was Chen Tianhao's girlfriend, their gaze shifted primarily to Su Yuqing and Su Zijiao. Much to Su Lintian's displeasure, narrowing his eyes, he muttered, "Have these rich kids never encountered women before? Drinking is fine, but why stare incessantly at you two?" Su Zijiao, unfazed, replied with a playful smile, "They can see but not touch. It drives them mad, hee hee." Meanwhile, Su Yuqing examined her outfit, concerned it might be too revealing. Sensing Su Lintian's discomfort, she reassured him, "Lintian, don't be upset. In the future, I'll wear tank tops at home just for you." In a bold gesture, she placed his hand on her thigh. Adorned in black stockings, her long, fair legs radiated allure, and Su Lintian's frustrations dissipated considerably as he felt the silkiness beneath his palm. Su Zijiao, observing the pair, teased, "You two are quite sweet, flaunting your affection in front of me. Should I go downstairs to help you find a room?" At her words, Su Yuqing blushed deeply, playfully reprimanding, "Jiajiao, what nonsense are you saying? Do you want me to tickle you to death? You can't catch me, you can't catch me." Su Zijiao giggled, and soon, the two captivating beauties began to frolic around Su Lintian, their playful antics a feast for his eyes, leaving him quite pleased. On the other hand, Chen Tianhao and the newly arrived wealthy heirs were less than amused. Their intention for visiting the bar was to indulge in some eye candy, but Chen Tianhao's insistence on a private room hindered their pursuits. Wang Xiao and young Master Li, feeling stifled, made their way to the dance floor to seek companionship. Noticing the time, Chen Tianhao realized that Mr. Gao from the Changxing group was likely arriving soon. He promptly stood up, saying, "Yue, you all enjoy yourselves. I'll go downstairs to fetch Mr. Gao." Su Yue nodded, settling down to drink alone. At that moment, Sun Gongzi, sitting quietly in the corner, cast a lewd glance at Su Zijiao, intrigued by her sensual allure. He approached her, drink in hand, intending to strike up a conversation. "Hello, I haven't seen you before. Are you a friend of Chen Xiao?" Sun Xiao was a well-known heir in Yinxing, having dated a celebrity in the past, though his reputation suffered due to a scandal involving leaked intimate photos. In a small town like Yinxing, such news reached the ears of Su Yuqing and Su Zijiao. Disinterested in this wealthy young man, Su Zijiao adopted an aloof demeanor, responding, "Oh, I'm not familiar with him. I'm just here to have fun with my friend." Sun Xiao felt a bit embarrassed by her dismissal, but quickly masked it with a forced smile. "That's all right. We'll get to know each other. I'm Sun Xiao, and you've heard of Lan Kuai Fong, right? My family owns all the bars there. Come by sometime, and I'll arrange for you to drink for free." Su Zijiao merely replied with a disinterested "oh." Sun Xiao's expression soured, and he frowned. "Is that how you treat someone? We're all here to have fun. What else with the attitude?" Su Zijiao shot him a sideways glance. "I'm not being rude. I simply cannot be bothered with you." This remark only fueled Sun Xiao's annoyance, and he lost his temper. In a fit of rage, he lifted his drink and poured it over Su Zijiao's head, soaking her completely. "How pretentious. I can't stand girls like you, acting all high and mighty while being nothing more than a cheap flirt." The atmosphere in the room ignited with tension. Su Zijiao recoiled in shock, while Su Yuqing rushed to her side with tissues, shouting at Sun Xiao, "What is wrong with you? Why bully a woman?" Su Yue, sitting in the corner, was taken aback by Sun Xiao's explosive reaction and chose to remain silent, continuing to drink. Sun Xiao scoffed, "I'm the one with issues? You should ask this little flirt if she has problems. Dressed so provocatively at night in a bar, she is clearly trying to attract men. I approached her, and she acts all aloof. What is your problem?" Su Zijiao, feeling the anger boil within her on her first day back, glared fiercely at Sun Xiao. "And what if I do? You're just a cheap playboy, and I could easily have several men tonight. Don't think you're special. How much would it take for you to grovel before me?" As Sun Xiao raised his drink again, ready to pour it over her once more, a pair of strong arms suddenly seized his wrist. Sun Xiao turned in surprise to see Su Lintian, his eyes narrowing as he glared at him. "You uncouth brat, I've tolerated you long enough. Do you realize that?" Sun Xiao frowned. "Who the hell are you? Trying to be a hero? Do you even know my reputation? Let go of me. This is none of your business." Su Lintian's expression turned icy, and with a swift motion, he yanked Sun Xiao forward, sending him crashing to the floor, the glass shattering in the process. "How dare you lay your hands on me?" Sun Xiao exclaimed, astonished that Su Lintian had the audacity to retaliate against him. Su Lintian, without uttering a word, casually lifted a wine glass and poured its contents over Sun Chao's head, expressionless as he declared, "I am targeting you, you wretched son." At that precise moment, Shun Tianhao pushed open the door, leading Gao Ruiqiang, the president of Qiangxin Group, into the room. The two men happened to witness Su Lintian pouring wine over Sun Chao's head. Shun Tianhao was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief as he asked, "What on earth is happening? Yue, what is going on? Why are they fighting?" Su Yue, wishing to avoid trouble, feigned ignorance, saying, "I wasn't paying attention. I was just about to doze off." With no other option, Shun Tianhao turned to Su Lintian for answers. Su Lintian coldly replied, "Young Master Chun, your good friend, young Master Sun, approached me earlier to flirt, but when our conversation became heated, he poured wine over my wife's best friend's head. As a man, bullying a woman is intolerable. I merely retaliated in kind. Damn it, you dare provoke me, thinking you are a hero? You are doomed." Sun Chao abruptly leaped to his feet and approached Shun Tianhao, seething with anger. "Young Master Chun, what do you propose we do about this? If you do not provide a satisfactory resolution, we can no longer be brothers." Shun Tianhao, caught in a dilemma, found himself torn between Su Yue's brother-in-law and his friend Sun Chao. Offending either side would be problematic. Just then, Gao Ruiqiang from Qiangxin Group narrowed his eyes, recognizing Su Lintian. Su Shun. However, before Gao Ruiqiang could finish uttering the name, he noticed Su Lintian slightly narrowing his eyes and shaking his head. Understanding the unspoken message, Gao Ruiqiang refrained from revealing Su Lintian's true identity. With a sidelong glance at Sun Chao, Gao Ruiqiang remarked, "Young son, your father holds a high position in the tobacco group, correct?" Sun Chao was momentarily taken aback, but nodded. "Uncle Gao, yes. My father brought me to your birthday celebration once. I did not expect you to remember me." Just as Sun Chao basked in the thought that his connection with Gao Ruiqiang would facilitate dealing with Su Lintian, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Gao Ruiqiang nodded, saying, "Indeed, I recall you. Grant me a favor. Let today's incident slide. I am here to enjoy a drink and do not wish to spoil my mood." Upon hearing this, Sun Chao was left speechless, frowning as he protested, "But, Uncle Gao." Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Ruiqiang interrupted, "What? Am I not persuasive enough? Would you like me to call your father and have him discuss this with you personally?" No. That won't be necessary. Since Uncle Gao has spoken, let this matter rest. I do not wish to disturb your elegance." Sun Chao, drenched in cold sweat, wiped his forehead and shot Su Lintian a glare, exclaiming, "Consider yourself fortunate. I hope I do not cross paths with you again." Chapter 15. Securing a billion-dollar project. Sun Chao was oblivious to the fact that Gao Ruiqiang was wary of Su Lintian's identity, thus seeking to swiftly resolve the matter. He merely assumed that Su Lintian had stumbled upon good fortune by coincidentally encountering Gao Ruiqiang at the bar, and he did not wish to dampen his spirits. After Sun Chao departed, the atmosphere in the private room became significantly more harmonious. Su Yuqing took Su Zijiao to the restroom for a thorough freshening up, while Su Lintian thoughtfully asked the waiter to bring a bottle of shampoo. Once Su Zijiao finished washing her hair and splashed her face with water, she felt rejuvenated. She had not anticipated encountering such distressing events on her first day back in the country. It seemed the fortune teller who had calculated her return date possessed little skill. She would have to find time to demand a refund. After all, she had transferred 88,000 for him to choose an auspicious date for her return. As Su Zijiao vented her frustrations to Su Yuqing, she waved her petite fist, clearly displeased. Su Lintian chuckled and remarked, "Su Zijiao, you actually consulted a fortune teller for your return date? I find it rare for young people nowadays to be so superstitious." Su Zijiao replied with a playful grin, "Well, my parents are in business, and business people tend to dabble in the metaphysical to some extent. They visit temples, burn incense, and regularly practice vegetarianism and release captive animals. Consulting fortune tellers for auspicious dates has become commonplace for us. I was influenced by them from a young age." Su Lintian casually suggested, "From now on, if you wish to consult someone, refrain from seeking out those half-baked practitioners. Allow me to assist you. I guarantee my predictions will be precise." Upon hearing this, both Su Zijiao and Su Yuqing stared at him in astonishment. "You can read fortunes?" they exclaimed in unison. Su Lintian nodded earnestly, "Indeed. I am well-versed in fortune-telling, character analysis, Qimen Duanjia, astrology, divination, and feng shui. I specialized in these arts while on the mountain." Su Lintian was not boasting. He was the apprentice of the renowned Guai Yixian and had inherited profound knowledge from him. His unparalleled medical skills and formidable martial arts were merely a small fraction of Guai Yixian's abilities. Furthermore, Guai Yixian was exceptionally adept in feng shui and metaphysics, a domain in which Su Lintian also excelled, with a flawless track record. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing remained skeptical, considering Su Lintian was merely trying to comfort Su Zijiao. However, Su Zijiao took it to heart and insisted on adding Su Lintian's contact information, eager to seek his assistance for fortune-telling in the future. Thus, they seamlessly exchanged WeChat contacts, and Su Yuqing found no reason to object. As for Su Yuwei, who had refrained from assisting Su Zijiao earlier and was quietly nursing her drink, she now regarded Gao Ruiqiang with even greater respect after witnessing him handle Sun Chao. She proactively raised her glass, approached Gao Ruqiang, and smiled. "Mr. Gao, greetings. I am Su Yuwei, the president of Su Corporation, and I have long admired your work. We are also alumni of Harvard Business School." Gao Ruiqiang blinked in surprise and politely responded, "Oh, so you are President Su. You flatter me." As the initiator of this gathering, Chen Tianhao took Su Yuwei's hand and said to Gao Ruiqiang, "Mr. Gao, actually, Yuwei has been eager to collaborate with your esteemed Qiangxin group. However, she has not had the opportunity to meet you until now. Since fate has brought us together today, why not discuss a potential collaboration?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuwei's heart leapt with joy, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she focused on Gao Ruiqiang. However, Chen Tianhao felt uncertain. A figure like Gao Ruiqiang would only be inclined to share a drink with him out of respect for his father, Qin Chun, the head of the Qin family. Thus, Chen Tianhao felt wholly unqualified to facilitate a business discussion on behalf of Su Yuwei and was unsure whether Gao Ruiqiang would agree to such a proposal. As expected, upon hearing Chen Tianhao's words, Gao Ruiqiang dismissed them as childish play. He nonchalantly replied, "Qin Xiao, President Su, it's not that I am unwilling to accommodate you. It's just that Qiangxin Group is currently focused on preparing for an IPO and is quite cautious regarding collaborations. Therefore, in the short term, just as Gao Ruiqiang was about to decline the proposition with Su Yuwei, he unexpectedly caught sight of Su Lintian leaning close to Su Yuqing, whispering something in her ear with a smile. Intrigued, Gao Ruiqiang pointed at Su Yuqing and asked, "By the way, Qin Xiao, you haven't introduced me to those individuals over there." Chen Tianhao glanced over and quickly replied, "Oh, Mr. Gao, that young lady is Yuwei's sister. The second miss of the Su family, Su Yuqing. The gentleman beside her is Su Yuqing's husband, Su Lintian, and the one in the corner is their friend, the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Zijiao, who is involved in the jewelry business." Gao Ruqiang was certainly familiar with Su Lintian. Several years prior, he had been afflicted with a terminal illness, having sought numerous renowned doctors to no avail. Ultimately, after receiving guidance, he ascended the mountain to find Guai Yixian, only to discover that Guai Yixian was absent. At that time, Su Lintian, the closed-door disciple of Guai Yixian, cured him of his ailment. From that moment on, Gao Ruqiang held Su Lintian in the highest regard and even promised that should Su Lintian deign to visit Yin City, he would gladly share half of his fortune with him. Thus, when Gao Ruiqiang was astonished to see Su Lintian earlier in the private room, it was only natural. Gao Ruiqiang's request for Chen Tianhao to introduce him stemmed from his desire to ascertain the relationship between Su Lintian and the young woman in his embrace. Upon learning that Su Lintian's wife was, in fact, the second miss of the Su family, Gao Ruiqiang felt a jolt of realization. Since Su Lintian, the esteemed healer, had married the second miss of the Su family, he could not, out of respect for Su Lintian, refuse a collaboration with the eldest daughter of the Su family. Gao Ruiqiang swiftly donned a congenial demeanor and turned to Su Yuwei, saying, "President Su, if I am not mistaken, the main industry of Su Corporation is real estate, correct?" Su Yuwei had felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing Gao Ruiqiang's earlier tone, which suggested reluctance to collaborate. However, now that he inquired about the primary industry of Su Corporation, could it be a sign of interest? Su Yuwei quickly perked up and replied, "Yes. Mr. Gao, our family's main industry is real estate development, primarily focusing on residential and apartment projects." Gao Ruqiang nodded. "Oh, coincidentally, our Qiangxin Group is also planning to enter the real estate market. How about this? If you are available tomorrow, I will personally bring the contract to Su Corporation. We can have a meal together, and I hope no one from the Su family will be absent, as we can also sign the collaboration agreement then. What do you think?" As soon as these words were uttered, it was akin to a thunderclap resonating through the air. Su Yue gazed at Gao Ruiqiang in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a formidable figure would be so forthcoming. To her astonishment, after only a brief exchange, he had already consented to collaborate with her. Moreover, he even intended to personally deliver the contract for her signature. Overwhelmed with surprise, Su Yue found herself momentarily lost in a dreamlike state, uncertain whether to accept this unexpected offer. Observing her stunned silence, Chen Tianhao promptly urged, "Yue, why are you still dawdling? Quickly raise a toast to President Gao." With his words, he emphasized that Gao's word was as solid as gold. And since he had agreed to collaborate, it was as good as finalized. Regaining her composure, Su Yue's heart soared with joy as she eagerly lifted her glass and respectfully toasted to Gao Ruiqiang. "President Gao, it is truly wonderful that you have agreed to collaborate with our Su family. And the fact that you plan to dine with us at Su's house is even more delightful. I shall share this splendid news with my elders right away, and we will ensure to prepare an exquisite banquet for you tomorrow." Her excitement caused her to tremble with anticipation. It was essential to recognize that Xiangxing Group was the largest enterprise in Yanqing. A partnership with such a prestigious company could yield profits in the hundreds of millions. For the Su family, this represented an immense financial boon, as Su Group's net annual profit had only reached a mere 100 million. To earn several years' worth of profits in a single collaboration was indeed exhilarating. In her elation, Su Yue impulsively kissed Chen Tianhao on the cheek, exclaiming, "Tianhao, thank you." She naturally attributed this success to him. Meanwhile, Chen Tianhao felt a secret delight, considering himself fortunate, as he had not anticipated that Gao Ruiqiang would be so accommodating and willing to extend this favor to him. With a smile that crinkled his eyes, he reassured her, "Yue, rest assured. Now that you have chosen to be with me, I will not let you down." Little did they know that Gao Ruiqiang's willingness to collaborate stemmed solely from the familial connection between Su Yue and Su Lintian's wife, Su Yuqing. Furthermore, his proposal to visit the Su family to sign the contract was motivated by a desire to strengthen his ties with Su Lintian. After finishing their drinks, Gao Ruiqiang departed early. Su Yue approached Su Yuqing and Su Lintian, announcing, "Tomorrow evening, you both must join us for dinner. President Gao has agreed to collaborate with me. No one from our family can be absent, as it would be impolite to President Gao." Chapter 16. Even the divine physician Lu cannot save him, can you? Su Yuqing glanced at Gao Ruiqiang, who was seated across from her, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister, the esteemed President Gao of Qiangxing is actually seeking to collaborate with our family? My goodness, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Rest assured, both Su Lintian and I will not be absent." It was only then that Su Yue turned around to leave with Chen Tianhao. However, Su Lintian frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure towards Gao Ruiqiang. He had originally intended to enjoy a peaceful world with his wife Su Yuqing, but this fellow had to complicate things with an unnecessary collaboration. What a hassle! The following evening, after work, Su Lintian and Su Yuqing returned to the Su residence, preparing to welcome Su Ruiqiang along with the family. Su Jingda, dressed in a gray suit, was seated on the sofa reading the newspaper. Upon noticing Su Lintian and Su Yuqing's return, he maintained a stern expression, pretending not to see them. However, the elder Su Mengcheng, with a smile, approached and said, "Su Lintian, Yuqing, you are back." "Yes, Grandpa. I haven't been home these past few days. I've missed you dearly." Su Yuqing released Su Lintian's hand and stepped forward to take the elder's arm, playfully expressing her affection. Su Mengcheng chuckled, "Silly girl. Your grandpa is just an old bone now. What is there to miss?" He continued, "The immediate priority is for you and Su Lintian to quickly give me a chubby grandson. While I still have some strength, I can help take care of the child." Su Yuqing's face turned crimson, resembling a rosy cloud, as she playfully scolded, "Grandpa." Su Lintian chuckled lightly, "Rest assured, old sir, we will surely ensure you hold your great-grandson soon. Right, my dear?" He flashed a mischievous smile at Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing turned her head to glare at him, muttering softly, "Dream on." Su Lintian shrugged nonchalantly. He was not one to impose on others, allowing things to unfold naturally. Just then, Su Mengcheng suddenly coughed a couple of times. "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Su Yuqing asked anxiously. Su Mengcheng, perspiring profusely, waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Cough." He covered his mouth, but when he withdrew his hand, blood was evident in his palm. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Yuqing gasped, "Grandpa, you are coughing up blood, and you say it's nothing?" Su Jingda, who had been reading the newspaper, hurriedly set it aside and rushed over to assess the situation. Dad, please sit down. Why are you coughing up blood again? Su Jingde frantically helped the elder to the sofa. Again? Grandpa has coughed blood before. Why did you keep this from me? Su Yuqing questioned her father in disbelief. Enough? Yuqing, Grandpa is fine. It was I who asked Jingde to keep it from you, fearing you would worry. The elder spoke weakly. At that moment, Su Yue and Chun Tianhao returned home. Seeing everyone gathered around the elder and the bloodstains on the floor, they were taken aback. What happened? What is wrong with Grandpa? Su Yue hurriedly inquired. Dad has coughed blood again. I said he shouldn't have been discharged early. Su Jingde frowned, glaring at Su Lintian. It's all this kid's fault. If it weren't for him, Dad would never have disregarded the doctor's advice and insisted on leaving the hospital. Now look, his condition has worsened. Su Yue also shot a displeased glance at Su Lintian, her face reflecting her disdain even without words. Su Lintian offered, let me take a look at the old sir. What do you know? Step aside and don't make things worse. Su Jingde forcefully pushed Su Lintian away. Chun Tianhao took out his phone, saying, wait a moment, I will summon the renowned divine physician Lu Sanchuan from Yinqing. He resides nearby. Su Lintian exhaled, taken aback by his father-in-law, Su Jingde's lack of faith in him. Before long, Lu Sanchuan arrived in haste, asking, young Master Chun, who requires urgent care? The crowd pointed to Su Mengqing. Lu Sanchuan nodded, approached the elder, and took his pulse, his expression suddenly shifting to alarm. This is not good. The elder is suffering from overexertion, compounded by old injuries. He is in a very precarious state. Why did you wait until now to call for me? Su Yue sighed. He was in the hospital until recently, but a few days ago, he insisted on being discharged due to family matters, which has exacerbated his condition. Lu Sanchuan ceased further inquiries, retrieving silver needles from his medical kit, his demeanor grave. There is no time to lose. I will treat him now. However, I must preface this by stating that the elder's condition is dire, and I cannot guarantee a cure. I can only attempt a trial. Upon hearing this, the Su family members exchanged worried glances, yet they had no better options. Su Jingde took the lead, nodding, Divine Physician Lu. We have long heard of your esteemed reputation. If even you, the foremost physician of Yinqing, are at a loss, then other doctors may. Please, treat my father. At that moment, Lu Sanchuan finally commenced his acupuncture. He deftly inserted 3 needles into the elders' Shunting, Xiaoyang, and Dangyang acupoints. After placing the needles, Lu Sanchuan once again took the elder's pulse. Moments later, his expression changed dramatically. This is not good. Even I am powerless to reverse his fate. You all should prepare yourselves. What? Su Jingde exclaimed in disbelief. Su Yue, equally shocked, responded, how can this be? Divine Physician Lu, could it be that you misread the pulse? Grandpa has been lively these past few days. How can you say he is beyond saving? Indeed, Grandpa was fine just 2 days ago. I thought he had recovered and been discharged. Su Yuqing inquired. Worry etched on her face. Lu Sanchuan shook his head, sighing, you do not understand. This is merely a fleeting moment of vitality, exhausting his last energy. The elder is likely to depart tonight. You all should prepare for the aftermath. After speaking, Lu Sanchuan put away the silver needles, shook his head, and turned to leave the villa. Chun Tianhao embraced Su Yue, offering comfort. Yue, bear up, since even Divine Physician Lu has spoken. It seems that Grandpa's situation is indeed grave. Grandpa, Dad, woo-woo. The entire room erupted in sorrowful cries upon hearing Lu Sanchuan's words. Just as despair enveloped them, Su Lintian, who had remained silent, could no longer restrain himself, saying, is it possible for me to take a look at the old sir now? The moment he spoke, everyone fell silent in shock. Su Jingde erupted in anger. You scoundrel Su Lintian. How long has it been, and you still choose to act recklessly? Have you not heard Physician Lu declare that father is nearing his end? Su Yue furrowed her brow and remarked, Su Lintian, have you had enough of this folly? Were it not for your actions, grandfather would not have met such a fate. Do you still dare to toy with his life? Chun Tianhao scoffed coldly and stated, Su Lintian, this is where you are in the wrong. The old gentleman is in such a state, and you still do not allow him peace? Everyone cast their doubts upon Su Lintian, refusing to let him examine the old gentleman's pulse. Meanwhile, Su Mengqing, the elder, had succumbed to a deep slumber, unable to utter a single word. Only Su Yuqing timidly suggested, Father, sister, what if we let Su Lintian give it a try? Deep down, Su Yuqing herself was uncertain whether Su Lintian could truly heal grandfather. Yet, Faced with the circumstances, she had no choice but to place her trust in him, as she was unwilling to accept the grim reality that her grandfather was beyond salvation. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's words, the crowd furrowed their brows in concern. However, Su Lintian no longer waited for their consent. He stepped forward and placed his index and middle fingers upon the old gentleman's wrist, quietly listening to his pulse. After 3 seconds, Su Lintian, with a calm demeanor, declared, "The old gentleman can still be saved. Physician Lu, may I borrow your silver needles?" "What?" Su Jingde was taken aback. Su Yue was left speechless. Su Yuqing's eyes sparkled with hope. Chen Tianhao narrowed his eyes and scoffed. "What nonsense! If Physician Lu cannot save him, how could you?" At that moment, Lu Sanchuan, who had just reached the entrance of the villa, overheard these words. Lu Sanchuan narrowed his eyes and turned back, saying, "Ha! Today I shall lend you my silver needles. I wish to see how a mere boy, despite possessing some medical knowledge, can save a life that even I, Lu Sanchuan, cannot salvage." Humph. Lu Sanchuan returned to the group, grandly handing the silver needles to Su Lintian. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lintian grasped the silver needle and, aiming for the Bai acupoint at the top of the old gentleman's head, thrust it down with great force. Witnessing this scene, Lu Sanchuan was struck with alarm and exclaimed, "This is madness. Are you not killing him with your own hands?" The moment those words left his lips, Su Laozhong indeed kicked his legs and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately thereafter, his complexion turned ashen, void of color, resembling that of a corpse. The crowd was instantly struck with terror. Chapter 17. This lad is truly a dragon? Su Lintian, what are you doing? Su Yue exclaimed in a state of panic, stepping forward in astonishment. Su Yuqing wore a bewildered expression, unable to believe that Su Lintian had killed their grandfather with a single needle. The crowd erupted into chaos, and the scene descended into utter disorder. Seeing this, Su Jingde was consumed with rage, abruptly seizing Su Lintian by the shoulder, intending to pull him aside. However, upon placing his hand on Su Lintian's shoulder, he discovered that the young man stood firm as a mountain, utterly unmovable. Su Jingde exerted all his strength, yet Su Lintian remained steadfast, not budging an inch. He roared, "Get away! Are you trying to kill my father? You troublemaker!" The renowned healer, Lu Sanchuan, rushed forward, promptly placing his hand on Su Laozhi's pulse to assess his condition. Panic gripped everyone. Only Su Lintian maintained a calm demeanor, slowly stating, "Why are you all in such a fluster? I have merely administered 1 needle. To cure the old gentleman, I will need to apply at least 8 more. At this, Chen Tianhao scoffed derisively. "Su Lintian, have you lost your mind? Your first needle nearly killed the old man. If you continue with more, not even the deities could bring him back. Dr. Lu, I implore you to find a way to save grandfather." Su Yue pleaded, her face etched with dread. Lu Sanchuan felt Su Mengqing's pulse, shaking his head with a heavy sigh. Alas, just moments ago, the old gentleman might have lived for a few more hours, but with this young man's needle, Su Laozi now has less than 10 minutes left. Such calamity. Boom. It felt as though thunder had struck everyone's ears. They stared incredulously at Lu Sanchuan. "What? Dr. Lu, are you saying my father can only live for 10 more minutes?" Su Jingde's eyes were bloodshot as he grasped Lu Sanchuan's hand in disbelief. Lu Sanchuan shook his head, sighing, "Please accept my condolences." Just as despair engulfed the crowd, Su Yuqing stepped forward, pulling Su Jingde aside, her eyes brimming with tears as she shouted hoarsely, "Dad! Sister! Do not hinder Su Lintian from treating grandfather. I believe in him." "What are you saying? You foolish girl? How can you still be deceived by that scoundrel Su Lintian? Do you not see how he has harmed grandfather? You would have him treat him." Su Yue exclaimed, exasperated at her sister's naivety. She felt her sister must have been bewitched by Su Lintian to speak in his favor. Grandfather was on the verge of death, and she still wanted Su Lintian to administer needles to him? Su Lintian frowned. "If you continue to obstruct me, Su Laozi will truly be beyond saving. Allow me to proceed with his treatment. There is still time." "Silence. What right do you have to speak here?" Su Jingde glared at Su Lintian with fury, wondering if his father had lost his senses or been blinded by greed to allow such a calamity to enter their family. "It is you who will be responsible if my father dies." Just as everyone resigned themselves to the inevitability of Su Mengqing's demise, Su Jingde's wife, the beautiful Fu Rong, stormed in with fury. Fu Rong pulled Su Jingde aside with her left hand and Su Yue aside with her right, her voice resonating with authority. "Enough. I am truly fed up with your incessant bickering. Since you all believe the old gentleman is beyond saving, why not let Lintian attempt to treat him? A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Boom. Her words struck like a revelation, awakening those in a stupor. The onlookers exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Seeing her mother support her, Su Yuqing could no longer contain her tears, which flowed freely. She collapsed into her mother's embrace, sobbing, "Mom, they do not believe me, nor do they believe in Su Lintian." Fu Rong gently patted Su Yuqing's back. Her eyes filled with compassion as she comforted her. "Yuqing, dear child, it is all right. Although I too do not fully trust Lintian, I believe in your judgment. If you have faith in him, then so shall I. Lintian, proceed. Treat grandfather. I wish to see who dares to stop you today. My dear, if the child is foolish, that is one thing. But why are you joining in this madness?" Su Jingda's brow furrowed, feeling as though both his daughter and wife had been completely deceived by Su Lintian. "Be quiet. Whatever happens to the old gentleman, I will take full responsibility." Fu Rong's eyes sparkled with determination, her presence commanding as she effectively silenced Su Jingda, her aura exuding the strength of a noble woman. Seeing Fu Rong's unwavering stance, Su Yuqing, now fully convinced of Su Lintian's capabilities, and the others in the Su family were left with no choice but to allow him a chance. Su Lintian, hearing this, finally breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward. He produced silver needles and methodically inserted them into 8 different acupoints on Su Leizizi's body. Once Su Lintian completed these 9 needles, the renowned healer Lu Sanchuan, who had been observing, was utterly dumbfounded. He stared in shock, his pupils dilating, as waves of astonishment surged within him. Trembling as he exclaimed, "The King of Hell demands a soul by midnight, yet the ghostly hand spares a life until dawn. Did you just employ the legendary ghostly hand 9 needles?" "Sharp eye," Su Lintian replied with an expression of calm indifference. "Ghostly hand 9 needles?" Su Yue gazed at Lu Sanchuan in confusion, asking, "Dr. Lu, may I inquire what the ghostly hand 9 needles are?" The others mirrored her curiosity, their gaze fixated on Lu Sanchuan. Under the collective scrutiny, Lu Sanchuan spoke with fervor, "The ghostly hand. 9 needles. This is a legendary medical technique. It is said that he who masters the ghostly hand 9 needles can resurrect the dead and mend broken bones. Even patients declared dead by modern medicine can be revived if there remains a single breath within them." Upon hearing Lu Sanchuan's words, Su Yue was left astounded. "This, can one truly come back to life? How can such miraculous medicine exist in this world?" Lu Sanchuan clarified, "Of course, it is not resurrection in the traditional sense, but rather a technique applicable to those recently declared dead. When modern medicine has exhausted all options, the ghostly hand 9 needles may offer a glimmer of hope for revival. However, if a person is truly beyond saving, even the legendary Hua Tua would be powerless." Now it all made sense. Su Yue suddenly realized the absurdity of the situation. What a jest! Even if such arcane medical skills existed, they were merely rumors. How could this young man possibly comprehend them? Chun Tianhao scoffed in disbelief, naturally unable to accept that Su Lintian possessed such profound medical knowledge. At that moment, a cough drew everyone's attention. Cough lying on the sofa, the venerable Su Mengqing slowly opened his eyes, coughed lightly twice, and his complexion regained its color, appearing no different from an ordinary person. "Grandfather, you're awake." Su Yuqing was the first to notice the old man's return to consciousness and rushed to embrace him. "Father." This Su Jingda was equally astonished, unable to fathom that Su Lintian had indeed managed to awaken the elder. Su Yue and Chun Tianhao were equally taken aback, staring at the old man in disbelief. Witnessing this scene, Fu Rong, who had earlier supported Su Yuqing and Su Lintian, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With a smile, she said, "Father, it's wonderful that you have awoken. You have no idea how chaotic things were just now. Thanks to Lintian's medical skills, you have been cured." Although restored from danger, Su Mengqing remained physically weak. He managed a faint smile and said to Su Lintian, "Lintian, thank you for saving me. I truly did not misjudge your character. Marrying Yuqing to you was indeed my wisest decision." Su Lintian replied gently, "Grandfather, you must rest well and speak little. While your condition has stabilized, you will need to remain in bed for the next 3 months. I will prescribe a set of medicine for you to take 3 times a day, after meals, and I assure you that you will recover fully in 3 months." "Excellent, excellent." Su Mengqing repeated thrice, prompting Su Jingda to take out his phone to record Su Lintian's prescription. And he immediately went to the traditional medicine shop to fetch the remedies. Upon witnessing Su Lintian heal what he deemed an incurable Su Mengqing, Lu Sanchuan became convinced that the medical technique employed was indeed the legendary 9 needles of the ghost hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, he knelt before Su Lintian and solemnly declared, "I have been blind to your brilliance and dared to question a divine healer. Your medical skills are unparalleled. I humbly request to be accepted as your disciple." Chapter 18. A bitter departure. When everyone present witnessed the illustrious Yanqing's foremost divine physician, Lu Sanchuan, kneeling before the inexperienced youth, Su Lintian, the entire assembly was left in astonishment, their expressions rendered blank with disbelief. It is worth noting that Lu Sanchuan is held in the highest esteem in Yanqing's medical community. With decades of practice, he has earned immense respect and gratitude from countless affluent individuals and luminaries of Yanqing. Even the most powerful city lord must show deference to this esteemed healer. Yet, here was this unparalleled physician, with connections that span the heavens, deigning to kneel before Su Lintian. Was Su Lintian's medical skill truly worthy of such an act of reverence? Among the crowd, the most astonished was Su Yue. At this moment, her teeth were clenched, her fists tightly balled, and her heart brimmed with reluctance. Just days prior, she had scorned Su Lintian as a mere country bumpkin, unworthy of her hand in marriage. Yet, in a matter of days, Su Lintian had compelled Lu Sanchuan to kneel and seek him as a disciple. Should Su Lintian accept Lu Sanchuan as a pupil, his status would ascend dramatically. At that point, it would not be Su Lintian unworthy of Su Yue, but rather she who would find herself unworthy of him. Witnessing Su Lintian's extraordinary medical prowess and the veneration he received from Lu Sanchuan was more painful for Su Yue than death itself. "Yue, what is the matter?" Chun Tianhao, equally astonished, noticed her distress and inquired with concern. Su Yue took a deep breath and shook her head, replying, "I am fine." The inner turmoil she was experiencing was not something she wished to reveal, as everyone possesses a shadowy side that must remain concealed. Old Master Su, upon seeing Lu Sanchuan kneel before Su Lintian, revealed a look of satisfaction. If the Su family could form a connection with this divine physician, their future prospects would undoubtedly flourish. Meanwhile, Fu Rong and Su Yuqing, mother and daughter, held tightly to each other's hands, filled with joy for Su Lintian. Just as everyone presumed that Su Lintian would surely accept Lu Sanchuan as his disciple, thus securing a bright future, Su Lintian uttered words that left the crowd utterly flabbergasted. "Please rise, divine physician Lu. It is not that I consider myself too discerning to accept you. Rather, without my master's consent, I cannot take on another disciple, so I must decline your request." Su Lintian spoke calmly. The Guaixian had expressly instructed him on the mountain that none of the skills he imparted should be shared with outsiders. Otherwise, the Guaixian would consider it a betrayal of his teachings. At that moment, Chun Tianhao could no longer contain himself. Lu Sanchuan was the divine physician he had specifically invited. Now, Su Lintian was openly rejecting Lu Sanchuan as a disciple before so many witnesses. Was this not tantamount to publicly slapping Chun Tianhao in the face? "Su Lintian, how can you be so ungrateful? Lu Sanchuan is a person of great stature, and he humbly kneels before you. Yet you dismiss him so coldly?" Chun Tianhao said, visibly irked. Su Lintian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Whether I take on a disciple is none of your concern. If you are so invested in his honor, why not accept him as your own disciple and pass on your medical knowledge to him?" "You." Chun Tianhao was taken aback that Su Lintian would disregard even a modicum of face for the young master of the Chen family, his anger flaring. "Enough. Young Chun, I appreciate your efforts in bringing divine physician Lu to me. In the future, I will personally express my gratitude to the Chen family. As for the matter of accepting a disciple, since Lintian has clearly declined, we ought to respect his wishes." Old Master Su interjected, effectively halting the escalating dispute. Seeing that even Old Master Su had spoken, Chun Tianhao was left with no choice but to swallow his pride. He snorted, "Very well. It seems I must concede for the sake of the old master." Although Lu Sanchuan felt a tinge of disappointment at being rejected, he quickly came to terms with it. Su Lintian, a physician who comprehended the intricacies of the 9 needles of ghost hand, was indeed entitled to his eccentricities. After all, he possessed the capital to be so. Lu Sanchuan, undeterred, resolved that if he could not directly become Su Lintian's disciple, he would seek to establish a friendship with him, taking a gradual approach. With that in mind, Lu Sanchuan rose and said, "No worries. If divine physician Su does not take me as a disciple, It must be due to my own lack of aptitude. I shall diligently study medicine from now on, striving to catch your esteemed eye in the future. Chun Tianhao's lips twitched, unable to suppress a sarcastic remark. Divine Physician Lu. You are far older than this young man. Do you not find it odd to address him as Divine Physician? Lu Sanchuan, with a broad-minded demeanor, replied, in the realm of medicine, the pursuit of knowledge is boundless, and those who excel deserve respect. Since Divine Physician Su's skills far surpass my own, it is only fitting that I honor him with such a title, regardless of age. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian unexpectedly felt a fondness for Lu Sanchuan. Look at his perspective and magnanimity. Now compare that to you, Chen Tianhao. Su Lintian chuckled. While I cannot accept you as a disciple, we can certainly engage in frequent exchanges of medical knowledge in the future, helping each other to progress. At these words, Lu Sanchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a wolf who had not seen a beautiful maiden in 3 years, nearly drooling with joy. Excellent. With Divine Physician Su's promise, that is more than enough. Here is my business card. Should you need my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. My Lu Hospital is always at your service. I shall take my leave now and not disturb you further, old master. With that, Lu Sanchuan left the Su residence, brimming with enthusiasm. Old Master Su then said in a solemn tone, All right, I am fine now. Let us return to our tasks. Yue, did you not mention that General Gao would be joining us for dinner tonight? Prepare accordingly, and do not neglect his arrival. Oh right. I will contact General Gao now to inquire about his whereabouts. Su Yue snapped back to reality, ready to attend to business. Before making the call, she shot Su Lintian a sidelong glance, her heart scoffing silently. What of your exceptional medical skills, Su Lintian? As long as I successfully negotiate this deal with General Gao, I will be the pillar of the Su family. You and Yuqing can toil away at that wretched tumor hospital for all eternity. With that thought, Su Yue stepped outside to dial Gao Ruiqiang's number. It wasn't long before Gao Ruiqiang arrived at the Su residence. The Su family prepared an extravagant banquet, nearly reminiscent of a Manchuhan imperial feast, truly extending the highest standard of hospitality to Mr. Gao Ruiqiang. Old Master Su, though feigning strength, leaned on his cane at the entrance, warmly welcoming the esteemed leader of the Chengxing group. Mr. Gao, at last, you have arrived. Please come in. Su Mingxing gestured with open hands. Mr. Gao smiled calmly and replied, Old Master Su, you are too kind. I apologize for making everyone wait. The journey here was somewhat congested. Oh, there is no need for such apologies. Mr. Gao, with your busy schedule, it is an honor for our Su family to host you for dinner. Your presence is a treat for us. Su Jingde chimed in, flattering Mr. Gao. After all, Chengxing Group was the foremost enterprise in Yinqing. Anyone who wished to thrive in the city sought to curry favor with a figure like Gao Ruiqiang. Even the slightest association could lead to a flourishing life ahead. However, Gao Ruiqiang merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Jingde, too indifferent to give him his full attention. Noticing his own slight, Su Jingde felt a twinge of displeasure but dared not show it, instead forcing a sycophantic smile and saying, Mr. Gao, please take the seat of honor. Old Master Su nodded in agreement, stating, Indeed, with Mr. Gao gracing us today, our humble abode shines brighter. The seat of honor is rightfully yours. Well then, I shall not be polite, Gao Ruiqiang declared, taking a seat and surveying the surroundings. Noticing the absence of Su Lintian and Su Yuqing, he furrowed his brow and inquired, By the way, where is your second young lady? At that moment, Su Yue explained, Mr. Gao, there is still one grand dish being prepared in the kitchen. My sister is assisting with it. Oh, Gao Ruiqiang responded nonchalantly. Just then, Su Yuqing, Su Lintian, and Fu Rong approached, carefully carrying a large pot. Be careful, it's hot. This is our secret recipe for Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, deluxe version. Mr. Gao, you must try it. Fu Rong said with a cheerful smile. Su Lintian and Su Yuqing then settled into a corner. Fu Rong took a seat beside Su Jingde. Upon catching sight of Su Lintian, Gao Ruiqiang suddenly felt a prickling discomfort, as if sitting on pins and needles in the seat of honor. He could no longer endure the unease and stood up, clearing his throat. It seems a bit uncomfortable here. I would like to change my seat. May I ask the name of the person beside the second young lady? Would you mind if we exchange places? Chapter 19. An overwhelming intent to kill. Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family were left utterly astonished. President Gao actually intended to exchange seats with Su Lintian? What a ridiculous notion. That was the main seat of the Su family. Regardless of who sat there, It was entirely inappropriate for an outsider like Su Lintian to occupy it. Su Jingde hurriedly interjected, President Gao. This is my youngest daughter's husband, Su Lintian. I suggest you refrain from switching seats with him. As a son-in-law, it is rather unsuitable for him to sit in the main position. Gao Ruiqiang narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Su Jingde as he retorted, What? Do you imply that my words hold no weight? The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Su Jingde, drenched in sweat, quickly apologized, No. President Gao, I beg your pardon. I spoke out of turn. Please sit wherever you wish and change seats with whomever you desire. I shall pour myself a drink as penance. After saying this, Su Jingde filled a glass with Maotai, rising to toast Gao Ruiqiang, President Gao. I raise this glass to you. He downed the drink in one go. Gao Ruiqiang merely nodded dismissively, even failing to lift his own glass in acknowledgement. Su Jingde felt humiliated. Though displeased, he had no choice but to return to his seat. Gao Ruiqiang then approached Su Lintian with a smile. Su Lintian, correct? Hello, shall we switch seats? I trust you won't mind. Before Su Lintian could respond, Su Yue frowned and interjected, What could he possibly mind? An outsider like him is already sitting in our Su family's main seat. He should be overjoyed, not minding anything at all. Chen Tianhao, equally displeased, wondered what was amiss with Gao Ruiqiang today. Why he treated Su Jingde poorly while being so cordial to Su Lintian. Su Lintian simply cast a calm glance at Su Yue and opted not to rise, addressing Gao Ruiqiang. President Gao, as you have heard, I am merely a son-in-law of the Su family. It would be more fitting for someone else to occupy the main seat. This declaration momentarily stunned Gao Ruiqiang. The Su family members felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Su Jingde stared, bewildered, at Su Lintian. Su Lintian, do not be so ungrateful. President Gao has made a special trip to propose a seat exchange with you. How can you refuse? This puts him in an awkward position. Su Yue's expression soured further. After all, Gao Ruiqiang had come specifically to discuss a collaboration with her. If Su Lintian offended him and jeopardized the cooperation between the Su family and Chongqing Group, she would not let Su Lintian off the hook. Considering this, Su Yue furrowed her brow and insisted, Su Lintian, stand up. President Gao has spoken. Why are you still sitting? This time, Su Lintian felt irked. He rose, frowning, and said, Su Yue, what is your issue? Is it unacceptable for me to relinquish this position or to refuse to do so? Since you all seem to disdain my presence, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart, refusing to serve their whims. Seeing this, Su Yuxing quickly stood and exclaimed, Sister, what is wrong with you today, acting like you've consumed gunpowder? Father, why are you targeting Su Lintian like this? As Su Lintian moved further away, Su Yuxing hurried after him. Su Lintian, wait for me. An otherwise pleasant family gathering devolved into discord over merely a seat. Gao Ruqiang regretted not having foreseen that Su Shenai would not wish to occupy the main position. Had he known, he would not have proposed the exchange. Initially, it was out of respect for Su Sheni that he intended to offer his seat, yet it had resulted in Su Sheni leaving in a huff. The Su family truly had a poor attitude towards Su Shenai. It had prevented Gao Ruqiang from enjoying a proper meal with him. In a fit of anger, Gao Ruqiang grabbed his bag and prepared to leave, exclaiming, I never expected the Su family would treat their guests this way. I believe it would be best to forego this meal. With that, he strode towards the exit. Su Yue, alarmed, quickly stood and chased after him. President Gao, please do not be angry. Do not let an ignorant son-in-law provoke your ire. He has already left. Please, sit down and enjoy your meal. Let us discuss the cooperation. Gao Ruiqiang scoffed derisively. What cooperation? If we cannot even enjoy a meal in peace, Su Zong, I shall put the matter of cooperation on hold. Farewell. Watching Gao Ruiqiang hastily exit the villa and step into his black Bentley, Su Yue stood frozen in place, nearly on the verge of tears. Chen Tianhao followed, attempting to console her. Yue, do not worry. We can visit Chongqing Group another day to apologize. I believe President Gao will still provide your Su family with an opportunity for cooperation. Su Yue clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. It is all Su Lintian's fault. That wretched Su Lintian. If it weren't for him, how could President Gao have simply walked away? Inside the villa, Old Master Su Mengxing shot a furious glare at Su Jingde. What on earth is wrong with you today, treating Lintian so harshly? He has just healed me. How can you, as his father-in-law, not show him a bit more kindness? Su Jingde snorted coldly in response. Father, how can you be so biased? Did you not see Su Lintian's attitude today? He showed no regard for President Gao. Originally, Yue and President Gao had agreed upon a collaboration with Qiangxin Group. Now, thanks to that scoundrel Su Lintian, everything is ruined. And you dare blame me? Old Master Su Mengxian glared at him. You have you grown wings and dare to speak back to me? Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Or is that your pleasure? Cough, cough. Father, please do not be angry. I am merely stating facts. Ever since Su Lintian became our family's son-in-law, we have seen nothing but chaos. Perhaps it would be best if Yuxing divorced him. Without him, our Su family would thrive. Su Lintian is nothing but a hindrance. The more Su Jingde thought about it, the angrier he became. Upon uttering this, Old Master Su Mengxian slapped Su Jingde across the face, bellowing, "If you dare speak of this again, I shall disown you as my son." Su Jingde was taken aback. He had never imagined that, at his age, he would still be subjected to a slap from his father. His face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists, placing the blame squarely on Su Lintian. Without uttering another word, he turned and retreated to his room. Su Lintian, it is all your fault. Meanwhile, Su Yuxing caught up with Su Lintian, grabbing his hand. Su Lintian, you truly should not have walked away like that. Su Lintian halted abruptly, staring at Su Yuxing in disbelief. Yuxing, I never expected you to blame me too. It is one thing for them to blame me. I am indifferent to their opinions. However, I cannot accept that you stand with them against me. Su Yuxing quickly shook her head to explain. No, Su Lintian, I do not blame you. I merely feel that we can sit down and discuss matters calmly. Yet, your abrupt departure earlier, while seemingly carefree, did not resolve the issue. Should a similar situation arise again, they will still make things difficult for you. I do not wish for your relationship with your family to remain so strained. After all, you are my husband, yet they are also my family. You cannot expect me to have a husband without family, or family without a husband, can you? Upon hearing these words, Su Lintian finally calmed down a bit. Indeed, Su Yuqing's reasoning was not without merit. Although the Su family spoke rather harshly today, he could have easily responded in kind. There was no need to make things so absolute, even disregarding others' opinions. For the sake of his wife, Su Yuqing, he could not allow their relationship to remain so tense. Su Lintian sighed and said, Yuqing, I apologize. I was a bit impulsive today. He embraced Su Yuqing gently, holding her close. Su Yuqing nestled against his chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat, and softly said, It's all right. I also wish to apologize on behalf of my sister and father. Their words today were indeed excessive. Su Lintian, rest assured. I will speak with them. I will ensure they are not so harsh with you in the future. You must also promise me to show more patience and tolerance towards my family, all right? Gazing at Su Yuqing's innocent and exquisite face, Su Lintian felt his anger dissipate significantly. What more could he say? Su Yuqing had already made her stance clear, and he could only nod silently, agreeing to be more accommodating. Meanwhile, upon learning of the death of his beloved disciple, Beihai Laojun was consumed by fury. With a powerful strike, he shattered a mountain peak. Bold lunatics! How dare they kill my disciple? I shall not let this go unpunished. A glint of coldness flashed in Beihai Laojun's eyes. At that moment, his overwhelming murderous intent surged skyward. His figure swiftly darted towards Yinqing. Chapter 20. Murder amidst laughter. Su Lintian and Su Yuqing returned home in their Kunlun to the Huaran Tianfu villa. Su Yuqing jested, Su Lintian, once the hospital is less busy, I will grant you a vacation to get your driver's license. It's always me driving, how unfair. Su Lintian replied with a smile, All right, my dear wife. It will be hot in July and August. I shall practice driving in September. Does that sound acceptable? With a giggle, Su Yuqing kissed him on the cheek as a reward and dashed away like a little rabbit. Despite still sleeping separately, Su Lintian was not anxious, believing that everything would unfold naturally. The following morning, Su Lintian and Su Yuqing arrived at the hospital to commence their usual duties. Throughout the morning, Su Lintian diligently studied the hospital's regulations in the surgical department. As lunchtime approached, head nurse Kai Feishua noticed Su Lintian sitting alone in the surgical office and approached him. Dr. Su, I am heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Would you care to join me? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although there had been some friction when Su Lintian first arrived at the hospital, it was merely a matter of protocol. At that time, it was indeed inappropriate for him to perform surgery. However, after the arrival of the commendation banner, Kai Feishua, like many of her colleagues, became an ardent admirer of Su Lintian overnight. After all, he was not only handsome and the husband of the hospital director, but also skilled in performing surgeries, truly the archetype of a romantic hero. Su Lintian shook his head and replied, I have no appetite today. The heat is unbearable. Oh, all right then, Kai Feishua said, slightly disheartened, as she walked away. Su Lintian quietly closed the door. The reason he declined to eat was that he intended to utilize the lunch break to practice diligently. His mentor had instructed him to never neglect cultivation, even while in the world. As he had to work during the day, he could only seize the time during lunch and the hours before sleep to practice secretly. Sitting cross-legged on the desk, palms facing upwards, he closed his eyes and began to breathe deeply. Half an hour later, Su Lintian exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort and clarity. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, he believed he would have the opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm within 5 years. Su Lintian felt a surge of joy within. He was currently at the pinnacle of the Shinha realm, just one step away from the Golden Core. Yet, that one step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many individuals dedicate their entire lives without ever reaching that threshold. The martial path is divided into various realms: Qi refinement, body refinement, diamond, master, Shinha, Golden Core, and Yuaning. Beyond the Yuaning realm lies a world beyond ordinary mortals. However, in this age of decline, ordinary people can no longer touch upon higher realms, let alone the legendary Golden Core and Yuaning realms. Even martial masters are few and far between. Anyone who reaches the Diamond realm is already considered a master capable of founding their own sect and gathering disciples. Those who step into the realm of martial masters are invariably unparalleled experts who command respect. The Beihai Laojun is one such pinnacle martial master. Just as Su Lintian intended to conclude his lunch break and step out of the surgical office for some fresh air, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He gazed out the window, sensing an overwhelming aura of hostility approaching from the southeast, unmistakably directed towards the hospital. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and thought, such intense malice. This individual is certainly no ordinary foe. A confrontation in the hospital is unwise. I shall meet him in the outskirts. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the war god hall of Longhua, the 10 war gods gathered, unable to believe their eyes as they stared at the images on the large screen. A dark shadow flashed by, disappearing almost instantaneously from view. War god Xingtian spoke solemnly. This footage was captured by satellite divine ship number 1 half an hour ago. Based on the images, I have reason to believe that the long reclusive Beihai Laojun has re-emerged. The enchanting war god Yeahim glided gracefully across the war god hall, pondering. Beihai Laojun has been missing for quite some time. His sudden appearance, could it be that he has come to avenge his disciple, Fang Rentu? Xingtian nodded. That possibility cannot be dismissed. Beyond that, I can think of no better explanation. Beihai Laojun is among the top 3 on our bounty list. His reappearance will surely attract the attention of many martial experts seeking to capture him. Yeoheim narrowed her eyes and inquired, what about the situation? War god Bloodhand replied gravely, I just received word that 2 martial masters' corpses have been discovered near Yanchinch. They both fell victim to Beihai Laojun's nether palm. One strike, and they were dead. Beihai Laojun has been silent for so long, but now he has emerged, his strength evidently increased. War god Fonsuan furrowed his brow tightly. Feeling the weight of the situation, we cannot delay. We must immediately head to Yinqing and team up to capture Beihai Laojun. Otherwise, more martial masters will inevitably lose their lives. Fang Rentu is his disciple. It is evident that the war god hall's 4 war gods must act in concert. With Beihai Laojun himself making an appearance, all 10 of us must mobilize today, or we may not succeed in capturing him. Even if we manage to subdue him, the losses will be significant. War god Xingtian concluded decisively. After his words, the figures of the 10 war gods suddenly vanished. Racing towards Yinqing. In the outskirts of Yinqing, within a bamboo grove, Su Lintian descended from the sky, landing lightly atop a patch of bamboo, as light as a feather. He surveyed his surroundings and declared, I sensed your murderous intent from over 10 miles away. Since you have come here, why hide? As soon as he spoke, a hoarse, ancient laughter echoed from behind him. Haraha! My disciple perished at your hands. Today, I shall take vengeance on his behalf. The speaker was none other than the recently emerged Beihai Laojun. On his way, he had effortlessly dispatched 2 martial masters who foolishly attempted to capture him for the bounty. Although the youth before him was formidable, Beihai Laojun held no fear of this inexperienced boy. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the bamboo grove, snapping countless bamboo stalks. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss about the wind. The art of concealing needles within the cotton truly exemplifies the utmost in subtle and insidious tactics. To counter such a profoundly soft and yielding approach, one must employ an equally formidable and vigorous strategy to suppress it forcefully. Su Lintian let out a cold snort and declared, "A fine approach." Without retreating, he advanced, his toes lightly tapping the bamboo as his form shot forth like an arrow towards the direction of Beihai Laojun. Soaring through the air, Su Lintian unleashed a golden king fist, its power pure and uncompromising, unmatched in ferocity. Yet, unbeknownst to Beihai Laojun, as one hand struck, the other swiftly formed a sword seal with lightning speed. A cluster of bamboo silently circumvented Beihai Laojun's line of sight, launching a lateral assault. As Su Lintian's fist was thrust forth, a tempest arose, swirling around him. The bamboo danced and twirled, clashing, colliding, and merging with the gentle winds of Beihai Laojun, ultimately resulting in the instantaneous disintegration of both gales. Witnessing this spectacle, Beihai Laojun was engulfed by tumultuous waves of shock, his countenance betraying his astonishment. He could scarcely fathom that this young man, appearing to be merely in his early 20s, could effortlessly dismantle his renowned technique, the yumming palm. Beihai Laojun's yumming palm had evidently reached an extraordinary level of mastery, capable of striking silently and stealthily, executing its lethal intent without a sound. The earlier wind concealed countless lethal forces, yet his opponent had shattered it with a single blow. "Ah, I see now why my disciple could not contend with you. You indeed possess considerable skill." Beihai Laojun narrowed his eyes, no longer underestimating Su Lintian, and prepared to engage earnestly. Su Lintian, maintaining an impassive expression, replied with a calm smile, "Out of respect for your age, I allowed you to strike first. You do not presume that I would grant you a second opportunity, do you?" Upon hearing this, Beihai Laojun felt as though he had encountered the most ludicrous jest in the world. If he were to strike, who could possibly impede him? With a derisive laugh, Beihai Laojun retorted, "Flattering you with a few compliments has truly inflated your ego. What do you think you are, to be worthy of facing me?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he stood there, expressionless and dazed. A single drop of blood carelessly fell from his heart. In sheer disbelief, he lowered his gaze, discovering an unexpected hole where his heart once resided. Behind Beihai Laojun, a cluster of bamboo stood, sharp as blades, with the edges stained by droplets of his own blood. Throughout the encounter, that young man, no more than 20, had merely stood a distance away, hands clasped behind his back, his expression devoid of emotion. With a thunderous crash, the formidable Beihai Laojun met his demise. Chapter 21. Establishing a name after resolving the matter with the esteemed Beihai Laojun, Su Lintian returned directly to the hospital. Just as he departed from the bamboo grove, the 10 formidable warriors of the Zhan Shendian converged in the same locale. Their expressions were grave, as if facing a formidable adversary. After all, they were to confront the legendary Beihai Laojun, and there was no room for carelessness. As the 10 warriors searched the bamboo grove for traces of Beihai Laojun, a voice filled with astonishment echoed, "Everyone, over here." It was the voice of Zhan Shenxingtian. The other warriors hurriedly followed the sound, and soon they stood before the lifeless form of Beihai Laojun. All were left in utter disbelief. Had the revered Beihai Laojun truly been slain? Zhan Shenxuesho was filled with shock, struggling to accept this reality. He had once faced Beihai Laojun in combat, and even when the latter was injured, he had effortlessly repelled Zhan Shenxuesho's advances. It was unimaginable that such an indomitable figure could be defeated in such a brief span of time. Zhan Shun Yaoji knelt to check for signs of life, confirming the death of Beihai Laojun. She then placed her hand on his throat and felt a lingering warmth. With astonishment, she exclaimed, "Beihai Laojun has only recently passed. His body is still warm." The implication of her words sent waves of shock through the 10 warriors. This suggested that the one who had slain Laojun might not have ventured far. Zhan Shenfang Siyuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. "Xingtian, should we pursue this matter? The individual who killed Beihai Laojun may also be the one responsible for the demise of Fang Rintu." However, Xingtian's countenance darkened, and he raised a hand in caution, speaking gravely, "We must not. If even Beihai Laojun has been eliminated, the prowess of his slayer is beyond our comprehension. It is highly likely that even united, we would not be their match." I propose we swiftly report this matter to the Long Zoo. The others exchanged glances, in agreement with his decision. Without absolute certainty, they dared not take risks. The 10 warriors carefully transported Bei Hai Lao Jun's body and made their way to the capital of Longhua to report this grave matter to the leadership of Long Zoo. Meanwhile, within the Su Cancer Hospital, Su Lintian had just finished dispatching Bei Hai Lao Jun with a casual demeanor and with the time taken for his journey. Only 30 minutes had elapsed. Upon returning to the hospital, he found that the afternoon shift had just commenced. As Su Lintian entered the surgical office, he was met with the sight of an agitated man wielding a dagger stained with blood. A surgical colleague, Li Wenjie, was clutching his waist in pain, blood seeping from the wound. Most of the staff had retreated in fear, hesitant to approach. Su Lintian frowned at the alarming scene. Was it possible that he had only just begun his duties and was already embroiled in a medical dispute? You killed my wife. Your hospital must bear full responsibility. The man shouted, his emotions running high. The injured Li Wenjie, who had previously collaborated with Su Lintian on their first surgery, paled as he explained, Sir, every surgery carries risks. When your wife was brought to us, she was already in critical condition. Our hospital advised against surgery. As the success rate was less than 50%, it was only under your insistence that we proceeded, but the man was beyond reason, consumed by rage and intent on venting his fury. Silence. You quacks are to blame. You were part of the surgical team. You will all pay for this. With that, he lunged at Li Wenjie, aiming for his heart. In that critical moment, a powerful arm intervened, blocking the attack and seizing the dagger from the assailant. The rescuer was none other than the timely Su Lintian. Su Doctor. Li Wenjie gasped, his heart racing as he recognized Su Lintian's intervention. He quickly warned, be careful. This man is insane. Su Lintian remained calm, replying, I have this under control. You should step outside. Li Wenjie hesitated but ultimately complied. Are you sure? But you are alone. Do not worry. Leave this to me. Your wound requires immediate attention, Su Lintian assured him. Li Wenjie glanced at his injury and managed a bitter smile. I apologize. I am of no help. Please be cautious. With Su Lintian covering him, Li Wenjie exited the surgical office, where his colleagues quickly assisted him to receive treatment. Inside the office, Su Lintian addressed the irate man. The failure of a surgery is an outcome no one desires. I deeply regret your wife's passing, but your current actions are futile. Do not act recklessly. The man, teeth clenched, ignored Su Lintian's words, fixated on the dagger that had fallen to the floor. In a swift motion, he lunged forward, intent on retrieving the dagger to strike Su Lintian. With a sigh, Su Lintian shook his head. Why do you refuse to heed advice? In that instant, he delivered a swift kick to the man's elbow. A sharp crack echoed through the room, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Ah, my arm. The man's elbow had been broken at an unnatural angle. You brought this upon yourself, Su Lintian remarked coldly as he seized the man and hurled him from the surgical office. It was only then that someone finally called the authorities, who arrived promptly to take the assailant into custody. With the situation resolved, the hospital staff collectively exhaled in relief. Nurse Kai Feishua, eyes gleaming, led the applause, exclaiming, Dr. Su, well done. Had it not been for your timely intervention in subduing the unruly man, we cannot fathom how many colleagues might have sustained injuries. Upon hearing these words, the other medical staff nodded in agreement. The atmosphere became electric, with applause resonating throughout the room. Su Lintian responded with a calm smile, saying, You are all too kind. I merely performed my duty. Now, let us return to our respective posts. Gradually, the healthcare professionals dispersed. Before long, the video footage showcasing Su Lintian's remarkable bravery in subduing the assailant, thereby averting disaster, went viral across all the various workgroups within the Su Tumor Hospital. Countless admirers began to send bubble tea, flowers, and an array of snacks to Su Lintian's desk. In a mere afternoon, his workspace resembled a Christmas tree, overflowing with blossoms and gifts. As the workday came to a close, Su Lintian casually presented a bouquet of pink roses to Su Yuqing, who had just emerged from the operating room, stating, My dear wife, the director, you have worked hard in surgery. This merits a celebration. Su Yuqing had been in the operating room with several directors since morning, performing a coronary bypass surgery on a prominent figure, and was unaware of the events that transpired at the hospital that afternoon. Upon receiving the flowers, she was pleasantly surprised and exclaimed, Wow, you just got off work. Where did you procure these roses? They're all gifts from others. As long as you don't mind, it's all good, He chuckled. Su Lintian then recounted the day's events to Su Yuqing. She immediately gave him a thumbs up, saying, "Impressive, Su Lintian. I can't believe that while I was in surgery, there was actually a disturbance at the hospital. They even injured Surgeon Li Wenjie. But are you all right? What could possibly happen to me? Worry not. Your husband is not someone these minor ruffians could harm. I assure you, no one in the entire Long Kingdom could lay a finger on me." Su Lintian winked at Su Yuqing, speaking with a sense of pride. He was indeed not exaggerating. His current standing in the Long Kingdom was that of an unparalleled champion, unmatched by any adversary. However, Su Yuqing paid little mind to his bravado, perceiving it merely as her husband's display of masculine charm, a casual remark. Just as the couple prepared to head home, a striking red Ferrari skidded to a stop in front of them after executing a dramatic drift. Gao Tianyu rolled down the window, wearing a mischievous grin, and said, "Yuqing, I heard my father visited your Su family yesterday, and it didn't end well? Hee. I know your Su group wishes to collaborate with our Changxing group. If you divorce this fellow and choose to be with me, I'll help you secure that deal. What do you say?" Chapter 22. A few slaps teach you how to be a person. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian was taken aback and asked, "Your father is Gao Ruiqiang?" Gao Tianyu immediately responded with great pride, "Oh, you even know my father's name. Impressive. Given that, you should be well aware of how foolish it is to compete with me for women, right?" Su Lintian retorted with a cold sneer. "So what if you are Gao Ruiqiang's son? Why do you aspire to be Cao Cao all day long? What gives you the audacity, Liang Jingru?" Gao Tianyu was taken aback that Su Lintian dared to maintain such an attitude even after revealing his father's identity. He coldly remarked, "Yuqing, I'm not belittling your husband, but just look at this guy's face. Who in Yinqing doesn't respect my father? Yet, this brat acts as if he is the greatest of all. Truly, a young bull is not afraid of tigers." Su Yuqing, feeling exasperated, said, "Gao Xiao, please do not disturb us any further. We are very happy, and I will not divorce my husband. Please show some self-respect." In her words, Su Yuqing even took the initiative to link her arm with Su Lintian's, leaning against him in an affectionate manner. Seeing this, Gao Tianyu was infuriated and shouted, "Damn it! Where do I fall short of him? Is this how you intend to provoke me?" Su Lintian smirked slightly and said, "Did you hear that? My wife asked you to stop bothering us. Why don't you leave?" He added, "If it weren't for Yuqing, I would have had someone deal with you already." Gao Tianyu stepped out of his Ferrari and approached Su Lintian menacingly, saying, "Su Yuqing, please do not provoke me further. If you have any grievances, direct them at me." Gao Tianyu hastily added, "Yuqing, how could I bear to strike you? Besides, I do not hit women." "You coward, hiding behind a woman. What kind of ability is that? If you are a man, stand on your own." Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "What? Do you want to fight me in person? Are you afraid?" Gao Tianyu sneered, "Afraid? Huh." Su Lintian then patted Su Yuqing's shoulder and said, "Wife, since someone is looking for trouble, don't stop me." Su Yuqing was taken aback and frowned, advising, "Su Lintian, don't let Gao Tianyu provoke you. He is deliberately trying to incite you. If you fight him, regardless of winning or losing, you will be the one at a disadvantage. If you injure him, let alone you, our entire Su family would have to apologize to the Gao family." Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu's expression became complex. Su Yuqing had accurately discerned his intentions. His purpose for coming today was indeed to provoke Su Lintian. A wealthy second-generation heir like him didn't need to fight himself if he truly wanted to brawl. His taunts and arrogance were all designed to lure Su Lintian into a confrontation, after which he could report to his father and pressure the Su family into agreeing to a divorce between Su Yuqing and Su Lintian, allowing her to marry Gao Tianyu instead to resolve the matter. "Yuqing, since you are well aware of my intentions, why hinder me? Wouldn't it be better for both of us if you just submit to me?" Gao Tianyu wore a wicked grin, his gaze involuntarily roaming over Su Yuqing's exquisite figure. This waist, these legs, this chest. How delightful it would be to touch. Gao Tianyu could hardly contain his thoughts. If he could marry Su Yuqing, he would certainly revel as the groom every night. Suddenly, a crisp and resounding slap echoed as it landed on Gao Tianyu's face, shattering his fantasies. Feeling the sharp sting on his left cheek, Gao Tianyu stared incredulously at Su Lintian, filled with fury. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Su Lintian scoffed. "You are Gao Ruiqiang's son, the young master of Changxing Group." Gao Tianyu was momentarily stunned before gritting his teeth and retorting, "You dare to hit me knowing who I am?" Another slap from Su Lintian landed heavily on Gao Tianyu's right cheek, even more forceful than the first. After 2 slaps, both sides of Gao Tianyu's face swelled up, making him look comically like a pig, his lips nearly swollen into sausages. Well, you brat. You will pay for these 2 slaps. I have been waiting for you to make a move, Gao Tianyu declared, pulling out his phone to call his father, Gao Ruiqiang. At that moment, Su Lintian delivered yet another slap to Gao Tianyu's forehead. As the sound echoed, Gao Tianyu, still incredulous, held onto his phone and said to Gao Ruiqiang on the other end, Dad, the Su family is bullying me. Gao Ruiqiang, clearly taken aback, asked, What happened? Tianyu, you went to the Su family? No, Dad, I came to Su's oncology hospital for a consultation. And I ran into Su Yuqing and that worthless son-in-law of the Su family. That scoundrel dared to slap me. Dad, hurry up. If you come late, he might kill me. After saying this, Gao Tianyu immediately hung up and switched off his phone. This action was intended to incite worry in his father, ensuring that Gao Ruiqiang would dispatch the Gao family's elite enforcers. By then, this useless son-in-law of the Su family would certainly be beaten to a pulp. With newfound confidence, Gao Tianyu glared fiercely at Su Lintian and said, You just slapped me 3 times, right? I will return the favor with 300 slaps. Su Lintian chuckled lightly, saying, I am so scared, truly terrified. Please, do not slap me. Now you beg me? Too late. You are finished today. Gao Tianyu spat angrily. Su Lintian spoke with a smile that was not quite a smile, advising, It would be wise not to harbor excessive hopes for your father. He might just arrive and join me in administering a few slaps to you. Not long after, dozens of luxury vehicles halted outside the Su Tumor Hospital. Hundreds of armed bodyguards swiftly cordoned off the entrance. Gao Ruiqiang, the formidable owner of the Qianxin Group, approached with a cadre of black-clad bodyguards exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing his father arrive in the nick of time, Gao Tianyu burst into laughter, exclaiming, Huh? My father is here. You Su are doomed. Quickly kneel and beg for mercy, and divorce your wife. I may consider sparing your life. Su Yuqing, in a state of panic, urged Su Lintian. We must leave. It will be too late when President Gao arrives. You are new here and unaware of the Gao family's background. Hurry. However, Su Lintian reassured her, My dear, do not fear. Stand your ground and remain calm. I assure you that Gao Ruiqiang will not harm us. Su Yuqing was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, exclaiming in frustration, Why won't you listen? At that moment, Gao Ruiqiang had already approached the crowd. Now you wish to leave? Too late. Father, you have finally arrived. It is this scoundrel Su Lintian who slapped me. Quickly deal with him. Gao Tianyu pointed accusingly at Su Lintian. Su Lintian raised an eyebrow and focused on Gao Ruiqiang, saying, Boss Gao, your son has been threatening me, relying on your support. You know I'm somewhat timid, and after being threatened, I couldn't help but retaliate with a few slaps. Surely, President Gao won't hold that against me? Gao Ruiqiang sighed, realizing his son had provoked even Su Lintian. With a resounding smack, he struck Gao Tianyu across the face. After delivering the blow, Gao Ruiqiang clasped his hands in an apologetic gesture towards Su Lintian, saying, Divine Dr. Su, my son is foolish and has caused you trouble. Please forgive him. This scene left Su Yuqing and Gao Tianyu utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Gao Tianyu's face turned ashen, a look of incredulity overtaking him as he asked, Father, why do you call him Divine Doctor? Why did you strike me for him? This fellow is merely a useless son-in-law interning at the hospital. Silence. You fool. Speak another word and get out of the Gao family. Gao Ruiqiang thundered in fury. Chapter 23. Forgive me, Divine Dr. Boom. Witnessing his father's explosive rage, Gao Tianyu was utterly stunned. At that moment, he found it hard to believe the scene before him. He swallowed hard and murmured, Dad, what is wrong with you? However, Gao Ruiqiang offered no explanation, instead delivering another resounding slap to Gao Tianyu's face. The sharp sound left Gao Tianyu completely dazed. Throughout his life, Gao Ruiqiang had never laid a hand on him. Who would have imagined that today, in front of his idol, Su Yuqing, and the so-called useless son-in-law, Su Lintian, his father would strike him, and so fiercely at that. Gao Ruiqiang snorted coldly and commanded one of his subordinates, Take the young master to the car. Return him home immediately and confine him for 3 days. He is not to leave his room without my permission during this time. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu's pupils dilated in shock, and he shouted frantically, Dad, what are you doing? Let go of me. Don't touch me. Damn it. Yet, the henchmen of the Gao family had no intention of heeding Gao Tianyu's pleas. Their sole loyalty was to Gao Ruiqiang. They forcibly dragged Gao Tianyu into the car and drove away from the scene. Gao Ruiqiang stood in place, sighed, and bowed deeply to Su Lintian, his expression extremely solemn as he said, "Divine Dr. Su, I sincerely apologize for my son's rudeness towards you. The Gao family will certainly provide you with a satisfactory response." Observing Gao Ruiqiang's respectful demeanor, Su Lintian felt his anger dissipate and nodded. "Mr. Gao, considering your position, I shall overlook Gao Tianyu's behavior this time. However, should such an incident occur again, I trust you understand the consequences." Gao Ruiqiang's heart trembled at these words, and he forced a bitter smile. "Yes, Divine Dr. Su, I assure you that I will discipline my son properly upon our return and ensure he does not disturb you or Miss Su again." In the midst of their conversation, Gao Ruqiang glanced at Su Yuqing and smiled. "Miss Su, I apologize for my abrupt departure from your family banquet yesterday. Please convey to Old Master Su that regarding tomorrow's Royal Charity Gala, I would like to extend an invitation for him to attend. It will serve as an apology from the Gao family to the Su family. Additionally, I will reconsider our collaboration." Su Yuqing suddenly froze and said, "Wait. Mr. Gao, it is my sister who wishes to collaborate with your family. You can contact her directly." Su Lintian, bemused, intended to explain that Gao Ruiqiang was merely acting out of respect for him. However, before he could speak, Gao Ruiqiang received an urgent phone call and, with deep regret, said, "Divine Dr. Su, Miss Su, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Please excuse me. And do ensure your attendance at tomorrow's charity gala." Su Lintian nodded slightly. "Go ahead, Mr. Gao. We will certainly be there." After Gao Ruiqiang departed, Su Yuqing turned to Su Lintian with a curious expression and asked, "Su Lintian, do you know Gao Ruqiang from before? Why does he keep referring to you as Divine Dr. Su and treating you with such respect?" Su Lintian replied candidly, "Oh, I once saved his life. He is a person of deep loyalty and has always sought to repay my kindness." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing suddenly understood, attributing Gao Ruiqiang's respect for Su Lintian to the life-saving bond. However, little did she know that even without that debt of gratitude, Gao Ruiqiang would still show him deference solely because Su Lintian is a disciple of the renowned Guaixian. Not just Gao Ruiqiang, but even the mayor of Yinqing would not dare to disrespect a disciple of Guaixian. Meanwhile, Su Wei sat absent-mindedly in the passenger seat of Chun Tianhao's Maybach, watching the scenery blur by outside. Noticing Su Wei's distracted demeanor, Chun Tianhao asked, "Wei, what are you thinking about?" Su Wei sighed. "It's all that wretched Su Lintian's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have already signed the contract with Mr. Gao." Chun Tianhao chuckled. "So you're still troubled by that matter? Don't worry, later when I return home, I'll have my father give Mr. Gao a call. Perhaps, out of respect for my father, Mr. Gao will reconsider collaborating with you." In truth, Chun Tianhao's words were merely a form of consolation. Although the Chen family held a certain level of influence, they paled in comparison to the formidable Gao family. Nevertheless, Su Wei took his words to heart, her eyes lighting up. "Really? Thank you so much, Tianhao. I don't know how to express my gratitude. You've helped me time and again." Chun Tianhao smirked slightly and said with feigned sincerity, "Well, since we are to be engaged on the 1st of next month, it is only right that I assist my fiancée, isn't it?" His words further enchanted Su Wei, causing her cheeks to flush with excitement. Unable to resist, she leaned in and kissed Chun Tianhao on the cheek, leaving a vivid lipstick mark. With beauty beside him, and her affectionate kiss igniting a fire within him, Chun Tianhao could no longer contain himself and parked the car in a secluded corner of the underground garage. He engaged the handbrake and leaned in, intending to share a passionate kiss with Su Wei. At the same time, Chun Tianhao reached for the neckline of her dress, hoping to indulge in the moment and savor her alluring curves. However, just as his hand grazed her neckline, Su Wei recoiled like a startled rabbit, her eyes wide with caution as she said, "Tianhao, no. This isn't the right time." A flicker of coldness crossed Chun Tianhao's eyes, and he inwardly cursed, glancing at Su Wei's revealing outfit, black stockings, and ultra-short skirt. He thought to himself, what the hell? Dressed like this and claiming innocence? Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts aloud. Feigning chivalry, Chun Tianhao withdrew his hand and apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, Wei. I lost my composure. It's just, your beauty is overwhelming." As he spoke, Chun Tianhao gently kissed Su Wei on the forehead, then returned to the driver's seat, released the handbrake, and resumed driving as if nothing had happened. As she gazed at the impeccably gentlemanly Chen Tianhao, Su Yue felt her defenses gradually waver. She mused to herself, Tianhao treats me with such kindness, yet I have persistently rebuffed him. Is this truly just? If he desires me again in the future, perhaps I should acquiesce. Su Yue fancied herself fortunate to have encountered a kindred spirit, unaware that Chen Tianhao's sole preoccupation at that moment was devising a method to seduce her before the 1st of next month. After all, the affairs concerning He Ping restaurant would inevitably come to light at that time. Once Chen Tianhao had escorted Su Yue to her doorstep, he departed in his vehicle. It was not long before Su Yue received a phone call from her sister, Su Yuqing, who informed her of the invitation extended by Gao Ruiqiang to their grandfather for the royal charity gala scheduled for the following day. After hanging up, Su Yue eagerly relayed this momentous news to Su Mengqing. Grandfather, Yuqing just called to tell me that President Gao has invited our Su family to attend tomorrow's royal charity gala. Su Yue exclaimed with a radiant smile. Su Mengqing was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a hearty laugh, he responded, Really? So, President Gao's abrupt departure yesterday was not due to any displeasure with our family? Suddenly, Su Yue recalled Chen Tianhao's earlier words in the car about returning home to facilitate communication with her father, urging him to reach out to Gao Ruqiang on their behalf. An epiphany struck her. Tianhao mentioned he would help us connect with President Gao. It must be due to the Chun family's influence that he has chosen to extend this opportunity to us by inviting us to the royal charity gala. At that moment, Su Zhengde emerged from the study, his face alight with joy as he chimed in. This is indeed splendid news. The royal charity gala is the pinnacle event of the year in Yen City. Only those in possession of an invitation from the inner circle may attend. It is said that the event will be graced by the city's wealthiest elites and distinguished dignitaries. Yue, you must seize this opportunity to forge connections with the powerful attendees. Absolutely, Su Yue responded, brimming with excitement. Yet, only Su Mengqing, the elder, fell into a contemplative silence, muttering to himself, could it be that President Gao's change of heart is truly a result of Chen Xiao's influence? Chapter 24. The turmoil of the charity gala. On the evening of the second day at 6 o'clock, the Su family arrived at the venue for the royal charity gala. This was the Hilton Supreme Hotel, the second most prestigious hotel in Yen City, surpassed only by the Peace Hotel. Outside the entrance of the Hilton Supreme, Su Yue supported Su Mengqing, her eyes squinting with delight as she remarked, Grandfather, this is our Su family's first attendance at the royal charity gala. Look at all the luxury cars parked outside, each worth over 10 million. It seems that tonight's attendees are all prominent figures. Old Master Su stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, See, Qinxue, I told you, once Lintian marries into our Su family, we would have numerous opportunities. Upon hearing this, Su Yue frowned, displeased. Why bring up that son-in-law Lintian at this time? Our attendance at the royal charity gala is solely due to Tianhao's connections. Su Zhengde chimed in, Exactly, Dad. If it weren't for young Master Chen speaking well of us to General Gao, how would we have the chance to attend Yen City's premier royal charity gala? Seeing that the father and daughter were unwilling to listen to his explanations and were both critical of Su Lintian, Su Mengqing sighed, deciding not to engage in further argument. Fu Rong, ever understanding, interjected, Dad, dear, Yue, let us head inside quickly. It seems the gala has already begun. I'm feeling a bit hungry. However, Su Mengqing shook his head. No? Lintian and Yuqing have yet to arrive. How can we go in first? Su Yue pouted, I really don't understand why we need to wait for them at such an important event. Yuqing is family, but Su Lintian, as a son-in-law, has no right to attend the royal charity gala with us. Does he even comprehend what charity means? Su Zhengde scoffed, I've always felt Su Lintian is unworthy of our Yuqing. If we let a country bumpkin like him enter the gala with us, wouldn't it embarrass our Su family in front of all those dignitaries? Enough. Have you two finished? Su Mengqing frowned, on the verge of anger. Fortunately, Fu Rong intervened just in time, urging, Darling, Yue, let us keep the comments to a minimum. Today is a joyous occasion. Don't upset Dad. Father, please calm down. We can enter first and inform the doorman to let Yuqing and Su Lintian through later. Old Master Su's expression softened slightly, and he nodded. Rong, you are indeed thoughtful. Let us do as you suggest. The Su family approached the entrance, only to be halted by the doorman. He smiled and inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, please present your invitation. Su Yue was taken aback, Yuqing didn't he mention anything about an invitation? General Gao must have given prior notice? The doorman appeared confused and then frowned. I'm sorry, miss, but without an invitation, I cannot allow you to enter. Please understand. Su Jingde was immediately displeased, scowling and cursing. What an arrogant doorman. Do you know who we are? How dare you block us? Although the doorman was a young man, he was brimming with youthful vigor and, feeling insulted by Su Jingde's tirade, retorted coldly, I don't care who you are. Without an invitation, you think you can sneak into the royal charity gala? I've seen many like you. What did you say? Who do you think you are to look down on us? Do you want to fight? Su Jingde snapped, ready to confront the doorman. Darling, what are you doing? Can't we wait to sort this out first? Fu Rong hurriedly pulled Su Jingde back. Old Master Su cleared his throat, saying, Yue, what is going on? Quickly call Yuqing and ask. Su Yue nodded and promptly dialed Su Yuqing's number. Yuqing, we arrived at the Hilton Supreme Hotel, and the doorman is asking for an invitation. What are you doing? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Now we're stuck outside. Sister. General Gao, didn't he mention anything about an invitation? I thought we could enter without one. Just hold on. Su Lintian and I will be there shortly. Hurry up. What can we expect from you? Su Yue hung up angrily and turned to the others. Just wait. Yuqing said she's on her way. Before long, Su Yuqing's Kunlun pulled up at the hotel entrance. Su Yuqing and Su Lintian stepped out of the car and approached the Su family. Dad, Mom, Grandfather, Sister, why haven't you gone in yet? Su Yuqing asked in surprise. Su Lintian also frowned slightly. Su Yue crossed her arms, visibly displeased. Why are you asking me? I want to ask you. What exactly did General Gao say? They require an invitation, and you didn't inform us? Despite feeling aggrieved, Su Yuqing did not wish to argue with her sister. The immediate priority was to get her family into the hotel. Thus, Su Yuqing stepped forward, holding Su Lintian's hand, and addressed the doorman. Hello, I am Su Yuqing, the second young lady of the Su family, and this is my husband, Su Lintian. The rest are my family members, invited by General Gao. He didn't mention anything about an invitation. I believe he has informed you in advance. Upon hearing the names Su Yuqing and Su Lintian, the previously defiant doorman immediately transformed his demeanor, replacing his earlier attitude with a courteous smile. Miss Su, Mr. Su, greetings. General Gao indeed informed me beforehand. You two may enter without presenting an invitation. Since these others are with you, they may also enter. As soon as this was said, Su Yuqing and Su Lintian naturally proceeded into the hotel. Meanwhile, the Su family members standing a few steps away were left dumbfounded. How did they get in? Su Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jingde was equally bewildered, frowning in confusion. What is going on? Is the doorman playing tricks on us? Fu Rong, displaying her cleverness, pulled old Master Su forward and inquired. Since we are with those two, may we enter as well? The doorman nodded. Yes, you may proceed. With that, Fu Rong beamed and turned to wave at Su Yue and Su Jingde. Yue dear, come on. We can go in now. Exchanging glances, Su Yue and Su Jin followed suit and entered. Upon entering the Hilton Supreme Hotel, the group was swiftly enveloped by the opulent atmosphere, casting aside the earlier displeasure of being turned away at the door. My goodness. Grandfather, look. That is President Ma of the Tengda Group, one of the 4 wealthy magnates of Yinqing. And over there, ISNT that our city's mayor, Lu Quan? I never expected to see the mayor here. Wait a moment, the one who just came in through the entrance. Could that be Governor Zheng Xiaolong of Jinzhou Province? Su Yue was utterly astonished at the sight of these prominent figures attending the royal charity gala. The Su family, at best, constituted a second-tier family in Yinqing and had never before mingled with such an elite circle, let alone share the same venue with dignitaries like mayors and governors at a charity event. Old Master Su, filled with excitement, nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Wonderful. We must seize this opportunity at the royal charity gala. Jingde, stay close to me. Fu Rong, Yue, you too. Hurry and make connections with these dignitaries. They all have families. You can start by engaging with their wives. Once the women become acquainted, they will soon have much to discuss. It is far easier than navigating relationships among men. Upon hearing this, Su Yue and Fu Rong nodded in agreement, linking arms and resembling a pair of sisters at the gala as they approached the affluent ladies for conversation. Meanwhile, Su Jingde furrowed his brow and remarked, Why haven't I seen Yuqing and that rascal Su Lintian? Su Mingxing replied coldly, Enough worrying about others. Let us find a spot and have a drink together. At this moment, unbeknownst to the rest of the Su family, Su Lintian and Su Yuqing had been promptly invited to a VIP box on the second floor by the associates of Gao Ruiqiang upon their arrival. This was a privilege not afforded to others. Inside the private room, Gao Ruiqiang, holding a glass of red wine, addressed Su Lintian, saying, "Dr. Su, your presence truly elevates this humble hotel. Haha, allow me to introduce you to a few friends shortly." As he spoke, the city mayor Lu Quan, Governor Zheng Xiaolong, and Chairman Ma Fading of Tongda Group simultaneously entered the box. Observing this, Gao Ruiqiang smiled and said, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Dr. Su, these three are the friends I intended to introduce to you." Chapter 25. What can you do with me? Su Lintian and Su Yuqing exchanged a glance, both astonished at what they saw in each other's eyes. What kind of scheme was Gao Ruiqiang concocting? Introducing new acquaintances without prior notice? The moment Su Yuqing laid eyes on the three prominent figures, an immense wave of disbelief surged within her. It was hard to fathom that any one of them could wield such immense power in Yinqing. Even her grandfather, Su Mingqing, would seldom have the opportunity to meet any one of them. Yet today, these three influential individuals had gathered in one place, and she was actually sharing a private room with all of them? Su Yuqing was utterly dumbfounded, her excitement rendering her speechless. In contrast, Su Lintian, accustomed to tumultuous events and grand occasions, maintained his composure and nodded with a smile, stating, "Since they are friends of Mr. Gao, they are my friends as well. It is a pleasure to meet you all." As he spoke, Su Lintian extended his hand. Lu Quan, the mayor of Yinqing, promptly stepped forward, extending both hands to grasp Su Lintian's with great care. Upon witnessing the profound respect Lu Quan showed her husband, Su Yuqing was left flabbergasted, overwhelmed by shock. While shaking hands, Lu Quan exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Su, I have long admired your esteemed reputation. I heard that Mr. Gao was once afflicted with a terminal illness, facing only a few days left to live. Fortunately, he encountered you and was saved. If I were to fall ill, might I also request your healing touch?" At these words, Su Lintian suddenly understood. It seemed Gao Ruiqiang had discreetly informed these three about his medical prowess, which explained the gathering in the private room. Su Lintian cast a sidelong glance at Gao Ruiqiang, his expression silently conveying his thoughts. As if to say, "You, my friend, have been rather vocal about my abilities." Gao Ruiqiang noticed Su Lintian's gaze and, sensing his guilt, quickly replied with a flattering smile, "Dr. Su, please don't be angry. It is said that a healer possesses a benevolent heart. To be honest, Mayor Lu, Governor Zheng, and Chairman Ma are all dear friends of mine. I have only mentioned your remarkable medical skills to them. Rest assured, no one else is aware." Governor Zheng Xiaolong of Jinzhou and Chairman Ma Fading of the Tongda Group nodded in agreement, affirming Gao Ruiqiang's statement. In the midst of their conversation, Mayor Lu Quan presented a black gift box to Su Lintian, saying, "Dr. Su, as this is our first meeting, I hope you will accept this modest gift as a token of respect." Su Lintian accepted the gift box with a smile, replying, "Your presence is gift enough. There is no need for such formalities. You are too kind, Mayor Lu. How could one meet a healer empty-handed?" Lu Quan chuckled heartily. Governor Zheng Xiaolong stepped forward with an eager expression, stating, "Dr. Su, I too have a small gift for you. This is the Jinzhou order. Holding this token within Jinzhou grants you unfettered passage. Even in the case of grave offenses, it can ensure a pardon." Hearing this, Su Lintian's eyes brightened. This was indeed a prized possession. He promptly accepted the Jinzhou order, smiling, "Thank you, Governor Zheng, for your thoughtfulness." Simultaneously, Chairman Ma Fading of the Tongda Group stepped forward, presenting a Patek Philippe Grand Complications 2023 diamond watch, smiling, "Healer, this is the luxurious Supreme Edition diamond watch released by Patek Philippe this year, with only 3 pieces available globally, each valued at 30 million. Please accept it as a small token of appreciation." Su Lintian, maintaining his composure, donned the exquisite Patek Philippe watch and nodded, smiling, "It truly lives up to its 30 million value. Thank you, Chairman Ma. Dr. Su is too modest." Ma Fading chuckled awkwardly. Throughout this exchange, Su Yuqing stood with her mouth agape, utterly astonished. It was one thing for these three magnates to show such deference to Su Lintian, but they had even prepared gifts for him. While the contents of the black gift box remained unknown, it was evident that, as the mayor, Lu Quan would not be presenting anything trivial. The 30 million Patek Philippe watch was enough to leave Su Yuqing in a state of disbelief. While 30 million might not be significant for Ma Fiteng, The fact that he presented such an extravagant gift upon their first meeting underscored the esteem in which he held Su Lintian. Yet, what left Su Yuqing most astounded was the Jinzhou order. Symbolizing supreme authority within Jinzhou, its possession granted unimpeded access, with any crime subject to pardon. Su Yuqing could hardly believe that Governor Zheng Xiaolong would so readily gift this token to Su Lintian. At that moment, Gao Ruiqiang discreetly gestured to Mayor Lu Quan, signaling that the time was ripe. Understanding the cue, Lu Quan stepped forward and sheepishly said, "Dr. Su, to be candid, my daughter has been frail and plagued by ailments since childhood. 2 years ago, she fell victim to an incurable chill. I have sought treatment across renowned hospitals nationwide, yet no one has been able to heal her. Hearing of your unparalleled medical skills, might you consider diagnosing her after the charity gala? Should you agree, the Lu family will certainly repay your kindness." Su Lintian's smile twitched. He had not anticipated being asked for a favor so soon. However, having received their gifts, he understood the unwritten rule of reciprocity. He nodded, saying, "Mayor Lu, you are too kind. I can certainly take a look at your daughter after the event, but I must clarify that I can only offer a consultation. I cannot guarantee a cure." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan was filled with joy, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes. For the healer to examine my daughter is already a blessing. Should she be cured, the Lu family will undoubtedly reward you generously. Even if you find yourself unable to help, we shall not hold it against you." Seeing that Lu Quan was reasonable, Su Lintian agreed. "Very well. Let us meet at the hotel entrance after the gala. If there is nothing else, my wife and I shall take our leave for now, as her family awaits us downstairs. If we linger too long, Su Leiazizi may grow concerned." Su Lintian spoke calmly. Lu Quan nodded promptly. "Please take care, Dr. Su. I shall await you at the entrance after the gala." After familiarizing herself with the 3 prominent figures, Su Yuqing followed Su Lintian downstairs. "Su Lintian, is your medical skill truly so exceptional that both Lu Qingshou and Zheng Xingshou hold you in such high esteem?" Su Yuqing finally expressed the words she had been holding back for quite some time. Earlier, in the private room, she had intended to voice her thoughts. Su Lintian chuckled and replied, "The wealthier and more powerful individuals are, the more they fear death. Without exception, they place a greater emphasis on their health than ordinary people." Although Su Lintian's response strayed from the question, Su Yuqing found a semblance of truth in his words and refrained from pursuing the matter further. After the two descended the stairs, they soon overheard someone vehemently berating Su Yue and her mother, Fu Rong. "What kind of riffraff can attend the royal charity gala? Your Su family is, at best, an inconsequential little clan, yet you dare to come here and disgrace yourselves?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's expression turned alarmed as she hurriedly released Su Lintian's hand and rushed to her mother Fu Rong's side to assess the situation. Su Lintian furrowed his brows and quickly moved forward. "Mother, what is happening?" he inquired. Fu Rong had always treated him well, among the entire Su family. Only she and elder Su had no prejudice against Su Lintian, so he felt no shame in addressing her as mother. Fu Rong's face was pale, and she managed a wry smile as she said, "Lintian, Yue and I just came over to introduce ourselves to Madame Ma, but Yue accidentally spilled wine on her dress, and now it has escalated to this." "Madame Ma?" Su Lintian glanced at the sharp-tongued socialite and remarked, "It is good that you know I am Madame Ma. My husband is Ma Tingfei. This evening gown was purchased for me by him and is worth over 10 million. Can your Su family afford to compensate for its damage?" The socialite, with her arms crossed defiantly, let out a cold snort. Su Lintian frowned and retorted, "Is it merely a 10 million item you value so highly? Have you never seen money? You insolent brat. What do you mean I have never seen money? My husband is the richest man in Yinqing. How could I not have seen money? I tell you, today, all members of the Su family must kneel and apologize, or this matter will not be resolved." She glared at Su Lintian menacingly. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's face turned ashen. She never anticipated that her careless mistake would bring shame upon the entire Su family. Just then, Su Lintian let out a cold laugh and said, "And what if I refuse? What will you do then?" Chapter 26. A stifling silence descends. As Su Lintian's words lingered in the air, Su Yue's expression transformed into one of utter astonishment. "Su Lintian, what are you doing? You must not be disrespectful to Madame Ma." After reprimanding Su Lintian, Su Yue quickly donned a smile and addressed Madame Ma. "I sincerely apologize, Madame Ma. This is my brother-in-law. He is merely a live-in son-in-law and lacks understanding. Please do not take offense." The sharp-tongued matron let out a derisive snort. Oh, I was wondering who had the audacity to speak so boldly. It turns out to be a worthless son-in-law. From your tone, I was led to believe you were the head of the Su family. How dare a useless son-in-law be so brazen before me? Do you believe I won't have someone silence you? Boom. At these words, Su Yue, Su Yuqing, and Fu Rong were immediately struck with trepidation. Drenched in cold sweat, they could not afford to offend Madame Ma, for the Su family was not worthy of even carrying her shoes. Seeing Madame Ma's fury, Su Yuqing promptly tugged at Su Lintian's hand, urging, Su Lintian, please say less. Su Lintian frowned, retorting, this wretched woman's tongue is foul. Why should I indulge her? She wishes to silence me? Let her come. I stand right here, and I dare her to make a move. With Su Lintian's declaration echoing through the air, many prominent figures nearby took notice of the escalating conflict. Whispers filled the crowd. Who is this fool that has provoked Madame Ma? Everyone in Yinxing knows her temper. She is not to be trifled with. This young man seems quite handsome. He must be a son-in-law of the Su family. Today, he has offended Madame Ma, and may well find himself cast out by the Su family to avoid repercussions. Madame Ma is furious, and the consequences will be dire. Witnessing Su Lintian's audacity, Madame Ma was momentarily taken aback before a sinister smile crept across her lips. Well, you little rascal, so fond of bravado, are you? Today, I shall see if your words hold any weight. Bring forth my enforcers. Tear his mouth apart. At the instant her command was issued, several bodyguards from the Ma family charged forward, intending to lay hands on Su Lintian. With a disdainful snort, Su Lintian unleashed a single punch, sending one bodyguard flying several meters away, his body akin to a kite with severed strings. Another bodyguard hesitated, only to find himself propelled by a swift kick from Su Lintian, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of wails. The remaining two bodyguards, drenched in cold sweat from fear, barely managed to move before Su Lintian dispatched them with a swift chop, leaving them incapacitated. In mere moments, Su Lintian had dispatched all of Madame Ma's henchmen. The sight compelled Madame Ma to retreat, hastily retrieving her phone to call her husband, Ma Tingfei. Darling, where are you? Hurry downstairs. Someone is trying to harm me. She feigned distress. On the other end, Ma Tingfei, upon hearing her words, became alarmed. Stay calm. I will be there right away. After hanging up, Madame Ma shot a frosty glare at Su Lintian, declaring, you are all doomed. My husband is on his way down. Today, not only did your Su family douse me with drinks, but you also assaulted my people. This debt, I fear, you cannot bear. However, if all of you kneel and apologize now, perhaps I will consider granting you another chance. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's expression darkened, and she cast a reproachful look at Su Lintian. Su Lintian, look at the trouble you've caused. If you wish to be reckless, do not drag us down with you. Fu Rong hastily interjected. All right, Yue, do not blame Lintian. He only meant to help us. Mother, what are you saying at a time like this? How can you defend Su Lintian? He has only made things worse. Su Yue was increasingly exasperated. Having already angered Madame Ma, she felt further vexation at Su Lintian's lack of assistance. In her moment of desperation, a thought struck Su Yue. Right, Mother. I will call Qin Tianhao. Perhaps he can aid us. Su Yue swiftly pulled out her phone and dialed Qin Tianhao. Madame Ma, observing this action, sneered, I care not for your Qin Tianhao. Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven himself arrives today, the Su family must kneel and apologize. At that moment, Elder Su and Su Jingde rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing Madame Ma domineeringly reprimanding Su Yue and Fu Rong, Elder Su quickly inquired, Yue, what has transpired? After Su Yue recounted the events, Elder Su's expression turned grave. The Ma family was not one the Su family could afford to offend. Su Jingde glared fiercely at Su Lintian, scolding, Su Lintian, it's you again. Just how much longer do you intend to bring ruin upon our Su family? You dare provoke Madame Ma. Are you deliberately scheming against us? Su Lintian bristled at this accusation, retorting, father-in-law. What nonsense are you spouting? It was clearly Su Yue who provoked her, and I was merely defending her. Are you blaming me? You still dare to argue? This was a matter that could have been resolved with an apology from Yue. You chose to escalate it. Now look, you have angered Madame Ma. What shall we do? Su Jingde's face flushed with rage, and he suddenly turned to Madame Ma, hastily stating, Madame Ma, even if our Su family had 1,000 lives, we would not dare offend you. Su Lintian is not one of us. He is merely a worthless son-in-law who has recently joined our family. Whatever grievances you have, take them up with him. Please, Do not hold the rest of our Su family accountable. You may do with Su Lintian as you see fit." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing was the first to protest, her voice filled with alarm. "Father, what are you doing? Su Lintian is my husband. How can you claim he is not one of us? You cannot hand him over." Su Yuqing even spread her arms to shield Su Lintian, fearing Su Jingde might act rashly. "Yuqing, this is madness. Because of this fool, our family is in dire straits. We must take advantage of Madame Ma's current restraint and hand Su Lintian over for disposal." Su Jingde seethed through gritted teeth. Fu Rong intervened, grasping Su Jingde's arm. "Darling, do not act impulsively. Lintian is our family. How can we abandon him? Your actions are disheartening." "Disheartening? Su Lintian has ruined everything. I am trying to salvage our situation. How would a mere woman like you understand?" "Silence." Su Jingde's fury erupted as he raised his hand, intending to strike Fu Rong. At that moment, Su Lintian swiftly intervened, blocking Su Jingde's hand and shielding Fu Rong from the impending slap. "Father-in-law, do you not think it unbecoming to strike a woman in front of so many witnesses?" Su Lintian admonished, his brow furrowed. Fu Rong was taken aback, and Su Jingde was equally stunned. Neither had anticipated Su Lintian's timely intervention to protect Fu Rong. Su Jingde's anger intensified as he bellowed, "Su Lintian, how dare you? What gives you the right to speak to me in this manner? You are nothing but a useless son-in-law, unworthy of such a stance. A man like you, incapable of protecting his family and too cowardly to confront outsiders, yet domineering within your own household, is the true waste," Su Lintian retorted without flinching. "What did you say? Repeat that." Su Jingde seethed, ready to teach Su Lintian a harsh lesson. "I will repeat it. You are still a waste," Su Lintian declared firmly. "I will kill you." Su Jingde roared in fury. At that moment, Old Master Su stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap across Su Jingde's face, causing him to tumble to the ground. "You useless wretch. Lintian is right. This is clearly a time for unity against external threats, yet you choose to be tyrannical at home. How did I end up with such a son? How could Fu Rong marry a man like you?" Su Mingqing's words stripped Su Jingde of all dignity, rendering him speechless with clenched fists. Meanwhile, Mrs. Ma clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "Watching this bunch of Su family scoundrels turn against each other is truly amusing. Ha ha ha." Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and swiftly advanced. With a sharp crack, his palm struck Mrs. Ma's right cheek, leaving a vivid imprint. The entire assembly was left in shock. "Is this amusing to you?" Su Lintian coldly inquired, standing before Mrs. Ma. "You, how dare you strike me, you brute?" Mrs. Ma gasped in disbelief, her cheek throbbing with pain, igniting a fierce hatred for Su Lintian. "It is indeed you, vile woman," Su Lintian proclaimed, raising his hand once more to deliver another resounding slap to her left cheek. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating at that instant. Chapter 27. Is the young and reckless one the son-in-law? Does he dare to provoke Madame Ma? Does this lad not realize that Ma Tengfei is notoriously protective of his own? When did the Su family, a second-rate clan, gain the audacity to attend the royal charity gala? Truly a disgrace. Our high society cannot tolerate such a petty scoundrel who resorts to violence over trivial disagreements. Look, Mr. Ma has arrived. The Su family is doomed. As Su Lintian had just struck Madame Ma, many influential figures witnessed Ma Tengfei hastily descending from the VIP room on the second floor. Observing Ma Tengfei's anxious demeanor, it was only natural for them to assume he was coming to confront the Su family. Madame Ma turned to see her husband approaching, her spirits lifting immediately. She sneered at Su Lintian, saying, "Just wait and see. Those 2 slaps you just gave me will be repaid 100-fold. The Su family is finished." After threatening Su Lintian, Madame Ma rushed to her husband's side, feigning distress, and said, "Darling, you finally arrived. You have no idea how this worthless son-in-law from the Su family has bullied me. He slapped me twice in public and called me a shameless woman. You must stand up for me." Upon hearing this, Su Yue's expression darkened, as Madame Ma's words had completely distorted right and wrong, given Ma Tengfei's grim countenance. It seemed he would not only blame Su Lintian, but might also drag the entire Su family into the fray. Su Yue, in turmoil, concluded that Su Lintian was a troublemaker. Meanwhile, Su Yuqing looked anxiously at Su Lintian, contemplating how to extricate him from this predicament. As for the other dignitaries at the charity gala, they wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness how Ma Tengfei would deal with the Su family. In the midst of everyone's attention, Ma Tengfei first glanced at Su Lintian, then turned to Madame Ma with a stern expression and said, Did you just say he slapped you and called you a shameless woman? Yes, yes. Darling, it's this worthless son-in-law. How dare he disrespect me? Today, I will make him pay dearly, Madame Ma declared, hands on her hips, speaking in a sarcastic tone. However, just as her words hung in the air, Ma Tingfei made an unexpected move that stunned everyone present. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Ma Tingfei retracted his hand slightly, cursing, "You shameless woman. How dare you behave so disgracefully? I truly regret marrying you. It's one thing to cause trouble outside, but to create a scene here today?" The room fell silent, disbelief etched on every face as they stared at Ma Tingfei, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. How could he suddenly abandon his protective instincts? Moreover, he struck his own wife in public? Shouldn't he have been reprimanding the Su family's son-in-law instead? At that moment, a few astute individuals began to surmise that Su Lintian's identity was likely more complex than merely being the Su family's son-in-law. After all, those who could attend the royal charity gala were seasoned veterans who had navigated the realms of politics, business, and warfare for decades. They were not ordinary individuals. Ma Tengfei's actions clearly hinted at underlying intricacies, as he was acting far too uncharacteristically. In truth, Ma Tengfei had been utterly alarmed upon seeing that it was Su Lintian who had struck his wife. His concern was not for his wife's feelings, but rather whether his domineering spouse had once again caused trouble, potentially offending the esteemed Su Shini. Madame Ma's words confirmed Ma Tengfei's suspicions. Faced with the necessity of making a decision on the spot, he chose to side with Su Lintian and to firmly reprimand his inconsiderate wife. After all, who was Su Lintian? A figure so respected that even Lu Quan, the city mayor, treated him with utmost reverence, and who had received a prestigious token from the capital of Jinzhou. Such a personage, even Ma Tengfei could only look up to. Not to mention, just moments ago, Su Lintian had agreed to assist the mayor's daughter after the gala. Henceforth, both Su Lintian and the Su family would likely forge a close relationship with Lu Quan. With such connections, their fortunes would surely soar skyward. Ma Tengfei, being merely a businessman, could not afford to offend someone of Su Lintian's stature. However, since Su Lintian had instructed him not to reveal his identity as a miraculous doctor, Ma Tengfei had merely concocted an excuse, claiming his wife's usual mischief to justify the slap. The Su family was left dumbfounded by this turn of events. Su Yue had just assumed the Su family was doomed, only to be taken aback by the rapid reversal of fortunes. Su Yuqing sighed in relief for Su Lintian, sensing that Ma Tengfei was a reasonable man who would not overly complicate matters for him. As for the elderly patriarch of the Su family, he squinted, regarding Su Lintian with profound insight. This son-in-law seemed to be a rare opportunity brought forth by the blessings of their ancestors, a fortuitous encounter indeed. While outsiders remained oblivious, he, as the head of the Su family, must not be blind to this fortune. In that moment, amidst the grand royal charity gala, opinions varied widely. Only the foolish remained utterly bewildered, such as Madame Ma, who could hardly believe her eyes as she covered half her face in shock, staring incredulously at her husband. "Darling, did you hit the wrong person? Shouldn't you be punishing this worthless son-in-law instead?" Upon hearing this, Ma Tengfei gritted his teeth and delivered another sharp slap to the other side of Madame Ma's face. The sound resonated again, crisp and clear, sending shockwaves throughout the crowd. Ma Tengfei, through clenched teeth, growled, "Shameless woman. Silence. Speak another word, and I swear I will divorce you on the spot." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ma felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In her recollection, her husband, Ma Tengfei, was not like this. Until today, Ma Tengfei had always treated her with great tenderness. Not to mention offending her, he wouldn't even utter a harsh word during their playful banter. To her utter astonishment, today he had publicly slapped her and called her a wretched woman. Mrs. Ma was momentarily rendered speechless by the dual slaps she had just received. However, she distinctly remembered Ma Tengfei's final words. If she uttered another syllable, he would seek a divorce. Realizing this, Mrs. Ma could only suppress her inner fury, steady herself, and remain silent. If looks could kill, her gaze at Su Lintian could have annihilated him 1,000 times over. With her emotions bottled up, she could only glare at Su Lintian to convey her dissatisfaction. At that moment, Ma Tengfei stepped in front of Su Lintian and, with an apologetic smile, said, "I truly apologize. My wife has a rather temperamental disposition and may have offended you earlier. I hope everyone can overlook it." Su Yue was left speechless. Su Jingde was dumbfounded. Su Yuqing and her mother, Fu Rong, were also in a state of shock. unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. The illustrious Ma Tengfei, the wealthiest man in Yinqing and an elite on the Forbes list, was publicly apologizing to the seemingly useless son-in-law, Su Lintian. Was this a figment of my imagination? Su Yue even rubbed her eyes in disbelief, nearly convinced she was hallucinating. The guests present were equally astounded, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They had expected Ma Tengfei's arrival to signal the downfall of the Su family. Yet the turn of events was utterly astonishing. When did Mr. Ma become so approachable? My goodness. To my knowledge, Mr. Ma has never apologized to anyone in his decades in business. I can't believe that not only did Mrs. Ma receive a slap from this son-in-law of the Su family, but her own husband also struck her, only to subsequently lower himself to apologize to him. My worldview has truly shattered. Just when everyone thought this affair would conclude with Ma Tengfei's apology, the brash Su Lintian, the Su family's son-in-law, uttered something that left everyone in the room utterly shocked. Chapter 28. With a thought, I can grant you life. With a thought, I can take it away. In the face of the apology from Ma Tengfei, the wealthiest man in Yinqing, Su Lintian remained expressionless and calmly remarked, Mr. Ma, your apology alone is insufficient. Just a moment ago, your wife publicly insulted me and our Su family, demanding that we all kneel and apologize. How do you intend to handle this matter? Upon hearing Su Lintian's words, the attendees of the royal charity gala were rendered utterly speechless. Shocked murmurs filled the room. Wow, this son-in-law of the Su family possesses quite a backbone. He knows Ma Tengfei's stature, yet he dares to speak to him in such a tone? My goodness, is this lad out of his mind? Mr. Ma publicly apologizing to him is already a significant gesture, and he still questions how to resolve it? Is Mr. Ma's apology not enough? What a display for attention. If I were Mr. Ma, I would have slapped this worthless son-in-law right then and there. Just as everyone anticipated that Ma Tengfei would undoubtedly teach Su Lintian a lesson, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To their astonishment, Ma Tengfei, having heard Su Lintian's words, not only did not become angry, but instead appeared to accept the situation as reasonable. He nodded repeatedly, akin to a chick pecking at grain, and solemnly stated, You are right. Since my wife has committed such an impolite act, she ought to apologize to you and the entire Su family. I have failed to consider this properly. You, wretched woman, do not hesitate to come over and apologize. Boom. With this declaration, the crowd was left even more stunned. Su Yue's astonishment was beyond words. She never anticipated that Su Lintian's seemingly reckless behavior would not incite Ma Tengfei's anger, but rather compel him to act in accordance with Su Lintian's wishes. Su Yue's mouth hung agape, wide enough to accommodate a fist. Su Jingde and Fu Rong shared similar expressions of shock, their faces mirroring hers. Only Su Yuqing, standing behind Su Lintian, looked on in disbelief at this surreal scene. Though Ma Tengfei had shown great respect to Su Lintian earlier in the VIP room upstairs, Su Yuqing had thought it merely the customary pleasantries of a powerful figure. At this moment, witnessing Ma Tengfei's complete impartiality towards his wife and his deference to Su Lintian, she finally recognized the undeniable charm her husband possessed. While Mrs. Ma had managed to suppress her fury earlier, upon hearing Ma Tengfei demand she apologize to Su Lintian and the Su family, she could no longer contain herself. She stormed up to Ma Tengfei, shouting, Husband, what on earth is going on today? I will not apologize to a worthless son-in-law. And as for the Su family, what right do they have to demand an apology from me? They are nothing but a bunch of lowly commoners, unworthy even to serve me. Before Mrs. Ma could finish her tirade, Ma Tengfei swiftly struck her, sending her sprawling to the ground. Wretched woman, stubborn and unrepentant, do you wish to drive me to madness? This was the first time Ma Tengfei had ever displayed such fury. The force of his slap not only knocked his wife down, but also left his own hand trembling and sore, red and swollen from the impact. He had almost expended all his strength in that blow. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How could this be? The wealthiest man in Yinqing had struck his own wife so violently? This slap would have likely incapacitated even a robust man. Truly, this was an eye-opener. Had Mr. Ma indulged in substances? Otherwise, it was inconceivable why he would treat his wife with such ferocity. Mr. Ma, please, calm down. Do not harm your wife. We can sit down and discuss this matter. Not only were the powerful elite astonished, but the Su family members were equally taken aback. They had prepared themselves to kneel and apologize, but never expected events to unfold in such a manner. Mrs. Ma sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face, unable to comprehend how her usually doting husband could behave so differently today. Ma Tung Fei, you have gone too far today. After all these years of marriage, you have never struck me. You would hit me for the sake of a worthless son-in-law from the Su family? How outrageous. This life is no longer bearable. As Mrs. Ma cried and choked on her words, Ma Tengfei did not relent. He pulled out his phone and dialed his lawyer. Lawyer Kai, draft a divorce agreement immediately and bring it to the Hilton Grand Hotel. Remember, I want it now. After hanging up, he coldly threatened, wretched woman, I will give you one last chance. If you can apologize to Su Lintian and the other members of the Su family before Lawyer Kai arrives, I will not force you to sign the divorce agreement. Otherwise, Mrs. Ma's face turned ashen, as if she had swallowed something foul. Her earlier bravado was merely intended to intimidate Ma Tengfei. She never imagined he would actually call a lawyer to draft divorce papers. This was no jest. Though Mrs. Ma was arrogant and domineering, she was not foolish. Apologizing to the Su family would indeed tarnish her pride. However, if she refused to apologize today out of her arrogance, she would lose even the proud status of being Mrs. Ma. Weighing her options, Mrs. Ma swallowed hard, stood up, and approached Su Lintian, lowering her head. I apologize. Su Lintian remained expressionless, placing a hand to his ear as if he could not hear her clearly, and asked, What did you say? My hearing isn't quite good. Could you speak up? Mrs. Ma clenched her fists, tears brimming in her eyes, feeling utterly humiliated, wishing to vanish into the ground. Yet, for the sake of a life of luxury, she had no choice but to bow her head to Su Lintian. Taking a deep breath, Mrs. Ma raised her voice, I apologize. This single utterance seemed to drain her of all her strength. After offering her apologies, Madame Ma swayed and collapsed onto the ground. Su Lintian chuckled softly and remarked, Such dramatics. You act as if your life were at stake merely for uttering an apology. Do not rush to sit down. There are several others here to whom you must also extend your apologies before this matter can be considered resolved. As he spoke, Su Lintian gestured towards Su Yue and the others behind him. Madame Ma's eyes brimmed with resentment, yet she found herself powerless. Thus, she could only suppress her anguish and gradually rise, apologizing in turn to each member of the Su family. Old Master Su, I am truly sorry. Mr. Su Jingda, I apologize. Miss Su, 2nd Mississippi. Madam Su. After Madame Ma had extended her apologies to everyone in the Su family, Su Lintian expressionlessly took out a cigarette, lit it, and blew smoke rings directly at her face. Cough, cough, cough. Madame Ma was choked to the point of tears, but dared not express her anger. She could only endure the humiliation cautiously. Su Lintian sneered, Well, since you've completed your apologies, you may leave now. Do not obstruct the path any longer. With those words, it felt as though a knife had been plunged deep into Madame Ma's heart. She seethed with hatred, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon Su Lintian. This man had stripped her of her dignity before all the powerful figures of Yinqing, bringing her immense shame. This grudge would not be forgotten. Suppressing her humiliation, Madame Ma turned to stand behind Ma Tengfei, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace more than anything else. Darling, I have apologized. Please do not be angry anymore. Can we avoid divorce? I cannot live without you. Ma Tengfei sighed and nodded slowly. Very well. Since you have apologized to the Su family, I shall honor my promise and not make things difficult for you. However, your behavior tonight has been most inappropriate for this gathering. You should take a taxi and return home. Upon hearing these words, her heart felt as if it were being sliced apart, yet she could only feign a smile, turning away in sorrow and exiting the venue. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of all the prominent figures present that evening. They could only surmise that the wife of the wealthiest man in Yinqing, Ma Tengfei, had been publicly slapped and insulted, all for having offended a mere son-in-law of the Su family, and she had come perilously close to divorce. After Su Lintian had orchestrated all these events, he merely stated with an expressionless calm, No matter how powerful you may be or how vast your wealth, in the face of my unparalleled medical skills, everything is insignificant, for with a mere thought, I can grant you life or take it away. Chapter 29, The auction commences. After Madame Ma departed from the venue, Ma Tengfei did not linger before Su Lintian and the others, but swiftly exited the hall. After all, Su Lintian had instructed him to keep his identity as a divine doctor concealed, and to avoid arousing suspicion, Ma Tengfei naturally would not tarry. Once the matter was settled, Su Yue exhaled deeply, finally able to relax. Reflecting upon Madame Ma's aggressive demeanor earlier, Su Yue still felt a lingering sense of trepidation. She swallowed hard, composed herself, and furrowed her brow at Su Lintian, saying, Su Lintian, are you aware that you nearly jeopardized our entire family just now? Su Jingde stepped forward, indignant, exclaiming, exactly. As a son-in-law, what right do you have to speak out here? You have offended someone of Madame Ma's stature. What if she decides to make things difficult for the Su family in the future? Old Master Su Mingqing spoke in a deep voice. Enough. If it weren't for Lintian standing up for us just now, we would likely be on our knees apologizing to Madame Ma at this very moment. If the Su family truly found itself in such a predicament today, we would become a laughingstock in Yinqing from this point forward. Su Yue's brows furrowed further. Grandfather, you don't understand. The Ma family's influence is unfathomable. They possess extraordinary resources even in Jinzhou. Today, Su Lintian humiliated Madame Ma publicly, and she will undoubtedly seek revenge against us once she returns home. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqing's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that someone like Madame Ma was narrow-minded, and even if she could not retaliate today, she would surely pursue retribution later. At that moment, Su Lintian suddenly interjected, I truly cannot comprehend your fears. You all seem utterly bewitched by that shrew. She is merely a merchant's wife. Is it truly necessary for you to be so terrified? In Su Lintian's eyes, not even Madame Ma, let alone Ma Tengfei, the richest man in Yinqing, was worthy of concern. He believed he could easily find powerful allies willing to crush the Ma family at a mere suggestion. Thus, he found the Su family's reaction quite absurd. Su Lintian's words, rather than diffusing the tension, ignited a fire within Su Jingde. He had long harbored disdain for Su Lintian, the useless son-in-law. The situation remained unresolved, yet Su Lintian had the audacity to make light of it. Gritting his teeth, Su Jingde glared fiercely. Su Fei, if you wish to perish, that is your choice, but do not drag our entire family into the abyss with you. Once you divorce Yuqing, you may do as you please. It is none of our concern. However, as a member of the Su family, you must learn to control your tongue. How dare you belittle someone of Madame Ma's caliber? Su Lintian raised an eyebrow, meeting Su Jingde's gaze directly. Dear father-in-law, I have come to realize that while you possess no other talents, you certainly excel at being domineering at home. Why did you not dare to speak so boldly to that shrew earlier? You. Su Jingde raised a hand as if to strike Su Lintian. However, Old Master Su Mingqing intervened just in time, blocking him. With a roar, Su Mingqing declared, Jingde, you have lost your composure. Regardless of the circumstances, Lintian is still one of our own. You should not have raised your voice at him. I suggest you return home and calm down. Father. Su Jingde stared, astonished, unable to believe his ears. However, Old Master Su offered him no opportunity for rebuttal, merely snorting coldly. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for forcing you out. With this ultimatum, Su Jingde found himself bereft of dignity to remain. He shot Su Lintian one last glare before storming off. After his departure, Su Yue sighed inwardly. Su Lintian, ever since you joined the Su family, you have truly turned our lives into chaos. Sigh. It seems I must find an opportunity to speak with Yuqing and persuade her to divorce you sooner rather than later. Understanding that Old Master Su was in a foul mood and protective of Su Lintian, Su Yue refrained from openly criticizing him any further. Yet, today's events had secretly planted a seed within her, urging her to facilitate Yuqing's divorce from Su Lintian. The Su family settled into a corner of the hall to avoid further conflict. Having learned from the earlier incident, Old Master Su lost all desire to allow Fu Rong and Su Yue to mingle with the wealthy wives. Thus, the family sat quietly in their corner, observing the charity gala. A captivating woman, dressed in a low-cut, high-slit qipao, adorned herself with flamboyant makeup and sauntered onto the stage with a graceful stride. She approached the center of the stage and bowed deeply to the distinguished guests present. This bow revealed her exquisite figure, showcasing a deep and alluring neckline. The sight of this enchanting beauty sent waves of excitement coursing through the men in attendance, leaving them parched and breathless. Many affluent young men, having feasted their eyes upon her, began to murmur among themselves. Wow, this girl is something else. Those curves must be at least a G-cup, right? Imagine the pleasure if one could have her company. TSK, Chen Xiao, you have quite the taste. I didn't expect you to fancy her. Though I admit her figure is indeed remarkable, she seems a tad older, nearing 30. I prefer the freshness of an 18-year-old, delicate enough to squeeze water from. Humph, Wu Xiao, you clearly do not understand. You are too young to appreciate the charms of a mature woman, mistaking youthful girls for treasures. While 18-year-olds may be young, they cannot compare to the prowess of a mature lady in bed. I won't even mention my last escapade with that mature female streamer. She was something else, and I swear, an absolute delight. As the enchanting beauty took the stage, she instantly became the focal point of the event. Under the spotlight, she beamed like a flower, exuding charm, and greeted the guests with a flirtatious wink. Good evening, esteemed guests. Welcome to this year's Royal Charity Gala. I am your auction host for tonight. You may call me Dong Dong. After Su Dong completed his self-introduction, he succinctly stated, "Now, let us not waste time and delve directly into the core of the matter. This evening, we have a total of 3 auction items. Although the quantity is limited, each piece is a priceless treasure. As per our customary practice, 20% of the proceeds from this auction will be donated to impoverished mountainous regions. Now, allow me to introduce the first item for tonight's auction." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dong clapped his hands. With 2 resounding claps, several staff members cautiously brought a glass display case to the podium. Inside the case lay a piece of calligraphy. Su Dong smiled and introduced, "The first auction item tonight is this exquisite piece, Tian Ming Zi Tai, created by the contemporary calligraphy master, Zhao Tianxin. The starting bid is set at 13 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1 million. The auction begins now." With Su Dong's declaration, a wave of astonishment swept through the guests. Is it really Chao Master S. Tian Ming Zi Tai? My goodness, this is truly a priceless treasure. This piece of calligraphy is hailed as one of the greatest works of the 21st century. Who would have thought to witness it here today? Ladies and gentlemen, observe how the calligraphy dances with vigor, executed in one breath. The boldness and flamboyance conveyed through the strokes are simply breathtaking. Truly the work of a master. Su Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Is this really an item for the Royal Charity Gala? And it's only the first item, yet the starting bid exceeds 100 million. The final price will surely be even higher. Fu Rong added her admiration. Yue, take a good look at the Master S calligraphy. You might gain some insights. Elder Su Mengsheng even took out his phone to capture the moment. However, Su Yuqing stifled a yawn and remarked to her companion, Su Lintian, what do you think of this calligraphy, Su Lintian? I find it rather ordinary, and I don't see what makes it so impressive. Of course, it's possible that my lack of academic prowess since childhood has left me weary of written characters and indifferent to calligraphy. Unexpectedly, Su Lintian furrowed his brow after viewing the piece and replied, Yuqing, your impression is not incorrect. This calligraphy is indeed mediocre. No, to call it mediocre is an overstatement. In my opinion, it is utterly subpar. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man sitting beside Su Lintian immediately frowned, his face darkening as he turned to confront him. Hey, do you even understand calligraphy? How dare you say that Master Chao's work is trash? Chapter 30. I declare it a forgery. Hence, it is a forgery. The middle-aged man, who was criticizing Su Lintian, was none other than Guan Siwen, the president of the Yinqing Calligraphy Association and a prominent figure in the realm of calligraphy. His voice was quite resonant, and as soon as he spoke, many guests around turned their attention toward him and Su Lintian. Oh my, isn't that Master Guan, the president of our Yinqing Calligraphy Association? I can't believe he is here. I overheard someone say that Master Chao's Tianming Zidi is poorly written, and Master Guan couldn't tolerate it, which is why he rebutted. Who in their right mind would dare question a Master's work? Faced with Guan Siwen's skepticism, Su Lintian remained composed, but the anxiety of Su Yue, who sat nearby, was palpable. Su Lintian, what are you up to this time? Are you going to critique a Master's renowned work? Su Yue's gaze was filled with resentment. She wished she could pretend not to know Su Lintian. This guy was once again seeking the limelight, making an utter fool of himself. Su Lintian, however, responded earnestly, I am not trying to stir anything. I am merely speaking the truth. Upon hearing this, Guan Siwen was taken aback. He did not expect this young man to be so obstinate. Given that his identity as the president of the Calligraphy Association had already been pointed out, this audacious fellow named Su Lintian was still so brazen. Guan Siwen huffed. It is quite normal for young people to be ambitious, but when confidence turns into arrogance, it will only lead to your downfall. Su Lintian, disliking being admonished in such a didactic tone, frowned and retorted, what I said about this calligraphy being garbage has nothing to do with arrogance. Why are you suddenly acting all high and mighty? Impudence. Do you not realize that this is Master Guan Siwen? In the entire Yinqing calligraphy community, if he claims to be second, no one would dare claim the first. How dare you suggest that Master Guan is acting superior just because of his age? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting next to Guan Siwen could no longer contain himself and unleashed a torrent of words at Su Lintian. Guan Siwen crossed his arms, his demeanor haughty and pleased with the flattery he was receiving from outsiders. However, Su Lintian chuckled coldly. What master? What experts? They seem to be nothing more than individuals seeking fame. If Master Guan had any genuine skill, he wouldn't fail to recognize that this is a forgery. A stunned silence enveloped the room. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Su Lintian. What did you say? A forgery? How could that be possible? Guan Siwen, initially taken aback, quickly fixed his incredulous gaze on Su Lintian. He had taken a close look at the Tianming Zidi, and it did not appear to be a forgery. Moreover, the organizer of the Royal Charity Gala was the illustrious Qiangxin Group. With a person of Gao Ruiqiang's stature overseeing the event, how could they possibly present a forgery to mock the audience? Without hesitation, Guan Siwen began to reprimand Su Lintian, saying, "Young man, if you don't understand, please refrain from speaking nonsense. Do you even know what this place is? How could Mr. Gao use a forgery to deceive us? Just consider this. The Qiangxin Group, under Mr. Gao, has a market value of over 100 billion. Do you think such a prominent entrepreneur would tarnish their reputation over a mere calligraphy worth over 10 million? Hearing this, many guests present nodded in agreement. Indeed, Master Guan is right. What kind of wealth does Mr. Gao possess? Would he risk his reputation over a paltry sum? I see this young man is merely a clown seeking attention. Everyone, do not pay him any mind. Master Guan, do not waste your time arguing with this individual. Engaging with fools is futile. Su Lintian, however, shook his head and sighed. You all seem to miss the point. I said it is a forgery, but I did not claim that Mr. Gao would resort to deception for such trivial gains. That is an entirely different matter. Does Mr. Gao, who has numerous responsibilities, really need to handle every little detail personally? Can he not delegate such minor tasks to others? What of your silver tongue? You are merely a fool who fails to recognize greatness. I am too weary to debate with you. Guan Siwen, infuriated, chose to ignore Su Lintian. However, the commotion from earlier had already drawn the attention of the staff on the stage. The elegant woman, Su Dong, narrowed her eyes and, holding the microphone, addressed Su Lintian with a serious expression. Sir, one must be accountable for their words. We are currently in the midst of an auction, and you claim this Tianming Zidi is a forgery. Are you aware of the potential impact this could have on our Qiangxin Group? The economic losses are minor, but the damage to our reputation. Can you bear that responsibility? Su Lintian, unfazed by Su Dong's criticism, stood up calmly and replied, Auctioneer, since you mentioned responsibility, I would like to ask, as the organizers of tonight's auction, what measures have you taken to ensure the authenticity of the displayed items? If guests suffer losses, how will you take responsibility? The room gasped. Su Dong had not expected this young man to confront her so boldly. She assumed he was merely seeking attention, as others had suggested. Seeing Su Lintian's defiance, Su Dong grew irritated, crossing her arms and her chest rising and falling with agitation. Her piercing gaze fixed on Su Lintian as she declared, Very well, since you assert this calligraphy is a forgery, please present your evidence. Otherwise, your claims are mere conjecture. At this moment, Guan Siwen sneered, Indeed. Such statements require evidence. If you cannot provide any, your words carry no weight. Su Lintian cast a calm glance at Guan Siwen and narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I present evidence proving that the Tianming Zidi in the display case is indeed a forgery? Oh, you little rascal think you can challenge me? Fine. If you can prove that this piece is a forgery, I shall resign from my position as president of the Yinqing Calligraphy Association and hand it over to you. Guan Siwen huffed. Su Lintian smiled nonchalantly. Then it is settled. And if you fail to prove that this calligraphy is a forgery, what will happen then? Guan Siwen asked, his eyes narrowing. Su Lintian shrugged indifferently. If I cannot present evidence to prove that this is a forgery, I shall kneel before you and bow 3 times. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing hurriedly tugged at Su Lintian's sleeve. Su Lintian, what are you doing? Su Lintian reassured. It's all right. Yuqing, trust me. This head won't touch the ground. Su Yue turned to her grandfather Su Mingsheng and said, Grandfather, look at Su Lintian. This fellow is making a spectacle of himself again. How could he possibly prove this is a counterfeit? He is now a member of our Su family, and if he publicly bows 3 times, how will people laugh at us in the future? Although Su Mingsheng's eyes were filled with concern, he held a firm belief in Su Lintian. He did not utter another word, but solemnly inquired, Lintian, are you confident in proving that this Tianming ZD is a forgery? Su Lintian smiled with confidence. Old sir, rest assured, today I declare it a counterfeit, and it shall indeed be a counterfeit. I am completely assured. Hearing Su Lintian's unyielding confidence, Su Mingqing ceased to speak further, nodding in trust. After Su Lintian and Guan Siwen established their wager, the host Su Dongwei narrowed his eyes and said, Very well, esteemed guest, I shall grant you 10 minutes to prove that this Tianming ZD is a forgery. Should you fail to do so, our Qiangxin group will pursue criminal accountability for your slander. Su Lintian replied with a nonchalant smile, what difficulty lies in that? He emotionlessly approached the podium, intending to unveil the secrets that rendered this Tianming ZD a forgery. At that moment, in the audience, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a hat, mask, and sunglasses, stood up slowly, concealing himself entirely. The elderly man spoke with a resonant voice. Young friend, you possess sharp insight. No need for proof. This calligraphy is indeed a counterfeit. Astonishment enveloped the entire venue. Guests turned, wide-eyed, staring at the elderly man who had spoken. Guan Siwen, equally bewildered, could not help but ask, who are you? Just because you say it is a counterfeit, it is? What is going on today with all these self-important individuals? Unexpectedly, the elderly man removed his hat, took off his sunglasses, and unveiled his mask, revealing his true visage as he smiled, and said, As for other treasures, I dare not make rash claims, but regarding this Tianming ZD, if I declare it a counterfeit, then it is indeed a counterfeit, for the authentic Tianming ZD was pinned by my own hand. How could I possibly be unaware? At this moment, the audience fell silent, all gazing at the man in awe. Among the crowd, someone exclaimed, Chao Tianqin. It is actually Master Chao Tianqin. The true owner of the Tianming ZD is personally present. In that instant, the atmosphere was thick with silence, as if the air had been drawn away. Chapter 31. Accepting the consequences of the bet. The appearance of Cao Tianqin undoubtedly became the focal point of the charity gala. This esteemed calligrapher, renowned as the foremost in the Dragon Kingdom, gracing the humble Yinqing to attend the royal charity event was beyond anyone's expectations. If mere moments ago the crowd believed the piece titled Tianming ZD was an authentic artifact, at this moment, the majority began to waver in their conviction. After all, if the author himself declared it a forgery, how could it be otherwise? Guan Siwen never anticipated that the slap in the face would come so swiftly. He could not bear the price of his own folly. In a moment of desperation, Guan Siwen hurriedly inquired, Master Cao, why do you claim this Tianming ZD is a forgery? Is it not your genuine work? Upon hearing these words, the entire audience turned their curious gazes towards Cao Tianqin. Eager to hear his explanation, Cao Tianqin surveyed the room and raised his hands in a gesture of respect, addressing the crowd. Esteemed guests, the commotion tonight is indeed an oversight on my part. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired publicly. However, to dispel the misunderstanding between the Qiangxin group and all of you, I have resolved to elucidate the matter at hand. The circumstances are as follows. 6 months ago, a group of visitors offered an astronomical sum of 100 million, wishing to purchase my Tianming ZD. Although I am not of great wealth, I do not covet a life of excess, and thus I declined their offer. Unexpectedly, in their pursuit of my Tianming ZD, they devised a scheme that led my son, Cao Zhida, into substantial debt. In desperation, my son suggested selling the Tianming ZD, which I, of course, refused. Consequently, he resorted to nefarious intentions, planning to steal the calligraphy. Fortunately, I had anticipated such a possibility and had instructed one of my disciples to create a replica, which was subsequently hung in my study. Recently, my son stealthily took the forgery to Yinqing, intending to auction it at the royal charity gala. What you see before you is indeed a forgery. As Cao Tianqin's words resonated through the room, everyone stood in stunned silence. The elegant host, Xu Dong, appeared visibly distressed. She was the auctioneer for the evening and never expected the first item up for bid would be a forgery, resulting in such a significant blunder. This constituted a grave auction mishap. Xu Dong spoke in a subdued tone. Master Cao, I would appreciate it if you could come backstage to discuss the specifics with our Qiangxin group staff. This matter is of utmost importance. If this calligraphy is indeed a forgery, Cao Zhida will bear significant responsibility. Cao Tianqin nodded, making his way toward the backstage while expressing his apologies. I am truly sorry. It is entirely my fault for indulging my son. I will take full responsibility. Su Dong assigned several staff members to escort Chao Tianqin backstage and to retrieve the forgery for professional appraisal. At that moment, Su Lintian, standing beside Su Dong, became the undeniable center of attention. This young man dared to confront the skepticism of the elite and publicly raised doubts, declaring the Tianming City a forgery. Even esteemed experts like Guan Saiwen did not intimidate him due to their social standing and reputation. Xu Dong turned to Xu Lintian and offered a sincere smile of apology. Esteemed guest, please allow me to extend my heartfelt apologies. I misjudged you earlier. I must also thank you on behalf of the Chongqing Group. Had you not promptly pointed out that the Tianming City was a forgery, other guests might have incurred significant losses tonight. For this, the Chongqing Group will surely reward you handsomely. Xu Lintian responded with a calm smile. It was merely a trivial effort. I have no need for thanks. I shall return to my seat. Wait. Xu Dong called out to Xu Lintian, taking out her phone. Let us exchange numbers for our company to express our gratitude. Xu Lintian frowned slightly. He cared little for gestures of gratitude, believing it unnecessary. He politely declined, but Xu Dong insisted gravely. Please do not refuse. The expression of gratitude is merely one reason. More importantly, your ability to discern the authenticity of the calligraphy is invaluable. Such discernment could certainly alleviate numerous challenges for the Chongqing Group. Though Xu Dong was merely the evening's auctioneer, she held a substantial position within the Chongqing Group as one of its shareholders. Recognizing Xu Lintian's keen insight, she sought to win him over. Seeing the insistence of the beautiful hostess, Xu Lintian, feeling it impolite to resist further, provided her with his contact information before returning to the stage. Upon returning to his seat, Guan Siwen turned his head away in feigned indifference. Xu Lintian, unwilling to let him off lightly, coldly remarked, Master Guan, since you have lost the bet, should you not relinquish your position as the president of the Yinqing Calligraphy Association? Boom. At these words, Guan Siwen erupted with fury. He had lost, yet he could hardly fathom that this impudent young man would audaciously demand his resignation. What kind of man was Guan Siwen? In all of Yinqing, who among the dignitaries did not show him respect as a distinguished calligrapher from a cultured family? With the pride of a scholar, Guan Siwen slammed his palm on the armrest, turning to glare at Xu Lintian. Impudent. You merely guessed correctly. How dare you demand I step down as president? Truly laughable. Hearing this, Xu Lintian became displeased. What do you mean by guessing correctly? Pray tell, Master Guan, how is it that you could not even make a lucky guess? Humph. I simply happened to be a bit fatigued today and did not examine it closely. Do not take pride in having identified a forgery. Guan Siwen crossed his arms defiantly, exuding arrogance. Faced with such shamelessness, Xu Lintian saw no point in reasoning further. He sneered. Very well, even if you claim I was merely lucky, tell me, did I win or not? At these words, Guan Siwen's expression darkened, his countenance resembling that of someone who had just ingested something unpleasant. Indeed, no matter how he argued, the truth remained. This young man had won the bet. According to their prior agreement, Guan Siwen must relinquish his position as president of the Yinqing Calligraphy Association on the spot. Guan Siwen gritted his teeth and remarked, Young man, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. Su Lintian, with an impassive countenance, retorted, Is being humble the hallmark of youth? Guan Siwen found himself momentarily speechless in the face of Su Lintian's sharp rebuttal. As their dispute escalated, creating an almost uncontrollable scene, some affluent individuals from Yinqing began to voice their opinions. Young man, there is no need for such fervor. Master Guan is, after all, the president of the Calligraphy Association and a venerable figure in Yinqing's calligraphy community. It is only natural for someone of his age to occasionally err. There is no need for you to be so aggressive. Indeed, over the years, Master Guan has made considerable contributions to our Yinqing, who in the calligraphy world does not give him due respect. Even if Master Guan were to relinquish the presidency of the association to you, do you truly believe the other masters would accept you? One should exercise restraint, leave room for future encounters. These wealthy elites uniformly sided with Guan Siwen, for they preferred to curry favor with a figure of social standing rather than a newcomer like Su Lintian. Ultimately, Su Lintian was merely a son-in-law of the Su family. Even if fortune smiled upon him and he stumbled upon a counterfeit, what difference would it make? Observing those around him, also sycophantic and distorting the truth, Su Lintian perceived the deep-rooted corruption within this insignificant Yinqing Calligraphy Association. He was thoroughly weary of the intricate social dynamics at play. Even if Guan Siwen sought his acceptance as the association's president, Su Lintian felt no inclination. However, having lost the wager, he was bound by his promise. Should anyone attempt to renege, Su Lintian would ensure they regretted it through decisive action. Ignoring the crowd's admonitions, his gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Guan Siwen and solemnly declared, regardless of the circumstances, "You and I established a wager first, and since you lost, you must honor your commitment. Win or lose, today you must relinquish the presidency of this trivial calligraphy association to me." With Su Lintian's unwavering stance, the entire assembly fell into stunned silence. Chapter 32. The city leader arrives. Decisive expulsion. After a brief moment of silence, the guests were taken aback, transforming into advocates of reason, chastising Guan Siwen for his audacity in addressing Master Guan in such a manner. Had this fool lost his senses? How dare he speak to Master Guan with such insolence? Clearly, he lacked any semblance of upbringing. I noticed this in the hall earlier, and even Mrs. Ma was driven away by his insults. It dawned on me that this individual is the son-in-law of the Su family. How could a mere son-in-law exhibit such bravado? Has his mind completely faltered? With the backing of so many witnesses, Guan Siwen felt emboldened, rising to his feet and glaring at Su Lintian as he shouted, "Your mother must have raised you to be so arrogant. I have tolerated you for far too long. This position of president is mine to secure today. What can you do about it?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and retorted, "Are you certain? Are you trying to intimidate me with empty threats?" "I am absolutely certain." "What will you do? Come at me." Guan Siwen taunted, pointing to his own cheek, adopting an expression of defiance, as if impervious to any consequence. At that moment, Su Lintian slowly clenched his fist, preparing to teach this shameless individual a lesson. Unexpectedly, a figure approached swiftly and, before Su Lintian could act, delivered a powerful kick that sent Guan Siwen sprawling. "Since when did our Yen City Calligraphy Association produce a disgrace like you? Truly disrespectful. You have brought shame upon our field. Since you refuse to accept the wager, I hereby declare that you are expelled from the Yen City Calligraphy Association effective immediately. You shall never be allowed to rejoin," the man who had kicked Guan Siwen declared. Upon hearing this, Guan Siwen scrambled to his feet, still in a state of confusion, and bellowed, "Who do you think you are to expel me?" The man sneered, "Guan Siwen, open your eyes and behold. Who do you think I am?" Boom. At these words, Guan Siwen gradually regained his composure and scrutinized the man's face. Upon recognizing him, he was struck as if by lightning, his body freezing in place. Cold sweat poured down Guan Siwen's brow, and his heart raced as if confronted by something unthinkable. "The city leader, I apologize. I did not realize it was you." Guan Siwen, drenched in sweat, hastily wiped his forehead, swallowing hard as he spoke nervously. He could scarcely believe that the man who had just kicked him was none other than Yen City's leader, Lu Quan. Lu Quan had just arrived and had witnessed the altercation between Guan Siwen and Su Lintian. Initially, he had intended to intervene and teach the insolent Guan Siwen a lesson on behalf of the esteemed Su Shini. However, recalling Su Lintian's instructions to keep his identity concealed, he hesitated. After all, if the illustrious Su Shini were to be publicly recognized, he would be inundated with requests for treatment from countless patients, leaving him no respite. Thus, Lu Quan had suppressed his fury, planning to let Guan Siwen fulfill his wager and step down as president of the Calligraphy Association, allowing the matter to conclude without his involvement. However, Guan Siwen's shamelessness and thick skin compelled Lu Quan to act, and he delivered a kick that sent Guan Siwen flying, using his authority to officially strip Guan Siwen of his position as president, avenging Su Shini's honor. Seeing someone step in to handle Guan Siwen, Su Lintian retracted his fist and smiled slightly. With assistance at hand, he felt no need to expend his own energy. Witnessing Lu Quan reprimand Guan Siwen, the influential guests in attendance quickly aligned themselves with Lu Quan, like reeds swaying in the wind. So the city leader has graced us with his presence. Truly, the city leader is just and fair. It was about time that someone dealt with a disrespectful individual like Guan Siwen. Well done. Give that old man a lesson. I have long found his presidency intolerable, always relying on his age and refusing to attend to serious matters. Humph, our Yen City Calligraphy Association has no need for such a disgrace. Support City Leader Lu. Upon observing the tide of public opinion shift in Lu Quan's favor, Su Lintian could not help but chuckle, looking disdainfully at the so-called elite. They cared not for right or wrong. Power and wealth dictated their beliefs. In response to Guan Siwen's apology, Lu Quan offered him no kindness. Enough of your prattle, Guan Siwen. You are to leave the venue immediately. I do not wish to see you here again. With that, Guan Siwen began to tremble, realizing the gravity of his situation. He had merely exchanged a few heated words with the son-in-law of the Su family, yet it had drawn the ire of Lu Quan. Had he known this would happen, he would never have dared to confront Su Lintian. At that moment, Guan Siwen fell to his knees, grasping Lu Quan's leg, trembling as he implored, City Leader Lu, I was wrong. Please, do not expel me. I have contributed to the Calligraphy Association over the years, even if not significantly. You cannot simply cast me out with a single word. Lu Quan furrowed his brow, exasperated, and kicked him away, stating coldly, Since you refuse to leave on your own, do not blame me for being merciless. Guards, remove Guan Siwen from the premises. As the command was issued, Lu Quan's personal security swiftly approached, seizing Guan Siwen by the arms and escorting him out of the venue. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as all present observed Guan Siwen's expulsion without a single friend daring to intercede on his behalf. Witnessing this scene, Su Lintian felt a wave of satisfaction. With someone like Guan Siwen, there was no need to extend any courtesy. Upon completing all these matters, Lu Quan merely cast a knowing glance at Su Lintian with a hint of a smile in his eyes before turning away. He wished to avoid any misunderstandings that might cause trouble for the esteemed physician Su. Su Lintian resumed his seat, and order was restored to the gathering. On the platform, the beautiful young woman Su Dong fixated her gaze upon Su Lintian, her enchanting eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. She had keenly observed the meaningful look Lu Quan had directed towards Su Lintian. Having ascended to the upper echelons of the Qianxin group, Su Dong's ability to read the room was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Her intuition as a woman informed her that this son-in-law of the Su family was no ordinary individual. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to gauge his true nature. As she pondered this, she unconsciously licked her lips and proceeded to introduce the remaining 2 auction items to the audience. Su Yue, who had remained silent until now, found her resolve to persuade her younger sister Su Yuqing to divorce Su Lintian deepening. After all, Su Lintian's character was rather reckless. He demonstrated a complete lack of understanding of human affairs. He had even caused the president of the Yinqing Calligraphy Association to be expelled. Being involved with such a man could lead to unforeseen troubles. Su Yue cast a glance at Su Lintian and sighed. However, Su Yuqing was unfazed by the earlier conflict. At this moment, she linked her arm with Su Lintian's and secretly gave him a thumbs up, grinning as she exclaimed, Su Lintian, the way you debated so fiercely was so cool. I truly didn't expect you to be right. That Tianming Zidi was indeed a counterfeit. Su Lintian smiled lightly and affectionately ruffled Su Yuqing's hair, saying, See, I told you to trust me. Suddenly, Su Yuqing, with a puzzled expression, inquired, But Su Lintian, I am still very curious about how you knew it was a counterfeit. Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, having spent so many years on the mountain. Do you think I only learned medicine? In truth, medicine is merely the most mundane skill among all that I have mastered. I am well versed in treasure-seeking, national arts, astrology, geomancy, and the 5 elements, among others, all imparted to me by my master. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing was unimpressed, playfully pinching Su Lintian's waist and laughing. I don't believe it. Who could possibly learn so many skills? You must be bragging. Su Lintian offered a wry smile. He was indeed not exaggerating. However, there were many things that it would be best for Su Yuqing to remain unaware of. After the auction concluded, Su Lintian instructed Su Yuqing to return to Huarun Tianfu on her own, while he intended to wait for Chengshou Lu Quan at the hotel entrance. After all, he had promised Lu Quan to treat his daughter. A black Maybach gradually pulled up to the hotel entrance, and the driver emerged respectfully, stating, Esteemed physician Su, Chengshou has sent me to escort you. Please, step in. Su Lintian nodded and entered the vehicle. At that moment, Su Yue, Fu Rong, and the elderly Su Mengqing also exited the hotel. Su Yue observed the figure getting into the car and squinted her eyes, remarking, How strange, isn't that Chengshou's vehicle? The person who just got in looks so much like Su Lintian. Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, she chuckled softly, shaking her head and muttering to herself, I must be too tired. How could someone like Su Lintian possibly know Chengshou? Unbeknownst to her, at that very moment, Su Lintian was seated in the back of the Maybach, discussing how to treat Lu Quan's daughter. Chapter 33: The Scheming of the Small-Minded. At this moment, Lu Quan was bowing and scraping, presenting an exceedingly obsequious smile, as he addressed Su Lintian with utmost reverence. Divine Physician Su, my daughter will require your esteemed assistance shortly. Please rest assured, regardless of whether you can cure her or not, the Lu family will offer a substantial monetary reward. If Su Yue and the others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Little did they know that even the illustrious city chief Lu Quan needed to ingratiate himself to Su Lintian in such a manner. Su Lintian chuckled lightly and replied, "There is no need for such generous rewards. After all, I have already accepted the introductory gift from City Chief Lu." Lu Quan chuckled awkwardly and said, "Divine Physician, what are you saying? An introductory gift is, of course, indispensable. But your willingness to come to our humble abode to treat my daughter demonstrates a healer's compassion that merits an even greater token of gratitude." Observing Lu Quan's earnest attempts to curry favor, Su Lintian felt a surge of amusement within and responded with a soft chuckle, "You are most considerate, City Chief." With that, he had no further reason to decline. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the Lu residence. Lu Quan's villa was situated in the heart of Yen City's bustling district. He had commissioned Yen City's finest craftsmen to design a bespoke standalone villa for himself. The city chief's abode. Outside the entrance stood two imposing stone lions, majestic and formidable, serving as guardians of the estate. Lu Quan, feeling quite proud, led the way for Su Lintian and gestured toward the lions at the entrance, exclaiming with great satisfaction, "Divine Physician Su, do you see how impressive these stone lions are?" The craftsman mentioned that having such lions at the entrance can ward off evil and enhance the feng shui. Su Lintian merely cast a cursory glance at the stone lions and frowned slightly, inquiring, "City Chief Lu, who crafted these stone lions for your grand estate?" At this, Lu Quan paused, perplexed, and responded, "Divine Physician, this villa was constructed from top to bottom by the renowned craftsman Sun Qian from Yen City. Is there something amiss with the lions at the entrance?" Su Lintian, refraining from jumping to conclusions, asked, "May I inquire about your year of birth, City Chief?" Although Lu Quan did not understand the relevance of the question, he answered truthfully, "I was born in March of 1988. Is there a specific significance to this, Divine Physician?" Upon hearing this, Su Lintian calculated silently and was taken aback, exclaiming, "March of 88, then your zodiac sign is the dragon, which belongs to the earth element. However, the two stone lions guarding your estate are adorned with wooden beads for their eyes, indicating their association with the wood element. According to the principles of the five elements, wood overcomes earth. Rather than serving as guardians for your home, these stone lions are actually obstructing your fortune." Boom. As Su Lintian uttered these words, Lu Quan was left utterly astonished, gazing at Su Lintian in disbelief. "Divine Physician, is this true? You possess knowledge of feng shui as well?" Su Lintian nodded slightly. "To be candid, my studies extend beyond medicine. Feng shui is also a part of my daily practice. Based on my assessment, those two stone lions at your entrance are likely the greatest hindrance to your career. If I am not mistaken, since moving into this villa, have you not experienced any promotions?" Lu Quan pondered this carefully, and a tumultuous wave surged within him. He nodded slowly, as if struck by lightning. "My heavens, if what Divine Physician Su says is true, it does seem rather ominous. This villa was built 7 years ago, and prior to that, my career was on an upward trajectory. However, since taking on the role of city chief 7 years ago, I have indeed been unable to advance further. Initially, I thought that perhaps this position was the pinnacle of my career, but could it be, as the Divine Physician suggests, that someone has been scheming against me?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. 7 years without a promotion. There is indeed something amiss. Most likely, a small-minded individual knowledgeable in feng shui is conspiring in the shadows. "City Chief Lu, we shall discuss this matter later. Our immediate priority is to treat your esteemed daughter. It is not advisable to deliberate on your estate's feng shui at this moment." As Su Lintian spoke, he subtly signaled to Lu Quan. Lu Quan immediately glanced around. At this moment, aside from the driver, Lao Meng, there were also bodyguards and housekeepers present at the entrance. Indeed, there were many ears around. Being the city chief, Lu Quan was not one to miss the implications of such a conversation. He nodded slightly. Yes, you are right, Divine Physician. Please, come in quickly. My daughter is resting in the bedroom." The two entered the grand estate. Unbeknownst to them, the driver, Lao Meng, who had been nearby, overheard Su Lintian's insights regarding the feng shui. Lao Meng, filled with shock, discreetly took out his phone and sent a text to a mysterious individual, Mr. Sun. A master has returned to the residence. The secret of the stone lions may not remain hidden for long. After completing this, the driver nonchalantly followed them inside. Within the city chief's residence, a luxurious bedroom. Lu Quan ushered Su Lintian into the bedroom, but at that moment, the room was already crowded with people. A group of medical professionals clad in white coats were examining Lu Quan's daughter, Lu Yuro. Witnessing this scene, Lu Quan was greatly startled and demanded, "Who are you people? What is happening?" One individual stepped forward. "You must be City Chief Lu. Greetings. We are the medical team specially invited by your wife to treat your daughter. My name is Stephen Jean. It is a pleasure to meet you." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan furrowed his brow. A medical team? Why did my wife not mention this to me? Just as Lu Quan was left bewildered, a flamboyantly dressed middle-aged woman entered the room. She was of average height but appeared well-preserved, looking more youthful than most women of her age. This was Lu Quan's wife, Lu Fun. Lu Fun hurriedly walked in and said to Lu Quan, "Darling, I forgot to tell you that I specifically invited these experts from abroad yesterday to Yen City to treat our daughter. I have heard they are the most professional medical doctors in Europe, and with their assistance, I believe our daughter's condition will improve." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan was taken aback. "Such a significant matter, and you did not consult me first? I have gone to great lengths to invite divine physician Su." At these words, everyone in the room turned their attention to Su Lintian. Observing Su Lintian's youthful appearance, they all stared at him in disbelief. Lu Fan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Him? A divine physician? Husband, surely there must be some misunderstanding. At this age, even if he were a doctor, he would merely be a physician. It takes at least 3 to 4 decades to attain the rank of a chief physician. What makes him a divine healer?" Lu Quan immediately bellowed, "Preposterous. Do not show disrespect towards Su Shini." Only then did Lu Fan temper her tone, her expression softening as she remarked, very well, even if he is a divine healer. There is no need for him to intervene today, for Dr. Stephen is the foremost physician in Europe." Dr. Stephen Jean smiled and assured, "Rest easy, Lu Qingshou and Madame Lu. My medical team is exceptionally skilled, and we are currently examining Miss Lu. I am confident that a treatment plan will be devised promptly." At that moment, a Western physician from the medical team, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Dr. Stephen, you must come and see this immediately." Dr. Stephen Jean furrowed his brow and swiftly turned, reprimanding, "What is all this fuss about? Calm yourselves. What on earth is happening? Why has the patient stopped breathing? I had only just drawn her blood. The tests have yet to be conducted." The doctors within the medical team shook their heads, unable to articulate the situation. Meanwhile, on the hospital bed, Lu Yuro's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Observing this dire scene, Su Lintian furrowed his brow and said, "Please step aside. I shall examine Miss Lu. You? Our entire medical team has failed to produce any results. What can you possibly discern?" Dr. Stephen Jean scoffed at Su Lintian. He held no belief that this young man in his 20s could possess any significant medical expertise. Su Lintian glared coldly at the towering Dr. Stephen Jean, asserting, "Miss Lu's breathing is becoming increasingly faint. If you continue to obstruct me, can you bear the responsibility if she dies?" Boom. Upon hearing this, Dr. Stephen Jean was taken aback. Just then, another physician from the medical team, monitoring Lu Yuro's heartbeat with medical equipment, cried out in alarm, "This is bad. Miss Lu's heart has stopped beating. Dr. Stephen, please think of a solution." Stephen was instantly struck with terror, his face paling as disbelief washed over him at the thought of having committed a medical blunder. Lu Quan rushed forward, pulling Stephen Jean aside, and implored Su Lintian, "Su Shini, I earnestly beseech you to save my daughter." Chapter 34. The Art of Pulse Diagnosis. Initially, Sidowan Jean had no intention of allowing Su Lintian to intervene. However, with Lu Quan endorsing the idea, even his reluctance could not sway the family's decision. Upon seeing Su Lintian approach the bedside, Sidowan Jean let out a cold snort and stepped aside, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I am curious to see how you intend to treat her today." Su Lintian, uninterested in engaging in a debate with him, flicked his finger, and a silver thread flew from his sleeve. This silver thread swiftly wrapped itself around Lu Yuro's wrist, forming a circle. Su Lintian then closed his eyes and began to perform pulse diagnosis on Lu Yuro. Witnessing this incredible scene, everyone present was rendered speechless. Pulse diagnosis. Lu Quan stared blankly at Su Lintian. After all, This profound medical practice was something he had only seen in films and dramas. He never imagined he would witness such a mystical art in person. Lu Quan was dumbfounded. His wife, Lu Fun, was equally astonished. Under normal circumstances, had someone told her that pulse diagnosis was possible, she would have laughed it off. Yet, when faced with the reality before her, disbelief was futile. Siddhawon Jin and his medical team, who had flown in from Europe, were also taken aback. Although Siddhawon Jin was shocked, he remained dismissive of such antiquated traditional medicine. He sneered, "It's all showy nonsense. This so-called pulse diagnosis is merely a trick of deception. Let me see what you can discern." Su Lintian furrowed his brow and focused on Lu Yuro's pulse. After listening intently, he sighed in relief. Although her pulse was weak, it was not devoid of life. Hearing the medical experts claim that Lu Yuro's heart had stopped had made Su Lintian momentarily anxious. It would be a tragedy if the patient were to pass away before he could provide treatment. Fortunately, he had acted just in time. Su Lintian then flicked his hand, and the silver thread that had been coiled around Lu Yuro's wrist swiftly returned. Lu Quan, witnessing this, quickly inquired, "Su Shini, how is my daughter?" Su Lintian replied calmly, "The pulse is weak, yet there remains a glimmer of hope. Please do not rush. Allow me to administer acupuncture for Miss Lu." Upon hearing that his daughter still had a chance, Lu Quan was overjoyed and eagerly nodded, "Excellent. Su Shini, please. I entrust my daughter's safety entirely to you." Just as Su Lintian was about to begin acupuncture, Siddhawon Jin interjected, frowning, "This is mere theatrics. Do you think that by employing a silver thread, everything will be resolved? Life is at stake. How can you jest about it? Lu Qingshuo, your daughter's heart has already stopped beating. If we do not promptly stimulate her heart with a pacemaker, she may truly be in grave danger." Boom. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan's face turned pale with fear. He placed his hand on his daughter's chest and felt no heartbeat. In that instant, he was at a loss. What should he believe, the esteemed Su Shini or the top medical expert his wife had brought from Europe? At that moment, Lu Fan exclaimed, "Dr. Siddhawon, please restore my daughter's heartbeat immediately. I cannot bear to see her die." Siddhawon Jin nodded, "Madam, please rest assured. I will use the pacemaker to restore Miss Lu's heartbeat." Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's brow furrowed deeply as he could not help but assert, "When I performed pulse diagnosis for Miss Lu, I detected myocardial weakness and excessive fatigue. She is in dire need of rest. Forcing her heart to resume a normal rhythm through external means would only exacerbate her condition." Siddhawon Jin retorted, "How arrogant. How dare you question me? Do you know that I am the youngest medical doctor in Europe, one of the specialists in cardiology? The awards I have received and the papers I have written far exceed the rice you have consumed. How dare you challenge me?" The members of the medical team scoffed in unison. "A mere quack. Get out of here. We do not welcome you. Traditional Chinese medicine is a deception. Outdated nonsense. You Dragon Country people continue to study this useless practice. Western medicine is the most scientific and effective." Lu Fan also expressed her displeasure, saying to Su Lintian, "Dr. Su, I do not care what nonsense you have filled my husband's head with. My daughter does not require your treatment. Please leave the room. Thank you." Su Lintian sighed inwardly. "You will regret this." Despite understanding Lu Yuro's condition and knowing how to treat her, if her own family refused to believe in him, he saw no reason to force treatment upon her. Seeing that Lu Fan would rather trust Siddhawon Jin's medical team than him, Su Lintian took a step back, turned, and walked towards the door, saying, "Lu Qingshuo, since your wife does not trust my medical skills, I see no reason to remain here. Let these Western doctors treat your daughter. Farewell." With that, Su Lintian exited the room, unwilling to involve himself further. At that moment, Siddhawon Jin activated the pacemaker on Lu Yuro. With a loud pop, her heartbeat responded. As the medical equipment displayed the restoration of Lu Yuro's heart rate, everyone rejoiced. Lu Fan, filled with pride, turned to Lu Quan and said, "See, dear, I told you Dr. Siddhawon's skills are exceptional. Now that our daughter's heartbeat has returned, she can receive treatment." Stephen King wore an expression of confidence as he smiled and said, "Hee, Lu Qingshuo, we shall now conduct a comprehensive examination of Miss Lu, and the blood test results should be forthcoming." However, before the crowd could fully savor the joy of Lu Yuro's heart resuming its rhythm, an unforeseen turn of events transpired, startling everyone. Suddenly, all the medical instruments connected to Lu Yuro began to sound alarm bells in unison, emitting a cacophony of beeping sounds. Simultaneously, the displays on the machines flashed warnings of danger. "Danger! Danger! This scene sent the onlookers into a state of utter panic. Yet, an even more despairing development followed. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Yuero, who had been in a deep coma, abruptly awakened, sitting upright in bed with a swift motion, only to violently expel a mouthful of blood. She then collapsed back onto the bed, slipping into unconsciousness once more. This time, her heart ceased to beat altogether. Stephen King, in a frenzy, hastily attempted to restore her heartbeat using the defibrillator, but no matter how he employed it, he could not revive Lu Yuero's pulse. How? How could this happen? Stephen King was utterly bewildered, unable to believe the situation. At that moment, panic set in, and beads of sweat streamed down his forehead as he stood frozen, helpless. "Dr. Stephen, please think of something. Save my daughter." Lu Fan cried out, her face pale and nearly frantic. Yet, despite her desperate shaking, Stephen King remained powerless. "Alas, Miss Lu appears to be gravely ill. Even we are unable to turn the tide. Please accept my condolences." He could only sigh in resignation. Just then, Lu Quan gritted his teeth and rushed out of the room, calling back the already departing Su Lintian with urgency, his expression solemn as he said, "Su Shini, I sincerely apologize for my wife's earlier rudeness. Please, I implore you to save our daughter. The Lu family will forever be indebted to your great benevolence." Su Lintian, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "In light of the fact that only Lu Chengshou refrained from joining in the slander against me earlier, I shall treat your daughter today. However, this will be the first and last time." With that, Su Lintian approached the bedside, and before the astonished gazes of all present, he retrieved a silver needle and plunged it into Lu Yuero's heart. Chapter 35. The 9 Needles of the Ghostly Hand, a Miraculous Revival. Stephen King watched in horror as Su Lintian, that mischievous rascal, plunged a silver needle into the heart of the patient. He gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Do you intend to kill Miss Lu Yuetong?" The others in the room were equally stunned, staring incredulously at Su Lintian. Lu Fan, in a state of panic, shrieked, "Have you lost your mind? You're going to kill my daughter. Who would ever insert a needle into someone's heart?" Even the usually composed city lord Lu Quan was taken aback. Sweat poured down his forehead as he shouted, "Su, the divine physician, what on earth are you doing?" In the midst of this chaos, Lu Yuetong, as if possessed, suddenly straightened up from the bed, her body rigid. Her pupils dilated dramatically, and her complexion turned ghostly pale as she gasped for breath. "Yuetong, my daughter, are you all right?" Lu Yuetong, struggling to speak, weakly uttered, "Water, water. I need water." Su Guangshan hurriedly picked up a cup of water and handed it to her. She drank greedily, as if she had just emerged from a desert, quenching her thirst with fervor. After consuming a large cup, her complexion improved slightly, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. This. Stephen King could hardly find his voice in his astonishment. He had anticipated that Su Lintian's needle would harm Lu Yuetong, yet it seemed to have revived her, restoring some color to her cheeks. Lu Fan was equally speechless, tightly embracing her daughter. Only City Lord Lu Quan, with curiosity, inquired, "Su, the divine physician, what has happened to my daughter's condition?" Su Lintian explained, "Do not panic, City Lord Lu. This needle technique, known as Tan Ruan Hei, is intended for patients who are on the brink of death, those whose vitality is nearly extinguished. Conventional medical methods often yield little effect on such patients. The silver needle to the heart may appear to obstruct the heart's meridians, but in reality, it stimulates the heart to better restore its blood production and vitality." Miss Lu was already weak and anemic, and the Western doctors foolishly extracted a vial of her blood for testing. While this may seem trivial for an ordinary person, for Miss Lu, such an action placed an excessive burden on her already compromised cardiovascular system. Upon hearing this, Stephen King and his team of medical experts stared at Su Lintian in disbelief. "No, this is impossible. You must be speaking nonsense. Your method is unscientific. Indeed, what do you, a mere child, understand? I have studied cardiology for decades. Can you possibly know more than I? With your talk of Tian Ren Hei and silver needle to the heart, it seems you merely got lucky with a single needle. Now, you have merely awakened Miss Lu, yet you have not addressed her underlying condition." Stephen King squinted, saying, "If you truly possess such skill, prove it to us. Let us see what miraculous abilities traditional Chinese medicine holds." Su Lintian shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "If you enjoy babbling so much, why not take a turn?" At this, Stephen King's face turned a shade of deep anger, and he fell silent. He had arrived brimming with confidence to treat Lu Yuetong, only to discover her condition was far worse than he had anticipated. Even he, the foremost physician in Europe, found himself at a loss. Now, even if given the chance to act, he was at a standstill. Noticing Stephen's silence, Lintian sneered, "At least you possess some self-awareness. Since you recognize your limitations, kindly close your mouth and take notes from the sidelines." Faced with Lintian's bold retort, Stephen's expression darkened, akin to someone who had swallowed something bitter. Yet, frustratingly, he could not refute him. After all, Su had the confidence to proceed, while he had already given up on treating Lu Yuetong. He remained only to witness Lintian's failure, eager to humiliate this insolent young man. After putting Stephen in his place, Lintian produced 9 silver needles from his person. He intended to employ his ultimate technique, the 9 needles of the ghostly hand. Otherwise, there would be no chance of curing Lu Yuetong's dire condition. With fingers deftly adorned with silver needles, Lintian concentrated his energy and focused his mind. In the blink of an eye, he had inserted all 9 needles into crucial acupoints on Lu Yuetong's body. Such speed. Stephen was taken aback. Although a Western physician, he understood that one must possess decades of practice to achieve the finesse required for such rapid needlework. Yet, Lintian appeared to be no more than in his early 20s. Even if he had begun his medical training at birth, could he truly have reached such mastery? At this moment, Stephen felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, finally beginning to regard the young Lintian with newfound respect. After completing the 9 needles, Lu Yuetong's body momentarily froze. Then, she suddenly expelled a mouthful of dark, stagnant blood. Seeing this, Lu Fen immediately embraced her daughter, anxiously asking, "Yuetong, why are you spitting blood? You charlatan, you must be a fraud." The latter part of her statement was directed at Lintian. The team of Western doctors began to mock him. "Huh, as expected, a charlatan. Look at you, making the patient spit blood. I think you should stop harming others." "Exactly. You should leave. A fraud like you has no right to treat Miss Lu." Despite their previous bravado, the Western doctors were now relentless in their derision. Just then, the typically silent Stephen King suddenly spoke up. "Silence," he bellowed, turning to face his medical team, leaving them utterly bewildered. As everyone stood in astonishment, Stephen turned to Lintian and exclaimed, "Divine healer. You truly are a divine healer. If I am not mistaken, the congealed blood that Miss Liu Yuero just expelled was indeed the stagnant blood accumulated within her heart meridian. Am I correct?" Lintian was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am surprised that you, a foreigner, are aware of stagnant blood. It appears you possess some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine." "Stagnant blood?" Cheng Shou Liuchuan was perplexed and turned to Lintian, inquiring, "May I ask, what is stagnant blood?" Lintian elaborated, "Stagnant blood, as its name suggests, refers to waste blood. When excessive toxins accumulate within the blood vessels, and the patient's liver and kidneys are unable to effectively detoxify, the quality of the blood gradually deteriorates. The body's self-protective mechanisms will not tolerate the circulation of toxic waste blood throughout its organs. Hence, it will automatically concentrate this waste blood in a particular location, treating it as a repository for refuse. However, this repository has its limits. Once the accumulation of stagnant blood surpasses the body's threshold, unimaginable consequences may arise. Miss Liu's ailment is precisely due to the excessive buildup of stagnant blood leading to blood toxicity. I first inserted a silver needle into her heart, akin to striking the heart of the waste blood repository, and after unblocking this core, I employed 9 additional silver needles, each penetrating 9 critical acupoints on Miss Liu, thus assisting her liver and kidneys in expelling the stagnant blood. Upon hearing this, the room was filled with astonished gasps. Liu Yuero's complexion improved instantaneously, and she felt an overwhelming surge of vitality. Eagerly, she turned and sprung from the bed, standing upright and smiling as she declared, "Dad, Mom, I truly feel perfectly well now. How marvelous. I feel as if I possess the strength to fell a bull with a single punch." Boom. Upon hearing this, the attendees were struck as if by lightning, each one staring incredulously at Liu Yuero. Had Lintian claimed that he had cured her, the crowd might have remained skeptical. However, witnessing the once near-lifeless patient now able to rise and move about with clarity and vigor left everyone in awe. Stephen, overwhelmed with shame, bowed his head and clasped his fists in apology, saying, I am sorry. I underestimated traditional Chinese medicine. I underestimated you. Chapter 36. There is a traitor. In response to Stephen King's apology, Su Lintian remained expressionless, calmly stating, Lu Qingshou, Miss Lu has just recovered from a severe illness and still requires convalescence. I shall prescribe a remedy. You may send someone to the traditional medicine shop to fetch the necessary herbs. She must take the medicine with her meals for a month before she can achieve full recovery. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan immediately knelt before Su Lintian, overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Thank you, Divine Dr. Su. The immense kindness of Divine Dr. Su will never be forgotten by the Lu family. Lu Qingshou, what are you doing? Please rise quickly. Su Lintian furrowed his brow slightly and extended his hand to help Lu Quan to his feet. Tears of gratitude streamed down Lu Quan's face. He had thought his daughter was beyond saving, and yet, miraculously, he would witness her recovery in his lifetime. At this moment, the gratitude of the Yinqing mayor towards Su Lintian was as boundless as the mighty river. Su Lintian soon composed the prescription and handed it to Lu Quan, who promptly arranged for Lu Fun to fetch the herbs. As for Stephen King and his medical team, they, feeling unworthy to face the Lu family after today's events, offered a brief apology and hastily departed. In the Lu family's living room, Lu Quan personally served tea to Su Lintian. His demeanor filled with utmost respect as he said, Divine Dr. Su, please partake of this tea. It is the finest Wui Mountain de Hong Pao. I have never used it to entertain guests before. You are the first. Su Lintian smiled upon hearing this, replied, Then I shall not be polite. Lifting the teacup, he took a sip and praised, Indeed, Wui Mountain de Hong Pao lives up to its reputation. This tea is exquisite. Lu Yeye, filled with gratitude, remarked, Divine Dr. Su, thank you for saving me. For so many years, no doctor has been able to cure my ailment. I even believed my days were numbered. If it weren't for you, I truly would have had little time left. Su Lintian raised a hand, gently waving it as he said, Ah, Miss Lu, you flatter me. It is the duty of us healers to alleviate suffering. Lu Yeye's eyes reflected profound respect, moved by Su Lintian's benevolence. She stood and bowed deeply, expressing her heartfelt gratitude, no matter what. I, Lu Yeye, owe you my life, Divine Dr. Su. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command. Su Lintian felt somewhat taken aback by the fervent appreciation from the Lu father and daughter, managing a shy smile. Just then, he recalled the 2 stone lions at the entrance and, with a suddenly solemn expression, said, By the way, Miss Lu, I have some private matters to discuss with the mayor, if you would. Upon hearing this, Lu Yeye, understanding the situation, smiled and said, Then I shall not interrupt your important discussion, Divine Dr. Su. I bid you farewell. After saying this, Lu Yeye ascended the stairs, preparing to return to her room. Mayor Lu Quan fixed his gaze on Su Lintian, inquiring with curiosity. Divine Dr. Su, what do you mean? Su Lintian replied in a serious tone, Lu Qingshou, now that it is just the 2 of us, it is time to discuss the feng shui of this residence. At this, Lu Quan's heart trembled, and he took a sip of tea to calm his nerves, then nodded, Divine Dr. Su, I am utterly convinced of your expertise. Your medical skills are so exceptional that I believe your knowledge of feng shui must be of masterful caliber. Regarding the 2 stone lions at the entrance, I had intended to consult you about that as well. However, I refrained from mentioning it earlier for fear of alarming my daughter. I did not expect you to consider this so thoroughly and to send her away. Su Lintian cast a sidelong glance towards the entrance, narrowing his eyes as he said, From the moment I arrived at Lu Qingshou's residence, I noticed that the stone lions outside were deliberately placed by a feng shui master to undermine you. 7 years ago, did you offend any reclusive individuals? Lu Quan furrowed his brow, following Su Lintian's lead, and began to contemplate. 7 years. Indeed, I have offended quite a few adversaries, but as you know, the political arena is akin to a battlefield. Everyone seeks to rise in rank and wealth, yet there is only one position available. As the mayor, others inevitably get pushed down. Wait, are you suggesting that the individual who contested my position 7 years ago is the mastermind behind these stone lions? Lu Quan's thoughts turned chilling as his eyes widened in horror. Su Lintian squinted, his mind racing as he analyzed. Based on my assessment, this possibility cannot be dismissed. This schemer must possess the following traits. First, their establishment of a feng shui trap to influence Lu Qingshou's fortunes indicates that there must be a significant grudge between you. Otherwise, such malice would be unnecessary for a minor grievance. Second, this individual must possess considerable knowledge of feng shui. Otherwise, their methods would not be so sophisticated. Even if they are not a feng shui master themselves, they must have a top-tier expert guiding them to set such a trap. Third, this person must have intimate knowledge of your personal information, even the most confidential details. Otherwise, they could not have timed their interference so perfectly when you were building this residence. Thus, it is highly likely that this individual is someone close to you, or at the very least, they have control over someone in your vicinity. As Su Lintian elaborated, a few names began to surface in Lu Quan's mind, and the possibilities narrowed down considerably. In the end, he could think of no more than 3 individuals, as it was exceedingly difficult to meet all the criteria Su Lintian had outlined. Lu Quan spoke earnestly. Divine Dr. Su, your words are indeed more enlightening than years of study. After your guidance, I have a few suspects in mind. The first is Zheng Minglang, who competed with me for the position of mayor 7 years ago. After his defeat, he withdrew from politics and took a position as a legal advisor at a financial institution. The enmity between us is undeniable. After all, severing a person's path to wealth is akin to killing their loved ones. I curtailed his political career. He must have harbored resentment all this time. Zheng Minglang had considerable connections during his tenure, so it would not be surprising if he had access to a feng shui expert. The second person is my ex-wife. According to your analysis, the one who knows my personal information best is none other than my ex-wife, Kunlun. However, she is just an ordinary person and is unlikely to have connections with any feng shui masters. Su Lintian inquired, are those the only 2? Since Zheng Minglang has retreated from the political arena, it is likely that he has long been disillusioned with it. He does not seem like the type to scheme against you. As for your ex-wife, being from an ordinary family, it is improbable that she would have access to a feng shui master, let alone arrange for one to plot against you, as such services demand exorbitant fees that an average person could never afford. Has Lu Qingshou not considered this? Lu Quan squinted thoughtfully, but was unable to conjure a new name. Noticing Lu Quan's struggle, Su Lintian ceased to press the matter and said solemnly, no matter. If there is no progress on Lu Qingshou's side, we can seek clues from the craftsman who carved the stone lions. If that malicious person wishes to harm you, the craftsman must surely hold some hidden knowledge. However, I fear this individual may have received a considerable sum to keep silent, and it will take some effort to persuade him to speak. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan's eyes brightened. Indeed, how did I not think of this? I can directly inquire with Sun Qian. He is a renowned craftsman in Yinqing, and every detail of this residence was overseen by him personally. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and declared, we must not delay. Time is of the essence. Lu Qingshou, let us set off now to find Master Sun Qian. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Su, for your guidance. Lu Quan rose, summoned their driver Lao Meng, and they drove towards Sun Qian's residence. Before long, the trio arrived at Sun Qian's doorstep, knocking for quite some time, yet no one responded. How peculiar. Why is there no one home at this late hour? Even if Sun Qian is away, his wife and children should be present. Lu Quan furrowed his brow. At that moment, a neighbor's door across the street opened, and a woman with a voluminous hairstyle leaned out, inquiring, are you here to see Master Sun? Su Lintian turned and nodded. Yes, indeed, sister. Do you know Sun Qian? The woman with the voluminous hairstyle chuckled. Young man, is that not an obvious question? We are neighbors. Of course, I know him. He even oversaw the renovations in my home. However, you are too late. Master Sun has moved away, just this afternoon. I even heard his wife arguing with him about it. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. This afternoon? Just moved? What time exactly? The woman pondered for a moment before slowly replying. Not long ago, probably about 2 hours ago, around 7 o'clock. Boom. At these words, Su Lintian and Lu Quan exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. 2 hours ago. That coincides almost perfectly with my arrival at Qingshou's residence. Could it be that as soon as I uncovered the secret of the stone lions, Sun Qian learned of it? Su Lintian's thoughts turned dark with dread, and he exclaimed to Lu Quan, Lu Qingshou, it appears that there may still be an insider within your household. Chapter 37. Success in unveiling the betrayer. The hidden hand seeks to silence. In an instant after the words were spoken, the driver, Lao Meng, displayed a rather unnatural expression. The astute Su Lintian immediately sensed this change. However, lacking concrete evidence, he chose not to expose it on the spot and feigned ignorance. Lu Quan's face turned ashen as he inquired, Su Shini, It seems I must conduct a thorough investigation upon my return. I never imagined that even those closest to me could betray me. Once I uncover this traitor, I will ensure they regret their actions." Upon hearing this, Lao Ming's heart trembled, and he discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Su Lintian squinted slightly and remarked, "Since Sun Qian has fled, this lead is temporarily severed. Lu Qingshou, why not return home today and interrogate the suspicious individuals at your residence? I will go seek information regarding Sun Qian's whereabouts. By the way, those 2 stone lions at the entrance, have them moved immediately. They must not be destroyed, only relocated. Even if it means finding a warehouse to store them, it will suffice." Grateful for Su Lintian's guidance, Lu Quan responded, "Thank you, Su Shini. I shall return to investigate the traitor. Should I receive any news, I will inform you at once. If you uncover anything regarding Sun Qian, I would greatly appreciate your notification." Su Lintian nodded, and the two parted ways. Yet, Su Lintian remained cautious. He sent Lu Quan a text message to communicate the essential details. A phone call might attract the attention of the driver, Lao Ming, thereby jeopardizing their plan. Su Lintian resolved to employ a strategy of deception, using Lu Quan to compel Lao Ming to confess his role as the traitor. The absence of direct accusation stemmed from the lack of evidence, but if Lao Ming admitted his guilt, the scenario would shift dramatically. The method was straightforward. Su Lintian had earlier suggested investigating Sun Qian's whereabouts. Lu Quan merely needed to receive a phone call in front of Lao Ming after 2 hours, claiming that Sun Qian had been apprehended. This would undoubtedly cause Lao Ming to panic, and at that moment, Su Lintian would instruct Lu Quan to confiscate the mobile phones of several suspicious individuals in the residence and isolate them for questioning. In such a scenario, even an ordinary individual like Lao Ming, devoid of professional training, would find it impossible to withstand the immense psychological pressure. 2 hours later, at the Lu residence, Lu Quan noticed the text message from Su Lintian and prepared himself accordingly. The next moment, his phone rang. Lu Quan answered the call, beginning to play his part in the act. "What? Su Shini, is what you say true? Sun Qian has been captured? Where is he?" Lu Quan feigned astonishment as he raised the phone. At that moment, the driver, Lao Ming, stood nearby, his pupils dilating in shock, his forehead visibly beaded with sweat. His heart raced, feeling as though it might leap from his throat at any instant. Unable to resist, he glanced toward the entrance, contemplating an escape. With Lu Quan's back turned, if he fled towards the door now, he might still have time. After all, Sun Qian had been caught. It was only a matter of time before the investigation led to him. Lu Quan had previously vowed not to spare those who betrayed him. Su Lintian's phone call plunged Lu Quan into a state of internal conflict, causing him to hesitate. Finally, he made a decisive choice. He would desperately attempt to flee. Without warning, Lao Ming turned and dashed towards the entrance. However, just as he reached the door, he was seized by 2 bodyguards lurking in the blind spot. At that moment, Lu Quan also ended the call, his expression darkening. Clearly, Su Shini's strategy had proven effective. Remarkably, before he could even detain Lao Ming for questioning, the latter had already revealed his own treachery. The lack of professional training had rendered Lao Ming's psychological resilience alarmingly low. In less than a minute, he was scrambling in a panic to escape. With an impassive face, Lu Quan approached Lao Ming, coldly fixating on him. "I hear Sun Qian has been captured. You appear quite anxious. Are you the traitor who betrayed me?" Lao Ming's heart sank, and he trembled uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to his knees, stammering, "Master, I have wronged you. I beg for mercy, grant me a chance to live. It was all Sun Qian's doing. This matter has nothing to do with me." Boom. Initially, Lu Quan had not been entirely certain that the traitor was Lao Ming. However, when Lao Ming confessed with his own lips, Lu Quan felt a pang of sorrow. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. "Lao Ming, you have been by my side for 10 years. I, Lu Quan, have treated you well. I helped secure your wife's position in a state-owned enterprise. I intervened to ensure your son was admitted to the best school in Yin City. When your father-in-law was gravely ill, I even covered the surgical expenses. Tell me, in what way have I wronged you, Ming Dihai?" Lu Quan nearly screamed in anguish. He could accept betrayal from others, but he never imagined that his most trusted driver, Lao Ming, would be the one to deceive him. Just then, Su Lintian entered the Lu residence slowly. He had not strayed far, remaining outside to observe and await the opportune moment. With an expressionless demeanor, Su Lintian approached Lu Quan and said in a deep tone, "Qingshou, remain calm. The immediate priority is not to unleash your fury, but to interrogate him. This man surely knows where Sun Qian has gone. Boom. Upon hearing Su Lintian's words, Lao Meng, who had been kneeling with his head bowed, suddenly raised his gaze, filled with disbelief. You haven't captured Sun Qian? Then what was that phone call? Su Lintian sneered. That call was a deliberate ruse between Lu Qingshou and me. I did not expect you to confess so readily. It seems that your life has not been easy these past 7 years. You must spend every night wondering what fate awaits you should the secret of the stone lions be unveiled. The psychological pressure was palpable. Originally, upon realizing that his scheme had unraveled, Lao Ming's mental defenses had crumbled. At that moment, as he heard Su Lintian's words, his composure shattered entirely. He had calculated everything, but had never anticipated being outmaneuvered so completely. You. Meng Dihai, filled with rage, pointed at Su Lintian and Lu Quan, unable to utter a single word. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he pressed his foot against Meng Dihai's chest, pinning him to the ground, rendering him immobile. Where's Sun Qian? Who was the mastermind behind this? Lu Quan questioned through gritted teeth. With his chest pinned down, Meng Dihai struggled to breathe, coughing several times. In a desperate bid to save his life, he divulged, Sun Qian previously mentioned to me that he purchased a house in Europe. If all goes well, he should be at the airport by now, he continued. As for who is behind Sun Qian, even I do not know. All I know is that this person holds immense power. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and said, let us head to the airport. If we intercept Sun Qian, we will uncover the mastermind. Lu Quan nodded and instructed his bodyguard, take Meng Dihai into custody. Keep a close watch on him. I will deal with him upon my return. At Yinqing International Airport, Sun Qian donned a baseball cap, sunglasses, a scarf, and a coat, wrapping himself tightly to avoid recognition. His wife and son were similarly attired, and the family of 3 sat cautiously in a corner of the airport waiting area, attentively observing their surroundings. The large screen overhead displayed that the flight to Italy would commence boarding in 2 hours. A heavy weight hung in Sun Qian's heart, leaving him restless. He could only breathe easy once he boarded the plane. Darling, please do not be upset. Once we arrive in Italy, I will take you and our son to live in a grand villa. I assure you, the happiness index in Italy is far superior to that in our homeland. I have already purchased a house there, and with my $5 million deposited in a Swiss bank, our family will never have to worry about food and clothing again. Noticing his wife's sullen expression, Sun Qian resorted to coaxing her softly. Mrs. Sun, upon hearing this, not only failed to calm down, but grew even more irate, crossing her arms and exclaiming, Oh you, how could you, Sun Qian, secretly buy a house abroad behind my back? Haha, have you been keeping a mistress all these years, and I was none the wiser? Look at you. With deposits in a Swiss bank, how does a mere renovation worker like you manage such wealth? Have you engaged in some illicit activities? At her words, Sun Qian's expression shifted drastically. Although he was a renowned craftsman in Yinqing, amassing $5 million in just a few years and purchasing a villa worth over $1 million in Italy seemed implausible. The source of his wealth stemmed from an assignment 7 years ago, when he was tasked by Lu Quan, the city's chief, to create a feng shui arrangement. With his secrets now exposed, Meng Dihai, Lu Quan's driver, had already alerted Sun Qian in advance. Sun Qian had no choice but to flee with his wife and child, leaving behind his house, car, and savings. As Sun Qian prepared to explain himself to his wife, several men in black stealthily approached the family from behind, swiftly covering their mouths and noses with towels, rendering them unconscious in an instant. The leader of the men produced a phone and dialed the boss on the other end, speaking in a low voice. Mr. Chun, we have captured the targets. Please provide your instructions. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded calmly, silence them. Chapter 38. Unmasking the Mastermind. The assassin appears. Upon hearing the word eliminate from the other end of the phone, the leader of the men in black immediately narrowed his eyes coldly and nodded, saying, No problem, President Chun. I'll take them to the restroom right now and deal with them. After saying this, he hung up the phone and, along with his other subordinates, dragged Sun Qian into the restroom. Su Lintian and Lu Quan also arrived at the waiting lounge in time and began searching for Sun Qian. Suddenly, Su Lintian spotted several suspicious-looking men in black dragging a man, a woman, and a child into the restroom through the crowd. Seeing this, he immediately rushed over. A lookout outside the restroom, seeing someone charging toward him, instantly assumed a defensive stance and said, It's full inside. Please use another restroom. Su Lintian sneered, wasting no words. and knocked him out with a single punch before barging into the restroom. With a loud bang, Su Lintian kicked open the restroom door. The people inside were immediately startled. The leader of the men in black, sensing trouble, quickly pulled the belt from his waist, intending to strangle Su Lintian. Sun Qian and his family lay unconscious on the floor. Seeing that he had found the right people, Su Lintian's eyes turned icy as he said, "Kneel down now. Tell me your boss's name, and I might spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the leader of the men in black was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha! Are you out of your mind? There are 5 of us against you, and you're sparing our lives? How about this? Pretend you saw nothing, go back where you came from, and we'll spare your life instead." Seeing that negotiations had failed, Su Lintian chuckled lightly and nodded. "Forget it. I only need 1 survivor." The moment the words left his mouth, Su Lintian vanished from everyone's sight. Immediately after, everyone felt a dark blur flash before their eyes, followed by the sound of necks snapping as bodies collapsed to the floor, lifeless. 1 second later, a second person fell dead. Then a third. In just 5 short seconds, almost all the thugs in the restroom had been eliminated by Su Lintian on the spot. Now, only the leader of the men in black remained, standing dumbfounded in place. If airport security weren't so strict, he would have undoubtedly pulled out a gun and opened fire on Su Lintian without hesitation. Unfortunately, to pass security, he hadn't even brought a dagger, let alone a pistol. Witnessing Su Lintian descend like a god and swiftly kill several of his comrades, the leader of the men in black was utterly terrified. He dropped to his knees, pleading, "Big brother, please, don't kill me. Let's talk this out." The men in black were only working for the mastermind for the money. But while money was important, preserving their lives came first. Fearing he would be eliminated along with the others, he naturally begged for mercy. Su Lintian said expressionlessly, "You have 10 seconds. Tell me the mastermind's name, identity, and address, and I'll spare your life." Upon hearing this, the man in black quickly nodded. "Chun Chun. It's Chun Chun. We were sent by Chun Chun to silence them. He's the head of the Chun family, the president of Chun Corporation. I really don't know anything else. Please, let me go." Chun Chun. Hearing the name, Su Lintian was taken aback. Wasn't Chun 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 Tianhao's father? Who would have thought that the mastermind behind the feng shui trap set for City Chief Lu Quan was actually Chun Tianhao's father? This made things much more interesting. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, stepped forward, and snapped the leader's neck with a twist of his hand. What a joke. If you don't uproot the weeds, they'll grow back with the spring breeze. Su Lintian was no saint. If they could be killed, he would not spare them. When Su Lintian walked out of the restroom, City Chief Lu Quan had already arrived. Su Lintian explained the entire situation to Lu Quan. Upon hearing this, Lu Quan was greatly shocked. "I never imagined it would be him. Now that you mention it, it makes sense. My current wife, Lu Fun, was Chun Chin's college classmate and his first love. But later, Lu Fun chose me over him. It seems his love turned to hatred, leading him to set up such a malicious feng shui trap against me." Su Lintian nodded. Sun Qian and his family are all inside the restroom. But they were drugged and are unconscious. Now that the mastermind has been uncovered, I assume City Chief Lu can handle the rest on his own? Hearing this, Lu Quan immediately clasped his hands in gratitude and said earnestly, "Of course. Divine Dr. Su. Today, I, Lu Quan, owe you 2 immense favors. Not only did you cure my daughter's terminal illness, but you also resolved the threat of the feng shui trap. I will spare no effort to repay these 2 favors in the future. From now on, if there's ever anything you need, Divine Dr. Su, just say the word. Even if it costs me my life, I won't hesitate." Su Lintian waved his hand dismissively. "You flatter me, City Chief Lu. In that case, I'll take my leave now. My wife is waiting for me at home." Of course. Divine Dr. Su, take care on your way." Lu Quan watched as Su Lintian departed. Su Lintian left Yancheng International Airport and returned directly to Hua Run Tianfu. He no longer needed to concern himself with Lu Quan's affairs. After all, Lu Quan was the city chief of Yancheng. Now that he knew Chun Chun was the mastermind, seeking revenge was merely a matter of time. As for how and when Lu Quan planned to exact his revenge, these were not matters that interested Su Lintian. He only needed Lu Quan to remember that he, the city chief of Yancheng, owed Su Lintian 2 enormous favors. This alone achieved Su Lintian's goal. Upon returning home, Su Lintian saw Su Yuqing, who had prepared a table full of dishes, waiting for him. Su Yuqing, wearing an apron, had fallen asleep with her head resting on the dining table. Seeing this, Su Lintian felt a pang of heartache. He couldn't help but walk over and gently stroke Su Yuqing's head. Feeling the touch on the back of her head, the naturally sensitive Su Yuqing slowly opened her eyes, looking up at Su Lintian with a drowsy gaze. Su Lintian, you're back. Oh no, I waited for you so long that I didn't even notice the food has gone cold. Wait a moment, I'll go reheat the dishes right away. As she spoke, Su Yuqing stood up and picked up 2 plates to reheat the food for Su Lintian. Su Lintian firmly grasped her hand and shook his head, saying, Yuqing, you have worked hard. Allow me to take over. You sit and rest for a while. After uttering these words, Su Lintian willingly assumed the role of the household cook, carrying the dishes to the kitchen to heat the food. Su Yuqing sat on a chair, a gentle smile gracing her face as she gazed at Su Lintian in the kitchen. In that moment of reverie, she felt that a simple happiness could not be surpassed. The doubts of her sister and the disparagement from her father seemed trivial in this instant. Su Yuqing was well aware that she had married the right person, and that was enough. Meanwhile, at the Ma residence, Madame Ma was seething with anger after enduring Su Lintian's humiliation at the Royal Charity Gala. Despite Ma Tengfei's insistence that she leave early, Madame Ma did not remain idle after her departure. Returning home, her frustration boiled over, prompting her to take out her phone and make a call that very night. Sitting on the balcony, she closed the door behind her and said to the person on the other end of the line, Brother Bao, how have you been lately? Hee. What brings Madame Ma to call you? Feel free to speak plainly. I know you are a busy person. Hee. Nothing escapes your keen eyes, Brother Bao. So, I'll cut to the chase. I need your assistance in eliminating someone. I will first transfer 1 million as a deposit, and upon completion, I will pay you 5 million more. Who is it? The son-in-law of the Su family, Su Lintian. Very well. Since you have asked, from the moment I receive the deposit, Su Lintian will be as good as dead. When would you like me to take action? The sooner, the better. Understood. I will ensure that this Su Lintian is dealt with within 24 hours after receiving the deposit. The next morning, as Su Lintian and Su Yuqing drove their Kunlun to the Su family tumor hospital for work, Su Lintian noticed several cars trailing them. However, in order to spare Su Yuqing any worry, he silently observed the license plates of those vehicles through the rearview mirror without mentioning anything. Upon arriving at the hospital, the couple exited the vehicle, while the trailing cars parked on the roadside across from the hospital. Su Lintian discreetly cast a glance at the cars across the street and smiled at Su Yuqing, saying, My dear wife, you go ahead and start your work at the hospital. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. I'll grab a bowl of noodles nearby before heading upstairs. Su Yuqing hesitated for a moment and replied, All right, just remember not to be late. I wouldn't want others to think I am showing favoritism to family. After saying this, Su Yuqing turned and entered the hospital to begin her day's work. As for Su Lintian, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a somber expression. He had confirmed that the group had followed them all the way from Huaran Tianfu to the hospital. At this moment, it was still unclear whether they were targeting him or Su Yuqing, but regardless of their intentions, it would only lead to one outcome. Su Lintian expressionlessly turned and walked toward the street. Inside a Land Rover across the street, a killer in the passenger seat nudged the middle-aged man in the back who was dozing off, saying, Brother Bao, this kid is coming our way. Has he noticed us? Upon hearing this, Brother Bao opened his eyes, peered out the window, and narrowed his eyes, saying, Do not panic. It might just be a coincidence. Su Lintian steadily approached the Land Rover that Brother Bao occupied, coming to a halt beside it. At this moment, Brother Bao and his men collectively held their breath. With 2 knocks, Su Lintian bent his middle finger and tapped lightly on the window. He wore a smile devoid of warmth as he addressed the occupants within. Aren't you looking for me? You can get out now, can't you? Upon hearing this, Brother Bao's complexion changed dramatically. Chapter 39, Direct Confrontation. How did this kid discover us? A black-clad enforcer beside Bao Gu narrowed his eyes. Not only was he shocked, but even Bao Gu, a seasoned veteran in the assassination industry, felt a tremor in his heart. He never expected that his men, tracking from such a distance, would still be detected by Su Lintian. However, being an old fox who had navigated the underworld for years, Bao Gu did not panic even though his cover was blown. He snorted coldly and said, Since this kid has delivered himself to our doorstep, let us take action here. Tie him up and throw him in the car. Then find a secluded spot to finish him off. The moment his words fell, the doors of several vehicles around the Land Rover swung open simultaneously. Over a dozen assassins swarmed out, encircling Su Lintian. Some held guns, their muzzles aimed directly at him. Others kept watch, ensuring that no bystanders witnessed the crucial scene. One even carried a syringe filled to the brim with sedative, a dose potent enough to knock out a bull. Once injected into Su Lintian's veins, he would be completely at their mercy. This was the standard operating procedure for Bao Gu and his crew. With a cold glint in his eyes, Bao Gu nodded toward the assassin holding the sedative, signaling him to proceed. The assassin smirked and slowly approached Su Lintian, saying coldly, "Kid, I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, you'll meet a gruesome end." Hearing this, Su Lintian couldn't help but chuckle and replied, "Please, don't make me laugh. You've gone to such lengths to corner me, and now you're telling me not to resist? Are you out of your mind?" The assassin sneered, "Whether you resist or not, you're doomed either way. But if you don't resist, at least your death will be less painful." Su Lintian shrugged indifferently and said, "What if I refuse? You brought this upon yourself." As soon as the words were spoken, the assassins surged forward, intending to beat Su Lintian senseless first. Once he was too weak to resist, they would inject him with the sedative and haul him into the car. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating in the face of the oncoming assassins, Su Lintian advanced. With the strategy of capturing the leader first, he stepped forward, slapped one assassin away with a single blow, and swiftly seized the gun from his hand. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, fired left and right, striking 2 assassins in the chest. In just 1 second, Su Lintian had incapacitated 3 men. Immediately after, he fired another shot, taking down the bodyguard shielding Bao Gu. Then, with a burst of speed, his figure shot forward like an arrow, arriving behind Bao Gu in an instant. Pressing the gun against Bao Gu's head, he said coldly, "Tell your men to stand down, or I'll blow your brains out." Bao Gu was utterly stunned. He had never seen anyone with such formidable skills. His subordinates seemed like mere decorations in front of Su Lintian, utterly incapable of withstanding his assault. To save his own life, Bao Gu had no choice but to surrender. He quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Everyone stop." Seeing this, the assassins exchanged glances and halted in their tracks, not daring to make any rash moves. After all, their boss now had a gun pressed against the back of his head. "Brother, let us talk this out calmly. No need for impulsiveness." True to his profession as a seasoned assassin, Bao Gu quickly regained his composure and attempted to negotiate with Su Lintian. Su Lintian smiled and replied, "If only you had said so earlier." Yes, it's my fault, brother. I shouldn't have had my men follow you." While trying to placate Su Lintian with words, Bao Gu subtly shifted his right hand toward his waist, intending to draw his own gun and turn the tables. However, when his hand reached the spot where his gun should have been, he found nothing but empty space. Looking for this, Su Lintian held one gun against the back of Bao Gu's head while using his middle finger to twirl Bao Gu's pistol around his fingertip. Seeing this, cold sweat broke out on Bao Gu's forehead, and he felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss. He hadn't even noticed when Su Lintian had stealthily taken his gun. It was only at this moment that Bao Gu began to take this seemingly unremarkable son-in-law of the Su family seriously. "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I was just hired to do a job. The debt belongs to the one who ordered it. If you want revenge, go after Ma Tai Tai. She is the one who ordered this. It has nothing to do with me." At this point, Bao Gu dared not play any more tricks in front of Su Lintian. Initially harboring a sliver of hope, the realization that his own gun had been silently taken by Su Lintian made him recognize that Su Lintian was not someone he could afford to provoke. Hearing Bao Gu's words, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and said, "Ma Tai Tai? You mean Ma Tingfei's wife?" "Yes, that is her. If you don't believe me, I can show you the recording and the transfer proof," Bao Gu said nervously. He always made sure to cover his tracks. When Ma Tai Tai hired him for the assassination, he had pressed the record button. As for the transfer proof, Bao Gu kept it meticulously preserved. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian ordered Bao Gu to take out his phone and prove he wasn't lying. Naturally, Bao Gu dared not play any tricks and showed Su Lintian the evidence. After reviewing the evidence, Su Lintian said expressionlessly, "You've been sensible enough. Now, tell your men to step aside. You and I will take your car to the Ma residence." Hearing this, Bao Gu widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Brother, I've already confessed. Whatever grudge you have with Ma Tai Tai has nothing to do with me. If Ma Tai Tai sees me arriving with you at her home, it'll be like telling her outright that I betrayed her." Su Lintian pressed the gun harder against Bao Gu's forehead and threatened, "You have no room to bargain with me. If you refuse to go, I'll shoot you right now." No. I'll go all right." Bao Gu felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. Su Lintian escorted Bao Ge, forcing him into the driver's seat of the Land Rover while he took the passenger seat. With the gun pointed at Bao Ge, they drove all the way to the Ma residence. At the Ma residence, Ma Tengfei had just finished a video conference and returned to the living room sofa. Before he could even settle in, he heard the screech of tires braking sharply at the front gate. Frowning, Ma Tengfei said to a servant, "Go see what is happening." A Filipino maid hurried out to investigate. Soon, the maid rushed back in a panic, pointing behind her toward the main door and exclaiming, "In a master. It's in and not good. There's someone outside with a gun." Bang! At these words, Ma Tengfei was instantly horrified. He quickly retrieved his life-saving pistol from beneath the sofa cushion, cautiously rose, and hid behind the sofa. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "Hee, President Ma. No need to be nervous. I'm not here for you today." Su Lintian entered the living room slowly, pressing a gun against Brother Bao's head. Recognizing Su Lintian, Ma Tengfei immediately stood up, put away his gun, and asked curiously, "Dr. Su? What is this?" Su Lintian kicked Brother Bao in the knee, forcing him to kneel on the spot. Su Lintian snorted coldly. It seems President Ma was unaware of this matter. "I am quite relieved. Otherwise, I would be deeply saddened to have to kill a friend I just met with my own hands." Ma Tengfei's expression turned grave as he asked in a low voice, "Dr. Su, what exactly is going on? Let this wretch explain." Su Lintian glared at Brother Bao. Kneeling on the floor, Brother Bao trembled all over, feeling closer to death than ever before in his life. He raised his head shakily and said to Ma Tengfei, "President Ma. Yesterday, I received a call from your wife. She asked me to help kill someone and transferred a 1 million yuan deposit to me. The person she wanted me to kill was Su Lintian, but I failed." Bang! Hearing this, Ma Tengfei was first stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. Then, fury erupted. He slammed his hand violently on the coffee table, his face darkening as he said, "Is this really true? Do you have proof?" Su Lintian casually tossed Brother Bao's phone to Ma Tengfei. After listening to the recording and confirming that the transfer record indeed showed 1 million yuan transferred from his wife's account to Brother Bao, Ma Tengfei was filled with shock and disbelief. That vile woman. How dare she hire a killer? I never imagined that the woman I've shared a bed with for years could be so venomous. Ma Tengfei was so enraged that his face flushed red, and he wished he could strike his wife dead with a single punch. Su Lintian, however, narrowed his eyes into a smile, pulled the trigger on the spot, and executed Brother Bao right in front of Ma Tengfei. Watching the bullet pierce through Brother Bao's head, seeing a living person executed by Su Lintian before his very eyes, Ma Tengfei turned pale. His legs weakened in fear, and he collapsed onto the sofa behind him, swallowing hard. Su Lintian, still smiling, retrieved a handkerchief from the pocket of the terrified maid beside him, wiped the fingerprints off the gun, then held the grip with the handkerchief. He looked at Ma Tengfei with a smile and asked, "I am not one to enjoy being secretly targeted. If someone intends to kill me, I will always strike first. Now, the assassin is dead, but the mastermind behind this has yet to face due punishment. President Ma is a wise man. I believe you know what to do, don't you?" Chapter 40. Seeing through illness, Su Yue laid bare. With an air of effortless calm, Su Lintian decisively fired and killed Brother Bao. Amidst his light-hearted banter, he nonchalantly wiped his fingerprints from the pistol before handing it over to Ma Tengfei. The implications in Su Lintian's words were already quite clear. As the wealthiest man in Yanshan, how could Ma Tengfei fail to see that if he did not personally deal with his wife, he might very well be eliminated by Su Lintian as well? Ma Tengfei stared at the pistol for a long while before slowly picking it up. He gave Su Lintian a slight nod and said, "Dr. Su, this wretched woman dared to hire someone to kill you. She got what she deserved. I know what to do." After speaking, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes, as if he had resolved himself to something. Ma Tengfei abruptly grabbed the pistol and turned to walk upstairs. 2 minutes later, a woman's scream was heard from the bedroom upstairs, followed by several consecutive gunshots. Finally, there was the heavy thud of something collapsing. Another 3 minutes passed, and Ma Tengfei descended the stairs, his face smeared with blood, his entire body soaked in it, clutching the pistol that had taken the lives of both Brother Bao and Mrs. Ma. He forced a smile, uglier than tears, and said to Su Lintian, "Mr. Su, I have done what I needed to do. Rest assured, from now on, no one in the Ma family will dare to scheme behind your back. I give you my word." Seeing the fear evident in Ma Tengfei's eyes, Su Lintian nodded in satisfaction. He stood up, straightened his shirt, stretched his neck, and said with a smile, a wise man knows when to yield. Mr. Ma, you are indeed wise. Well, I must return to the hospital for work, or I'll have my pay deducted. I won't disturb you as you handle the aftermath. With that, Su Lintian swaggered out of the Ma residence. Meanwhile, Ma Tingfei's hands trembled uncontrollably. He threatened the maid who had witnessed the entire ordeal. What happened today? You take it to your grave, understood? If you dare utter a single word, I guarantee you and your entire family will be buried alongside her. The maid, already terrified out of her wits, nodded frantically. Ma Tingfei put away the gun. Unlike Su Lintian, he was not someone who could act with such ruthless decisiveness, casually silencing witnesses. After all, no matter how wealthy Ma Tingfei was, he remained a businessman, not a killer. Even though the maid had seen everything, he could only resort to threats. He couldn't very well kill his wife and then immediately turn on the maid. On the other hand, after leaving the Ma residence, Su Lintian went straight to the hospital for work. Brother Bao's underlings were nowhere to be found. Clearly, the leaderless assassins had likely fled at the first opportunity. Although he hadn't seen Mrs. Ma's corpse with his own eyes, Su Lintian believed that under those circumstances, even if Ma Tengfei had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to deceive or mock him. Upon returning to the hospital, Director Peng from the surgical department walked over to Su Lintian's desk, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Xiao Su, this is the second time you've been late this month. Considering your contribution of earning our hospital a commendation banner, I'll let it slide this time. But in our country, we believe in 3 strikes and you're out. Make sure you're not late again this month. If you're late 3 times in a month, the entire department's performance bonuses will be docked because of you. It's tough for me as the head of surgery too. The hospital's attendant staff won't care if you're the dean's husband. This affects our whole department's performance, so you need to be more mindful." Su Lintian smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, Director Peng. Something came up today and delayed me. I promise I won't be late again this month." Seeing Su Lintian's cooperative attitude, Director Peng didn't say much more. He picked up a medical record and went upstairs for a consultation. Just then, head nurse Kai Feishua hurried into the department and said, "Is there anyone from orthopedics? Please go to the emergency room immediately. There's a patient with a special condition that needs urgent attention." The doctors in the department exchanged glances. Xiao Lu and Xiao Wang from orthopedics are both off today. "It seems there are no orthopedic doctors in our department," a colleague remarked. At that moment, Su Lintian stood up and volunteered, "I'll go take a look." Kai Feishua was taken aback. "Aren't you a cardiac surgeon? Do you know orthopedics too?" Su Lintian grinned and said, "Not just orthopedics, I can handle gynecology too." Kai Feishua rolled her eyes at him. "Stop boasting. Fine, since there's no one else, give it a try. If you can't handle it, we'll arrange for the patient to be transferred to another hospital. Don't push yourself too hard." "All right." Without further ado, Su Lintian followed Kai Feishua swiftly to the emergency room. When Su Lintian saw the patient in the emergency room, he couldn't help but freeze. "Su Yue, how is it you?" Su Lintian asked, surprised. Su Yue lay on the hospital bed, her left leg at an odd angle, clearly fractured, and quite severely at that. Su Yue hadn't expected that the doctor attending to her would be Su Lintian either. Although she knew that this Su's tumor hospital had been taken over by Su Yuqing and that Su Lintian now worked here, the hospital's departments were quite separate. She hadn't anticipated such a coincidence, that Su Lintian would be the orthopedic doctor on duty and that he would be the one to treat her today. Su Yue's expression turned displeased as she said, "Su Lintian, why is it you? Head nurse, doesn't your hospital have any other orthopedic doctors?" Even putting aside Su Yue's prejudice against Su Lintian, she was reluctant to let such a young doctor treat her. After all, Su Lintian was only in his early 20s. His medical skills naturally couldn't compare to those of experienced senior professors, which would be more reassuring. Kai Feishua forced a bitter smile and said, "I'm truly sorry. All our orthopedic doctors are off duty today. He's the only one on call." Su Yue was about to stubbornly refuse Su Lintian's treatment when a sharp, piercing pain shot through her calf. Hiss! It hurt so much. Su Yue couldn't help but cry out in pain. Su Lintian sighed and said, "All right, your fracture is quite severe. If not treated promptly, it could lead to complications later. Don't be stubborn, let me take a look." Although Su Lintian also disliked Su Yue, he had taken Su Yuqing's words to heart. Su Yuqing had said that Su Yue, as well as Su Jingde, were her family. Since Su Lintian is Su Yuqing's husband, it is only natural that he cannot remain estranged from her family for a lifetime. He must endeavor to gradually foster a harmonious relationship. Su Lintian instructed Kai Feishua to attend to her matters while he approached the bedside. lifting the covers from Su Yue to broaden his view. Su Yue's cheeks flushed instantly, and she displayed a hint of shyness. She swallowed hard and said, "Hey, Su Lintian, could you be a bit gentler? You startle me." Su Lintian shrugged, his expression one of exasperation. "Dear sister, I can be gentler, but the reality is your injury will not treat you kindly. The longer you delay, the worse it becomes." After uttering this, he boldly lifted Su Yue's skirt and placed a hand on her left leg, frowning as he remarked, "Can you remove these black stockings? You've sustained a fracture. What purpose do they serve now?" With Su Lintian grasping one of her legs and making such a statement, Su Yue grew even more bashful, her face turning crimson as she instinctively withdrew her leg. However, this retraction triggered a wave of intense pain. "Ouch, that hurts," Su Yue exclaimed, nearly in tears from the agony. Seeing her distress, Su Lintian decisively disregarded her feelings and forcefully tore the black stockings from her leg. With a couple of ripping sounds, Su Yue's exquisitely beautiful, fair foot was laid bare before Su Lintian. This was the first time in his life he had ever torn stockings by hand. Su Yue was undeniably stunning, her figure alluring, and her feet, even without the enhancement of stockings, exuded charm. Su Lintian held her delicate foot with one hand while his other hand slowly moved up from her calf, seeking the precise location of the fracture. The first step in treating a fracture is to locate the injury and assess whether realignment is necessary. Upon feeling a slight protrusion on Su Yue's calf, Su Lintian felt a surge of confidence. He turned to Su Yue, whose face was flushed with embarrassment, tears brimming in her eyes, and who was too shy to meet his gaze, advising, "This will hurt a bit, so brace yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Yue panicked and quickly exclaimed, "Wait, I'm not ready yet." Su Lintian scoffed, "Come on, you're an adult now. You shouldn't be so afraid of pain." Although Su Yue was proud and strong-willed, the fear of pain was genuine. Not wanting to appear too vulnerable in front of Su Lintian, she bit down on her crimson lips and clenched her fists, steeling herself for the impending discomfort. Observing her in this state, Su Lintian found for the first time that Su Yue possessed a charming side. Regaining his focus, Su Lintian took a deep breath, aligning his fingers, and quietly summoned his internal energy, activating his extraordinary vision. Before his eyes, Su Yue's bones, meridians, blood vessels, and even the cells and microorganisms within her blood came into view. This skill of extraordinary vision was one of the specialties of the renowned healer, and Su Lintian had mastered it, using it sparingly. Today, however, he was willing to employ his energy and utilize this skill to realign Su Yue's injury in one fell swoop. As the details became increasingly clear, Su Lintian decisively lifted Su Yue's delicate foot with his left hand while striking the protruding area with his right palm. With a crisp sound, the fracture was instantaneously healed. In that moment, Su Yue fainted from the pain. As Su Lintian turned away, the extraordinary vision had not yet fully dissipated, and inadvertently, he glimpsed through her clothing, revealing her flawless form before his eyes. Chapter 41. Who can endure such a test? When Su Yue's flawless form was fully revealed to Su Lintian, he was immediately overwhelmed with emotion, a restless fire igniting within him. Fortunately, he promptly retracted his piercing gaze, managing to calm the tumultuous waves of his heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Lintian slowly spoke, "All right, your leg is fine now. Try getting up and walking a few steps." Upon hearing this, Su Yue was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that she had been healed so swiftly by Su Lintian. How is this possible? Wait, I seem to really be pain-free. Just as Su Yue contemplated questioning Su Lintian, she was astonished to discover that her leg was completely free of pain. Filled with curiosity, she gradually straightened up and attempted to bend her left leg. "Ah, it really is healed," she exclaimed. Realizing that her fracture had indeed been miraculously cured by Su Lintian, Su Yue eagerly hopped off the bed and walked back and forth a couple of steps. Although one leg was clad in black stockings while the other was torn, resulting in an odd appearance, her spirits soared with the newfound freedom of movement. "Su Lintian, I never expected your medical skills to be so impressive, capable of treating both my grandfather's heart condition and my fracture. It seems I have underestimated you in the past," Su Yue remarked with a squint. Su Lintian, somewhat irked, replied, "What happened to your leg?" Recalling the incident, Su Yue's expression soured as she lamented, "I was accompanying Tianhao to the super motorcycle club this morning, and there was a little mishap. I fell off the motorcycle." Su Lintian responded, These wealthy second-generation heirs are always racing or speed driving. If you're fine, it's best not to follow them blindly. Moreover, Chun Tianhao is of questionable character, and the Chun family is on the brink of significant troubles. If you wish to avoid being implicated, I advise you to steer clear of Chun Tianhao. The reason Su Lintian cautioned her was that Chun Tianhao's father, Qin Shun, was the mastermind behind the feng shui scheme that targeted Lu Quan, the city lord of Yinqing. In the realm of officialdom, it was akin to a death sentence for one's family. Lu Quan would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to retaliate against the Qin family. If all went as expected, the Qin family would soon face a catastrophic collapse. Su Lintian, out of concern for his wife Su Yuqing, had offered this well-meaning warning to Su Yue. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Su Lintian speak ill of Chun Tianhao and the Qin family, Su Yue's demeanor shifted dramatically. Her smile instantly vanished as she grabbed her handbag and stormed out, retorting, "Su Lintian, I was right about you. You only know how to speak ill of others behind their backs. I am well aware of how Tianhao treats me. Furthermore, the Qin family is substantial, a behemoth compared to our Su family. Who would believe that the Qin family would face misfortune? I see you simply cannot stand to see others do well. Forget it. There is nothing more to discuss with someone like you." With that, Su Yue hurriedly left the hospital. Su Lintian was taken aback. Having just healed her leg, he found himself met with her cold demeanor once again after offering her a few friendly words of caution. He shook his head and sighed. Good intentions turned to malice. Perhaps I should abandon my desire to help others and respect their fates. In the afternoon, while on duty in the surgery department, Su Lintian received an unexpected call from an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. A sultry feminine voice greeted him on the other end. Just from the sound of her voice, he could ascertain that she must be a captivating enchantress. "Mr. Su, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Su Dong from Xiangxin Group. We met at the Royal Charity Gala. I was the host that evening. Do you recall?" Upon hearing this, Su Lintian was momentarily stunned as the alluring figure of Su Dong flashed in his mind. That night at the charity gala, all the men had their eyes fixated on Su Dong, hardly able to divert their gaze. Naturally, he remembered such an exquisite beauty. "Hello, Miss Su. May I ask what brings you to call?" Su Lintian inquired. Su Dong replied with a smile, "Mr. Su, it has been confirmed that the Tianming calligraphy was indeed a forgery. We at Xiangxin Group are grateful for your timely identification, as it spared our reputation from severe damage. Mr. Gao has arranged a banquet for you at the Hilton Supreme Hotel this evening to express our gratitude. Would you be available to join me for dinner?" Su Lintian hesitated for a moment and asked, "What does Mr. Gao think? Why isn't he accompanying you?" Su Dong responded, Mr. Gao flew abroad last night with his wife for a vacation and may not return for a while." Her explanation sounded fabricated, but Su Lintian was unafraid of facing her alone. After all, could this Su Dong truly pose a threat? "Very well. What time shall we meet?" "Whenever is convenient for you." "All right." Later that evening, after finishing work, Su Lintian informed Su Yuqing about Su Dong extending an invitation to dinner on behalf of Xiangxin Group. Initially, Su Lintian intended for Su Yuqing to accompany him, but she expressed her desire to visit her family, as her grandfather was personally preparing her favorite braised pork. Hence, they decided to dine separately. At the Hilton Supreme Hotel, Su Dong led Su Lintian into a private room where an array of exquisite dishes awaited them. A glance revealed a banquet of grand proportions, with 2 bottles of the 1999 Moutai vintage worth over $1 million on the table, an elite liquor typically reserved for the affluent and powerful. "Mr. Su, please take a seat." The elegant Su Dong gestured invitingly. Su Lintian nodded and settled into the main seat, while Su Dong silently took a place beside him. The spacious private room could comfortably accommodate dozens, yet she chose to sit right next to him. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, sensing that this dinner might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Was this some form of seduction? He glanced at Su Dong, taking in her alluring figure, her delicate features, and the beguiling allure of her long, slender legs, complemented by her captivating almond-shaped eyes, high nose, and luscious lips. Her skin, as delicate as a blown silk, emanates an intoxicating fragrance. The alluring beauty of her long, black silk-clad legs subtly grazes Su Lintian's thigh. The atmosphere within the private room is steeped in ambiguity, brimming with unspoken tension. Su Dong's gaze is laced with desire, her countenance seemingly inscribed with the words "I want you." This woman is on the verge of articulating her intentions outright. As a young man full of vigor, Su Lintian finds himself overwhelmed by the temptation of such beauty, his blood surging in response. Swallowing hard, he hastily diverts his gaze, using his chopsticks to lift a piece of abalone into his bowl, and inquires, "Miss Su, I presume this lavish feast you've prepared is not merely to express gratitude towards me?" In truth, he seeks to shift the conversation, fearing that another moment of eye contact with Su Dong might compel him to succumb to the primal urge to take her right there on the table. It is not just Su Lintian, any man in the world, seated before the seductive Su Dong, would find it impossible to resist her provocative allure. Upon hearing his words, Su Dong lets out a charming laugh, extending a slender, jade-like hand to pour him a glass of fragrant Mao Dai. With a playful smile in her eyes, she remarks, "Mr. Su, you are indeed a wise man. Engaging in conversation with someone as astute as you is effortlessly delightful. Here's to you. I drink to your health, and you may indulge as you wish." With that, she fills her own glass and, in his presence, lifts it to her lips, drinking with grace. As she does so, a few droplets of the Mao Tai spill, whether by design or chance, capturing Su Lintian's attention as they cascade down her alluring collarbone, flowing into the depths of her enticing cleavage. The scene is undeniably exquisite, and with her cheeks slightly flushed from the drink, her flirtatious glances seem to ensnare Su Lintian's very soul. It is utterly captivating, overwhelmingly so. Merely gazing at her ignites a tempest within him, causing his heart to race and his composure to waver as he struggles to maintain his self-control. "Miss Su, if you have something to say, feel free to speak plainly. I am not one for beating around the bush," he states, turning away to sip his Mao Tai in an attempt to quell his unease. However, to his astonishment, Su Dong misinterprets his words and boldly places a hand upon his thigh, her eyes shimmering with mischief. Chapter 42. Exceptional Eloquence. Upon noticing Su Dongmei's captivating gaze and her delicate hand resting on his thigh, Su Lintian was suddenly jolted, his body tensing in astonishment as he fixed his incredulous stare upon her. "Miss Su, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. When I mentioned my aversion to beating around the bush, I meant for you to speak candidly." Only then did Su Dongmei withdraw her hand from Su Lintian's leg, her smile radiant as she replied, "Oh, Mr. Su, there's no need to be so flustered. I certainly understood your meaning. I merely couldn't resist teasing you, seeing you so bashful. You aren't upset, are you?" Observing the enchanting beauty beside him, who seemed to handle the situation with the finesse of a seasoned flirt, Su Lintian felt a twinge of indignation. How could he, a distinguished heir to the legacy of a divine physician, be so easily maneuvered by a mere woman? With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he replied, "Heh, Miss Su, with your delightful sense of humor, how could I possibly be angry?" Seeing this, Su Dongmei pressed her advantage, leaning closer to Su Lintian's ear, her tongue delicately tracing his earlobe. Then, breathing softly against him, she asked, "Is this still not enough to provoke your ire?" The moment Su Lintian felt her warm, supple touch on his ear, he was electrified, his body involuntarily recoiling. This was his first intimate encounter with a woman. Even with his wife, Su Yuqing, they currently slept in separate rooms, having only held hands at most. Thus, the sensation of Su Dongmei's warm tongue sent his heart racing. He turned to glance at her, noticing her flushed cheeks, seductive eyes, and the alluring curves of her figure, leaving him utterly flustered. Su Dongmei, witnessing his reaction, seemed to grasp something in an instant. With wide eyes, she pointed at Su Lintian, incredulously exclaiming, "Goodness, Mr. Su, I never imagined you would be so easily flustered. You aren't still a virgin, are you?" Boom. Her words ignited a fire within Su Lintian, akin to a powerful explosion. He abruptly stood, gripping Su Dongmei's neck with one hand, while tightly clasping her wrists with the other. He pressed her against the wall, their eyes locked, their noses almost touching. Looking deeply into her eyes, he earnestly declared, "Miss Su, I implore you to choose your words carefully. I am certainly not a virgin." After uttering this, Su Lintian adopted a fierce expression, intending to intimidate Su Dongmei. He anticipated that she would be startled by his sudden fervor. To his surprise, with her hands elevated and secured, her back pressed firmly against the wall, she maintained a composed demeanor, exuding an air of confidence that seemed to challenge him to take further action. Noting her sultry gaze and lack of concern for her modesty, Su Lintian felt a wave of disinterest wash over him as he released her, returning to his seat. "Miss Su, you seem to enjoy jesting with me. I too have played a little prank on you. I trust you are not displeased?" Su Lintian smiled lightly. Ah, women, so fond of teasing. I shall indulge you in kind. Reciprocity is only fitting. It was only at this moment that Su Lintian comprehended why tonight's gathering consisted solely of him and Su Dongmei. If another person were present, how could she have pursued him so boldly? The excuse regarding Gao Ruiqiang's vacation was clearly a ruse, allowing Su Dongmei the freedom to maneuver. With an air of tranquility, Su Dongmei elegantly settled back beside Su Lintian, crossing her legs. Due to her short skirt, the subtle hints of her allure were barely concealed, yet she appeared utterly unfazed as she remarked, "What reason do I have to be upset? In this feast, I am but one of many delicacies, yet it seems, Mr. Su, you lack the courage to partake in me." Emphasizing the word partake, Su Dongmei's tone was laden with implication, bordering on blatant suggestion. Her actions made it abundantly clear to Su Lintian that should he desire it, they could engage in a passionate encounter right there in the private room. However, Su Lintian was not a man to be governed solely by primal instincts. He understood all too well that opportunities do not arise without effort. Regaining his composure, he asked with a steady demeanor, "May we now discuss the matter at hand?" Noticing Su Lintian's serious expression, Su Dongmei refrained from further flirtation, adopting a grave tone as she replied, "Very well, let us address the important issues. Mr. Su, your capabilities are well recognized throughout Yin City. At the charity gala, you instantly identified the Tianming Zidi as a forgery, and I believe this was no mere coincidence." Su Lintian chuckled, "And what of it?" Su Dongmei continued, "Recently, a shipment arrived at the Yin City docks from the east. Currently, only our Changxing group dares to take it on, yet the value of this shipment is astronomical. Even the most esteemed appraisers in Yin City would hesitate to confirm its authenticity." Upon hearing this, Su Lintian finally grasped the situation. It became evident that Su Dongmei had gone to great lengths to arrange this dinner in hopes of soliciting his assistance in authentication. Despite her provocative attire, he recognized her as a woman of substance, not merely a decorative figure. Her willingness to approach him so boldly indicated the immense value of the items in question. With a smile, Su Lintian mused, "I see. Miss Su wishes for me to ascertain the authenticity. Let me guess, this shipment is not composed of relics excavated from a tomb?" Su Dongmei narrowed her eyes, neither confirming nor denying. "The specifics I cannot divulge at this moment, unless Mr. Su consents to assist. Naturally, Changxing Group will not leave you empty-handed. Upon completion of the assessment, regardless of the outcome, you will receive a fee of 1 billion for your expertise. If this batch of goods is genuine, then aside from the billion zhongyuan fee, Mr. Su will receive 30% of the net profit after we sell the goods." Boom. Upon hearing this condition, Su Lintian felt a stir of excitement. In truth, he had once been indifferent to the allure of wealth as a mere external possession. However, circumstances have changed. Su Lintian is now a married man. Although he could live comfortably on the various assets left by the extraordinary physician, he yearned to earn sufficient wealth and status through his own abilities, so that Su Yuqing could hold her head high before her family. Naturally, the more wealth one possesses, the better. Su Lintian extended 5 fingers and declared, 50%. Su Dong was momentarily taken aback. Su Lintian clarified, "If the authenticated goods are genuine, I want 50% of the net profit from sales." Su Dong furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Mr. Su, 30% is already quite generous. One must understand that the customary rules in the appraisal business typically do not exceed 20%. Our offer of 30% is already the highest in the industry." Su Lintian remained unfazed, his expression impassive as he stated, "50% is my consideration, otherwise, the discussion is over." With these words, Su Dong hesitated, weighing his options internally. As he scrutinized Su Lintian's expression, he attempted to discern the most advantageous point for negotiation while contemplating the pros and cons. 30% and 50% may seem similar, yet the value of these antiques is astronomical. If this batch of goods is indeed genuine, their total worth could approach a staggering 100 billion. 20% of 100 billion amounts to a colossal 200 billion. Such a sum is sufficient to elevate a company from nothing to a publicly listed entity. Thus, Su Dong could not afford to act hastily. He needed to deliberate carefully. After a moment's contemplation, this exquisite beauty narrowed her eyes and earnestly addressed Su Lintian. "Then, as you say, 50% it is." Su Lintian nodded with satisfaction and smiled. "It's a deal." Su Dong raised her glass, toasting Su Lintian, and with a flirtatious smile remarked, "I almost forgot to mention, Aside from the conditions we discussed, I am at your complete disposal, and I can exert every effort to serve you however you desire. By the way, my skills with words are quite formidable. No man has ever managed to last 10 minutes before me." As she spoke, Su Dong slightly parted her lips, extending her delicate tongue to lick her lips. Chapter 43. Help me tie someone up. Su Lintian had truly had enough of Su Dong's incessant flirtations. He set down his wine glass, gazing at Su Dong with an ambiguous smile, and remarked, "If you continue to toy with me like this, I might demand more than 50%. Upon hearing this, Su Dong's eyes crinkled with amusement as she straightened her posture, chuckling awkwardly. "That won't do. We agreed on 50%, and it cannot be raised." Su Lintian replied with irritation, "Then please refrain from teasing me, dear sister. Youthful exuberance can be quite troublesome." With that, Su Dong ceased her attempts to probe Su Lintian's boundaries. After discussing their business, they agreed to meet at the Yancheng dock in 7 days. At that time, Su Lintian would attend as an appraiser for Changxing Group, evaluating a batch of antiques imported from the Easting. After departing from the Hilton Supreme Hotel, Su Lintian returned directly to Huarentianfu. When he arrived home, his wife, Su Yuqing, was already asleep. However, she had thoughtfully left a light on in the living room for him. Upon seeing the illuminated room and the note on the table that read "Good night," adorned with a smiley face drawn by Su Yuqing, Su Lintian felt a warmth in his heart. Since marrying and starting a family, he had indeed experienced a sensation entirely different from his years of solitary cultivation in the mountains. His father had truly put in considerable effort, spending 20 years teaching him the ways of the world, and through this marriage, showed him how to engage with life. After tucking away the note, Su Lintian retired to his room. The following 2 days passed without incident. It was not until the 3rd day, while Su Lintian and Su Yuqing were on their way home from work, that he noticed a car trailing them. Most alarmingly, he discerned through the rearview mirror that the occupants of the vehicle were all wearing black hoods, clearly attempting to conceal their identities. However, this only served to amplify Su Lintian's suspicions. Turning to his wife, who was driving, he smiled and said, "Dear, let us stop at the supermarket at the next intersection. I suddenly have a stomachache and need to use the restroom." Su Yuqing hesitated momentarily but nodded in agreement, pulling over at the supermarket. "Don't wait for me in the car, it will be boring. Go browse the supermarket and pick up some snacks and drinks. I might be a while," Su Lintian suggested, using this as an excuse to send her inside. Once inside the supermarket restroom, he swiftly climbed out the window and hurried back to the parking lot. Su Lintian quickly located the vehicle that had been following him, a Jeep with the license plate J8522. The occupants appeared oblivious to the fact that they had been discovered. The dimly lit underground parking lot was relatively deserted. Su Lintian dashed to the driver's side, smashing the window with a punch, and yanked off the hood of the man sitting in the driver's seat. "Gao Tianyu? What are you doing here?" Su Lintian recognized him, his brow furrowing in confusion. Gao Tianyu was equally surprised, not anticipating Su Lintian's keen counter-surveillance skills that had allowed him to apprehend him so easily. However, with the cat out of the bag, Gao Tianyu decided to drop the pretense. He sneered, "Su, last time you were lucky. I have no idea what illness my father was suffering from that he didn't deal with you on the spot, leaving me confined at home for days. Since he won't help me, I'll handle you myself. Bring it on. Teach this useless son-in-law a lesson." His words prompted 3 or 4 burly men to exit the Jeep, each towering over 6 feet tall. Without further ado, Gao Tianyu ordered them to attack. One of the hooded men swung a punch at Su Lintian's face, aiming to knock him down. Su Lintian remained expressionless. Stepping forward with his left leg, he bent slightly and delivered a powerful punch that shattered the man's left arm. With a scream echoing through the parking lot, the remaining men stood frozen in disbelief. A muscular man exclaimed, "Gao, you said this guy was worthless and easy to take down. How is he so strong?" Gao Tianyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't anticipated Su Lintian's capabilities. He could only retort coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. You accepted my money, so you better make sure he gets taught a lesson. You're 3 against 1. No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly take on 3 of you." Hearing this, the muscular man nodded in agreement and, along with his 2 companions, launched a coordinated attack on Su Lintian. Despite the saying that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, Su Lintian held his ground against 3 attackers, and within mere seconds, he had dispatched all 3 with a combination of punches and kicks. In the end, only Gao Tianyu remained, staring in shock. Su Lintian flexed his fists and sneered, Gao Tianyu, you truly are like an unshakable pest, always seeking to trouble me. Since you are so eager for a beating, I shall grant you a lesson on behalf of your father." Seeing this, Gao Tianyu stepped back, pointing a finger at Su Lintian in warning. "I advise you to think twice. If you dare to touch me, my father will not spare you." Su Lintian paid no heed to his threats and, without further ado, snapped Gao Tianyu's index finger with a sharp crack. "I detest when others point their fingers at me. Breaking your fingers serves as a lesson. If you continue to harass me and my wife, next time I might just take your arm." With that, Su Lintian strode away, leaving Gao Tianyu on the ground, clutching his severed finger in agony, weeping profusely. "Su Lintian, I will not let you off so easily." Meanwhile, Su Yuqing returned to the car after shopping, noticing that Su Lintian had yet to emerge from the restroom. She decided to send him a message. Just as she pressed send, Su Lintian opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat, hands clasped behind his back, and grinned. "My dear wife, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Irritated, Su Yuqing retorted, "What took you so long in the restroom?" "I finished shopping at the supermarket." Su Lintian swiftly produced a single red rose from behind his back and presented it to Su Yuqing, coaxing her. "I just went to buy you flowers." Su Yuqing's eyes sparkled, and the gloom that had clouded her face dissipated with the appearance of the rose. She eagerly accepted the flower, brought it to her nose, and inhaled its fragrance, which filled her heart with joy. "On account of this rose, I shall let you off this time. But dare to cross me again, and just you wait," Su Yuqing declared, playfully raising her small fist and lightly punching Su Lintian's chest twice. Su Lintian feigned agony, clutching his chest and adopting an exaggerated expression of suffering, exclaiming, "Ah, what formidable inner strength! The prowess of a heroine is truly commendable. I am in awe." Su Yuqing, both amused and exasperated, rolled her eyes in response. While activating the Kunlun engine, she retorted, "You just keep pretending. I didn't even use any force. Besides, what martial arts are there? Inner strength is merely a fabrication from the realm of wuxia." Upon hearing this, Su Lintian adopted a serious demeanor and replied, "Ah, my dear wife, you are mistaken. There truly exists martial arts and inner strength in this world. Not only that, but they are even more outrageous than what is depicted in wuxia. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. I assure you, you will be invincible." Su Lintian spoke with genuine sincerity. The extraordinary martial arts he had mastered were sufficient to render Su Yuqing unmatched. However, Su Yuqing perceived his words as jest and dismissed them, remarking, "You are quite the character. When I say you are unreliable, you prove to be quite earnest. Yet when I say you are dependable, you often spout nonsense that leaves me at a loss for words regarding your merits." Seeing that Su Yuqing was skeptical, Su Lintian chose not to engage in debate and simply smiled. Unbeknownst to them, Gao Tianyu, who had lost a finger to Su Lintian, emerged from the underground parking lot with a menacing demeanor, making his way directly to the illustrious Obsidian Supercar Club in Yen City. This location served as a gathering place for the most powerful motorcycle gangs in the city, smuggling arms, trafficking humans, committing murder and arson, kidnapping and robbery. This group of lunatics would engage in any crime, provided the price was right. Gao Tianyu stood at the door of the gang leader's office within the Obsidian Supercar Club, knocked, and with a dark expression, declared, "Frank, I want you to kidnap someone for me. Name your price." Chapter 44, A Gathering of Heroes. Yancheng Dock. Today marks the day agreed upon by Su Lintian and Su Dong. At precisely 9:30 p.m., Su Lintian arrived at the dock by taxi, punctual for their meeting. There, he beheld an impressive lineup of luxury vehicles, with a dozen top-tier sports cars already parked. Lamborghini Aventador, Pagani Huayra, Bugatti Veyron, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Apollo Intensa Emozione, McLaren P1, and so on. Each supercar was a masterpiece, having undergone extensive modifications, representing the pinnacle of luxury. None of the vehicles present were valued under 10 million. Upon witnessing such grandeur, Su Lintian approached Su Dong, who awaited him at the dock, squinting slightly and remarking, "Wow, what a splendid display. Does your Qiangxing group possess such formidable strength? Just to appraise some antiques, you dispatched so many luxury cars?" Su Dong explained, "Mr. Su, tonight. It is not just our Qiangxing group that is interested in acquiring this batch of antiques. The total value exceeds 100 billion, making it challenging for us to monopolize it." Su Lintian soon realized, "Ah, I understand now. Other companies are also competing tonight, correct? I assume they have brought their own appraisers as well? It appears we shall rely on our individual expertise." Su Dong nodded with a smile. Indeed, Mr. Su is astute. You are the last appraiser to arrive. We may commence now. Please follow me. With that, Su Dong led Su Lintian to the center of the crowd, introducing him to the other attendees. Thank you for your patience. This is Mr. Su, our appraiser from Qianxin Group. Shall we begin our examination? Upon hearing this, an elderly man leaning on a cane scoffed. Boss Su, why did your Qianxin Group hire such a young lad to appraise antiques? He likely has not even lived as long as some of these antiques themselves. Are you not worried he might lose everything? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Haha. Elder Chen speaks wisely. This pretty boy seems to lack much besides his looks. I wonder why Boss Su chose him for this task. Hee, you misunderstand. Perhaps this young man possesses exceptional skills, but they may pertain more to the bedroom than to appraisal. It appears this pretty boy performed admirably last night, leaving Boss Su quite satisfied, else she would not have given him this opportunity to embarrass himself. Su Lintian, being the youngest appraiser present, faced skepticism from all but Su Dong. The gathering included not only Qianxin Group, but also companies from outside Yancheng, who had traveled from Jinzhou specifically for this batch of antiques. All other appraisers were seasoned scholars well past their 50s, while Qianxin Group had opted for a young man in his 20s. In the world of antiques, age is often equated with expertise, which is a widely accepted truth. Thus, aside from Su Dong, no one held Su Lintian in high regard. Unfazed by the derision, Su Lintian responded with a feigned smile. Since you esteemed seniors are so confident, why not engage in a wager with me? The elderly Chen Biao, head of the prestigious Chun family consortium in Jinzhou, had not only a wealthy background but also years of immersion in the antique world, honing his discerning eye. His appraisal skills were among the finest in the industry. Unintimidated by Su Lintian's audacity, Chen Biao leaned forward, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Su Lintian as he inquired, "What shall we wager?" The other company owners and appraisers, witnessing the most eminent Chen Biao speak, fell silent, refraining from interrupting. Su Lintian replied, "Naturally, we wager on a full house." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd at Su Lintian's declaration. Even the usually composed Chen Biao was taken aback, his heart racing. "Young man, do you realize the value of tonight's goods exceeds 100 billion? A full house typically signifies unanimous approval from an audience, yet in the antique realm, it denotes a high-stakes wager among elite collectors. The rules were simple. Each appraiser would take turns authenticating the items, and the one with the highest success rate would claim all authenticated antiques without cost, with the others footing the bill. Should two or more appraisers achieve identical success rates, the winner would be determined by who completed their appraisals in the shortest time. The ultimate victor would leave without spending a dime, taking all the antiques while compelling the other appraisers to willingly pay for their losses. How could one not call that a full house? Moreover, not everyone possesses the courage to participate in such a wager. This is why the other appraisers were so astonished. Chen Biao's earlier comment served as a warning to Su Lintian about the staggering value of the antiques. Even if the losing appraisers shared the costs, each would still face losses exceeding hundreds of millions. Could you truly afford such a gamble? Chen Biao expected this would intimidate Su Lintian. To his surprise, Su Lintian responded without hesitation. "What of the 100 billion? Are you, Master Chen, afraid?" The atmosphere erupted in outrage at Su Lintian's blatant provocation. Outrageous. What sort of person is Master Chen to be intimidated? Not only in Yancheng, but even in the vast Jinzhou, Master Chen stands as a rare gem, not someone you, a mere child, can question. Indeed, Master Chen is renowned as the divine I Chen in Jinzhou. Even his name precedes him, earning him accolades for his exceptional abilities. Master Chen, show this young man a lesson. Let Qianxin Group learn that they should refrain from embarrassing themselves by hiring amateurs. The flattery from the other appraisers clearly pleased Chen Biao. The esteemed title of Xinyan Chen indeed holds significant sway within the confines of Jinzhou. Regrettably, in this modest Yin city, far too many remain oblivious to such a pinnacle of expertise. The young man before him has evidently fallen victim to his own naivety. Today, Xinyan Chen shall demonstrate his prowess, allowing this youth to witness what it truly means to be a master of antiquities. With unwavering confidence, Chen declared, the audacity of youth is commendable. Since you wish to court humiliation, I shall oblige you. How about a wager on the full house?" As his words echoed, the other appraisers eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Su Lintian's folly. Truly, Xinyan Chen, renowned for his remarkable accuracy in appraising treasures, had accepted the challenge without a moment's hesitation. This young man would soon regret his bravado. It is said that Chun could ascertain the authenticity of an antique in as little as 3 minutes. He would soon show this youth the essence of quickness, precision, and decisiveness. Indeed, the master exhibited a demeanor befitting his stature, readily accepting the challenge from an unknown contender, a true exemplar for our generation. Listening to the flattery directed at Master Chun, Su Lintian's lips curled in irritation as he remarked, "Must you all engage in such sycophancy?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Su Dong stepped forward to mediate, stating, "Esteemed colleagues, since we are to wager on the full house, let us not delay any further." Su Dong, well aware of Su Lintian's capabilities, placed his trust in him. Should Su Lintian wish to wager, the Changxing Group would readily commit billions to back him. Of course, Su Dong's agreement required more than mere confidence. Gao Ruiqiang, though absent, had been in communication with Su Dong via phone, having also heard Su Lintian's proposal for the wager. Gao instructed Su Dong to unconditionally trust Su Lintian, which accounted for Su Dong's swift acquiescence. Observing Su Dong's unwavering trust in the young lad, Chen could not resist a scornful retort. "Boss Su, since your Changxing Group is so eager to part with its wealth, I shall take this seriously. Bring forth this batch of goods from Dongying. I am curious to see how many antiques this impetuous youth can withstand." Chapter 45. A glimpse to determine authenticity. As Chun Biao's voice faded, a portly middle-aged man with his hands clasped behind his back stepped forward with a smile. This man was none other than the dockmaster of Yincheng, Xiao Yuanhang. With a squint of his eyes, Xiao Yuanhang said, "Bring out this batch of goods, and everyone should take a good look. According to the rules of our trade, profits and losses are borne by oneself. If anyone is unfortunate enough to purchase a counterfeit due to their own lack of discernment, do not hold me accountable afterwards." Chun Biao let out a cold snort and replied, "Rest assured, Boss Xiao. Though I am not a person of high moral standing, I do possess a modicum of integrity. If I misjudge, it will solely be my own fault, and I will not blame you in the slightest." "Very well," Xiao Yuanhang smiled. At that moment, 7 antiques covered in black cloth were slowly pushed out from the container on a small cart. With a casual glance at Su Lintian, Xiao Yuanhang continued, "I heard your spirited betting just now. According to the rules, these 7 antiques cannot be revealed all at once. Let us unveil them one by one. Bring forth the first item." As his words settled, one of his subordinates stepped forward to remove the black cloth from the first antique. All the appraisers present, along with their respective patrons, scattered to avoid eavesdropping. Su Lintian, however, did not engage in such theatrics. With a mere glance, he had already determined the authenticity of the piece. During his time in seclusion on the mountain, Su Lintian had not only mastered the art of clairvoyance, but also possessed another eye technique known as Tianyin Tong, or the heavenly eye. This technique is revered as one of the most profound abilities within the realm of traditional Chinese martial arts. It is said that Shin Nong, who tasted hundreds of herbs without succumbing to poison, was able to discern which plants were lethal and which were not, as well as how to concoct antidotes. At the Royal Charity Gala, Su Lintian's ability to immediately identify the Tianming Zidi as a counterfeit was due to his utilization of Tianyan Tong. Applying this technique to the appraisal of antiques is remarkably straightforward. It not only identifies the age and crafting methods of the antiques, but can also restore the process of their creation. Seeing Su Lintian engrossed, Su Dong did not dare to interrupt. To her astonishment, within mere seconds of glancing, Su Lintian confidently nodded at Su Dong and declared, "The first antique can be purchased. This is a Ming Dynasty palace porcelain, worth a considerable sum." Boom. His words sent shockwaves through the room. Su Dong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Lintian could ascertain the authenticity without even stepping closer for a detailed inspection. "Mr. Su, I trust your judgment, but you only glanced at it. Are you sure you do not need to examine it more closely?" Her surprise was understandable, as Su Lintian's speed of appraisal far exceeded her expectations. Even the world's most esteemed appraisers would typically require several minutes for careful examination and scrutiny. Even so, mistakes could occur. Yet, Su Lintian had arrived at his conclusion with just a fleeting glance. Given the stakes involved, with each antique potentially worth billions, Su Dong could not afford to act rashly and sought repeated confirmation. Su Lintian responded nonchalantly, "Miss Su, if I say it is authentic, then it is. If you doubt me, feel free to consult someone else." With that, he made a motion to leave. Seeing this, Su Dong hurriedly reached out to grasp his arm and quickly apologized. "Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize. I was disrespectful to question your judgment." I trust you. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's expression softened slightly. Su Dong then turned to Xiao Yuanhang and proclaimed, Boss Xiao, we at Xiangxing Group will take the first antique. Boom. Her announcement sent ripples through the crowd. All the appraisers turned their gazes towards Su Dong and Su Lintian. Shen Biao, a towering figure in the antique community of Jinzhou, was momentarily stunned, then quickly turned to Su Dong and asked, Boss Su, are you joking with us? Even if a spirited bet is made, accuracy must come first. It has barely been 30 seconds, and you claim to have concluded your appraisal? Other appraisers echoed their disbelief. What kind of international joke is this? You declare your judgment on antiques worth billions in under a minute? Even the best appraisers would not be so hasty. I see that the young man brought by Xiangxing Group is utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. It seems they are destined for a tremendous loss tonight. Humph. Chun, the master of discerning eyes, has yet to speak, yet this young one claims to have made a judgment so quickly. Does he think he knows antiques better than Elder Chin? In the face of their skepticism, Su Lintian maintained his composure and replied, If your mind moves slowly, do not be astonished by the speed of others. His words left the appraisers dumbfounded, never expecting such retort from the young man. Shen Biao, infuriated, stroked his beard and chuckled. Very well, young man. Confidence is commendable. Since you assert that this first piece is genuine, I shall examine it closely myself. With that, Shen Biao snorted coldly, retrieved a magnifying glass from his toolbox, and leaned closer to scrutinize the Ming Dynasty palace porcelain. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. This bowl was indeed no ordinary porcelain, but an authentic Ming palace piece. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. After 5 minutes, Shen Biao slowly lowered the magnifying glass. Disbelief etched on his face as he addressed the crowd. This bowl is extraordinary. It was crafted during the reign of Emperor Yongle at the Ming Dynasty official kiln. Not only is it Ming palace porcelain, but it is also an imperial bowl of Yongle, worth at least 100 billion. His declaration left everyone present in shock. Master Chun, are you certain this is genuine? Could it be that you misjudged? Indeed, this bowl appears to be of mediocre quality. There is nothing remarkable about it. Behold, the edge of this bowl appears to have been meticulously smoothed, an exquisite piece of Ming Dynasty porcelain, surely not crafted with such rudimentary skill. Hearing the remarks from the two appraisers nearby, Shen Biao, with a grave expression, shook his head and said, You are unaware that according to historical accounts, it is rumored that Emperor Yongle had a peculiar habit of resting his left thumb on the rim of his bowl. Over time, this would inevitably wear down the edge of the bowl. Observe closely. The polished area is perfectly suited for a thumb's indentation. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd was left in utter astonishment. Could it be that this inexperienced young lad had stumbled upon the truth? This bowl is indeed authentic? One appraiser exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Biao's countenance was equally dismal. Though reluctant to concede, the evidence was irrefutable. He would not tarnish his credibility merely to disparage Su Lintian. That would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Shen Biao nodded and remarked, Although this fellow made an accurate guess, he arrived at his conclusion after merely a glance, which is likely a gamble. Very well, I shall see if your luck remains consistent. Upon hearing Shen Biao's explanation, the other appraisers began to find some merit in his reasoning. After all, none wished to believe that an artifact, which even the esteemed Chun required 5 minutes of careful examination to authenticate, could be discerned by a mere novice at a glance. Su Lintian remained unfazed, merely turning to Su Dong and said with a calm demeanor, Miss Su, what do you think? Su Dong, feeling a wave of shame, blushed and lowered her head, saying, I apologize, Mr. Su. I assure you, from this moment forth, I shall never question your judgments again. I will follow your lead in all matters. Su Lintian smiled serenely. Xiao Yuanhang, on the other hand, squinted slightly, intrigued. He had now set his sights on Su Lintian. With a smile, Xiao Yuanhang declared, As for the first antique, although both Elder Chun and our esteemed friend from Xiangxing Group successfully identified its authenticity, given that our young friend took considerably less time, the first piece of Ming Yongle Palace porcelain shall belong to Xiangxing Group. At this proclamation, Su Dong rejoiced, while Chun Biao and the others appeared as though they had swallowed something bitter. Chapter 46, An Utter Silence. Chun Biao, ever the composed and prudent individual, quickly regained his composure, smilingly remarked, Boss Xiao, please reveal the next antique. I shall take this matter seriously. Su Lintian found this statement amusing. A man of such advanced years attempting to salvage his dignity with such juvenile remarks only served to heighten the absurdity of the situation. What Chen Biao had just said, translated into the vernacular of youth, amounted to a retreat. As the old man prepared to flaunt his expertise, Su Lintian naturally dismissed it with disdain. Before long, Xiao Yuanhang commanded his associates to unveil the second piece concealed beneath a black cloth. As the cloth was lifted, a pearl, smooth and lustrous as jade, emitted a soft glow. Under the moonlight, this object appeared even more extraordinary. In an instant, all the gem appraisers' gazes were captivated by this pearl. Xiao Yuanhang, filled with pride, proclaimed, while the previous Ming Dynasty porcelain held considerable value, this object is worth its weight in gold. This pearl was a tribute presented to Su Taizong by foreign envoys during the prosperous era of the Su Dynasty. The Night Pearl. Is this the illustrious Night Pearl? One appraiser stood agape, his disbelief palpable. The others quickly gathered around, marveling in awe. This time, Chen Biao was more vigilant. He exerted all his knowledge and skills, striving to discern the authenticity of the Night Pearl within the shortest span of time. However, Su Lintian merely activated his insight, casting a casual glance at the pearl, and a conclusion formed in his mind. Yet this time he felt no urgency to speak, for this Night Pearl was a counterfeit. Before long, Chen Biao was overtaken by exuberance, exclaiming, "A masterpiece! A true masterpiece! This is a once-in-a-century Night Pearl. It is authentic. I, Chen Biao, shall purchase it." The verdicts from the other appraisers echoed Chen Biao's sentiments. "Congratulations, Master Chen. You have acquired a treasured Night Pearl." Indeed, this piece radiated brilliance, its clarity exquisite. Under the night sky, it appeared breathtakingly beautiful, embodying perfection that could not be replicated by human hands. It must be genuine, seamlessly crafted. It is one of the most exquisite antiques I have ever encountered. The Night Pearl truly lives up to its reputation. Congratulations, Master Chun. Without a doubt, the legendary Master Chun has discerned the authenticity of two antiques in mere moments. It seems that seeing is believing. I am in awe. Observing the crowd acclaiming its authenticity while Su Lintian remained silent, a faint smile playing on his lips, Su Dong grew anxious and queried, "Mr. Su, you identified the authenticity of the first antique with just a glance. Why, then, have you taken 3 minutes to assess the authenticity of the Night Pearl?" Upon hearing this, before Su Lintian could respond, the other appraisers began to mock him. "Ha ha, I suspected this young man merely got lucky with the first one. Who possesses such skill to discern the truth with a single glance?" Indeed, the facade is now unveiled. Master Chen's expertise shines brightly. Two antiques evaluated with consistent precision. One cannot rely solely on luck in this profession, young man. My advice is to return and practice diligently. Chen Biao, brimming with self-satisfaction, leaned on his cane and chuckled. "Ah, you startled me when you claimed the Ming Dynasty porcelain was authentic in just 3 seconds. However, now it seems you were merely fortunate, having guessed correctly. It appears you are uncertain about the authenticity of this Night Pearl. Would you like me to give you a lesson?" Xiao Yuanhang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Su Lintian, pondering, could it be that this young friend truly guessed? As the crowd erupted into laughter, Chen Biao boldly suggested imparting wisdom to Su Lintian. With a sigh, Su Lintian slowly replied, "Alas, my silence is merely to observe whether any of you so-called appraisers possess genuine knowledge and skill. Who would have thought that none of you would get it right? I am utterly disappointed." Upon hearing this, Chen Biao's expression shifted, a tremor of unease coursing through him as he frowned. "Young man, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you claim that none of us got it right? Are you implying that this object is not genuine? That we have all erred?" At that moment, all the appraisers turned their gazes towards Su Lintian. They scoffed derisively. "Master Chun, why waste your breath on this self-important brat? He is too blind to recognize the brilliance of the Night Pearl. Why should we concern ourselves with his opinions? Indeed, a mere child cannot possibly comprehend the nuances of gem appraisal. I believe the reason he has remained silent is due to his lack of courage, afraid to make an erroneous judgment. Once we declare this piece authentic, he will find it too late to speak up, hence his assertion that we have erred." Su Lintian's expression remained unchanged as he surveyed the crowd, stating flatly, "You stubborn old fools cannot even distinguish between a Night Pearl and fluorescent powder? A natural Night Pearl emits light without external aid, yet this one only appears bright because it is filled with fluorescent powder. It is clearly artificial. With this statement, he undoubtedly struck all the gem appraisers a resounding blow. They were well-known figures in Yin City, even in Jinzhou. Moreover, the esteemed Master Chen Biao was present. Even if Master Chen claimed the night pearl was genuine, who could dare contest its authenticity? Thus, Su Lintian's words effectively countered the assertions of all the appraisers present. Preposterous. Nonsense. Su boss, is this the gem appraiser your illustrious group has hired? A mere clown. A pure jester. I see you are nothing more than a buffoon. Speak further nonsense, and I shall tear your tongue from your mouth. This is undeniably genuine. Just as everyone was refuting Su Lintian, Chen Biao uttered a statement that left the entire assembly in shock. Chen Biao extended a hand and solemnly declared, "Young man, since we all assert its authenticity, and you claim it is a counterfeit, then you must present evidence to substantiate your claim. Otherwise, I shall have to accuse you of spreading falsehoods. In our profession, it matters little if one's skills are lacking. However, if everyone were to behave as you do, boastful, deceitful, and spouting nonsense, wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the entire industry?" Upon hearing this, Su Lintian nodded and replied, "Since you demand proof, I shall provide it. Open your eyes wide and observe closely." With that, Su Lintian stepped forward, approached the assembly, and seized the shimmering night pearl, raising it high above his head. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. "What are you doing?" Chen Biao exclaimed, his face pale with shock. In the next moment, Su Lintian's actions left the crowd breathless with disbelief. He raised the so-called night pearl high and forcefully hurled it to the ground. With a sharp, resonant crack, the radiant night pearl shattered into countless pieces. All the gem appraisers in attendance stared at Su Lintian with expressions of sheer horror. After a brief silence, an unprecedented uproar of denunciations erupted. "Madman, you dare to shatter this exquisite night pearl. Do you have any idea of its worth? Hundreds of billions. My heavens, he is insane. A lunatic. What a waste. Someone, quickly apprehend him. Lock him away and make him pay until he is utterly destitute." Just as the appraisers threatened to capture Su Lintian, the dock owner, Xiao Yuanhang, crouched on the ground, furrowing his brow. He extended his finger to pick up a shard of the night pearl and, upon wiping it, discovered a significant amount of luminous powder on his hand. Among the shattered pieces, only those containing the powder emitted light, while the fragments devoid of it resembled ordinary jade and did not glow independently. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yuanhang suddenly lifted his head, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Su Lintian. In a grave tone, he declared, "Phosphorescent powder. It truly is phosphorescent powder. Young friend Su is correct. This is not a genuine night pearl. It is a manufactured counterfeit." As these words left his lips, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. A palpable stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 47. We, who are blind to the greatness of Taishan, beg for Master Su's forgiveness. Counterfeit. How is this possible? Chen Biao gazed incredulously at the luminous powder in Xiao Yuanhang's hand. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, crouching beside Xiao Yuanhang to pick up a fragment of the luminous pearl, examining it closely. After merely a dozen seconds, Chen Biao's heart sank, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. His meticulous inspection revealed that this luminous pearl was indeed a counterfeit. The luminous powder does not lie. A genuine luminous pearl can radiate light independently without the need for such powder. The one shattered by Su Lintian was evidently a mere imitation. Seeing Chen Biao clutching the luminous powder in silence, the other appraisers could no longer contain their inquiries. "Master Chen, what is truly going on? Could this luminous pearl really be a fake? And did we all misjudge it? Is there a possibility that a real luminous pearl might also contain luminous powder? Foolish. I see you are quite muddled. A natural luminous pearl cannot be mixed with luminous powder. The presence of this powder is enough to establish that this pearl is artificial." Although the appraisers present did not firmly believe that the luminous pearl was genuine after witnessing the luminous powder, without the expert opinion of Shun Yanchun, they were reluctant to abandon this possibility. For to acknowledge that the luminous pearl was false would mean slapping their own faces. After all, just minutes ago, each had confidently declared how exquisite and flawless this luminous pearl was. Who could have imagined that it was merely a fabricated counterfeit? Though Chen Biao harbored 1,000 unwillingnesses in his heart, he ultimately had no choice but to rise from the ground. Taking a deep breath and carefully choosing his words, he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed guests, this luminous pearl, or rather, this glass bead, is a fake. It is not an antique at all. It is modern rubbish manufactured by man. With the declaration of this definitive conclusion, an immediate silence fell upon all the appraisers. They were indignant, unwilling to accept, even less inclined to admit their error. After all, so many esteemed appraisers had failed to discern that this luminous pearl was counterfeit. How could this revelation come from a mere youth? If the first piece, the Ming Palace porcelain, could be attributed to Su Lintian's sheer luck, having stumbled upon the truth, then this second luminous pearl undeniably proved that this young man possessed genuine appraisal skills. Otherwise, how could he maintain his stance and challenge the authenticity of the luminous pearl while all the appraisers affirmed its genuineness? As the appraisers remained silent, Chun Biao, slowly raised his hands and addressed Su Lintian with utmost reverence. Master Su, I, Chun Biao, was blind to your greatness and have been most disrespectful. I hope you can forgive me. This statement left the crowd in stunned silence. They could hardly believe that the renowned appraiser, Chun, would address a youth so unseasoned with the title of master. An old appraiser, his eyes wide with disbelief, questioned, Master Chun. What do you mean? Chun Biao shot him a cold glare and replied sternly, in the realm of appraisal, it is the capable who take precedence. The importance of experience in this field stems from the fact that seasoned appraisers possess discerning eyes and extensive knowledge, leading to high success rates. However, no one has ever shown respect purely based on age. This Master Su has, through his formidable prowess, earned my utmost respect. Not to mention, his audacity to shatter the luminous pearl himself demonstrates that his vision is truly extraordinary. Would he dare to break what could very well be a genuine pearl if he did not possess absolute certainty? His courage implies confidence in his judgment. Such skill and bravery, who among us can match even half of Master Su's boldness? Thus, it is only fitting for me to honor him as Master Su. Chun Chen's proclamation resounded like thunder in the ears of all present. The appraisers gradually regained their composure, reflecting upon their earlier mistakes with growing dread. This young Master Su, so talented at such a tender age, was destined for greatness, with a future boundless. Chun Biao's overtures of goodwill, addressing him as master, were undoubtedly a strategic move to align himself with Su Lintian before he rose to fame, ensuring that when Su's name echoed through the world, he would remember Chun Biao's respect today. The seasoned appraisers began to calculate their own strategies, bowing to Chun Biao's vision and Su Lintian's talent. After a brief silence, all the appraisers lowered their heads, clasping their fists in respect towards Su Lintian, their expressions filled with profound reverence. Master Su, we were blind to the greatness of Taishan. Please forgive us. Seeing the dramatic shift in attitude from everyone, Su Lintian remained composed, unaffected by praise or disdain. He spoke with measured humility. There is no need for such formality. Although this luminous pearl is indeed an artificial counterfeit, its craftsmanship is exceptionally seamless, imitating the genuine so closely that it is understandable that you could not discern its true nature. Su Lintian's words instantly astonished Chun Biao. What an emotionally intelligent response. This statement effectively offered all the appraisers an avenue for retreat, commending the counterfeit's craftsmanship and providing a semblance of justification for their earlier oversight. Witnessing this exchange, the elegant woman Su Dong narrowed her eyes, captivated by Su Lintian's demeanor, fully convinced of his potential. CEO Gao instructed me to wholeheartedly win over Mr. Su, and it seems he was indeed wise. This person's future holds limitless possibilities. I must seize this opportunity. As Su Dong gazed at Su Lintian's retreating figure, she resolved to secure her position. At this moment, as the owner of the dock, Xiao Yuanhong slightly clasped his fists towards Su Lintian and stated, Master Xiu, you are the youngest yet most exceptional connoisseur I have ever encountered. I, Xiao Yuanhong, hereby waive all fees for your appraisals at my dock from this day forth. Furthermore, whenever new goods arrive, I will ensure that you are the first to be informed. Su Lintian nodded appreciatively, replying, Thank you, Boss Xiao. Chun Biao, smiling, added, Throughout history, heroes emerge in youth. Who would have thought that this small Yinqing would harbor such hidden talents? Should Master Xu consider expanding to Jinzhou, my antiquities appraisal firm shall always welcome you. If you choose to grace us with your presence, I am willing to share half of our profits with you and even offer you the position of chief appraiser. Upon hearing this, the other appraisers present were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? Master Qin is willing to share half of the profits with Master Xu. This is an unprecedented and astonishing offer. They were aware that even the top appraisers in Jinzhou could only secure up to 10 of the profits from their collaborations. Master Chen's proposal of an equal split was indeed groundbreaking in the realm of antiquities in Jinzhou. It was only natural for Master Xu, with his remarkable discerning eye, to receive such treatment. We should humbly strive to enhance our own skills in hopes of attaining his level of insight. Faced with Chen Biao's olive branch, Xu Lintian smiled, neither accepting nor rejecting, but merely nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, the crowd ceased their whispers about Xu Lintian. Instead, they yearned for his guidance. Chen Biao solemnly declared, "Earlier, I was presumptuous in daring to wager against Master Xu. That was indeed my folly. However, since the bet has been placed, I shall accept the outcome, even if it means kneeling. I stand by my word. Tonight, you may choose any antique from this collection, Master Xu. I will cover all expenses as a form of tuition for your expertise." Everyone was left in stunned silence upon hearing this. Xu Dong was particularly elated, her laughter ringing with excitement, her heart racing. With the benevolent Chen Biao covering the costs, their Qiangxing group could acquire all the antiques without spending a single penny. This was indeed a lucrative venture. However, Xu Dong understood that the credit for this opportunity belonged solely to Xu Lintian, and she felt compelled to express her gratitude. With this in mind, she declared, "Thanks to Mr. Su's discerning eye tonight, I shall increase the previously promised profit share from 30 to 50. Our Chongqing group will handle the sales of all antiques without requiring your attention, and we will share 50 of the profits with you." Chapter 48. Has my wife been kidnapped? No one ever feels that there is too much money. Since Su Dong has mentioned it, Su Lintian naturally accepted with a nod and a smile. Xiao Yuanhang had previously noted that there were only 7 antiques available tonight. Aside from the initial Ming Dynasty Palace porcelain and the counterfeit night pearl, the remaining 5 antiques drew the earnest inquiries of all the appraisers present, seeking Su Lintian's esteemed opinions. In the final valuation, among the 7 antiques, 3 were genuine, while 4 were forgeries. The Ming Dynasty Palace porcelain was appraised at 15 billion, the Deqin sword at 28.5 billion, and the Desu wine cup at 17.9 billion. In total, the antiques, valued at over 60 billion, were acquired in one fell swoop by the Qiangxing Group. Furthermore, the purchaser was none other than Chun, the divine eye from Jinzhou. For Chen Biao, although over 60 billion is not an insignificant sum, it hardly constitutes a debilitating loss. More importantly, he did not feel he had suffered any loss at all. On the contrary, he felt that this expenditure would foster a beneficial relationship with Su Lintian, a master of antique appraisal, making it a lucrative endeavor. As for Su Dong, after acquiring 3 genuine antiques, she earnestly expressed her admiration for Su Lintian and eagerly proposed a more intimate discussion at a hotel regarding the myriad postures of intimacy. However, Su Lintian declined, citing that his wife awaited him at home. Upon leaving the pier, Su Lintian returned directly to Huaran Tianfu. Yet, upon arriving home, he discovered the house was empty. It was nearly midnight. His wife should not still be at work. Su Lintian furrowed his brow and immediately called Su Yuqing. However, he found that Su Yuqing's phone was turned off. This is bad. Su Lintian's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was highly likely that enemies were seeking revenge. Whoever threatened Su Yuqing's safety would certainly not escape his wrath. At the Peace Hotel, General Manager Zhou Haiyang received Su Lintian's call requesting assistance in locating Su Yuqing. Zhou Haiyang immediately ordered the hacker team, hired with a hefty sum, to utilize satellite surveillance to track Su Yuqing's real-time location. Soon, a hacker pinpointed Su Yuqing's whereabouts. He spoke in a serious tone. "Manager Zhou, we found her. Miss Su is currently on Yinqing Avenue. According to the surveillance, she is likely heading to the Yinqing police station, suggesting she has not been kidnapped. However, several vehicles have been tailing the taxi she is in. It appears someone intends to take action against her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang decisively ordered, "Deploy the Zhanlong Brigade immediately. They must reach Miss Su's location by helicopter within 10 minutes to provide assistance. I will call Mr. Su right away." Zhou Haiyang quickly relayed Su Yuqing's location and circumstances to Su Lintian. After hanging up the phone, Su Lintian's expression darkened. He never anticipated that someone would target his wife. Moreover, they had sent multiple vehicles to encircle Su Yuqing. Su Lintian could not forgive those responsible for this act. He could accept others targeting him. However, if anyone attempted to harm those close to him, Su Lintian would ensure that they met a brutal end. A dragon has its reverse scales, Those who touch them shall incur its wrath. Su Yuqing, pale and anxious, sat in the back seat of the taxi, constantly glancing at the rearview mirror. In the reflection, several vans had been following her relentlessly. Furthermore, the vans were closing in. It seemed they intended to force the taxi she was in to a halt. Desperate, Su Yuqing handed the taxi driver 10,000 yuan in cash, persuading him not to stop midway and to take her directly to the police station. Driver, please hurry. I will cover any fines or violations. If your license is suspended, I will help you find work that pays just as well. Su Yuqing implored with urgency. The taxi driver frowned, responding, "It's easy for you to say. Anyway, we are almost at the police station. Make sure to get out quickly. I don't want to get involved in any trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's face went pale. When she returned home earlier, she noticed that the slippers at the door had been disturbed. Moreover, it felt as though several pairs of eyes were watching her from the living room. Though Su Yuqing was innocent, she was not foolish and had a keen sense of danger. Realizing that someone might be attempting a break-in, she turned and fled. Initially planning to return to the garage to retrieve her car, she saw several figures blocking the garage, while others charged out from the living room. In desperation, she removed her high heels and sprinted to the road to hail a taxi. Once in the car, she had just completed the payment when her phone died, leaving no time to call for help. The driver, intending to lend her his phone to call for assistance, was suddenly rear-ended by a pursuing vehicle, causing his phone to shatter upon impact. With no other option, Su Yuqing urged the driver to continue to the police station. Just as the taxi carrying Su Yuqing approached the intersection before the police station, the vans trailing behind found an opportunity, flooring the accelerator and overtaking the taxi, forcing it to a stop at the intersection. The driver, fearing for his life, abandoned the vehicle and fled, leaving Su Yuqing behind. In despair, Su Yuqing opened the door and had barely taken a few steps before being surrounded by a group of over 10 burly men leaping from the van. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing me?" Su Yuqing asked, her face ashen. One of the large men sneered, "Miss Su, I'm afraid we must apologize. We are merely doing our job. Young Master Gao specifically instructed us to take you away. But rest assured, as long as you cooperate, we will not harm you. However, if you resist," he chuckled darkly, "then you cannot blame us for lacking compassion." Another man leered at Su Yuqing's stunning figure, unabashedly revealing his lustful intentions, and lewdly remarked, "Boss, should we let the brothers have a turn with her before taking her to young Master Gao? This girl is a gem. If we could have just one encounter, it would be worth it." Upon the utterance of these words, Su Yuqing felt a chilling sensation sweep over her heart, her eyes brimming with tears as she hastily implored, "Please, I beg you, do not act recklessly. I can offer you money." The man sneered maliciously and replied, "Do not worry, we certainly desire the money. But how could we possibly overlook a beauty such as yourself?" Haha. Just as despair gripped Su Yuqing, the very man who had spoken so insolently suddenly bore a faint trace of blood across his throat before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. An enraged voice resonated from behind the group, declaring, "Since you all seek death, then let it be so." In the instant that the words fell, the dozen or so burly men present were struck down, each meeting the same fate as the first, a trace of blood sealing their throats, rendering them lifeless in an instant. Su Lintian approached Su Yuqing, taking her hand, his murderous intent transforming into tender affection as he gently expressed, "I am sorry, my dear wife. I have arrived late and caused you distress." Su Lintian's presence shone like a beacon of salvation for Su Yuqing. In that moment, she could no longer contain her tears. They flowed freely as she, feeling utterly aggrieved, threw herself into Su Lintian's embrace, lightly pounding his chest with her fists, her voice tinged with a sob. "Su Lintian, you scoundrel. Why did you return so late? Do you not realize that I was nearly terrified to death by this group of villains?" Su. Chapter 49. A word of caution for the next life. The Wolf Warriors Mercenary Corps ranks among the top 3 mercenary groups in the Longhua, a testament to their formidable strength and reliability. After assigning the task, Su Lintian instructed them to safeguard Su Yuqing while he ventured alone to the Gao family estate. Within the confines of Gao Tianyu's bedroom, a voluptuous and alluring model lay unclothed beside him, their recent intimacy still lingering in the air. As Gao Tianyu savored the moment, she gazed up at him with sultry eyes, teasingly inquiring, "How did I perform, Gao Xiao? You little minx, I didn't expect you to improve so much in just a few days. Later, I shall accompany you to the mall. Choose any bag you desire." "Thank you, Gao Xiao." Their bodies collapsed onto the bed, and just as Gao Tianyu intended to embrace the model for further indulgence, a furious voice erupted from outside the door. "Unfilial son, you ungrateful wretch." Gao Ruiqiang's voice echoed from afar, followed by a resounding crash as he forcefully kicked open the bedroom door. The sight startled both Gao Tianyu and the model, compelling them to hurriedly pull the sheets over themselves. "Dad, what are you doing? Do you not see I am busy?" Gao Tianyu protested. "Busy? You spend all day chasing women, achieving nothing but living a life of debauchery. I have labored for decades to build our family business, only for you to squander it at will. But now, you've taken to kidnapping as well. Do you thrive on self-destruction? Kidnapping others is one thing, but Su Yuqing, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you." Gao Ruiqiang's wrath boiled over as he approached the bed, yanking Gao Tianyu down and unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Gao Tianyu, bruised and bewildered, stammered, "Dad, why such rage? It was merely Su Yuqing, the second daughter of a mediocre family. Do we truly need to fear them? Besides, I have given my orders. They will not harm her." This only fueled Gao Ruiqiang's fury further, culminating in a brutal kick that sent Gao Tianyu sprawling to the ground, bloodied and disoriented. "Do not speak foolishly. Su Yuqing may be insignificant, but do you know who her husband is?" Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyu rubbed his sore cheek, exasperatedly retorting, "Dad, are you mad? Do you want to kill me? I am your only son. What of her husband? He is merely a useless son-in-law. For a worthless son-in-law, you would treat me thus?" Silence. Su Lintian is far from a mere useless individual. His true identity would terrify you. Gao Ruiqiang shouted, lamenting his son's ignorance. At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from the corridor outside. "Mr. Gao, I hope I am not interrupting your lesson with your son." With that, an air of dread enveloped the room, as both Gao father and son turned with wide eyes to behold Su Lintian standing at the end of the corridor, his expression inscrutable and shadowed by the dim light. The mere appearance of Su Lintian sent an inexplicable chill down their spines. Recognizing his presence, Gao Tianyu instinctively stepped behind his father, pleading, "Dad, protect me. He is sure to kill me. I am your only son." Gao Ruiqiang, though seething with anger, could not ignore the bond of blood. Despite his harshness, he did not wish for his son to be harmed. With a bow, Gao Ruiqiang addressed Su Lintian, "Mr. Su, when did you arrive? You should have announced your presence." Su Lintian's cold laughter echoed, "Mr. Gao, I am not here for pleasantries. Since you cannot discipline your son, allow me to assist you." Gao Ruiqiang swallowed hard, feeling a profound sense of dread. He was acutely aware of Su Lintian's capabilities. Inciting his ire could spell disaster for Gao Tianyu. "Mr. Su, my son has indeed erred, and I apologize on his behalf. The Gao family is willing to pay any price to rectify his mistakes. If you would spare him, I would transfer half, no, all of my shares in the Gao group to you. Our family's assets can be yours. Just please let my son go." Gao Ruiqiang capitulated, knowing that the empire he had built was meant to secure a better future for his son. If his son were to perish, what worth would his wealth hold? Gao Tianyu, stunned by his father's willingness to sacrifice everything for him, stammered, "Dad, you, be silent." Gao Ruiqiang shot a fierce glare at him. He had always coddled his son, not realizing that such indulgence had led him to provoke someone formidable. In response to Gao Ruiqiang's plea, Su Lintian remained impassive, reiterating, "I have no interest in the Gao family's wealth. I will say this once more, hand over Gao Tianyu." With those words, an icy shiver coursed through the bodies of the Gao father and son, as dark clouds began to gather ominously above the Gao estate. The atmosphere grew heavy, the temperature plummeting perilously close to freezing. Gao Ruiqiang gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Su, is there truly no room for negotiation in this matter? Could you not consider my face?" "Boss Gao, you refuse to comply, do you?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. A chill ran through Gao Ruiqiang, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had no doubt that if he were to concede and refuse to surrender his son, Gao Tianyu, Su Lintian would not hesitate to eliminate him as well. Noticing his father's hesitation, Gao Tianyu panicked and rushed to the bedside table, yanking open the drawer and suddenly brandishing a handgun. "Su Lintian, I'll make you pay." In that fleeting moment, Gao Tianyu fired a shot towards Su Lintian's position. "Stop!" Gao Ruiqiang exclaimed, attempting to intervene, but alas, he was a moment too late. By the time his voice rang out, Gao Tianyu had already pulled the trigger. With a thunderous bang, the bullet was unleashed, slicing through the air. Yet, In the eyes of the Gao father and son, the trajectory appeared as swift as lightning, while for Su Lintian, it seemed to unfold in slow motion, as if time had been stretched 1,000-fold. It was not that the bullet traveled slowly. Rather, it was Su Lintian's speed that was extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, he extended his index and middle fingers, effortlessly catching the bullet with precision. He stood unharmed, the hot bullet resting between his fingers. Such a breathtaking spectacle left Gao Tianyu utterly dumbfounded. He could scarcely believe that a scene he had only witnessed in films was now unfolding before his very eyes. Why, you caught the bullet with your bare hands? You're a monster. Gao Tianyu stammered, terror-stricken, losing his grip on the gun, which clattered to the ground as he stumbled backward. Su Lintian, his expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "The last time, I merely severed a finger. It seems that lesson was insufficient. This time, I shall send you on your way. Take heed in your next life." As his words fell, Su Lintian flicked his fingers. The bullet, still nestled between them, shot forth like a bolt of lightning, surpassing the speed of any handgun. In the blink of an eye, the bullet pierced through Gao Tianyu's forehead, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 50. Kunlun enters the Sea Tianyu. As the bullet pierced through Gao Tianyu's forehead, Gao Ruqiang's pupils dilated to their utmost, an inexplicable sorrow engulfing his heart. He collapsed to the ground, cradling his son's lifeless body, weeping inconsolably. "Father, I am so sorry. Tianyu, it is all because of my indulgence. I devoted myself to my career, neglecting your needs. Had I spent more time with you in my youth, perhaps you would not have met such a tragic fate. Oh, Tianyu, my son." Witnessing Gao Ruqiang's heart-wrenching sorrow, Su Lintian remained expressionless and remarked, "Boss Gao, I have extended at least 3 opportunities to Gao Tianyu. He repeatedly challenged my limits, and it was only out of respect for you that I spared him time and again. However, this time, he went so far as to abduct my wife, and I cannot tolerate such behavior. Please accept my condolences." With that, Su Lintian turned and departed, unfazed by the prospect of Gao Ruqiang seeking vengeance. Even with 100 times the courage, Gao Ruqiang would not dare retaliate, for he was not Gao Tianyu. He possessed intellect. After leaving the Gao residence, Su Lintian returned to Huaran Tianfu. The Zhanlong Mercenary Corps had successfully completed their mission. Su Lintian held Su Yuqing tightly in his embrace, reassuring her, "Yuqing, from this day forth, no one shall harm you. I promise." Su Yuqing nestled against Su Lintian, silent, simply holding him close. Due to the kidnapping incident, Su Yuqing took several days off to rest at home and recuperate. Su Lintian did not visit the hospital. Instead, he stayed home to care for her, preparing meals. By the end of the month, Su Yuqing received a call from her sister, Su Yue. "Yuqing, Grandpa is feeling bored at home. You should go keep him company. I'm quite busy today and may not return until late. By the way, tomorrow is the 1st. My engagement banquet with Chun Tianhao will be held at Heping Hotel. Make sure to attend." Without waiting for a response, Su Yue hung up, clearly preoccupied. At that moment, Su Lintian emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. As he gently blew on the soup, he inquired, "Dear, what happened? Who called?" Su Yuqing replied, "It was my sister. She mentioned she is busy today and won't be home tonight, asking me to accompany Grandpa. Also, she said her engagement banquet with Chun Tianhao is tomorrow at Heping Hotel, and I must not miss it." Hearing this, Su Lintian's expression darkened. "What? Your sister actually intends to get engaged to Chun Tianhao? It appears she has completely disregarded what I said last time. What did you say to her?" Su Yuqing asked. Momentarily stunned, Su Lintian sighed, "It's a long story. In short, the Chun family is on the verge of ruin. If your sister becomes engaged to them, she might get caught in the crossfire. Furthermore, Heping Hotel would never host her engagement banquet with Chun Tianhao. She may be falling into a trap." Su Yuqing held unwavering trust in Su Lintian. Upon hearing his words, she immediately began to worry about her sister's situation. "What should we do? I must persuade my sister." With a look of urgency, Su Yuqing called Su Yue back. "What is it?" "Sister, you cannot get engaged to Chen Xiao. Su Lintian says the Chen family will soon collapse. If you engage with him, you might be implicated." "Yuqing, what do you mean? Do you believe everything Su Lintian says? He is just jealous of Chen Xiao. Don't listen to his nonsense. I can't talk now. I'm on a yacht with Chen Xiao, and I'm truly busy. No, sister, please listen to me." Beep, beep, beep. Su Yue hung up once more. When Su Yuqing tried calling again, Su Yue had turned off her phone. Su Yuqing's face turned pale as she exclaimed, "This is bad. Su Lintian, what should we do?" My sister won't listen to me. She insists you're just envious of Chen Xiao. Su Lintian rolled his eyes. Exasperated. Then let her be. She'll understand the gravity of the situation once she faces the consequences. That won't he do. After all, she is my sister. I cannot stand idly by while she is dragged into this. Determined, Su Yuqing rose to change her clothes, preparing to return to the Su family. Su Lintian took a deep breath. He initially had no intention of involving himself in Su Yue's affairs. However, seeing his wife's profound sense of loyalty, he had no choice but to accompany Su Yuqing back to her family. Upon their return to the Su residence and sharing the news with Elder Su, he erupted in fury. Su Lintian, Yuqing, is what you say true? Is the Chun family really facing doom? Su Mengsheng, taken aback, inquired. Su Lintian, his demeanor grave, nodded. Chengshou Lu Quan informed me personally. The Lu family and the Chun family have a long-standing feud. The Lu family was once ensnared in a feng shui trap that affected their fortunes for 7 years. Lu Quan has been waiting for the right moment to exact revenge on the Qin family. Once he strikes back, it will undoubtedly be a catastrophic blow. Upon hearing this, Su Mingqing's face turned ashen as he hurriedly retrieved his phone to call Su Yue, only to find her phone was already off. Yue's phone is off. What do we do? In the midst of the chaos, Su Jingde approached quietly, sneering, Dad, you should stop worrying unnecessarily. The Chun family is affluent. Even if Chengshou targets them, it won't create too much of an uproar. At worst, it may be a commercial setback that affects their wealth. Given their resources, they can easily generate greater wealth. Yet, Su Yuqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, replied, Dad, it's not that simple. Since the Chun family could set a feng shui trap for the Lu family, this is a profound enmity. Lu Qingshou would not merely retaliate on a commercial level. He will surely seek to take the lives of the Qin family. Su Jingde retorted, You're young. What do you know? Lu Qingshou is prudent and would not resort to killing. Besides, as a city leader, he knows the law and wouldn't risk exacerbating his punishment. Su Lintian interjected, There are countless ways to annihilate the Qin family without Lu Quan lifting a finger. My greatest concern is that Lu Quan might retaliate in kind. Since the Chun family attempted to harm the Lu family through feng shui, Lu Quan could very well hire a feng shui master to set a trap against the Qin family. As these words fell, the expressions of those present shifted simultaneously, especially the venerable Su. His eyes were filled with terror. Su Yue is his beloved granddaughter. If she were to encounter any misfortune due to her association with the Qin family, how could he possibly endure it? Lin Tian's words held great merit. Lu Quan is a man of profound schemes, extraordinarily patient. His inaction does not imply leniency towards the Qin family, but rather suggests he is plotting a cataclysmic revenge. We must act swiftly to bring Yue back and sever her ties with the Qin family. Su Mingqing declared with utmost seriousness. Su Lintian interjected. Yuqing, just now, Su Yue called you, stating she was on a yacht, correct? Su Yuqing paused momentarily, then slowly nodded. Yes. My sister mentioned she was on the yacht, and that Chun Tianhao intended to take her out to sea for leisure. Su Lintian's expression darkened. That confirms it. There is but one dock in Yinqing capable of accommodating yachts. If we locate the dockmaster and inquire about the yachts departing today, we shall find Su Yue. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth at once. Yuqing, Lintian, you shall accompany me. And you, Jingde, go summon Fu Rong. Our entire family must unite to retrieve Yue. I cannot bear to witness her in peril. Su Mingqing spoke in a grave tone. With the elder's command, the entire Su family mobilized, hastening to Yinqing Dock. Having previously come here to assist Su Dong in appraising treasures, Su Lintian was quite familiar with the dock and swiftly located the dockmaster, Xiao Yuanhang. Master Su, what brings you here? Xiao Yuanhang inquired, astonished. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanhang refer to Su Lintian as master, the Su family members exchanged curious glances, yet they refrained from probing further, consumed by concern for Su Yue's safety. Su Lintian, however, was direct, Boss Xiao. To be frank, we are here in search of someone. Do you know Qin Tianhao? Xiao Yuanhang nodded. Of course, he is the young master of the Qin family. His father is Qin Chun. This fellow frequently hosts yacht parties here, always accompanied by a throng of wealthy heirs and numerous models aboard. What business do you have with him, Master Su? Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's countenance darkened. Xiao Yuanhang's words were sufficient to confirm that Su Yue had indeed been taken out to sea by Qin Tianhao. Just then, Su Lintian suddenly felt a jolt of realization and murmured to himself, Mu Shik Qinlong. Lu Quan is Kunlun. To exact revenge on the Qin family, he could turn the tables, reversing the feng shui situation. Should Kunlun enter the sea, then the waters shall engulf the wood. This is dire. The Lu family's feng shui situation lies upon the sea. Su Yue is in danger. Chapter 51. Dare to be impolite to me. Elder Su was deeply concerned for his granddaughter's safety. Upon hearing Su Lintian's serious tone, he could not help but inquire, Lintian, what do you think we should do now? With a grave expression, Su Lintian replied, the only course of action is to locate the yacht that Chun Tianhao and Su Yue are aboard. We must act accordingly once we have more information. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Yuanhang immediately volunteered, Master Su, if you do not mind, we can take my speedboat out to sea right now. My vessel is expertly crafted and is the fastest among all speedboats. Additionally, I will arrange for some staff at the dock to take the workboat out, spreading out to search the waters for them. Excellent. Thank you, Boss Xiao. Su Lintian said solemnly. Elder Su, as you are advanced in years, it would be best if you remained ashore to avoid unnecessary risks. The sea can be treacherous, and any mishap would be unfortunate. Please wait here for news. Mother-in-law, I kindly ask you to look after the elder. The rest of us shall disperse onto the yachts. This will increase our chances of finding Su Yue. Upon hearing this, everyone present quickly fell into action, making their way to the dock and boarding several of Xiao Yuanhang's speedboats. Su Lintian accompanied Xiao Yuanhang aboard his vessel, the Whale, and they set off in pursuit of Chun Tianhao and Su Yue. The Whale swiftly departed the shoreline, rapidly gaining distance. Approximately 20 nautical miles from Yin City, in a circle of island waters, Chun Tianhao, Su Yue, and several other wealthy heirs, accompanied by models they had brought along, were aboard the luxurious yacht Supreme, which was gradually slowing down as it approached a small island. A group of alluring models donned bikinis, showcasing their stunning figures. Chun Tianhao and his affluent companions held glasses of red wine, each embracing a beautiful woman. They raised their glasses in a distant toast. Among all the beauties present, Su Yue stood out as the most exquisite, yet she was dressed more conservatively, leaving Chun Tianhao and his wealthy friends yearning for more. Nevertheless, for Su Yue, this was already a rather bold outfit. She had chosen a low-cut halter top specifically for this outing. The deep plunge of her neckline stirred Chun Tianhao's desires, igniting a fiery longing within him. Parched, Chun Tianhao said, Yue, with such splendid weather today, why don't you change into a bikini like my friend's companions? As he spoke, the other wealthy heirs exchanged mischievous smiles, saying, Indeed, Miss Su, with your remarkable figure, it would be a shame not to show it off. Don't be shy. We are all friends here. Indeed, look at the lovely ladies aboard this yacht, and yet you, the daughter of the Su family, are the most stunning. Wearing something so modest is simply a waste. Quick, change into a swimsuit for us to admire. Amidst their teasing, Su Yue felt increasingly flustered, feeling a sense of embarrassment. The companions of the other wealthy heirs were all models and social media influencers. A stark contrast to her upbringing as a highborn lady. Having upheld her virtue since childhood, she found it difficult to match the carefree nature of these superficial beauties. Bashfully, she replied, Tianhao, perhaps it would be best if I did not. If it were just the two of us, it might be acceptable, but with so many others here, I feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, a fleeting chill crossed Chun Tianhao's eyes. But he quickly masked it with a forced smile, saying, Very well, I won't pressure you into anything you are unwilling to do. After this, he signaled to a model accompanying another wealthy heir. The model understood his intentions and, smiling, stood up to say, Miss Su, we seem to be running low on drinks. Let us go inside to fetch another box, so they do not urge you to change. Feeling relieved, Su Yue seized the opportunity. Smiling as she stood up, All right, I was just thinking of getting up to stretch. Once Su Yue was led into the cabin by the model, Chun Tianhao expressionlessly took out a pill and dropped it into her wine glass. Witnessing this, the group of wealthy heirs' eyes gleamed with excitement as they grinned, Bravo. As expected of young Master Chun, you truly have guts to drug even the Su family's young lady. Chun Tianhao sneered, Damn it. I've put on an act in front of her for over half a month. This girl has stubbornly refused to sleep with me, but today I will not let her slip away. I must seize this opportunity at sea. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine the thrill of shaking the yacht with Su Yue? Just make sure to record a video while you enjoy yourself, so we can all appreciate how wild the Su family's young lady is in bed. A golden-haired wealthy heir remarked with a smirk. Chun Tianhao squinted. Rest assured, once she returns, I will have her drink this spiked wine, haha. The models in the arms of the wealthy heirs had grown accustomed to such scenes. This was not their first encounter with the depravity of the affluent. Many of them had initially been coerced into such situations themselves. However, afterward, the wealthy heirs would typically offer them hush money, so few dared to oppose them. And most ultimately succumbed to becoming playthings for their amusement. Today, this yacht was a venue for debauchery, yet only Su Yiwei remained oblivious to the true nature of the gathering. Moments later, Su Yiwei returned to the upper deck of the yacht with the model. Chen Tianhao naturally rose to greet them, raising his glass as he offered Su Yiwei the drugged drink, stating solemnly, "Here, I raise this glass to everyone present today. May we all have a delightful time. No one shall leave sober." By toasting to everyone, Chen Tianhao cleverly avoided arousing Su Yiwei's suspicions. She would not hesitate to drink from the glass laced with the drug. All the wealthy heirs and models raised their glasses in unison. At the very moment Su Yiwei's lips were about to make contact with the wine glass, a silver needle was suddenly propelled from the whale-shaped speedboat 100 meters away, shattering the glass of red wine instantly. The scene left Su Yiwei in utter shock, while Chen Tianhao was equally bewildered. The other affluent youths and models aboard the yacht were rendered speechless. The whale-shaped speedboat truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier vessel, covering the distance of 100 meters in mere seconds. Su Lintian, with an impassive expression, leaped from the speedboat onto the yacht where Su Yiwei, Chen Tianhao, and the others were situated. "Su Lintian, what brings you here?" Su Yiwei exclaimed in astonishment. She had not anticipated that even as she was out at sea with Chen Tianhao, Su Lintian would come searching for her. As Su Yiwei struggled to comprehend the situation, Su Lintian retorted with irritation, "Had I arrived any later, you would have become Chen Tianhao's plaything. What nonsense are you spouting? Plaything?" Su Yiwei frowned, her expression turning sour. Su Lintian pointed to the spilled red wine on the ground and solemnly stated, "This guy drugged you, and you were completely oblivious. Had I not intervened in time, you would be lying on the ground, unable to distinguish north from south, at their mercy." He added, "By the way, Su Yiwei, you are truly foolish. How many times have I warned you to keep your distance from him? Yet you refuse to listen." Su Lintian's accusations jolted both Su Yiwei and Chen Tianhao. Su Yiwei found it hard to believe and quickly turned to Chen Tianhao for clarification. Chen Tianhao clenched his teeth and retorted, "Nonsense. Su, what are you trying to imply? You inexplicably invade our space and accuse me of drugging Yiwei? Have you lost your mind? Yiwei and I are about to get engaged. She will eventually be mine. Why would I need to drug her?" Upon hearing this, Su Yiwei found his reasoning plausible, considering their ongoing relationship. Moreover, once they were engaged, intimacy would undoubtedly follow, making the act of drugging her unnecessary. "Su Lintian, do not attempt to sow discord here. While I do not understand your motive for slandering Tianhao, I believe he is not that kind of person," Su Yiwei declared with righteous conviction. Witnessing this foolish woman still defending Chen Tianhao at such a critical moment, Su Lintian's disdain reached its zenith. He shook his head and sighed. "Su Yiwei, your judgment of men is truly lacking. You have been sold out, yet you still help them count their gains." At that moment, Chen Tianhao realized he could no longer allow Su Lintian to continue. He coldly commanded, "Su, get lost. If you continue your nonsense, do not blame me for being rude." Su Lintian shot Chen Tianhao a sidelong glance and replied coldly, "Why don't you try being rude to me?" Chapter 52, The Cycle of Cause and Effect. With Su Lintian's bold declaration, everyone aboard the yacht was left in utter disbelief. Chen Tianhao could hardly fathom that this so-called worthless son-in-law of the Su family dared to speak to him in such a manner. Before Chen Tianhao could respond, the other affluent young men could no longer contain their disdain. Who did this brat think he was, to show such disrespect to Chen Xiao? One of the wealthy young men inquired, to which Chen Tianhao snorted disdainfully, looking down upon Su Lintian. What significance does he possess? He is merely the son-in-law of the Su family, the husband of Yiwei's sister. Oh my, so he is the worthless son-in-law you mentioned, Chen Xiao? How utterly laughable. In this day and age, there are still those who take on the role of a son-in-law. Another chimed in. No wonder this fellow is so arrogant. He must be relying on the Su family's support. Yet, at the end of the day, he is just a son-in-law. What audacity does he have to be so brazen? How could such a waste manage to marry the second young lady of the Su family? Truly, it is like flowers being placed in cow dung. Faced with the scornful remarks from the young elites, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and surveyed the crowd. Where do all these rabid dogs come from, barking incessantly? Who are you calling a rabid dog? Chun Tianhao's gaze turned icy as he angrily demanded. Whoever speaks is a rabid dog. Su Lintian replied with a cold smirk. How dare you? I've tolerated you for long enough. Chun Tianhao declared, raising his hand to slap Su Lintian. However, just when everyone expected Su Lintian to receive a slap, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chun Tianhao's vision blurred. The Su Lintian who had been standing still had vanished. In the next instant, a crisp and resounding slap echoed through the air. The onlookers were stunned to witness Su Lintian delivering a slap to Chun Tianhao. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Chun Tianhao, who had aimed to strike first, found himself on the receiving end of Su Lintian's slap, leaving everyone in disbelief. You worthless son-in-law, how dare you hit me? Chun Tianhao exclaimed, covering his cheek in shock. I hit you because I wished to. Do I need to choose a special occasion? Su Lintian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Su Yue abruptly pulled Su Lintian away, her brow furrowed. Su Lintian, what chaos are you causing here? How dare you strike someone? In a serious tone, Su Lintian responded, My dear aunt, you should be more discerning. You have no idea what sort of person Chun Tianhao truly is. Enough, Su Lintian. Leave. Do not cause any more trouble here. Su Yue sternly commanded after taking a deep breath. Upon hearing her words, Su Lintian felt an impulsive urge to turn away, disregarding Su Yue's well-being. This woman never listened to reason. Were it not for her being the sister of his wife Su Yuqing, he would have no inclination to concern himself with her fate. As the argument escalated, the yacht suddenly rocked violently, throwing everyone off balance and causing them to tumble to the ground. On the whaleboat, Xiao Yuanheng cried out to Su Lintian, Master Su, be careful, there's a shark. He had already warned Su Lintian the moment he spotted the shark, but due to its rapid approach, the yacht was still struck. This massive saber-toothed shark was nearly twice the size of the yacht. The force of its impact was measured in hundreds of tons. Su Yue gasped, nearly losing her footing and falling overboard. Fortunately, Su Lintian reached out just in time to prevent her from plunging into the sea. As Su Yue regained her composure, she noticed Chun Tianhao selfishly focused on himself, showing no concern for her, which left her feeling disheartened. Yue, are you all right? Chun Tianhao approached, feigning concern. Su Yue's expression soured as she brushed his hand away. I never expected you to be so unreliable. I almost fell just now. And you didn't even bother to help me? Chun Tianhao's face fell, and he stammered, Yue. I panicked. It wasn't intentional. Just as he prepared to continue his explanation, Su Lintian interjected, Enough. Actions speak louder than words. No matter how beautifully you speak, everyone can see what you truly do. Spare us the explanations. With that, Su Lintian firmly grasped Su Yue's hand and leapt back onto the whaleboat. Chun Tianhao gritted his teeth and seethed. Su, are you trying to steal my woman? Do you wish to oppose the Chen family? Su Lintian said nothing, merely raised a middle finger in response. His expression stoic as he declared, You will soon face the consequences without my intervention. At that moment, as if on cue, the shark returned, crashing into the yacht once more. This time, Chun Tianhao was devoid of the good fortune he had previously enjoyed. The yacht capsized instantly, slowly sinking into the depths. Help! Help! Yue! Save me! As the yacht vanished beneath the waves, Chun Tianhao and the wealthy young men found themselves submerged, struggling to stay afloat. Not everyone present was a proficient swimmer. Two alluring models flailed helplessly in the water before succumbing to the depths due to their lack of swimming skills. The remaining affluent youths panicked, desperately searching for anything that could serve as a flotation device. Amidst the chaos, Su Yue felt a pang of compassion as she watched Chun Tianhao thrashing in the water. Despite his earlier indifference, she couldn't bear to watch him drown. With resolve, Su Yue bit her lip, retrieved a life buoy from the whaleboat, and tossed it toward him. Grab this, she shouted from a distance. Witnessing this, Su Lintian was utterly astonished. Su Yue, have you lost your mind? This man just tried to harm you and left you to fend for yourself. And now you wish to save him? Su Yue clenched her fists, her voice laced with determination. Tianhao would never do such a thing to me. Yes, I was disheartened by his lack of assistance, but he does not deserve to die. Upon hearing her words, Su Lintian felt as though he was witnessing an absurd spectacle. With an impassive face, he addressed Su Yue. Very well, very well. You, Su Yue, embody the essence of a living bodhisattva, repaying malice with kindness, regardless of the situation. However, I must assert that you may only be able to save him temporarily, but not for eternity. The eminent individuals orchestrating the feng shui arrangements signal the imminent downfall of the Qin family. This statement bears two layers of meaning. Firstly, it implies that an unscrupulous person like Chun Tianhao is beyond redemption. Secondly, the shark attacks on the yacht where Chun Tianhao resides are a consequence of the Liu family's reversal of the feng shui, enacting vengeance upon the Chun family. From this moment forth, every member of the Chun family will find themselves perpetually in peril, with the specter of untimely demise looming over them. The potency of feng shui lies in its indiscriminate alteration of others' destinies. When Chun Tianhao finds himself ensnared in crisis, even if Su Yue is not a member of the Qin family, her mere proximity to him will inevitably render her susceptible to misfortune. Anyone approaching the Qin family during this unique period will be affected by their ill fate. Yet, Su Yue fails to grasp the profound significance of the words spoken by Su Lintian, the esteemed feng shui master. She merely observes Chun Tianhao, clinging to a life buoy, as he slowly swims towards the whale yacht, dismissing Su Lintian's words as inconsequential. Conversely, Xiao Yuanheng absorbs Su Lintian's statement with great seriousness. He inquires gravely, "Master Su, I am surprised to learn that in addition to your expertise in antique appraisal, you also possess knowledge of feng shui and yin-yang?" Su Lintian nods with composure, affirming his understanding. Xiao Yuanheng quickly bows in respect and states, "In that case, I have a humble request. If Master Su is willing to assist, I shall be most grateful." Su Lintian pauses momentarily, then narrows his eyes and asks, "There is no need for formalities, Mr. Xiao. Please, share your thoughts." With Su Lintian's consent, Xiao Yuanheng adopts a solemn expression and continues, "Earlier, I heard Master Su mention feng shui arrangements, indicating your familiarity with the subject. To be candid, my Xiao family has engaged in commerce for 3 generations, consistently accumulating virtue and blessings, which has enabled us to navigate smoothly without calamity. However, during my father's generation, he and several uncles, driven by ambition, became dissatisfied with the trade at the docks and ventured into grave robbing, disturbing numerous ancestral tombs. Ever since that time, my family has been on a downward trajectory. The Xiao family has long since fallen from grace. Alas, perhaps our actions in disturbing others' ancestral resting places have adversely affected our feng shui. I wonder if Master Su possesses a method to reverse this dire situation?" Chapter 53. The amulet becomes ineffective, and the evil spirit affixes. Upon hearing Xiao Yuanheng's words, Su Lintian first activated his celestial vision, focusing intently. Indeed, he discerned a faint, grayish mist swirling at the center of Xiao Yuanheng's forehead. Witnessing this scene, Su Lintian's heart jolted, and his expression grew grave. "This is dire. It's the Jiuyin Sha." Upon hearing the term Jiuyin Sha and observing the grave expression on Su Lintian's face, Xiao Yuanheng's heart quivered. He swallowed hard and anxiously inquired, "Master Su, what is Jiuyin Sha?" Su Lintian, having closed his celestial vision and with little time for elaboration, swiftly retrieved a yellowed amulet from his possession and handed it to Xiao Yuanheng. "You must take this amulet and place it beneath your pillow when you return home. Follow my instructions without fail." Xiao Yuanheng accepted the amulet with repeated thanks. Although he wished to ask further questions, he noticed Chun Tianhao carrying Su Yue, climbing onto the whale-shaped speedboat. Thus, he refrained from mentioning the Jiuyin Sha in Chun Tianhao's presence. After all, such a clandestine matter was not to be trusted with others. Once aboard, Chun Tianhao urged, "Let us set sail immediately. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes." The feng shui trap set by the Liu family against the Qin family was continuously at work. Every additional minute spent at sea heightened the danger for all involved. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yuanheng quickly made his way to the control cabin and navigated the speedboat swiftly towards the Yinqing dock. Before long, the whale-shaped speedboat returned to the dock and came to a halt alongside the shore. Earlier, during their return, Su Lintian had notified others in advance via his mobile phone. Therefore, Su Laozu and Su Yuqing were already waiting on the shore for Su Lintian and Su Yue's arrival. "Yue, sister, you little rascal, do you have any idea how worried we have been about you all day?" Upon seeing Su Yue safe and sound, the elders, including Su Mingqing, felt a weight lift from their hearts, but also reproached her for disregarding their warnings and getting too close to Chun Tianhao. Had it not been for Su Lintian's timely intervention, Su Yue might have perished alongside Chun Tianhao in the depths of the sea. Now back among family, Su Yue shed her aloof demeanor as a CEO. She resembled a frightened young girl, diving into her mother Fu Rong's embrace. "It's all right, my child, it's all right." Fu Rong, gentle and virtuous, did not reproach Su Yue even once. She merely held her close, tenderly patting her back. Chen Tianhao, feeling guilty, was eager to leave. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Laozu, he hurriedly departed. Watching him retreat into the distance, Su Mingqing solemnly remarked, Yue, you are safe this time, thanks to Lintian. You must express your gratitude to him. And that Chen Tianhao, you must not associate with him again. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. His stern countenance left no room for jest. Indeed, Su Yue felt immense disappointment towards Chen Tianhao and refrained from defending him. Today, it was undeniable that Su Lintian had saved her life. Despite her lingering prejudices against Su Lintian, the rustic fellow from the mountains, it was he who had come to her rescue. Su Lintian, thank you. Su Yue mustered all her strength to utter these few words. It was not due to a lack of manners, but rather her upbringing as a pampered young lady made it difficult for her to humbly bow before others. Even an apology was a challenge for her to extend to someone like Su Lintian. However, Su Lintian was unconcerned with whether Su Yue expressed sufficient gratitude. He had merely intervened out of consideration for his wife, Su Yuqing, who had insisted he seek out Su Yue. No need to thank me. If gratitude is to be directed anywhere, let it be towards Yuqing. Had she not cried and fussed, insisting I find you, I would have preferred to mind my own business. Upon hearing this, Su Yue turned to her sister Su Yuqing, offering her a smile. Su Yuqing returned the gesture, as sisters often share an unspoken bond. Well then, since Yue is safe, let us celebrate tonight, declared Su Jingda in a deep voice. Fu Rong chimed in, let us take the children out for hot pot. The more, the merrier. Yes, I haven't had hot pot in ages. I wholeheartedly agree. Su Yuqing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the prospect. Amused by his adorable foodie wife, Su Lintian could not resist pinching her cheek. As they finished their hot pot meal and prepared to disperse for home, Su Lintian suddenly received a call from Xiao Yuanhang. Master Su, I followed your instructions and placed the amulet under my pillow, but, hearing Xiao Yuanhang's hesitant tone, Su Lintian frowned and inquired, but what? But, I feel something strange in my house tonight. A chill seems to sweep through from time to time, and behind my curtains, there appears to be a shadow lurking. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian was taken aback. Logically, the amulet he had provided was meant to dispel evil and enhance one's protective energy. Placing it beneath the pillow should have fortified Xiao Yuanhang's yang energy and dispelled any lingering malevolence. Why, then, did it seem to incite the surrounding evil forces instead? Realizing the situation was more complex than anticipated, Su Lintian spoke to Xiao Yuanhang in a grave tone. Boss Xiao, do not panic. Hold the amulet in your hand and provide me with your address. I will come over personally. All right. Thank you, Master Su. My address is 144, Building 4, Beiwa District, Yinqing. After acquiring the address, Su Lintian hung up the phone and turned to Su Yuqing. Dear, do you remember Boss Xiao from the dock today? Su Yuqing paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, what about him? Boss Xiao has recently been attracting evil spirits. I must go see what is amiss. Tonight, do not return to Huarun Tianfu alone. Stay at the Su family home for the night. Su Lintian spoke with a somber expression. Su Yuqing did not comprehend what it meant to attract evil spirits, but she could discern from Su Lintian's demeanor that the matter was of great significance. In the days that Su Yuqing and Su Lintian have spent together, it is utterly impossible to claim that she has remained indifferent to him. In truth, Su Yuqing has gradually begun to develop a sense of dependence on Su Lintian. This is the most visceral manifestation of her affection for him. Husband, you must be cautious. Su Yuqing mustered her courage to call him by that endearing title. Upon hearing her refer to him as husband, Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a surge of joy. With profound tenderness, he planted a kiss on her cheek and nodded, saying, rest assured, your husband is the 65th generation of the Tiandi Wangdao. Such trifling malevolence cannot harm me. Su Yuqing, slightly irritated, retorted, you're so annoying, always boasting. Can't you be a bit more realistic? Su Lintian chuckled, offering no explanation, and turned to leave the hot pot restaurant. In that fleeting moment, as he turned, his smile vanished, and an intense aura enveloped him. At that instant, Su Lintian was no longer merely the son-in-law of the Su family, but the rightful heir of the Tiandi Wangdao, the 64th generation Tiandi Wang, the highest authority in Taoism in the current world. He genuinely wished to convey to his wife, Su Yuqing, that he was not boasting. In Beiwa District, at number 144, Building 4, stood a standalone villa nestled in one of Yinqing's most renowned affluent neighborhoods. Su Lintian emerged from the taxi, squinting slightly as he gazed up at the illuminated windows of Building 4. The villa boasted 3 stories, yet only the first floor was aglow, while the bedrooms on the second and third floors were shrouded in darkness. Observing this scene, Su Lintian narrowed his eyes in confusion, pondering, why is boss Xiao not even turning on the lights? He approached the door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. After a prolonged wait, no one answered. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Yuanhong's number, but was met with the disheartening sound of an unanswered call. Su Lintian's expression darkened as he forcefully kicked open the door to the Xiao residence and stepped into the villa. Upon entering the living room, he was startled to see a figure standing rigidly in the center, facing away from him. Su Lintian blinked in surprise and tentatively inquired, "Boss Xiao?" The figure did not respond. However, in the next moment, it contorted its neck in an exceedingly bizarre manner, turning its head a full 180 degrees to face Su Lintian. Xiao Yuanhong's face was ashen, his eyes bloodshot, bearing the visage of death, and his lips slowly curled into a disturbingly sinister smile as he uttered, "Su. Duh. Sure, you have arrived. Just in time." The sight sent a chill down Su Lintian's spine. Xiao Yuanhang had indeed become possessed by malevolent forces. Chapter 54. The Treasure of the Fox Immortal. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, holding his breath and concentrating intently as he fixed his gaze upon the possessed Xiao Yuanhang. The possession by an evil spirit is an exceedingly rare occurrence. The living embody yang, while evil spirits inherently possess an imbalance with yin, resulting in mutual repulsion. Consequently, when an evil spirit attaches itself to a living body, it inflicts immense harm not only upon the host, but also upon itself. This is a predicament where both parties suffer. An evil spirit would never recklessly possess a living being unless absolutely necessary. Considering this, Su Lintian inquired in a deep voice, "Which fiend dares to wreak havoc here? I advise you to vacate Xiao Yuanhang's body at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise and obliteration." The moment his words fell, Su Lintian brought his index and middle fingers together, forming a sword with his fingers as he recited the Taoist incantation. "Heaven and earth, the profound origin, cultivating for eons, proving my divine power. In the 3 realms, only the Tao is supreme. Golden light envelopes my being. This is the Taoist golden light spell, which consumes tremendous energy yet wields boundless power." As Su Lintian completed the incantation, his hair danced wildly, and his sleeves fluttered, revealing a shimmering golden light enveloping his body. The entire villa's living room was instantly filled with an overwhelming righteous aura. The righteous energy carried by the golden light spell inflicted severe damage upon the evil spirit residing within Xiao Yuanhang. Xiao Yuanhang let out a piercing scream, retreating repeatedly until he found himself cornered in the bathroom on the left side of the hall. A gust of chilling wind slammed the bathroom door shut with a resounding thud. Su Lintian would not allow the evil spirit to escape so easily. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, his body flickering like the wind, and effortlessly passed through the bathroom door to appear inside. Xiao Yuanhang had been driven to the wall, with no retreat left. Resolutely, he decided to fight Su Lintian to the death. With a twisted expression, he sneered, "You foul cultivator. I did not expect you to possess considerable skills at such a young age. That talisman has cost me 30 years of cultivation. How do you intend to compensate me?" Su Lintian remained silent as he activated his heavenly eye. Once opened, all demons and spirits were laid bare. At that moment, in Su Lintian's vision, Xiao Yuanhang's face transformed into that of a fox. Upon recognizing the true form of the evil spirit, Su Lintian squinted and remarked, "So it is merely a little fox. Your loss of 30 years of cultivation is of your own making and has nothing to do with my talisman." The fox demon, caught off guard by being exposed by this young cultivator, exclaimed in shock, "You can discern my true form?" Su Lintian, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, replied coldly, "My abilities encompass much more. If you are not afraid of death, continue your mischief and witness how I shall deal with you." In an instant, Su Lintian's figure flickered and appeared directly behind Xiao Yuanhang. With his fingers poised like a sword, he gently prodded Xiao Yuanhang's back. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Su Lintian's eyes. The golden light struck Xiao Yuanhang's body, landing heavily upon the fox demon itself. Xiao Yuanhang let out a pained howl, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Su Lintian raised his foot, shimmering with golden light, poised to stamp upon Xiao Yuanhang's face. His gaze was piercing, filled with righteous energy as he demanded, "You vile creature, will you continue to resist?" Just as Lintian was about to deliver the final blow, the fox demon cried out in a desperate voice, "Spare me, Taoist." Instantly, a wisp of gray mist erupted from Xiao Yuanhong's body, transforming in midair into the shape of a small fox. However, this mist had no physical form. It was a spirit. Observing this, Lintian remarked indifferently, "Little fox, you are wise to recognize your situation. Do not think that your meager cultivation of over 100 years will save you. Even if you were a fox immortal with 500 years of cultivation, I possess the means to subdue you. Since you have not committed any grave offenses, I shall let you go today. Return to the mountains and find a secluded place to quietly cultivate. Do not return to the mortal realm to harm humanity." Following his words, Lintian disregarded the little fox's spirit. He crouched down and gently took Xiao Yuanhong's pulse at his wrist. The pulse was weak but gradually improving, and he would soon awaken. Lintian sighed in relief, grateful for his timely arrival. Xiao Yuanhang was not severely harmed, merely weakened by the fox demon's possession for a few minutes, causing a decline in his yang energy and vitality. A few doses of traditional medicine and proper care would suffice for his recovery. After placing Xiao Yuanhang on the sofa to rest, Lintian looked up and noticed that the gray mist still lingered in the living room. He frowned and questioned, "Vile creature, why do you not depart? Do you still wish to cause trouble?" As he spoke, golden light surged from his fingertips, ready to unleash its power. The gray mist, startled, began to dart around in panic, weakly pleading, "Taoist, please spare me. I would never dare to cause trouble before you. I am a good spirit. I have never harmed a single soul." Lintian scoffed in response, "Nonsense. You not only harbor Yin energy, but the stench of death emanating from you is overwhelming. It is impossible to possess such heavy death energy without bearing the weight of numerous lives lost." The little fox explained, "Taoist, allow me to clarify. I have indeed never harmed any mortal. It was my physical form that inadvertently ventured into an ancient tomb 50 years ago, where I became trapped by mechanisms and could not escape. I had thought I would be confined there for eternity, but 30 years ago, a group of grave robbers discovered the tomb, breached its defenses, and activated the mechanisms. It was then that I seized the chance to escape. But I was injured by the final mechanism just as I was about to flee. In desperation, I sacrificed 20 years of cultivation and relinquished my physical form to attain my spirit's escape, surviving to this day. The reason I have remained beside Xiao Yuanhang is also out of necessity. As a spirit, you understand that the longer I stay detached from my physical body, the weaker I become. Thus, over the years, I have relied on the Xiao family's fortune to sustain my spiritual power. However, ever since you bestowed that talisman upon Xiao Yuanhang, I lay beside him on the bed and was instantly suppressed, losing 30 years of cultivation due to your empowered talisman. Under duress, I found myself tethered to his being, seeking revenge upon you. Yet, who could have anticipated that you appear to be merely in your early 20s? Yet your cultivation is far superior to mine, a fox who has spent over 70 years in pursuit of enlightenment?" Upon hearing the small fox's explanation, Lintian was momentarily taken aback. According to Xiao Yuanhang's account earlier at the dock, it seemed the small fox was not deceiving him. Among the band of tomb raiders it encountered, one must undoubtedly be the father of Xiao Yuanhang. Thus, it appears that all of this is a cycle of cause and effect, retribution without fail. Had it not been for the father of Xiao Yuanhang attempting to plunder the tomb and triggering the mechanism, causing this fox to forsake its corporeal form and exist solely as a spirit, the fortunes of the Xiao family would not have been drained by this little fox. Lintian opened his heavenly eye and discerned that the small fox's aura was stable, not chaotic. This indirectly confirmed that it was indeed truthful. Reflecting on this, Lintian spoke in a deep tone. "If what you say is true, does that mean I must compensate for your 30 years of cultivation?" The gray mist promptly shook its head, saying, "I dare not presume, but I have a humble request, hoping the Taoist can lend me a helping hand." "Speak plainly," Lintian replied brusquely. The gray mist instantly brightened and hastily continued, "Taoist, your cultivation is so profound that you could effortlessly dismantle the array of that ancient tomb. If you would assist me in breaking the tomb's grand formation, I could reclaim my physical form, uniting my essence and spirit to continue my cultivation. Should you agree to aid me, I shall swear a heavenly oath, pledging to fulfill one of your requests to the best of my ability." The so-called heavenly oath is a vow between spirits and cultivators. akin to a contract. Should either party violate it, they would incur heavenly punishment, risking the loss of their cultivation. Years of hard work could be undone, or worse, their soul could be shattered, leading to death and the end of their cycle of reincarnation. The willingness to swear such an oath clearly demonstrated the little fox's sincerity. However, Su Lintian had little interest in this proposition, setting aside the moral implications of breaking the ancient tomb's formation, akin to desecrating an ancestor's grave. Even as a rightful heir to the Tao of the heavens, he considered it beneath him to go to such lengths for a mere fox. Without a second thought, he declined. Dismantling the tomb's formation is akin to digging up an ancestor's grave. I have labored diligently in my cultivation, not to engage in such undertakings. You would do well to seek assistance elsewhere, Su Lintian stated coolly. Seeing this turn of events, the small fox panicked and quickly interjected, I will not ask for your help without recompense. In addition to pledging a heavenly oath to perform one task for you, I can also offer you a magical artifact. Chapter 55. Assisting the little fox in transformation. Oh, what treasure! Su Lintian was naturally reluctant to assist the little fox without hesitation. However, upon witnessing its offer of a tradable artifact, his curiosity was piqued, and he was eager to discern the nature of the treasure. The swirling gray mist gradually coalesced into a circular form, from which a uniquely shaped jade pendant emerged, falling into Su Lintian's hand. The pendant was translucent and lustrous, radiating a myriad of colors, cool and gentle to the touch. Simply holding it in his palm enveloped him in a refreshing aura, soothing his spirit. Upon seeing the jade, Su Lintian was taken aback, exclaiming, Xianbingyu? The little fox immediately praised him, saying, Indeed, Daozhong, your discernment is impressive. You have recognized the significance of this treasure at a glance. This is indeed the rare Xianbingyu, albeit slightly flawed, resulting in diminished spiritual energy. Nevertheless, with careful preservation, it remains an immensely beneficial artifact. When worn by cultivators, it can clear the mind and eliminate distractions. For mortals, it can avert misfortune and enhance fortune. I am willing to offer this Xianbingyu to Daozhong, seeking only your assistance in breaking the ancient tomb's great formation to reclaim my physical body. As she spoke, the little fox, in a surge of emotion, transformed the gray mist into a fox shape, then knelt on the ground. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes and remarked, This Xianbingyu is indeed a rarity. As you mentioned, even a flawed artifact still possesses spiritual energy. However, I must decline your request to breach the ancient tomb. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the little fox's heart trembled, fearing that Su Lintian intended to seize the treasure by force. Yet, what Su Lintian said next filled the little fox with shame. Regardless, breaking the ancient tomb's great formation is akin to desecrating someone's ancestral grave. The Tao I practice forbids me from such transgressions. However, while I cannot breach the ancient tomb to reclaim your original body, I do possess a superior method to create a new physical vessel for you. Would you be willing to try? Su Lintian inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. The rules of the heavenly King Tao, while not as stringent as the numerous precepts of Buddhism, still impose certain restrictions on disciples. The eccentric healer had once warned Su Lintian that, under no circumstances, should he engage in morally reprehensible acts associated with the lower classes, such as grave robbing. Such actions not only disrupt the feng shui of the tomb's owner, but also adversely affect Su Lintian's own cultivation. Although he could not assist the little fox in reclaiming her body through brute force, he had a more refined solution. The little fox, taken aback by his words, then replied solemnly, Daozhong, your mastery of the arts is profound. I am eager to learn more. Seeing her respectful demeanor, Su Lintian imparted a transformation technique to the little fox. This transformation art required an exceptionally high level of cultivation, making it unfeasible for ordinary spirits to attempt. Had it not been for my protection, even if you knew how to transform, you would face peril during the process. With narrowed eyes, Su Lintian raised his hand to cast protective spells for the little fox. Upon hearing the method of the transformation technique, the little fox felt immense respect for Su Lintian, wishing to kneel and recognize him as her master on the spot. Eagerly, she began the transformation. Before long, in the living room of Xiao Yuanhong's villa, the gray mist began to coalesce into a human form, revealing a strikingly beautiful, fair young girl. She floated with her eyes tightly closed, her flesh gradually taking shape, stabilizing as she landed, poised on all fours. Su Lintian observed and urgently commanded, Do not harbor any distractions. From this moment on, if you wish to transform, you are no longer a fox, but a human. As a human, you must stand on 2 legs. How can you crawl on the ground? Rise immediately. Every word Su Lintian spoke resonated in the young girl's ears like the tolling of a bell, echoing in her mind. Rise immediately. For a little fox like her, the initial transformation was akin to reaching for the heavens. Among the myriad of spirits and demons, their greatest aspiration was to attain immortality. However, the path to immortality was as treacherous as crossing a single log bridge amidst a sea of soldiers, among millions of spirits. Only one might achieve the status of an immortal. Hence, the vast majority of spirits could only seek the lesser goal of transformation into human form. Once transformed into a human, they would possess the potential to embark upon the path of immortality, as the human constitution is far more suitable for cultivation. Yet, the art of transformation is exceedingly difficult, and without guidance, it is impossible to achieve. Even when someone teaches spirits the transformation, they often encounter backlash from the heavenly principles during the process, facing insurmountable challenges. After all, transformation is an act against the heavens, and thus, the heavenly way disallows it. Seeing the young girl, who had transformed from the little fox, still in a crawling position, unable to stand upright like a human, Su Lintian understood that if he did not intervene, the little fox would surely fail. Recognizing this, Su Lintian gritted his teeth and suddenly pricked his thumb between his teeth, offering a few drops of pure yang blood. Each drop of blood gleamed in the darkness, radiating a wondrous light. Taking a step forward, Su Lintian swiftly dripped the precious blood onto the girl's forehead. Boom! An earth-shattering wave erupted from Xiao Yuanhang's villa. The entire Yin city trembled in that moment. Following a brief quake, the young girl, who had been transformed from the little fox, appeared to awaken her consciousness, as if enlightened, suddenly opening her eyes wide. Her gaze sparkled with brilliance. Instantaneously, she transitioned from a crawling position to standing upright, just like any ordinary person. In that moment, the girl looked down at her hands, feet, and every inch of her flesh and skin, her eyes filled with disbelief. I have successfully transformed. I have successfully transformed. It is done. It is done. Ha ha. Her voice rang out like a melodious bell, clear and delightful, reminiscent of a naive girl of 16 or 17. Su Lintian, however, was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He was too exhausted to even regard the radiant young girl standing before him, entirely unclothed. At that moment, his sole desire was to collapse in a corner and rest. After 20 years of cultivation, this was his first experience in aiding a spirit's transformation. Without delving into other matters, let us focus on the few drops of pure yang blood just mentioned, for they embody Su Lintian's vital essence. A single drop of this essence is akin to countless drops of ordinary blood. Even Su Lintian himself had not anticipated that he would feel such compassion for the little fox, fearing its transformation would end in failure and demise. Transformation, after all, comes at a price. Success results in the metamorphosis of a spirit beast into human form, while failure leads to immediate annihilation, rendering all previous efforts futile. Had it not been for Su Lintian's timely intervention, the little fox would have missed its chance to transform into a maiden, likely vanishing without a trace. In the midst of exhilaration, the delicate young woman, born from the little fox, suddenly knelt before Su Lintian and bowed 3 times with great fervor. Thud, thud, thud. Being her first transformation into human form and overwhelmed with gratitude towards Su Lintian, she struck her head with such intensity that it broke the skin, causing blood to flow. With tears welling in her eyes, she knelt before Su Lintian and spoke softly. You, esteemed Taoist, have aided my transformation and protected me. Your immense kindness shall forever be etched in my heart. This life is a gift from you, and from this moment forth, I shall obey your every command. Upon concluding her words, the maiden pressed her fingers to her heart, drawing a drop of blood, and placed it upon Su Lintian's lips. Thus, they forged a heavenly oath. From that day forward, she vowed never to harm Su Lintian in any way, not even through fleeting thoughts, lest she face the wrath of the heavenly laws. Seeing her devotion, Su Lintian felt a sense of relief wash over him. However, as he beheld the alluring form of the maiden before him, a flush crept upon his cheeks. This transformed little fox, now a young girl, possessed an exquisite figure that perfectly embodied the legendary youthful beauty and voluptuousness. The stark contrast of such a youthful, voluptuous maiden kneeling before him in her nakedness made it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. It was no wonder that tales and films often depict fox spirits as temptresses leading men to their doom. The little fox, appearing no older than 17 or 18, had already left Su Lintian utterly captivated. He pondered how, given a few more years, she would become even more enchanting. Feeling quite flustered, Su Lintian averted his gaze and stood, saying, I sense your heavenly oath. It is quite potent regardless, now that you have transformed. You must never harm humanity. Cherish this hard-earned body and cultivate diligently. Could you possibly find a set of clothes to wear? It is rather challenging for me to maintain my composure with you parading about in front of me. With a sigh of resignation, Su Lintian rubbed his forehead as he gazed at the stunning maiden before him. Chapter 56. From today on, you are my cousin. The young girl lowered her head in astonishment and exclaimed, Wow, why is my figure so impressive? Daozhong, is this what human males find most appealing, a voluptuous figure? Su Lintian's lips twitched in disbelief as he retorted, Seriously? After floating around Xiao Yuanhang for years, this is what you've learned? Such peculiar terms? The girl paused for a moment, then shook her head and replied, Impossible. I also know that Xiao Yuanhang's favorite foot massage parlor is called Jinswang Chao, and he always requests technician number 108. By the way, that technician's chest isn't even as large as mine. She continued, Oh, and every time he requests that technician, they end up chatting and then start undressing, rolling around on the bed. It's truly strange. Seeing the innocent expression on the girl's face as she spoke these risque words, Su Lintian could hardly bear it. He quickly interrupted her, rummaging through Xiao Yuanhang's wardrobe and tossing her a white shirt and a pair of jeans. Once she donned the outfit, he finally felt comfortable looking at her. Otherwise, he couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that he harbored inappropriate thoughts about a minor. With the clothes on, Su Lintian mused, Yet, I still feel that something is missing. How peculiar, what could it be? Pondering this, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, I know. You still need a name and identity. Name? Identity. The girl mimicked Su Lintian's pose, resting one hand on the other and propping her chin up in thought. Su Lintian, slightly annoyed, replied, Stop copying me. Let me think. How about I call you Xiaojiu? As for your identity, from this day forth, Xiaojiu, you are my cousin. Xiaojiu, cousin? The girl stood there, bewildered. Su Lintian nodded in satisfaction, saying, Exactly, with a figure like yours, I wouldn't want to send you out into the world alone. You might get bullied. Trust me, humans can be far more intimidating than spirits. The girl giggled. Hee, I like the name Xiaojiu. But what does cousin mean? I haven't heard Xiao Yuanhang mention it. Su Lintian explained, Well, a cousin is a type of familial relationship. It's not important. It's merely a cover. If anyone asks, just say you're my cousin. Okay. Xiaojiu nodded earnestly, declaring, I am Xiaojiu, Su Lintian's cousin. Excellent. Su Lintian smiled in approval. Just then, the previously unconscious Xiao Yuanhang slowly rose from the ground. Still weak and bleary-eyed, he rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing Su Lintian and Xiaojiu, exclaimed in surprise, Master Su, what are you doing here? And who is this? Wait, I remember. Before I fainted, I think I called you. Oh no, there's an evil spirit under my bed. Master Su, you must help me. Xiao Yuanhang's panic was palpable, resembling that of a frightened child. Upon witnessing this, Xiaojiu burst into laughter, pointing at him and teasing, What a coward. This is hilarious. Su Lintian chuckled knowingly. Boss Xiao, I was just about to inform you that during your unconsciousness, the evil spirit has already been subdued by me. The fortune of the Xiao family should remain unaffected, so you need not worry. Xiao Yuanhang was taken aback, looking skeptical as he questioned, Is that true, Master Su? Have you truly subdued the spirit in my house? Why do I still feel a chill? Su Lintian gestured toward the ceiling, which had been partially destroyed during the battle with the spirit, and sheepishly replied, Oh, I forgot to mention, Boss Xiao, while fighting the spirit, there was an earthquake, and inadvertently, your villa nearly collapsed. Look, it's quite drafty now. Can you blame it for feeling cold? Xiao Yuanhang surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening in disbelief as his jaw dropped. What? My house is gone. I wake up to find my villa demolished? How is this possible? Overcome with despair, he quickly regained his composure. He clasped his hands to Su Lintian and said, Regardless, Master Su, as long as I can survive, a villa can be rebuilt. I'm just grateful there are no spirits haunting me anymore. Thank you for your immense kindness. Here, Let me transfer 50 million to you as a token of my gratitude for resolving my troubles. Su Lintian felt no need to be modest. His efforts today had been considerable, and receiving 50 million was hardly excessive. For Xiao Yuanhang, spending 50 million to regain his life was undoubtedly worth it. Money could always be earned again, but life, once lost, could not be reclaimed. Su Lintian promptly sent his bank account details to Xiao Yuanhang. True to his nature, Xiao Yuanhang quickly made the transfer, and within minutes, 50 million had been credited to Su Lintian's account. Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Wow, is it really so easy to make money in your human world? I want to earn money too. That's how one achieves the sense of being human." "You humans?" Xiao Yuanhang, taken aback by Xiao Jiu's words, stared at her in confusion. Su Lintian inwardly chastised Xiao Jiu for her naivete, but quickly intervened. "Ah, Boss Xiao, please don't mind her. My cousin just came from the countryside. She's a bit eccentric, having watched too many anime. She enjoys saying all sorts of strange, quirky things." "Oh huh. Young people these days love anime, and browsing Bilibili, speaking in internet slang. I understand." Xiao Yuanhang chuckled good-naturedly. "In that case, I won't keep you two any longer. My house needs urgent repairs." Seizing the opportunity, Su Lintian swiftly took Xiao Jiu and left. "Farewell, Boss Xiao." Back at Huarun Tianfu, Su Lintian and Xiao Jiu took a taxi home. With Su Yuqing staying at her family's house tonight, their home was empty. Xiao Jiu curiously surveyed the furnishings within the room, exclaiming, "Daozhong, you truly are a remarkable individual. Your villa is far more grandiose than that of Xiao Yuanhang. Do you live here all alone?" Su Lintian retorted with a hint of annoyance. "How could that be? I am married and reside here with my wife." "What? You have a wife? Aren't you a cultivator? Can a monk also marry?" Xiao Jiu inquired, her face a picture of astonishment. Observing her ignorance, Su Lintian, with a sense of resignation, proceeded to enlighten her on the customs of the Tianwang Dao. "Perhaps you do not understand," he began. "I am a disciple of the Tianwang Dao, which does not prohibit its members from marrying and bearing children. Furthermore, since our founder, Zhang Daoling, every generation of Tianwang has been succeeded by their legitimate sons and grandsons, except for my generation." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu reclined onto the sofa, appearing to grasp the concept only partially, and languidly remarked, "All right then, will you take me home with you? Would your wife mind?" Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, responding, "So, you are my cousin." It was only at that moment that Xiao Jiu comprehended the implication. Pointing at Su Lintian with incredulity, she exclaimed, "Wow, you sly cultivator, how deep is your scheming? You must have considered this from the moment you named me. Terrifying. Humanity is truly formidable. Hey, mind your tone. Who are you calling a sly cultivator? Do not forget who helped you take form, you wretched fox." Su Lintian rolled up his sleeves, adopting a fierce demeanor as he pretended to confront Xiao Jiu. Unyielding, Xiao Jiu leaped from the sofa and lunged at Su Lintian, her fingers clawing towards his face, shouting, "Wretched cultivator! Wretched fox! Wretched cultivator!" By the following morning, as Su Lintian gazed at his panda eyes while heading to the hospital, he encountered Su Yuqing at the entrance. "Su Lintian, why do you have such heavy bags under your eyes? What happened last night? Did you go to catch ghosts at Boss Xiao's?" Su Yuqing's mention of ghosts was merely a jest, teasing Su Lintian about his appearance. After all, only someone who hunted ghosts would be awake at such an hour. Yet, as Su Lintian thought of that wretched fox at home, he replied, "I didn't catch any ghosts, just a little fox. I'll show you when I get back." Chapter 57 Sisters Hua. Upon hearing Su Lintian's words, Su Yuqing naturally did not take them seriously, considering them merely the ramblings of a whimsical mind. With a sigh, she reflected on how Su Lintian possessed numerous commendable qualities, yet his penchant for nonsensical speech stood out as a singular flaw. "Here we go again. I wonder what thoughts occupy your little head all day?" She cast a sidelong glance at Su Lintian and retorted with irritation. The two proceeded into the hospital, embarking on a day filled with work. During their shift, Xiao Yuanhang sent Su Lintian another message of gratitude. In addition, Xiao Yuanhang expressed a desire to invite Su Lintian to the Xiao family villa once the renovations were complete, seeking his expertise in performing a ritual to attract good fortune and ward off misfortune, ensuring that similar incidents would not recur in the future. Su Lintian agreed, recognizing that although Xiao Yuanhang was quite generous, performing a ritual for his new home would not require excessive effort while still yielding considerable financial reward. As evening approached, Su Lintian genuinely intended to return home with Su Yuqing, intending to introduce her to Xiao Jiu. However, He was unexpectedly inundated with multiple calls from the elegant Su Dong of the Changshan group. It was not until the sixth call that Su Lintian answered. Grasping his phone, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Su Dong's voice on the other end was warm and inviting as she replied, "Master Su, regarding the 3 genuine items you authenticated at the Shao family dock, one of them, a piece of Ming Dynasty porcelain, has sold. After deducting various fees, the net profit that will be credited to you amounts to approximately 6.5 billion. When would it be convenient for you to collect this sum?" "Collect? You can simply transfer it to my account, can't you?" Su Lintian asked, perplexed. Su Dong chuckled awkwardly, explaining, "Master Su, you jest. Such a substantial amount as 6.5 billion cannot be directly transferred through traditional banking channels. The buyer is Chun Yan, a friend of Master Chen Biao, who has established a specialized financial institution in the Cayman Islands. We can arrange for Master Chen's associate to open an account for you there, allowing the funds to be transferred without incurring excessive tax liabilities and without complicating your ability to withdraw cash." Su Lintian furrowed his brow at this convoluted process. Why is a simple transfer so complicated? Su Dong elucidated, "Unfortunately, domestic bank fees are exorbitant. If 6.5 billion were to go through a domestic bank, even a mere 1% fee would cost you several million. That would be quite foolish. However, utilizing the Cayman Islands and the financial institution recommended by Master Chen, you will receive every single cent." Considering this, Su Lintian nodded. "Very well then, what must I do?" "You only need to bring your identification and visit the Hilton Supreme Hotel. Master Chun and his associate are currently there, and I have reserved a private room for you with a banquet prepared." Su Lintian frowned. "For a mere 6.5 billion. I must make a special trip." "Very well." He informed Su Yuqing that he needed to discuss matters with the Changshan group and suggested she return to the Su family for the night, instead of heading back to Huaran Tianfu prematurely. Though curious, Su Yuqing respected Su Lintian's wishes and returned to the Su family home. At the Hilton Supreme Hotel, the gathering was not solely for Su Dong of the Changshan group and Chen Yan. The Chen family patriarch, Chen Chun, the young Master Chen Tianhao, and a feng shui master from Xiangjiang, Master Kai, had also convened in a private room for a banquet. Inside the VIP room, Chen Chun rose, raising his glass to Master Kai, saying, "Master Kai, several years ago, I heard of your expertise in feng shui, and I invested 8 million to learn the art of creating feng shui arrangements from you. Over the years, the arrangement has been flawless, and my adversaries have not advanced in their careers. Yet, just a few days ago, my family faced a series of unforeseen challenges. It seems that just as one storm subsides, another arises. Only yesterday, my son Chen Tianhao nearly lost his life while sailing. I have heard from several masters in Yen City that this may very well be due to my adversaries hiring an expert to reverse my feng shui arrangement. Thus, I must implore you to assist my family in averting this calamity. To your health, I toast you." With that, Chen Chen raised his glass and downed the exquisite Feitian Mao Dai. Master Kai, with an air of superiority, crossed his arms and cast a disdainful glance at Chen Chun, responding, "Heh, if you can disrupt the feng shui arrangements Kai Feng, create. Are you certain that your adversary has discerned the arrangement and managed to reverse it?" Nodding gravely, Chen Chen replied, "Initially, I believed it was merely a streak of bad luck for the Chen family, but just a couple of days ago, I dispatched someone to investigate the 2 stone lions at the Liu family's entrance, and indeed, they have been relocated. It appears the Liu family has received guidance from a formidable expert." Oh, upon hearing this, Master Kai's eyes narrowed with genuine interest as he began to tap rhythmically on the table. After a moment of contemplation, he squinted and remarked, "Patriarch Chun, I have long secluded myself and have not engaged with worldly matters for years. Therefore, I fear I may not be able to assist you." Noticing Master Kai's intent to decline his request, Chen Chen quickly interjected, "Master Kai, please hold on." He then clapped his hands sharply, and with the crisp sound of applause, 2 stunningly beautiful women emerged from a side room. Upon seeing them, Master Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. If these 2 women were merely beautiful, he would not have been so taken aback, for as a renowned feng shui master in Xiangjiang, many alluring women sought to share his bed. However, these 2 were none other than popular female celebrities from Longhua, members of a well-known girl group. Moreover, Master Kai had been an avid fan of this group for quite some time. Clearly, Chen Chen had come prepared, having discreetly investigated Master Kai's preferences and sparing no expense to invite these 2 beloved idols to the banquet. Once inside the private room, The two girl group members took their seats beside Master Kai, bestowing upon him the royal treatment of being flanked by beauty. Kai Feng squinted slightly, smiling as he remarked, "It seems that the head of the Chen family has come well prepared. How did you know that I have a fondness for the charming young ladies of this girl group?" Chen responded with a knowing smile. "Master Kai's fondness for lowly is well known in our circles. Hee, with no outsiders present tonight. These sister flowers from the girl group are yours to entertain, Master Kai. Feel free to indulge, just don't overdo it. Do as you please." Addressing the two girl group members, Chen added, "If you wish to continue your careers in the entertainment industry, make sure to serve Master Kai well tonight, understood?" With a subtle glance, Chen signaled to the two members, who nodded with smiles. One of them even cast a flirtatious glance, her eyes sparkling with allure, hinting at underlying seduction. Observing this scene, Kai Feng felt a rush of excitement and gave Chen a thumbs up, praising, "Excellent, excellent." The head of the Chen family is indeed thoughtful. Recognizing Kai Feng's reaction, Chen knew they were on the right track. This technique was something he had honed over decades in the business realm. When negotiating with a successful and affluent man like Kai Feng, it was wise to refrain from discussing business initially and instead provide exquisite beauty to please him. Moreover, these were members of the girl group whom Kai Feng had admired for a long time, popular idols. The thought of spending a delightful evening with such exquisite companions made Kai Feng, despite his usual prudence, inclined to offer assistance. Noticing the rather lascivious expression on Kai Feng's face, Chen wasted no time in presenting a bank card, tossing it onto the table before Kai Feng, and smiling. "With only beauties to serve, it hardly warrants your involvement. Master Kai, this card contains a deposit of 50 million, serving as your fee for stepping in. Upon successful completion, I shall present you with another 100 million as a token of gratitude." At that moment, Kai Feng was too engrossed in swallowing his saliva to pay attention to Chun's words. His only desire was to dismiss Chun and relish the service of the two girl group members. Realizing this, Kai Feng accepted the bank card and said, "Understood. Head of the Chen family, I would appreciate it if you and young Master Chun could wait outside the private room. I find it difficult to relax with you here." Chun felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, his eyes twinkling as he stood up, saying, "Haha, we shall not disturb Master Kai's enjoyment of the girl group sisters. Once you are done, please let my son and me know." With that, Chun pulled his son, Chun Tianhao, to his feet, and they exited the private room. As they stepped out, they spotted the beautiful woman Su Dong leading Su Lintian towards the adjacent room. Chapter 58. The Invitation to the Divine Eye Conference. The moment Chun Tianhao laid eyes on Su Lintian, a chill coursed through him, his fists clenched tightly, and his expression darkened considerably. Observing the swift change in her son's demeanor, Chen curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Son, do you know those two individuals?" With a grave countenance, Chun Tianhao replied, "Not only do I know that young man, but he is also the husband of the second young lady from the Su family whom I mentioned to you. Merely a worthless son-in-law, yet he consistently disparages me before Su Yue. However, this lad seems rather uncanny. He appears to possess knowledge about our family's feng shui arrangements." Upon hearing this, Chen immediately perked up, narrowing his eyes as he watched Su Lintian's silhouette vanish into the adjacent private room. "Oh, are you saying that this young man, who seems to be of similar age to you, actually understands feng shui?" Chen found it hard to believe, yet he acknowledged that in this vast world, anything was possible. Although the feng shui masters he dealt with were typically middle-aged or elderly, it was not beyond reason that a talented individual could emerge at a young age if mentored by a renowned master. Chun Tianhao, his face still pale, nodded and said, "I cannot ascertain this young man's true capabilities, but he has persistently warned Su Yue to steer clear of our Chen family, suggesting he possesses some degree of skill." Chen calmly responded, "Very well, father, I shall remember this person. Let us go to the rooftop for a smoke, as Master Kai will likely take his time. That girl group member is no pushover. Her skills in the bedroom are quite remarkable, and she knows precisely how to leave a man wanting more." Chen reflected from personal experience. Kai Feng would hardly be inclined to leave the room without being drained of his energy. "All right, Dad, but you truly have a way with things. This girl group member is quite popular. How did you manage to persuade her?" Chun Tianhao, taken aback upon seeing the girl group member in the private room, was aware of her immense popularity. Even if she had a wealthy patron, it should typically be someone from the upper echelons of Jinzhou or the capital of Longhua. While the Chun family held some status and wealth in Yanqing, They paled in comparison to the elite families from Jinzhou or the capital. Logically, it should have been impossible to secure her. Upon hearing his son's curiosity, Chen Chen took it upon himself to explain, "Foolish boy, given this young lady's current status, it would indeed be difficult to entice her into bed. However, when she first debuted, she was a nobody. I personally helped her sign with that entertainment company. Before entering the industry, she shared my bed, and I recorded a video. If she wishes to avoid having it exposed and ruining her career, she must remain under my control for life." With this revelation, Shan Tianhao was left speechless, compelled to admire his father's foresight and cunning. Truly impressive. So, this young woman was already compromised by you when she first started. No wonder she is so obedient. How could I not have thought of that? Chun Tianhao mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, Su Dong led Su Lintian into the adjacent private room where Kai Feng was situated. There, they encountered the foremost appraiser of Jinzhou, Chun Biao, already seated. Beside him was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit, with gold-rimmed spectacles, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon Su Lintian and Su Dong's entrance, both Chun Biao and the gentleman rose simultaneously. "Master Su, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. This is my old friend, Pan Wanliang, who has established a financial institution in the Cayman Islands to assist the wealthy in managing their finances and laundering money. Old Pan, this is the esteemed appraiser I mentioned to you, Master Su." Chun Biao began the introductions. Pan Wanliang extended his hand towards Su Lintian with a polite smile, saying, "Master Su, I have long admired your work. You appear remarkably youthful. It is astounding that at such a young age, you have already attained considerable expertise in appraisal. It is a pleasure to meet you." Su Lintian returned the handshake with a calm demeanor, stating, "Mr. Pan, I appreciate your kind words. I look forward to your guidance, as I have little understanding of financial management." Indeed, Su Lintian spoke the truth. Although he was a disciple of the legendary physician and the 64th generation of the Tian Wang lineage, possessing profound knowledge in various arts including medicine, martial arts, and feng shui, he had little grasp of worldly finances. Having spent over 20 years secluded in the mountains, he was only recently acquainted with the complexities of contemporary financial matters, particularly in managing the staggering sum of 6 billion. Pan Wanliang, ever courteous, seized the opportunity, stating, "Master Su, I have heard that you have received a reward of 65 billion through your appraisal. If you do not mind, I can temporarily hold this sum in my financial institution in the Cayman Islands. I can assure you that it will be readily accessible without any restrictions or fees, and I can offer you an additional 10% annual interest rate. What do you think of this arrangement?" Upon hearing this, Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback. 10%, accessible at will, and no fees? That does sound quite appealing. Chun Biao, smiling with satisfaction, added, "Indeed, Master Su. To be candid, I have built quite a foundation in Jinzhou over the years, with 300 billion in deposits, all held under Old Pan's institution, yielding an annual interest of 30 billion. Moreover, Old Pan conducts expansive business and possesses ample resources, so you need not worry. Should you have any concerns about the security of your funds, I will personally guarantee it. You will not lose a single cent. Should any amount be missing, I will compensate you myself." Su Lintian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Master Chun, you flatter me. With the support of Miss Su from Qiangxin Group and your esteemed connections, I am completely at ease. Furthermore, Mr. Pan appears to be quite trustworthy. I see no issue in entrusting him with my funds." With the words of Xu Lintian, Pan Wanliang, taken aback, rose and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am truly thankful for your trust, Master Xu. Rest assured, the funds entrusted to me will encounter no issues." Su Dong observed the negotiations proceeding smoothly, and with Su Lintian's agreeable nod, she produced the contract and declared, "Very well, since both Mr. Su and Mr. Pan have no objections. Let us proceed to sign this investment agreement. The first substantial profit of 50% from the Da Minggong porcelain, which our Qiangxin Group intends to allocate to Mr. Xu, amounts to 6,500 million. This sum will be injected into Mr. Pon's Lucy Fund account in the Cayman Islands as an investment. The dividend terms have already been explained by Mr. Pon, so I shall refrain from reiterating them. If there are no objections, you may sign here." With these words, Su Dong tossed the pen to Xu Lintian and Pan Wanliang. The two swiftly completed the contract. Pan Wanliang extended his hand, saying, "Master Xu, I look forward to our fruitful collaboration." Xu Lintian shook hands with him and nodded, replying, "Then I shall rely on you to manage my finances, haha." Shin Biao rose, his eyes squinting in a smile, and said, Master Xiu, in addition to introducing you to Old Pond's Fund, I have another matter I'd like to invite you to participate in. Oh, do tell, Xu Lintian inquired with keen interest. Shin Biao retrieved a pure gold invitation from his bag and solemnly presented it to Xu Lintian, stating, as you are well aware, the Shintongdahui is held every decade in Jinzhou City, where heroes from all corners gather to showcase their abilities. Based on their gem appraisal skills, they will be ranked. With your esteemed accomplishments, Master Xiu, it would be a grave loss not to attend the Shintongdahui. The Shintongdahui? Xu Lintian furrowed his brow and asked, what sort of event is this? Shin Biao replied with a smile, let me put it this way, Master Xiu. Though the Shintongdahui is not an auction-type gem appraisal event, it offers a platform for rare treasures from across the nation and even the world to be displayed for public admiration. Should you engage with the owners of these extraordinary items and make a suitable offer, it is entirely possible to acquire these treasures from them. Moreover, beyond the well-known rare treasures recognized by us ordinary folk, it is rumored that legendary artifacts belonging to cultivators have also made an appearance at the Shintongdahui. Upon hearing this, Xu Lintian resolved to attend the Shintongdahui, for this descent from the mountain served not only to fulfill the marital pledge entrusted by his master, but also to undertake another significant task, the quest for an ice-based artifact capable of suppressing the fire poison within him. Chapter 59. You little rascal, who are you calling an old pervert? The fire poison within Xu Lintian has existed since his infancy. According to his master, the peculiar physician Xian, it is highly probable that Xu Lintian possesses congenital fire poison. Due to his extraordinary constitution, such a unique and potent toxicity has manifested. Previously, during his cultivation on the mountain, it was the exceptional medical skills of Xian that suppressed this fire poison. Now that Xu Lintian has descended from the mountain, although his own medical skills can temporarily mitigate the fire poison, it remains a superficial remedy and is not a sustainable solution. To eradicate the fire poison completely, it is imperative to find an ice-based artifact that can consistently suppress it. In truth, artifacts beneficial to cultivators are not as enigmatic as many might imagine. Broadly speaking, artifacts capable of containing the fire poison within Xu Lintian are exceedingly rare. 1 in 10,000. However, on a smaller scale, it is said that jade can nurture a person. Even a piece of raw jade, when worn by an ordinary individual over time, can enhance one's fortune. Moreover, certain celestial materials and earthly treasures are well known in the form of medicinal herbs, such as the Tianshan snow lotus, century-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old silkworm cocoons, and 10,000-year-old Zhulong Dan, among others. Consuming such celestial materials and earthly treasures may not enable an ordinary person to embark on the path of cultivation, yet at the very least, they can strengthen the body and prolong life. For some affluent women who have lost their youthful allure, consuming celestial materials is essential to maintain their beauty. Not to mention, some immensely wealthy individuals who are gravely ill and nearing death are willing to pay any price for celestial materials that can sustain their lives and alleviate their ailments. However, gatherings of the caliber of the Shuntan Conference are entirely inaccessible to ordinary folk. Chun, known as the Eye of God, is the foremost appraiser in Jinzhou and a billionaire tycoon in his own right, thus possessing the authority to invite others to the Shuntan Conference. Across the entirety of Yinqing, not even the wealthiest man, Ma Tengfei, qualifies to attend such a grand event. Upon hearing Chan's introduction of the Shuntan Conference, Xu Lintian's interest was piqued. If he could procure an ice-based artifact at this conference, the fire poison that had plagued him for over 20 years would no longer be a threat. With this thought in mind, he raised his head, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to Chun, Master Chun, I find myself quite intrigued by this Shuntan Conference. I wonder, when will it take place? Chun smiled and replied, in 7 days. The Shuntan Conference will be held at the Shanshui Manor in the heart of Jinzhou. It would be splendid if Master Su could attend. I hope that you might assist me with your discerning eye. 7 days, you say? Very well. I shall be present at Shanshui Manor in Jinzhou. Xu Lintian responded, his eyes narrowing further. At this proclamation, Su Dong raised his wine glass, stood up, and beamed, splendid. Today's banquet not only saw Master Su reach an agreement with Boss Pan's fund, but also receive an invitation to the Shuntan Conference. Truly a double blessing. Here's to you, Master Su. May your future be as bright as brocade, and your journey smooth sailing. Pan Wanliang and Shin also raised their glasses, standing to toast Xu Lintian. To you, Master Su. Cheers. I drink to you, Master Su. Feel free to partake at your leisure. In response to the trio's flattery in the private room, Su Lintian maintained a composed demeanor, politely nodding as he took a sip from his glass. Just as the wine flowed and the dishes were served, Su Lintian suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of sultry feminine moans from the adjacent room. What on earth is going on next door? Master Chun's expression turned peculiar. Although he too recognized the sounds from the adjoining room, he chose not to address it. Pan Wanlian chuckled. It seems someone next door is indulging in a delightful escapade. They certainly know how to have fun. Su Dong smirked and said, I wonder who is so bold as to engage in such frolic within our Qiangxin Group's Hilton Supreme Hotel. Master Su, do you require me to intervene and halt their revelry? I wouldn't want to disturb your enjoyment. Su Lintian chuckled softly. They are likely soaring high at this moment. If you were to intervene now, wouldn't you ruin their good fortune? They might come to resent you. Su Dong shot Su Lintian an annoyed glance, narrowed his eyes, and stood up, declaring, I couldn't care less whether they resent me. This is my territory. With that, Su Dong rose and exited the private room, approaching the door of the adjoining suite, ready to knock. Just then, Chun and his son, having finished their smoke on the rooftop, also strolled over to the door of the private room. Seeing Su Dong about to knock, the head of the Chun family, Chun, quickly stepped forward and said in a low voice, Mr. Su, please hold on. There are esteemed guests within. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing them. Su Dong cast a sidelong glance at Chun and retorted, What esteemed guests? So shrouded in mystery. This is our Qiangxin Group's hotel, and I would like to ask you, Chun family head, what your esteemed guests are doing in my hotel suite that has caused the patrons in the adjacent room to lose their appetite. Chun's face turned awkward, struggling to provide an explanation. Just then, Kai Feng opened the door of the suite, emerging in disheveled attire. Through the crack of the door, Su Dong caught sight of female group members hastily adjusting their clothing at the dining table. Upon seeing the crowd outside, they scrambled to get dressed, panic-stricken. Kai Feng, with a beaming smile, remarked, Oh, what a lively gathering. Did I make too much noise? My apologies. Seeing this man taking pride in his antics, Su Dong narrowed his eyes and said, Master Chun, could this individual be the esteemed guest you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Chun promptly nodded and introduced, Mr. Su, this is Master Kai Feng, one of the most renowned feng shui masters from Xianjiang. He is undoubtedly the most distinguished guest in this hotel. I trust that Master Kai's leisurely time in the suite would not bother you. Su Dong had indeed heard of Kai Feng's reputation, for he was a top feng shui master in Xianjiang, serving numerous tycoons, celebrities, and even political figures. His name carried significant weight. Upon realizing that the lecherous old man before him was none other than the illustrious Kai Feng, Su Dong was left momentarily speechless. Kai Feng was immediately captivated by the exquisite figure and stunning visage of the alluring Su Dong. He hastily extended a hand, overly familiar, in an attempt to shake hands with her. Haha, what fame! It is merely the flattery of acquaintances in our circle. I, Kai Feng, am delighted to make the acquaintance of such a beautiful woman, Kai Feng stated with a smile. To be frank, Su Dong was rather reluctant to engage with such an older gentleman. However, considering Kai Feng's esteemed status, she reluctantly extended her hand for a brief handshake. Just as Su Dong intended to retract her hand, Kai Feng firmly grasped it, unwilling to let go. You must be Boss Su, am I right? Although I am indifferent to fame and fortune, I possess certain genuine talents. If you do not mind, perhaps you could escort me through the various rooms of the hotel. I could offer you some insights on feng shui. He emphasized the words offer you insights with a drawn-out tone, clearly implying that his intentions extended beyond mere consultation on feng shui. This rather sleazy maneuver instantly left Su Dong feeling nauseated. Seeing this, Chun quickly intervened, saying, Boss Su, Master Kai's ability to provide feng shui advice is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. You must not fail to recognize this opportunity. It is well known that Master Kai charges a minimum of 10 million for feng shui consultations in Xianjiang. If I were you, I would graciously accept his offer. However, Su Dong's expression darkened. She found herself in a dilemma. On one hand, she did not wish to offend a figure as significant as Kai Feng. On the other hand, she was not a woman of loose morals. Though she might speak casually, she upheld her integrity. There was no way she would entertain any association with such a lecherous older man. As Kai Feng stubbornly held onto Su Dong's hand, two crisp and resonant voices rang out. Su Lintian, while clapping his hands, approached the crowd with a smile, saying, I never expected that the renowned feng shui master from Xiangjiang would act like a lecherous old man who has never seen a woman before, grabbing a beautiful lady's hand and refusing to let go. Is that it? You lecher, I spit. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Especially for Kai Feng, being publicly ridiculed by a mere youth was intolerable. He abruptly released Su Dong's hand, fixing a fierce glare on Su Lintian, and coldly retorted, "You insolent brat, whom are you calling a lecher?" Chapter 60, The Heavens and the Earth? I am the heavens. Kai Feng's furious wrath left no trace of a masterly demeanor. In stark contrast, Su Lintian remained calm in the face of Kai Feng's explosive temper, hands casually tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. In Su Dong's eyes, Su Lintian possessed far more of a master's aura than this Kai Feng. Su Lintian spoke coolly, "What is wrong with you? Are you unable to hear the truth? A true man should dare to take responsibility for his actions." Boom. Kai Feng was utterly astonished that this young lad would dare to challenge him repeatedly. Just as he was about to explode, Chun Chen unexpectedly stepped forward ahead of him. With a fierce glare at Su Lintian, Chun Chen coldly declared, "Insolence. Do you know who this is? He is the renowned feng shui master from Xiangjiang, Master Kai Feng. How dare you speak to Master Kai in such a tone? Are you tired of living?" Seeing someone come to his aid, Kai Feng relished the moment, adopting a haughty demeanor, arms crossed over his chest, casting a sidelong glance at Su Lintian. Su Lintian turned to Qin Shun and happened to notice Chun Tianhao standing behind her. With an expression void of emotion, he remarked, "Qin Tianhao, you still have time to indulge in leisure at the hotel while your Qin family is on the brink of collapse." Su Lintian, what nonsense are you spouting? Chun Tianhao, who had previously remained silent, now felt emboldened with his father's support and Master Kai present. Even if Su Lintian had some skills, he was not intimidated. Chun Shun furrowed her brows, glaring at Su Lintian as she said, "Even if the Su family falls, my Qin family will not perish. You, a mere live-in son-in-law, have no right to comment on my Chun family's situation. Moreover, with Master Kai here to avert misfortune for my Qin family, I fear you will be disappointed. My family is doing just fine." Upon hearing this, Kai Feng replied calmly, "Rest assured, Master Chun, with me, Kai Feng, present, I will not allow certain clowns to make a mockery of the Qin family." Humph. Su Lintian shot a sidelong glance at Kai Feng, a cold smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "A feng shui master? From Xiangjiang? You, an outsider, are unlikely to grasp the intricacies of our inland feng shui. Be careful not to invite calamity upon yourself instead." Su Lintian's words were not mere alarmist rhetoric. In the early days, Xiangjiang did indeed have a few reclusive masters who were well-versed in the art of feng shui. However, the current landscape of Xiangjiang is littered with charlatans, deceitfully swindling countless individuals. Most so-called feng shui masters are merely superficial practitioners who dare to claim they can avert disaster. Even those with genuine ability can at best assist others in improving their fortunes, inspecting ancestral graves, or calculating auspicious days. When confronted with true malevolent entities, they are utterly powerless. Though Kai Feng had guided Qin Shun on the feng shui layout and had some renown in Xiangjiang, he was but a grain of sand compared to a contemporary titan like Su Lintian. With a mere casual suggestion to the Liu family, Su Lintian had turned their fortunes around, while the Qin family, who had originally set the feng shui trap, was now suffering greatly. Even now, with Kai Feng personally visiting Yin City, he was no match for Su Lintian. Kai Feng, upon hearing Su Lintian's remarks, regarded him with disdain. Who was he? The top feng shui master of Xiangjiang. Even the wealthiest man in Xiangjiang, Mr. Li, respected him. How dare a mere live-in son-in-law from Yin City challenge his authority? Kai Feng's anger flared, and with a sinister grin, he retorted, "Kid, watch your words. My skills extend beyond merely reading feng shui. If I wished to deal with a scoundrel like you, it would be child's play." In that moment, the expressions of those present varied widely. Qin Shun and Chun Tianhao were eager to see how Master Kai would handle Su Lintian. Su Dong, however, whispered to Su Lintian, "Master Su, this Kai Feng is quite formidable in the arts of feng shui and yin yang. I know you are a gem appraisal expert, but there is no need to provoke Kai Feng. Perhaps it would be best to let it go." Su Lintian, however, remained composed, smiling lightly as he replied, "Miss Su, there is no need for alarm. This man is merely a fool who has learned a smattering of superficial skills and pretends to be a master. Rest assured, even if I stood here for him to cast his spells, he would be utterly powerless against me. Boom. Kai Feng, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Su Lintian. You insolent brat. Since you seek death today, I shall grant it to you. In an instant, Kai Feng ostentatiously retrieved a yellow talisman and some vermilion powder from his bag. Dipping his index finger in saliva, he swiftly manipulated the vermilion powder over the talisman. Witnessing this, Chun Chen gasped in astonishment. A talisman? I didn't expect Master Kai to have knowledge of Taoist techniques as well. Chen Tianhao was overjoyed and quickly exclaimed, Excellent. Master Kai, I have long found Su Lintian. This worthless son-in-law, displeasing. Please teach him a lesson. Su Dong, seeing this, cried out in alarm. This is bad. Drawing talismans is a high-level feng shui technique known only to the talented in the Tao. Master Su, you should retreat while you can. Even Pan Wanliang and Chun Biao, who had just emerged from the private room, were taken aback upon seeing Kai Feng drawing a talisman, exclaiming, Oh no, that man is a master of feng shui. Kai Feng, Master Su may be in danger. Just when everyone believed Su Lintian would inevitably suffer a great loss at Kai Feng's hands, he merely cast a dismissive glance at Kai Feng and coldly remarked, I expected more from you. Yet, you cannot even draw a gathering wind talisman properly. At this rate, by the time you finish drawing, the grass on your grave will be over 3 meters tall. Upon hearing Su Lintian's mockery, Kai Feng's heart sank. And gritting his teeth, he hastened his pace in drawing the talisman. This gathering wind talisman was not his first attempt. However, in recent years, Kai Feng had been consumed by the pleasures of life, becoming enfeebled by indulgence. His ability to draw talismans was no longer as deft as in his youth. Yet, despite this, he still possessed some skill. How could he tolerate being mocked by a mere live-in son-in-law? Kai Feng quickened his pace, completed the gathering wind talisman, and suddenly pinched the talisman between his fingers, silently reciting the incantation. Moments later, a glint of brilliance flashed in Kai Feng's eyes as he bellowed, Arrogant young fool, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Today, I shall enlighten you on the essence of Tao Fa. As the words left my lips, a tempest suddenly erupted in the corridor outside the private room. In an instant, the fierce winds surged forth, distorting the expressions of all present. Everyone struggled to keep their eyes open, trembling from the chill that enveloped them. Su Dong even yawned, his nose running. Mere seconds later, the howling wind subsided, leaving Kai Feng drenched in sweat, clearly having exhausted considerable energy with his wind-summoning talisman. At that moment, astonishment swept through the crowd. Chen Chun exclaimed, Master Kai, you are indeed the pinnacle of feng shui masters in Xianjiang. To effortlessly draw forth such a tempest with a mere stroke of your brush is nothing short of divine prowess. Truly remarkable. Chun Tianhao was equally astounded, having only witnessed such feats in cinematic portrayals. To witness firsthand someone conjure a gale through a talisman, albeit fleeting, was enough to leave him in awe. Chun Tianhao turned to Su Lintian with a mocking grin, declaring, Su Lintian, have you witnessed Master Kai's prowess? Kneel and beg for mercy at once. Perhaps the master might spare your life. Kai Feng, brimming with pride, raised his head high, looking down upon Su Lintian. Chun Biao and Pan Wan exchanged incredulous glances, equally taken aback by Kai Feng's remarkable abilities. They had not anticipated such profound skill from him. For ordinary individuals like themselves, it felt like a devastating blow from a higher dimension. Chun Biao sighed, turning to Su Lintian, advising, Master Su, you are still young. This is not the time to confront such a person. Avoid his wrath. It is not shameful. When you have cultivated your Tao Fa in the future, you may challenge Kai Feng then. A gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes a decade. Pan Wan concurred, indeed. Master Su, with your youth and potential, why rush into danger? In the face of scorn from his adversary and the well-meaning counsel of friends, Su Lintian merely shook his head calmly. Slowly retrieving a green talisman from his bag, with a sigh, he proclaimed, if a mere wind-summoning talisman brings you such pride, then allow me to reveal the true art of talismans. As Su Lintian's words fell, he flicked his fingers, sending the green talisman soaring into the air. The sky above Yan's city darkened ominously, shrouded in thick clouds that blotted out the sun. In that moment, even the stars and moon seemed to lose their brilliance. As if all the clouds of the world converged above Yan city. Su Lintian needed no incantation. He simply snapped his fingers and uttered, let the winds rise. The next instant, the workers at the Yan city dock gaped in astonishment at the sea. A colossal tornado manifested above the water, unleashing towering waves. The entire Yin city was engulfed in relentless winds and torrential rain. Every vehicle on the roads was lifted high by the fierce gales, crashing down violently. Each tree lost its leaves, scattered like autumn's advance, blanketing the ground. Within the clouds, distant thunder rumbled ominously. This scene left all those before Lintian gasping in shock. How vast is the sky? How deep is the earth? What is Tao Fa? I implore you, Master Kai, to enlighten me. Lintian remarked with a knowing smile. Chapter 61. Even if your Chun family's ancestor were to arrive, you would still kneel and apologize. The shock. An unparalleled shock. At this very moment, every individual present had their pupils dilated to the extreme. They could hardly believe their eyes. If earlier, Kai Feng's incantation, which summoned a gust of wind, had already stirred ripples in the hearts of the crowd, then now, Lintian's effortless conjuring of a tempest was akin to unleashing towering waves within their souls. The few ordinary individuals present were simply taken aback, their astonishment stemming merely from the external tumult. However, among all those present, the most astounded was none other than the top feng shui master of Xianjiang, Kai Feng. As the saying goes, outsiders merely observe the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. Lintian's recent display of mastery instilled a profound sense of dread within Kai Feng. In that moment, how could he dare to argue with a true master like Lintian? Kai Feng was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier disrespect towards Lintian, the one he had failed to recognize. Among all Taoist talismans, the yellow talisman employed by Kai Feng was the most ordinary, a mere entry-level symbol. Mastering the way of the yellow talisman requires 3 years for initiation, 5 years for minor success, and 10 years for major accomplishment. Yet its power remains quite limited. It can only be used to intimidate ordinary folk and is utterly ineffective against malevolent entities. In stark contrast, Lintian's use of the blue talisman represented the highest form of talismanic art within the Taoist tradition. Not only does it demand exceptionally rigorous standards from its practitioner, but the spells it invokes are renowned for their immense power. Even Kai Feng's master, the esteemed Liu Banxian of Xianjiang, had not managed to grasp the usage of the blue talisman throughout his entire life. Yet here stood this seemingly youthful individual, effortlessly wielding the blue talisman and summoning rain and wind with remarkable ease. Even in ancient times, amid abundant spiritual energy, Lintian would have been regarded as a transcendent figure. Especially in this current age of diminishing spiritual power, it was rare to find a cultivator, let alone a legitimate disciple of Taoism, with such remarkable abilities. In a daze, Kai Feng was drenched in cold sweat from the sheer terror instilled by Lintian's sorcery. Although Chun Baiao and others were ignorant of feng shui and yin-yang arts, the sight of Lintian casting a talisman that summoned a tempest was enough for them to recognize its potency. Witnessing this spectacle, the Chun family father and son were the first to falter. Chen Chun, drenched in sweat, could not help but whisper, "Master Kai, what level is this young man's feng shui and yin-yang arts?" Upon hearing this, Kai Feng internally cursed Chen Chun for his foolishness. Did he not see the man commanding the winds and rains? The facts were glaringly obvious, yet Chen Chun still sought to inquire about others' capabilities. Of course, he possesses the ability to easily obliterate your Chen family. Kai Feng's complexion turned ashen as he quietly advised Chen Chun, "You have encountered a master. Chen family head, I fear I cannot assist you in overcoming this crisis. I must take my leave." The moment his words fell, Kai Feng approached Lintian, clasped his hands in respect, and bowed deeply, saying, "I, Kai, was disrespectful earlier due to my ignorance. I sincerely apologize and hope you will not hold it against me. As for the grievances between the Chen family and you, I shall not involve myself. Farewell." With that, Kai Feng hurriedly departed, swiftly exiting the Hilton Supreme Hotel. The scene left the Chun family father and son utterly dumbfounded. Master Kai, what? Chun Tianhao, bewildered, watched as Kai Feng fled with the speed of a rabbit. Turning to his father, Chen Chun, and asking, "Dad, what do we do now?" Chen Chun, seething with frustration, complained, "That Kai Feng. He took the money but failed to deliver, running away at the first sign of trouble. He truly disregards the name of a master." Witnessing Kai Feng retreat in fear, Lintian retracted his powers. With a casual gesture, the blue talisman returned to his sleeve. The dark clouds over Yin City began to dissipate slowly. The tempest ceased abruptly, and the torrential rain came to an immediate halt. Everything that had just transpired felt like a fleeting dream, vanishing in an instant. Yet, those around Su Lintian remained shaken, their gazes towards him filled with awe, more so fear than respect. The discerning Qin Chong clasped his hands in admiration, saying, "Master Su, who would have thought that despite your youth, you possessed not only the golden eye of appraisal, but also mastery over feng shui? Truly remarkable." Pan Wanli was equally astonished, having initially believed that Su Lintian's ability to amass 6.5 billion was already indicative of a prodigious talent. Little did he realize that Su Lintian was also well-versed in feng shui, with such profound expertise. With this in mind, Pan Wanli resolved to forge a strong connection with Su Lintian, ensuring the management of that 6.5 billion fortune. Su Dong gazed at Su Lintian with a mix of reverence and fervor. Her eyes sparkled with desire, wishing she could claim Su Lintian as her own immediately. After years of navigating the business world to reach her current position, if she could secure a man like Su Lintian, her future would be smooth sailing. With this thought, Su Dong licked her lips, contemplating whether she should consider a strategy to win over Su Lintian, perhaps even sharing a bed with him to solidify their bond. Wouldn't that elevate her status to that of a revered figure? They say it has always been difficult for heroes to resist the allure of beautiful women. She was determined to see if this hero could withstand her charm. As she gazed at Su Lintian's retreating figure, her eyes narrowed, lost in thought. The Chen father and son, realizing Kai Feng had departed, dared not confront Su Lintian and prepared to leave. Just then, Su Lintian, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, declared, "Who said you could leave?" The mere utterance of these words caused Chun Biao and his son to freeze momentarily, unable to suppress their trembling. In their eyes, Su Lintian was merely an ineffectual son-in-law. Even with old Master Su present, they would not regard Su Lintian as a significant figure. However, after witnessing Su Lintian's remarkable feng shui prowess earlier, the Chun family father and son could no longer bear to look directly at him, let alone risk offending him in any way. Thus, when Su Lintian spoke, they immediately halted in their tracks. Chen Tianhao turned his head, trembling, and stammered, Su Lintian, what do you intend to do?" With a blank expression, Su Lintian replied, "Some people insulted me earlier. Do they think I would forget so quickly?" Upon hearing this, Chen Tianhao's face turned ashen, and he felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had indeed called Su Lintian a useless son-in-law. This young man, surely he wasn't planning to settle the score now. Before Chen Tianhao could respond, Chen Qin spoke in a deep voice. "The young man is simply inexperienced," he misspoke. "Given your abilities, why must you be so petty?" Su Lintian scoffed. "Moral coercion? Sorry, I do not subscribe to that." Boom. Chen Qin was taken aback by the explosive temper of this son-in-law from the Su family. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "What do you want then?" Su Lintian replied coldly, "I want you to kneel and apologize." "What?" Chen Qin was left dumbfounded. Chen Tianhao, in a fit of rage, pointed at Su Lintian and shouted, "Su, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe the Qin family is without influence? Let me tell you, my grandfather is one of the 4 kings of Jinju City. If you go too far, he will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Pan Wanli stepped forward and quietly warned Su Lintian, "Master Su, the Qin family's ancestor is the renowned leader of the mercenary group, the Greedy Wolf Brigade. I suggest you do not escalate matters with the Qin family. It would be wise to resolve this amicably." Xin Yanqin, Chen Biao, also approached, adding, "Indeed, Master Su. Aside from my own reputation in Jinju, your ancestor Qin Jiaolong is a formidable figure as well. Any of the 4 kings can shake the very foundations of Jinju with their presence. Even I must show him respect." Even Su Dong frowned slightly upon hearing the name Qin Jiaolong, saying, "I had no idea the Qin family had such depth. I was completely unaware that Qin Jiaolong of Jinju was your family's ancestor." Chen Tianhao, filled with pride, declared, "My grandfather acts with great audacity, never allowing his name to be spoken unless the safety of our family is at stake." "Humph, Su, even if you possess some knowledge of feng shui, what is it compared to my grandfather's Greedy Wolf Brigade? To them, all feng shui masters are but fleeting shadows." Nevertheless, upon hearing the name Qin Jiaolong, Su Lintian showed no sign of retreat. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and strode forward. In front of everyone, Su Lintian delivered a sharp slap to Chen Tianhao's face and declared, "Even if your grandfather Qin Jiaolong were here today, he too would have to kneel and apologize." Chapter 62. kneeling in apology when Su Lintian's hand landed with a resounding slap on Chun Tianhao's left cheek. The onlookers were utterly stunned. They never anticipated that Su Lintian had learned of Chun Jialong's name and dared to lay a hand on Chun Tianhao. Chun Tianhao, bewildered, covered his cheek, exclaiming, You dare strike me?" Before his words could fully escape his lips, Su Lintian retaliated with another swift slap to the other side of Chun Tianhao's face. The repeated blows left Chun Tianhao's face swollen and crimson, resembling that of a pig. Chun Tianhao was at a loss. Chun, furious, exclaimed, "One must consider their master even when punishing a dog. How dare you strike my own flesh and blood? Su Lintian, your arrogance knows no bounds. I will report this to the ancestor and ensure you pay dearly." Su Lintian coldly responded, "Oh, is that so? It seems the ears of both you and your son are rather dull." With that, he bypassed Chun Tianhao and approached Chun Chen directly, raising his hand to deliver a fierce slap to Chun Chen's left cheek. Boom. At that moment, the world fell silent. Chun Chen stared at Su Lintian in disbelief, unable to fathom that this son-in-law of the Su family not only dared to strike his son, but even had the audacity to strike him, the patriarch of the Chen family. Chen Baiao, Su Dong, and Pan Wan were equally stunned, their mouths agape as they watched Su Lintian. Striking the spoiled heir of the Chen family was one thing. After all, the Chen family would likely not retaliate. However, Chun was the head of the family, and delivering a slap to him would undoubtedly provoke relentless retribution from the Chen clan. No matter how talented Su Lintian was, his expertise in feng shui could not compare to the might of the powerful Chen family. Moreover, Chun had even revealed the trump card of their ancestor, Chun Jialong. A ruthless figure, Chun Jialong had a notorious reputation for his merciless actions, having taken countless lives. His influence extended beyond Jinzhou, making him a rare force throughout the Dragon Nation. Today, Su Lintian had struck both father and son of the Chen family. How could Chun Jialong possibly allow this affront to go unpunished? "You reckless fool! My Chen family will never forgive you. The ancestor will not spare you," Chun shouted, clutching his swollen cheek. Yet Su Lintian maintained an impassive expression, stating, "I have already made it clear. Even if your ancestor Chun Jialong were here, he would kneel and apologize. Otherwise, he too would receive a slap." With that, Su Lintian delivered a kick that sent both Chun and Chun Tianhao sprawling to the ground. He coldly declared, "I shall give you one last chance. Will you kneel or not?" These words cast a chilling aura over the hotel corridor, leaving everyone feeling a bone-deep chill. Chun and Chun Tianhao, in particular, felt as if they had entered the depths of winter, their bodies trembling with fear and cold sweat pouring down their backs. The glint of coldness in Su Lintian's eyes instilled an inexplicable terror in the Chen father and son. Even with the protection of their ancestor, he was currently in Jinzhou, far from Yinqing. As the saying goes, the higher the sky, the farther the emperor, and despite Chun Jialong's ability to easily crush Su Lintian, he was too far away to intervene. In this moment, the Chen father and son realized they had no choice but to kneel in humiliation. "I will not kneel." Chun Tianhao gritted his teeth. "If you have the ability, kill me." Su Lintian narrowed his eyes. "Are you certain?" At that moment, however, Chun firmly pressed down on his son's shoulder, urging him to kneel. "Tianhao, do not be stubborn. As long as we have the mountain, we need not worry about firewood." Being the head of the family, Chun understood that while face was important, life was paramount. Su Lintian was a formidable adversary. Offending him would likely endanger their lives. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Chun resolved to bow to necessity. What was a mere kneel and apology? Once they left the hotel, they would promptly inform their ancestor, Chun Jialong. When he and the greedy wolf mercenary corps descended upon Yinqing, crushing Su Lintian would be as easy as pie. At that time, the entire city would remember the consequences of opposing the Chen family, and no one would dare mention the humiliation of kneeling. Chun's thoughts were crystal clear, but Chun Tianhao, brimming with youthful defiance, found it difficult to bow before a peer, especially to a mere son-in-law. "Dad, I refuse to kneel." "You must kneel." "Tianhao, have you lost the ability to listen to your father?" Chun retorted angrily. "But," Chun Tianhao hesitated. "There is no but. Not only must you kneel, but I too will kneel." Chun sighed heavily. At that moment, Chun Tianhao, the once arrogant and spoiled rich heir, finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Faced with no alternative, he and his father were compelled to kneel. With his eyes filled with rage, Chun Tianhao clenched his fists and slowly descended to his knees. With a resounding thud, this once indomitable figure in Yinqing knelt before Su Lintian. Following suit, Chen Chun, the patriarch of the Chen family, also knelt beside his son. After kneeling, Chen Chun bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, "Su Lintian, today, my son and I have offended you greatly, and here I am to apologize." Boom. The room fell silent. Chen Biao, Su Dong, and Pan Wan stared in disbelief at the scene before them, utterly astonished. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed that the esteemed Chen family of Yinqing could kneel before Su Lintian, a mere son-in-law of the Su family. It would be hard for anyone to believe this story if it were to circulate. After all, one side represented the lofty aristocracy of Yinqing, while the other was merely an inconspicuous son-in-law. Seeing the Chen father and son kneel in apology, the murderous intent in Su Lintian's eyes finally softened. Undoubtedly, had Chen Chen not forced Chen Tianhao to kneel, the latter would have already met a fatal end. Su Lintian harbored no qualms about taking this man's life, for he had long regarded Chen Tianhao with disdain. However, as a practitioner of the Tao, one must adhere to the principle of honoring one's word. The act of decisiveness in matters of life and death is one thing. Yet since the Chen father and son had knelt to apologize, Su Lintian deemed it beneath him to further engage with them on their level. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It is well that you recognize your faults. Acknowledging one's errors allows for improvement. Very well. You may leave now, and do take care of yourselves." Chen Tianhao, unable to contain his fury, was poised to erupt. However, his father, Chen Chun, hastily restrained him, shaking his head emphatically to signal him not to act impulsively. Reluctantly, Chen Tianhao swallowed his vitriol. The Chen father and son gradually rose and hurriedly made their way out of the Hilton Supreme Hotel. With the matter settled, Su Lintian turned to Su Dong, expressing his apologies. "Miss Su, I regret that the situation escalated and caused such disarray in your hotel. I sincerely apologize for the damages incurred today. Please review the accounts, and I shall bear the cost." Su Lintian had never been fond of being indebted to others. Since today, with a mere flick of a green talisman, he had summoned a tempest that had destroyed numerous vases, tables, and chairs within the hotel. He felt it was only right to compensate for the losses. To him, purchasing the hotel would be a trifling expense. Thus, covering the damages was of no consequence. Yet, Su Dong shook her head and replied, "Master Su, it was that Kai Feng who had sinister intentions towards me. Thankfully, you intervened in time and came to my aid. It is I who should owe you a favor. How can I allow you to bear the costs?" Su Lintian frowned at this. The divine eye master, Chen Biao, interjected with a smile to diffuse the tension. "Master Su, Miss Su possesses substantial wealth and resources. The losses to the hotel are insignificant. Moreover, your noble actions on behalf of Miss Su are evident to all. It would be unnecessary for you to offer compensation, given the circumstances." Pan Wanli added with a smile, "Indeed, we are all friends here. Discussing money could tarnish our camaraderie. Master Su is a person of integrity, and Miss Su is grateful for your assistance. It seems this is a mutually beneficial resolution. Why should we dwell on the matter of compensation?" Seeing that the others echoed this sentiment, Su Lintian reluctantly acquiesced and ceased his insistence on compensation. "Very well, I shall attend the Divine Eye Conference in Jinzhou City in 7 days. I hope Master Chen will guide me during the event," Su Lintian said with a smile. Chen Biao promptly responded with warmth, "Master Su is too kind. I shall certainly be at the entrance of Shanshui Manor to warmly welcome your esteemed presence." Chapter 63. Strive for greatness and create new glory. After departing from the Hilton Supreme Hotel, Su Lintian returned to Huaran Tianfu and called Su Yuqing to inform her that she could come home. He intended to formally introduce Su Yuqing to Xiao Jiu that evening. In the living room of Huaran Tianfu, Su Lintian donned an apron and prepared 3 portions of steak on the table, pouring 3 glasses of red wine with care. At that moment, the wine had been decanted, and the steaks were kept warm under covers. Xiao Jiu sat across from Su Lintian, both resting their chins on their hands, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the lady of the house, Su Yuqing. Ding dong. With the sound of a fingerprint unlocking, Su Yuqing returned home. She casually placed her Hermes bag on the shoe cabinet at the entrance, using one hand to support herself while the other slipped off her Valentino heels. This seemingly innocuous action ignited an uncontrollable fire within Su Lintian, who was yet to experience matters of intimacy. Su Lintian gulped, his eyes shamelessly roving over Su Yuqing's figure. Xiao Jiu, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed Daozhong. So you are quite the lecher. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. She changed into slippers and approached the dining table, staring at Xiao Jiao in astonishment. Su Lintian, who is this? Su Lintian quickly rose, grinning sheepishly. My dear, this is my cousin from the countryside whom I mentioned to you. She is quite naive, so please don't hold it against her. Su Yuqing's eyes widened in realization. No way, are you two really relatives? But you don't look alike at all. She scrutinized the two, alternating her gaze between Su Lintian and Xiao Jiao. Despite her efforts to reconcile their appearances, she found it hard to believe they were family. Xiao Jiao sighed. If we looked alike, that would be strange. Seeing this, Su Lintian hastily covered Xiao Jiao's mouth with one hand and turned to Su Yuqing with an awkward smile. What Xiao Jiao means is that I am so handsome, she naturally cannot be compared to me, right? The last few words were delivered with a pointed glare at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, appearing quite aggrieved, nodded submissively. Su Yuqing, seeing this, had no choice but to tentatively accept it. She pulled out a stool and sat down, inquiring, So, Xiao Jiao, are you here to study or work in the city? Although Su Yuqing did not disdain Su Lintian's cousin from the countryside, as a wealthy young lady, she still preferred a life for two after marriage. Having Xiao Jiao stay temporarily was fine, but she felt hesitant about a prolonged cohabitation with both her and Su Lintian. Xiao Jiao, unsure how to respond, turned to Su Lintian for assistance. Su Lintian's mind raced, and he quickly said, Xiao Jiao lacks formal education, so I thought to let her come to the city to find a job and broaden her horizons. Xiao Jiao nodded enthusiastically like a chick pecking at rice, appearing exceedingly adorable, which evoked a sense of sympathy in Su Yuqing, making her reluctant to see her leave. Su Yuqing smiled. That's fine. It's always good to explore big cities. Opportunities are bound to be more plentiful. If that is the case, do you need me to arrange a job for Xiao Jiao? Su Lintian, upon hearing this, waved his hands in refusal. No need for that. You are already quite busy. I will handle her job search. Although having Su Yuqing's assistance would make finding a job for Xiao Jiao a breeze, Su Lintian was concerned about revealing Xiao Jiao's true identity as a fox spirit in disguise. Thus he preferred to take charge of her employment himself. Seeing Su Lintian insist on not accepting her help, Su Yuqing thought it might be out of a man's pride. She chose not to press the matter further. This was a topic best left as is. If Su Lintian genuinely desired her assistance, she would gladly oblige. Raising her glass of red wine, Su Yuqing smiled. Well then, since you are arranging a job for your cousin, I want to interfere. Here as to you, Xiao Jiao, may you find a satisfying job in the city. We are all family here, so if you need any help, do not hesitate to ask. As your cousin-in-law, I will certainly be there for you. Su Yuqing's smile was sincere, her expression innocent. Xiao Jiao was momentarily stunned, and then nodded slowly, raising her glass to clink with Su Yuqing's. Although it was her first time taking human form, she had encountered a variety of people while accompanying Xiao Yuanchang previously. This was Xiao Jiao's first time seeing such clear, genuine eyes, and she instantly felt a fondness for Su Yuqing. After the three finished their steaks, Su Lintian volunteered to wash the dishes. Su Yuqing, well aware that this was his way of courting her favor, allowed him to proceed. Thus began a new chapter in which Su Lintian, Su Yuqing, and Xiao Jiao shared the same roof at Huarentianfu, each occupying their own room. The following morning, Su Lintian requested leave from Su Yuqing, the dean, explaining that he would take Xiao Jiao to find a job and would not be going to the hospital. Su Yuqing nodded in agreement and called the family butler, Fu Bo, to bring them the keys to the Rolls-Royce Kunlun. Fu Bo would drive Su Lintian and Xiao Jiao to their job hunt, while Su Yuqing chose to take a different Porsche to the hospital. The Su family owned many luxury cars, far beyond just one Kunlun. In the center of Yin City, at the entrance of the Peace Hotel, the Rolls-Royce Kunlun came to a halt. Fu Bo turned to ask, Groom, this is the private parking space of the Peace Hotel. Is it truly all right for us to park here? Su Lintian reassured him. It's fine, Fu Bo, you can take the car back. Xiao Jiao and I will get out here. Thank you for your hard work. Fu Bo smiled. Not at all. This is my responsibility. You are too kind, Groom. Since that is the case, I shall return to Huarentianfu. You should find some time to get a driver's license as well. Otherwise, you will miss out on the joys of driving. Haha. Hearing Fu Bo's teasing, Su Lintian chuckled. I will definitely do that next time. After Fu Bo departed, Su Lintian led Xiao Jiao directly into the Peace Hotel. Before his arrival, he had already informed the hotel's general manager, Zhou Haiyang. Thus, Zhou Haiyang, accompanied by several senior executives from Heping Fondyan, eagerly awaited his arrival. Upon seeing Su Lintian and Xiao Jiao enter the hotel, Zhou Haiyang and the others bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Greetings, Mr. Su." Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jiao was greatly astonished, exclaiming, "Wow, Daozhong, what a grand reception. They all seem like your little followers." Su Lintian chuckled and replied, "Xiao Jiao, refrain from speaking carelessly. They are all my employees, and our relationship is one of equality. Come, let me introduce you. This is the decision-maker of Heping Fondian, General Manager Zhou Haiyang. Zhou, this is my cousin Xiao Jiao. She has just arrived from the countryside, so I kindly ask you to take good care of her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Haiyang's expression turned serious as he grasped Xiao Jiao's hand firmly, saying earnestly, "Miss Xiao Jiao, please rest assured that from this day forward, all of us at Heping Fondian will take excellent care of you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. We will certainly fulfill your needs." Boom. At these words, Xiao Jiao was left speechless, staring incredulously at Su Lintian, asking, Daozhong, am I not here to work? Why do I feel like I've come for a vacation?" Su Lintian awkwardly chuckled. Indeed, he had instructed Zhou Haiyang to treat Xiao Jiao as an esteemed guest. He had not anticipated such an extravagant reception, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, Su Lintian smiled and said, "No worries, from today onwards. You will be at Heping Fondian, learning about hotel management under Manager Zhou. In the future, Heping Fondian may not only expand in Yinqing, but also in Jinzhou, Beijing, and even internationally." Su Lintian merely spoke offhandedly. Little did he expect that Zhou Haiyang would take his words to heart. For in Zhou Haiyang's mind, a figure like Mr. Su indeed possessed the ability to elevate Heping Fondian to a global prominence. With this thought in mind, Zhou Haiyang, invigorated, stood tall and earnestly declared to Su Lintian, "With Mr. Su at the helm, how can Heping Fondian not grow and prosper? Let us create new glories." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire staff of the hotel echoed with a solemn chant, "Grow and prosper. Create new glories. Grow and prosper. Create new glories. Grow and prosper. Create new glories." Chapter 64. Worshipping the Buddha as the patrons of the restaurant enthusiastically discussed ambitions of growth and glory, Su Lintian could not help but feel a sense of dismay. "Enough already," he muttered, causing an abrupt silence to fall over the entirety of the Heping restaurant. After settling Xiao Jiao, Su Lintian departed the establishment alone. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the Qin father and son had already left Yin City and arrived in Jinzhou. Jinzhou City, the capital of the Southwest Province, boasts the highest GDP in the nation. Here, tycoons abound, and wealthy families are as numerous as the stars in the sky. The Qin family, who wielded considerable influence in Yin City, found themselves in a more subdued position upon their arrival in Jinzhou. Luxurious cars and sports vehicles filled the streets, creating an atmosphere steeped in opulence and extravagance. Jinzhou City, a realm of indulgence, dazzled the senses. Here, young heirs and beautiful women were plentiful. Chen Chun accompanied his son, Chun Tianhao, to the first villa in the affluent district of Jinzhou, the residence of their esteemed ancestor, Qin Jiaolong, known as Tang Qin Tianfu. Within the villa, the greedy wolf brigade stood fully armed and vigilant. Reclining on a sofa was an imposing elderly man with several distinct scars across his face, sharp brows, and a robust physique. This white-haired elder was none other than the illustrious Qin Jiaolong, one of the 4 heavenly kings of Jinzhou. "Qin'er, Tianhao, what brings you to seek the old man today?" Qin Jiaolong inquired with an air of arrogance, his voice gravelly, yet exuding an undeniable authority. Even the seasoned Qin Chun felt a chill run down his spine, unable to meet the penetrating gaze of Qin Jiaolong. As for the already debauched Qin Tianhao, he felt utterly out of his depth and uncomfortable, struggling even to breathe. After gathering his thoughts and wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Qin spoke with utmost reverence. "Father, had it not been for the calamity that befell the Qin family, I would never have dared to venture to Jinzhou to seek your support." "Oh, a calamity? Pray tell," Qin Jiaolong said, his brow furrowing as he gestured for his subordinates to withdraw. Once the greedy wolf brigade had exited, only the 3 generations of the Chun family remained in the living room. Yet, in the absence of a directive from the elder Qin Jiaolong, neither Qin Qin nor Chun Tianhao dared to speak out of turn. Qin Qin cautiously continued, "Father, several years ago, I, in my displeasure towards a rival, sought the counsel of a feng shui master to set a trap for him. However, recently, This rival uncovered my scheme and enlisted an even more formidable expert to counter my efforts. This individual's prowess in feng shui is truly remarkable. Tianhao and I witnessed him summon wind and rain with a mere talisman. It was terrifying. On that day, he forced us to kneel before him and apologize in front of many witnesses, bringing shame to the Qin family and leaving us without a foothold in Yin City. Had it not been for my concern for Tianhao and the safety of our family, I would not have dared to disturb your peace. I implore you to take action for me, for your grandson Tianhao, and for the entire Qin family. With those words, Chen Qin suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face as he began to lament before Qin Jialong. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Tianhao followed suit, kneeling and theatrically crying out, "Please, grandfather, help your grandson." Observing this father-son duo performing their act, Qin Jialong felt a mix of disappointment and pity. How could such a formidable figure as one of the four heavenly kings of Jianzhou produce such ineffectual offspring, and a grandson even more so? This was precisely why Qin Jialong had never publicized his lineage, forbidding the Qin father and son from revealing their connection to him. However, despite his reluctance, he could not bear to witness his own descendants suffer in such a manner. "Enough, both of you. Rise," he commanded coldly. As the words left his lips, Qin Qin and Qin Tianhao stood up promptly. "Have a seat." He gestured to the sofa across from him. The pair sat down cautiously. With a stern expression, Qin Jialong stated, "Years ago, I made it clear that unless it concerns the survival of the Qin family, you are not to seek me out. Since you have traveled such a distance to Jinzhou, I shall intervene on your behalf this time, but let it be known, this is a one-time favor." Upon hearing this, Qin Shun was overcome with joy and quickly stood, exclaiming, "Father, no, esteemed father, thank you for your compassion towards your son and the Qin family. From this day forth, both Tianhao and I shall strive to honor you." Qin Jialong, with a cold smirk, replied, "Save your breath. If you two can refrain from causing trouble, I will consider myself fortunate. There is no need for your filial piety." At this, an awkward silence enveloped the room as father and son exchanged uncertain glances. "Now, tell me about this so-called feng shui master. I am curious to see just how formidable he truly is," Qin Jialong commanded. Qin Qin stepped forward and replied, "Father, this individual is named Su Lintian, a son-in-law of the Su family in Yin City." Meanwhile, Su Lintian, having seized a moment of leisure, opted to visit Yintai Temple in the outskirts of Yin City. Temples, Taoist shrines, and Confucian academies are places rich with spiritual energy, ideal for a practitioner like Su Lintian to cultivate his skills. Before he descended the mountain, the eccentric doctor had repeatedly urged him not to neglect his training. Today, with some free time at hand, he was determined to seize the opportunity to practice. After careful consideration, he chose Yintai Temple, the closest and most vibrant in spiritual energy. Within the temple, throngs of worshippers offered their prayers, and the monks guided them through various halls for incense offerings. At that moment, Su Lintian caught sight of a familiar figure. Su Yui? He was taken aback. There stood Su Yui, right before a monk with a shiny face. One hand raised high with a QR code for payment, while the other clutched a stick of incense. Su Yui was preparing to make a transfer to the monk. Su Lintian approached, and upon witnessing the scene, he was utterly astonished. Before them, Su Yui intended to transfer an astonishing sum of 888 yuan to the monk. Stunned, Su Lintian exclaimed, "Are you planning to offer a house to the Buddha?" Both Su Yui and the monk were taken aback by his outburst. Su Yui, in disbelief, responded, "Su Lintian, what brings you here?" Noticing their familiarity, the monk inquired, "Su Shizhu, who is this gentleman?" Su Yui introduced him, saying, "This is my brother-in-law, Su Lintian." The monk's eyes twinkled with amusement as he remarked, "Ah, so he is the brother-in-law of Su Shizhu. Amipa, I see that Su Shizhu possesses a full celestial appearance and a dignified demeanor. You are also someone with a karmic connection to Buddhism. May I inquire if you have any interest in the teachings of the Buddha?" Upon hearing this, Su Lintian realized that the monk likely regarded him as another naive individual like Su Yui. Naturally, he had no intention of being deceived. He turned to Su Yui and asked, "Su Yui, what brings you to the temple?" With a dismissive huff, Su Yui replied, "What else could it be? After encountering that scoundrel Chen Tianhao and breaking ties with him, I still feel uneasy. I came to the temple to seek a favorable destiny in love." Su Lintian, enlightened, remarked, "Destinies in love are determined by fate and cannot be sought after. Even if you were to offer 888 yuan, it may not guarantee you a good relationship. I will spend as much as I wish. I can afford it. Does it concern you? Su Yue furrowed her brow, feeling irritated by Su Lintian's interference. Fine, if you wish to be deceived, so be it. Seeing his good intentions misconstrued, Su Lintian could only shake his head in resignation, deciding to refrain from further meddling as he turned to leave. However, at that moment, the monk called out to Su Lintian, speaking sternly, "How dare you? Stand right there. This sacred ground of the Buddha cannot tolerate such vile and disrespectful words." Chapter 65. The calamity of bloodshed. Su Lintian came to a halt, his brows slightly furrowed as he inquired, "Which of your eyes beheld my foul language?" The monk retorted angrily, "Master Su, you just sought to donate for a good cause and request a romantic connection. At such a crucial moment, you emerged to disrupt us and even accused us of deceit. Is this not foul language?" He continued, "If you do not believe in Buddha, why trouble yourself in a temple?" Su Lintian scoffed disdainfully. "All worldly connections are predetermined. How could they be purchased with wealth? Furthermore, who claims that I do not believe in Buddha? It is you I do not trust. You." The monk, infuriated and humiliated, realized he could not argue reason with Su Lintian and thus resorted to slandering him first. He pointed at Su Lintian and bellowed, "You are quite bold. How dare you cause a ruckus in my Yintai temple? Someone, throw this man out." Before his words had fully escaped, two young monks rushed from the sides of the main hall, intending to seize Su Lintian. Observing this, Su Lintian swiftly kicked one aside and followed with a palm strike. Crack! Crack! The two young monks fell unconscious from his blows. "How dare you lay hands on the disciples of Yintai Temple?" The monk was taken aback, astonished by Su Lintian's prowess. Su Lintian replied expressionlessly, "They struck first. In the pure land of Buddhism, you resort to violence here. Do you not fear retribution?" Boom. Witnessing Su Lintian's formidable demeanor, the monk gritted his teeth, yet dared not retaliate, opting instead to issue a threat. "Very well. You are arrogant, are you? Just wait. I will report this to the abbot." With that, the monk stormed off to the rear courtyard. Su Yue, exasperated, chided Su Lintian, "Su Lintian, have you finished your disturbance? I came here with great difficulty to seek a romantic connection, and look, you have ruined it all." Su Lintian frowned. "Su Yue, I truly question the soundness of your mind. To spend 880,000 for a romantic connection, do you truly believe such nonsense? You." Su Yue's face reddened with anger, yet she found herself unable to counter Su Lintian, ultimately giving a huff and following him into the rear courtyard. Seeing this woman intent on giving money to a fraud, Su Lintian felt disinclined to intervene any further. However, before he could depart, a burly monk with thick brows and bright eyes, accompanied by the earlier monk and a dozen others wielding wooden sticks, approached in a furious manner. The patrons of Yintai Temple were astonished, murmuring amongst themselves, "What is happening? The abbot is so enraged that his beard is trembling, and he has brought so many disciples with sticks to confront someone? I saw a young man arguing with the disciple of the abbot, Master Jinkong. Perhaps Master Jinkong has reported him. What sort of person has the audacity to wreak havoc in Yintai Temple and argue with Master Jinkong?" As the patrons discussed, the abbot, Master Jinkong, and the gathered disciples surrounded Su Lintian. Su Lintian, noticing their approach, smiled lightly and remarked, "Oh, what are you planning? A gang confrontation?" The monk who had previously argued with Su Lintian, Master Jinkong, sneered, "You, without reason, create chaos in Yintai Temple, a sacred ground, and slander me as a fraud. If you do not publicly apologize and restore my name today, this matter cannot be resolved." "Cannot be resolved?" Su Lintian's smile gradually faded. He disliked creating trouble, but was not afraid of it either. Hearing Master Jinkong threaten him in such a tone, Su Lintian felt a flicker of annoyance. Before Su Lintian could retort, the abbot, Master Wudao, slowly lifted his head, fixing Su Lintian with a penetrating gaze, feigning a benevolent demeanor. Master Wudao, with a smile devoid of warmth, stated, "Since you claim my disciple is a fraud, you must provide evidence. Otherwise, you tarnish his reputation." "Evidence? Your disciple just asked my aunt to transfer 880,000 to buy a romantic connection. Is this not sufficient evidence? Is it not blatant deception in broad daylight?" Su Lintian found the monk's clumsy schemes amusing. When it came to romantic connections, while they could indeed be influenced, even the most skilled practitioners of feng shui and yin yang could only provide minimal guidance, lacking the power to effectuate decisive changes. Even someone as adept as Su Lintian, born of a legitimate lineage, could only assist in matters of others' romantic destinies. How could these fraudulent monks, merely ringing the bell for one day, possess the means to manipulate the stars of love? Upon hearing this, Master Wudao frowned and shot a glance at his disciple, Master Jinkong. The sum of 880,000 for a romantic connection was unheard of at Yantai Temple. Even Master Wudao, when seeking to amass wealth, would never utter such an outrageous figure. It was clear that Master Jinkong, in his eagerness for gain, had allowed himself to be caught in a trap. Master Jinkong, feeling the pressure of the moment, could not maintain his composure and insisted, "Master, I never explicitly stated the amount of 880,000. I merely indicated to that Master Su that the request for a romantic connection depends on personal intention, and the specific donation amount is entirely at one's discretion." It was Master Su who chose to transfer 880,000. At that moment, Su Yue, amidst the crowd, was taken aback. Although Master Jinkong had not explicitly stated a figure, he had indeed led her to that conclusion. He had shown her photos with wealthy benefactors and casually mentioned that those who had donated 880,000 had successfully sought good romantic connections. Eager for results and not lacking in funds, Su Yue had intended to donate a lavish sum of 880,000. Yet, to assert that Master Jinkong had acted deceitfully was problematic. Even if confronted, there was no solid ground for accusation. Only at that moment did Su Yue begin to realize, could it be? I have truly been deceived? She murmured to herself, regardless of whether she had been duped. The fact remained that Su Lintian was now surrounded by the monks of Yantai Temple. Master Wudao, while aware of Master Jinkong's wrongdoing, understood that with so many patrons watching, publicly acknowledging that Master Jinkong had defrauded someone would deter future donations to Yantai Temple. How could they afford to lose such support? In light of this, Wu Dao Fangzhong resolved to reveal a semblance of divine authority, thereby restoring the reputation of Yantai Temple while simultaneously cleansing it of any allegations. With a smile, he addressed the assembly. "Benefactor, my disciple has articulated the matter clearly. The donations made are entirely voluntary, and Yantai Temple does not coerce its patrons into contributing funds. Therefore, how can one speak of deception?" Su Lintian, his expression unyielding, retorted, "Is the abbot engaging in a play of words with me? Very well. I shall not contest your assertion that the amount of donations is at one's discretion. However, I must state that regardless of the sum contributed by the patrons, it cannot alter their fates in love. Thus, deception remains deception." At this pronouncement, a hush fell over the crowd. Wu Dao Fangzhong's countenance darkened, taken aback by the audacity of this young man to publicly dismantle his claims in such an unflattering manner. Should the patrons waver in their devotion, how would the temple sustain itself? With a chilling tone, Wu Dao Fangzhong cautioned, "Benefactor, this sacred domain of Buddhism demands your careful speech and conduct. Perhaps you have yet to experience the profound benevolence of the Dharma, or your karmic ties may be insufficient. When the time is ripe, you shall come to comprehend the mysteries of the Buddha's teachings." As he spoke, Wu Dao Fangzhong deftly produced an incense stick, igniting it seemingly through an act of sorcery before the gathered crowd, which burned away in an instant. The ash on the ground gradually formed the name Su Lintian. Upon witnessing the name materializing from the incense ash, Wu Dao Fangzhong, with a sense of pride, proclaimed, "For instance, at this very moment, your karmic connection is indeed strengthening, and the Buddha has revealed to me that your name is Su Lintian." Su Lintian replied with poise, "And so what of it?" With a twinkle in his eye, Wu Dao Fangzhong adopted the demeanor of a transcendent sage, smiling as he cautioned, "Indeed, that is correct. The Buddha has warned me, Benefactor Su Lintian, to tread carefully, otherwise you may encounter calamity." Chapter 66. Do you enjoy superstition? My friend, let the Buddha manifest. Just moments ago, Su Yue introduced Su Lintian's name before Jinkong. Thus, this Wu Dao abbot merely capitalized on the disparity of information to feign divine presence, performing a mere trick. It hardly qualifies as sorcery. To Su Lintian, this was undoubtedly a child's play. Yet, to the surrounding devotees, it was nothing short of astounding. The devotees exclaimed, "The Wu Dao abbot is truly a revered monk. He can communicate with the Buddha. How remarkable. Just a glance at this young man, and he knows his name. If only I could have the Wu Dao abbot assist in finding a romantic partner, I would willingly pay 880,000. As the Wu Dao abbot executed this illusion, the gathered devotees began to rally behind him. Observing the abbot's obstinacy in the face of truth, Su Lintian resolved to take decisive action. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he activated his celestial sight, revealing the birth dates, past lives, and present circumstances of all those present. At that moment, he could discern precisely what they had consumed the previous day, what they had drunk, and even what remained undigested within them. Engaging in a battle of wits with him would be nothing short of self-degradation. To his astonishment, the monks of Yintai Temple appeared rotund and oily, indulging in all manner of indulgences, seemingly indifferent to the Buddhist precepts. What shocked Su Lintian further was the pervasive stench of greed emanating from each monk, rendering them almost unbearable to behold. Among them, Jing Kong not only exuded the odor of avarice, but also bore the fragrances of numerous women. Su Lintian, standing merely a step away, deftly traced his finger across his brow. He could clearly perceive the nature of Jing Kong's liaisons with those women. When Su Lintian turned his gaze towards the Wu Dao abbot, he was utterly astounded. Within his celestial sight, he glimpsed a fleeting image of the abbot entangled with multiple women simultaneously, a scene of utter chaos and disarray. Wait, what is this? A murderous aura. As Su Lintian marveled at the disarray of these monks' private lives, he inadvertently uncovered the Wu Dao abbot's secret. It turned out that this man was tainted by two distinct auras of murder. One aura indicated he had taken a life. Two auras suggested that this seemingly virtuous Wu Dao abbot was not only accepting bribes, maintaining mistresses, indulging in wine and meat, and driving luxurious cars, but had also committed two murders. With this revelation, Su Lintian retracted his celestial sight, having merely 5 seconds pass. The onlookers, perceiving his silence, assumed he was awestruck by the abbot's supposed powers. At that moment, Su Lintian let out a cold laugh, narrowing his eyes, and inquired, "Since you repeatedly invoke the Buddha's teachings, I must ask you, when did these teachings instruct you to purchase luxury cars, reside in mansions, drink fine wine, pop champagne, and consort with young models?" Boom. Upon hearing this, the Wu Dao abbot was taken aback. Master Jing Kong was also dumbfounded. The disciples of Yintai Temple stood frozen, their expressions blank. The devotees looked on with incredulity. A tempest surged within the Wu Dao abbot. He could not fathom how Su Lintian knew so much about his private life. Who on earth was he? Had he conducted a thorough investigation? Though internally flustered, the Wu Dao abbot maintained a facade of composure, upholding his image as a sage. He chuckled lightly, saying, "Ah, it seems the benefactor has become enchanted. How could you speak such nonsense? Just listen to your own words. Luxury cars and mansions? I live on a mere 800 yuan a month, all of which I donate. Even if I were to save, how long would it take to afford a car or a house? As for the red wine and champagne you mentioned, that is sheer absurdity. Monastics must adhere to the precepts, and I, at most, drink tea. How could I afford champagne or red wine? And consorting with young models. This is simply unbecoming. Amit Ba, I uphold my purity and adhere to the precepts. I cannot comprehend what you are saying." Jing Kong felt guilty as well. Although he was unaware of how Su Lintian had uncovered the Wu Dao abbot's indiscretions, he himself had transgressed those very precepts. They were all in the same boat. Should one be exposed, all would be dragged down. With this in mind, Jing Kong stepped forward to defend the abbot. "Su Lintian, you have repeatedly slandered the integrity of our high monk. Yintai Temple can no longer tolerate your presence. From this day forth, you are forbidden to step foot in Yintai Temple to avoid disturbing the Buddha's tranquility." As Jing Kong's words echoed, several monks wielding sticks advanced, intent on delivering a beating to Su Lintian and expelling him. Su Lintian frowned, surprised that the monks of Yintai Temple refused to admit their wrongdoings. This situation had become troublesome. While he could easily defeat these young monks, mere brute force would not suffice to expose the truth of their deceitful and morally bankrupt nature. Determined to reveal the last veil of shame cloaking Yintai Temple and unveil the true faces of these fraudulent monks, Su Lintian suddenly caught sight of the resplendent golden Buddha statue in the Great Hero Hall. In that instant, an idea sparked within him. Could it be that these deceitful monks, so accustomed to wrongdoing, did not fear the Buddha's judgment? And what about the naive devotees who blindly worship these monks? I shall use their own superstition to unveil the truth. With newfound resolve, Su Lintian decided to combat magic with magic. He began to weave a spell, invoking the most fundamental technique of the Tianwang Dao, object manipulation. Yet, The object he sought to manipulate was none other than the golden form of the Buddha within the great hero hall. As the band of monks brandishing wooden sticks lunged towards Lintian, intent on assaulting him. Amidst the throng, a devotee's pupils dilated as shock coursed through their visage, pointing incredulously towards the Da Xiong Bao Dian, exclaiming, "The Buddha has manifested! The Buddha has manifested!" This proclamation sent ripples through the crowd, transforming the atmosphere as all gazes shifted toward the inner sanctum of the Da Xiong Bao Dian. There, the nearly 1-ton gilded statue of the Tathagata Buddha astonishingly levitated, gracefully emerging from the hall and landing with a thunderous boom before Lintian, effectively obstructing the monk who attempted to assail him. With a resounding crash, the Buddha statue settled steadily before Lintian, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered assembly. Is it true? Master, has the Buddha truly manifested? A disciple wielding a wooden staff was instantly petrified, glancing anxiously towards Master Jinkong for reassurance. However, Master Jinkong was equally flabbergasted. Having been at Yintai Temple for less than half a year, he had devoted his thoughts to schemes of deception rather than the study of Buddhist doctrine. Bewildered, he turned to Master Wu Dao, incredulity etched across his face, asking, "Master, has the Buddha truly manifested?" Master Wu Dao stood as the most astonished amidst the crowd. While others presumed him a venerable monk of enlightenment, he alone bore the truth of his past, a mere magician of no repute before fleeing to Yintai Temple. There, he had parlayed his sleight of hand into a position of authority, leading to a life of indulgence and misdeeds. Ironically, he was the last person to wish to believe in the Buddha's existence. Yet, the scene before him defied any scientific explanation. Sweat beaded on Master Wu Dao's brow as he knelt, bowing fervently, uttering, "Amit Ba. The Buddha has manifested. May the Buddha bless Yintai Temple with flourishing incense and boundless dharma." Following his lead, Master Jinkong and the assembled disciples also knelt in reverence. The surrounding devotees, filled with unwavering faith, fervently believed in the Buddha's presence, prostrating themselves with hands clasped in earnest supplication before the golden statue. They beseeched the Buddha to grant them admission to prestigious universities or to facilitate their rise in careers, seeking blessings for prosperous ventures in their businesses. Observing the fervent faces of those who deemed themselves pious, Lintian felt no stirrings of emotion, even finding it somewhat amusing. However, he recognized that this was not the moment to reproach these worldly souls. Instead, he intended to harness the power of the statue to deliver justice upon the malevolent monks of Yintai Temple. In the next instant, Lintian invoked a Taoist incantation, compelling the statue to speak. The gathered multitude within Yintai Temple then heard a resonant, ethereal voice emanating with unassailable authority from the statue. "Bold and wicked monks, do you comprehend your transgressions?" Chapter 67. Justice is not delayed, just awaiting its time. As Lintian invoked the sacred sutra within him, compelling the Buddha statue to speak, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. All eyes were fixed in disbelief upon the statue. If prior to this moment, some attendees had harbored doubts about the miraculous appearance of the Buddha, the moment it spoke transformed even the most skeptical among them, those who had merely accompanied their families to offer incense, into fervent believers. The Buddha had truly manifested. Yet, why did the Buddha refer to them as demonic monks? Was it indeed, as that young man suggested, that these monks were merely masquerading under the pretense of Buddhism to deceive the faithful? Upon noticing the burgeoning skepticism among the crowd, the monks of Yintai Temple could no longer remain composed. Abbot Wu Dao mustered his courage and addressed the assembly. "This is a misunderstanding. Surely, it must be a misunderstanding. Please do not spread falsehoods." However, Lintian was unyielding and urged the statue to continue. "Impudence! How dare you speak defiantly before me? I, the Buddha, in my compassion, shall not take your lives. Yet if you persist in your obstinacy, you may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment shall be inescapable." With that thunderous proclamation resonating throughout Yintai Temple, Abbot Wu Dao was rendered speechless. In that moment, he became a fervent idealist. Wu Dao suddenly bowed his head in repentance. "I am sorry. Amit Ba, I have lied. Please spare my life, O Buddha." Witnessing the abbot's capitulation, Master Jinkong and the other disciples of Yintai Temple followed suit, kneeling and offering their apologies. "Spare us, O Buddha. We are but foolish disciples who momentarily strayed from the path. We vow to amend our ways and devote ourselves to the Buddha. I have sinned. I I have indulged in wine and meat, violating the precepts. I deserve punishment. Please forgive me, O Buddha. I, the Buddha, am compassionate. I, the Buddha, am compassionate. I vow to live a life of virtue and vegetarianism, never to break the precepts again. As the monks fervently confessed their transgressions, the surrounding worshippers were left astounded, their worldviews shattered. They could scarcely believe that Su Lintian's shocking revelations were, indeed, true. Good heavens! Did the abbot of Yintai Temple truly keep a mistress and possess luxury cars and mansions? He deceived us all while putting on a semblance of piety. Return the money. That was our hard-earned money. We cannot afford luxury cars or mansions, yet this fraud lives in opulence? How can they have the audacity to deceive under the guise of the Buddha? Do they not fear retribution? As Abbot Wu Dao, Master Jinkong, and the other monks began to enumerate their sins, the worshippers' indignation reached a boiling point. They reviled these false monks, wishing to see them punished mercilessly. Su Yue, utterly dumbfounded, realized she had nearly fallen victim to their deception. Had it not been for Su Lintian's intervention, she might have transferred the sum of 880,000. While losing that amount was trivial to her, she could not swallow her indignation. How could they commit such heinous acts in the name of Buddhism without fearing consequences? It infuriated her. Joining the throng of worshippers, Su Yue picked up small stones from the ground and hurled them at Master Jinkong, who had deceived her. Su Lintian, seeing that his purpose had been fulfilled, decided against escalating the situation further. He commanded the statue to speak. Amitabha, I, the Buddha, in my compassion, acknowledge your timely repentance. I shall not hold your transgressions against you. If you devote yourselves to the Buddha henceforth, the Dharma shall guide you, treating all equally. Having delivered this message, Su Lintian directed the statue back to its rightful place in the main hall. In response, Abbot Wu Dao immediately turned towards the Daxiong Baodian, kneeling in gratitude. Thank you, O Buddha. Thank you, O Buddha. I shall donate all my possessions to charity. From this day forth, I shall wholeheartedly devote myself to the Buddha and never again act unlawfully. Master Jinkong nodded in agreement. The other monks, sensing the tide had turned, promptly professed their allegiance to the Buddha, daring not to harbor any ulterior motives. Yet, while the Buddha had forgiven the monks of Yintai Temple, the worshippers were not so easily appeased. Already adherents of Buddhism, they could not tolerate these deceitful monks continuing their malevolent ways. Numerous worshippers launched themselves at Abbot Wu Dao and Master Jinkong. Soon, both were left battered and bruised. Had it not been for the timely intervention of some police officers among the crowd, the two masters may have been fatally assaulted. Though the officers were equally incensed, they understood the necessity of maintaining social order and could not simply stand by as the worshippers exacted vengeance upon Abbot Wu Dao and Master Jinkong. Under their watch, Yintai Temple was temporarily closed, entering a phase of self-examination. Subsequently, relevant religious authorities would arrive to adjudicate the illegal actions of Abbot Wu Dao and Master Jinkong, ensuring that justice would be served. Outside the gates of Yintai Temple, Su Lintian felt a sense of misfortune. He had sought to cultivate in this spiritually vibrant location, yet unexpectedly encountered such a disheartening group of fraudulent monks. With his practice thwarted and the temple now sealed off, law enforcement swarmed the premises, accounting for stolen goods and detaining the criminal monks. Su Lintian resolved to find another place to pursue his cultivation. As he prepared to descend the mountain, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Su Lintian. Turning around, he frowned slightly. Su Yue, do you need something? Moments ago in the temple, Su Yue had refused to believe in him, placing her trust in the deceitful Master Jinkong instead, which left Su Lintian quite displeased. He resolved to refrain from meddling in her affairs moving forward. She could do as she pleased. Had it not been for his wife Su Yuqing, he would have been indifferent to whether she had been deceived or not. Aware of her shortcomings, Su Yue approached sheepishly and addressed Su Lintian. Su Lintian, about today's incident, I owe you an apology. Earlier, you kindly assisted me, yet I spoke ill of you. I apologize. Upon witnessing Su Yue adopting a demeanor both delicate and deserving of sympathy, her contrition appeared sincere, which softened Su Lintian's ire. However, he remained resolute in not bestowing her any warmth. Miss Su's apology is something this son-in-law cannot accept, Su Lintian replied curtly. Seeing Su Lintian's disdainful attitude, Su Yue felt a twinge of discontent. Yet, recalling that he had acted out of good intentions and that she had misjudged him, she restrained her irritation. She expressed her gratitude once more, stating, I understand you are upset with me. My words earlier were indeed excessive, and I hope you can overlook them. Nevertheless, it is truly detestable for these monks to commit misdeeds under the guise of Buddhism. Su Lintian glanced back at Yintai Temple and nodded, saying, Indeed, had I been the Buddha, I would have been infuriated by them long ago. Upon hearing this, Su Yue was momentarily taken aback, asking, Do you also believe in the existence of Buddhas? Why then did you question Buddhist teachings earlier? Su Lintian cast a sidelong glance at her, clarifying, Miss Su, you must understand that my skepticism has never been directed at true Buddhism. My doubts concern those monks who, cloaked in the name of Buddhism, engage in heinous acts. If they were genuine enlightened masters, I would hold them in high regard rather than question them. Upon hearing these words, Su Yue seemed to find a sliver of psychological solace, inquiring, Then tell me, can one seek love and destiny within a temple? Su Lintian chuckled softly, pointing to the sky above, and replied, I can only respond with a classic saying from the temple. Sincerity brings forth the spirit. Sincerity brings forth the spirit? Su Yue silently repeated this phrase, her gaze resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. She solemnly nodded at Su Lintian, saying, All right. I understand. Regardless, thank you for today. You have helped me recover a loss of 880,000. Consider it a debt of gratitude I owe you. Su Lintian was momentarily taken aback, then ambled down the mountain with an air of indifference, stating, Such debts of gratitude are inconsequential. However, Miss Su, do keep your wits about you in the future. The world can be quite treacherous. Chapter 68. The accusation. Upon returning to Huaran Tianfu, Su Lintian found Xiao Jiao standing in the kitchen, clad in an apron and wielding a kitchen knife alongside Su Yuqing, who was teaching her how to cook. Witnessing this scene, a twitch of amusement crossed Su Lintian's lips as he approached and inquired, My dear, what are you up to? Noticing Su Lintian's arrival, Su Yuqing beamed and replied, Su Lintian, you're back. Today after work. I passed by the market and spotted some fresh shrimp, so I bought a few for steaming. When Xiao Jiao saw me busy in the kitchen, she expressed a desire to learn cooking, so I let her observe. As she finished speaking, Xiao Jiao, eager to demonstrate her determination to learn, waved the kitchen knife at Su Lintian. Startled, he quickly stepped back and nervously admonished, Xiao Jiao, be careful. The kitchen knife is dangerous. You shouldn't handle it just yet. Why not start with something simpler? Xiao Jiao paused, then slowly set down the knife and asked, What should I learn then? After some contemplation, Su Lintian's eyes brightened, and he suggested, You can learn to wash vegetables first. It's quite simple. Just place the greens in the basket and turn on the tap to rinse them thoroughly. Though this task seemed mundane, Xiao Jiao, newly transformed into human form, found joy in the simplicity of the activity and eagerly set to work washing the vegetables. Just as the three were enjoying their time together, Su Lintian's phone rang loudly. He glanced at the unfamiliar number on the screen and decided to ignore it, promptly hanging up. To his surprise, the mysterious number rang again immediately. Furrowing his brow, he called out to Su Yuqing and Xiao Jiao in the kitchen, Dear Xiao Jiao, I need to take this call outside. It's too noisy in here. Sure, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on Xiao Jiao. Su Yuqing replied dismissively as she tossed the shrimp into the boiling pot. Stepping into the living room, Su Lintian answered the call, his brow still furrowed. Who is this? On the other end, a gravelly, aged voice responded, He, you must be Su Lintian. Taken aback, Su Lintian replied, That's me. Who are you? I am Chun Jiaolong, a respected figure in the underworld, known as one of the 4 kings of Jinju. Upon hearing the name, Su Lintian instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Chun Tianhao and Chun Chun had summoned reinforcements. Clearly, the elder was not here for pleasantries. Su Lintian cut to the chase. Elder Chun, I assume this call is not for a friendly chat, but rather to settle accounts? Huh. You possess a modicum of cleverness. No wonder my reckless son and grandson have been left in tears by you, Chun Jiaolong retorted. Su Lintian replied nonchalantly, Very well then. It is time to resolve our grievances with the Qin family. You may choose the time and place. Oh, you've heard of my reputation and are not afraid? You dare to set the terms? Chun Jiaolong's tone shifted. Su Lintian responded with indifference, Chun Jiaolong, one of the 4 kings of Jinju, and yet, what of it? After this statement, there was a moment of silence on the line. A few seconds later, Chun Jiaolong spoke again, Good, good, you have some courage. For that, I shall spare your family. 1 hour from now, at the old steel factory on Tianqing Road in Yinqing, come alone. With that, Chun Jiaolong ended the call. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, glancing towards the kitchen. He dialed Zhou Haiyang, instructing him to arrange for the Wolf Brigade to protect Su Yuqing and Xiao Jiao discreetly. Before departing, Su Lintian took a moment to speak with Xiao Jiao in the living room. I have an enemy who has challenged me to a duel. While I'm away, you must protect my wife. Xiao Jiao looked surprised and exclaimed, Master, really? Someone dares to challenge you? They must be courting death. Su Lintian couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, You little fox, you may lack other skills, but your wit is sharp. Just ensure her safety. Don't worry, master. With this fox, no, this lady here, no demon or monster shall penetrate, Xiao Jiao declared, playfully shaking her tiny fist at Su Lintian. Amused yet reassured, Su Lintian turned to leave. The Wolf Brigade would soon arrive at Huaran Tianfu, and with Xiao Jiao's formidable abilities safeguarding Su Yuqing, he knew she would be safe in his absence. In Yinxing, at the old steel factory, once a lifeblood for many workers, the site had fallen into disrepair, overtaken by weeds and decay. As Su Lintian approached, he sensed an ominous aura surrounding the premises. Outside the factory, armed guards clad in black stood vigil, all members of the elite mercenary group under Chen Jialong. However, Su Lintian found it peculiar that despite their awareness of his presence, they did not open fire. With a sense of curiosity, he entered the factory's workshop. Inside, Chun Tianhao and Chun Xin stood flanking an elderly man, whose frail appearance belied the formidable energy he exuded. Though hunched, his spirit was vibrant, more vigorous than many younger individuals. His piercing gaze seemed to promise death to any creature that fell under its scrutiny. Ordinary individuals would likely crumble under the pressure of such an imposing presence. Yet Su Lintian remained calm, maintaining a composed demeanor. He glanced at the elder and inquired with a smile, I presume you are Chen Jialong? Chen Jialong narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. You young lad, are you Su Lintian? Su Lintian nodded and replied, Indeed, I am the one. Chen Shun, emboldened, cast a disdainful glance at Su Lintian and stated, Su, you publicly humiliated both me and Tianhao, forcing us to kneel before everyone. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave such a grudge unavenged. Chen Tianhao added solemnly, Indeed, Su Lintian, were you not rather arrogant back then? Now that my grandfather is present, if you possess any courage, try being arrogant in front of him. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian furrowed his brow slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Shun and Chen Tianhao, and retorted, It seems that my earlier lesson was too lenient. Here you stand before me, not bowed, but rather brimming with arrogance. What? Was the last encounter insufficient to teach you a lesson? At these words, both Chen Shun and Chen Tianhao felt their pride wounded, their faces flushing with anger at Su Lintian's provocation. Chen Shin sneered, You dare? Today marks your demise. Chen Tianhao glared fiercely at Su Lintian and declared, Keep talking. Just wait and see how my grandfather deals with you. Su Lintian, unfazed, merely smiled with a slight curl of his lips. Oh, is that so? In the instant those words fell, Su Lintian vanished from his original spot. The 3 generations of the Chen family were taken aback, their expressions filled with bewilderment. In the next moment, Chen Tianhao was sent flying by a shadow, landing several meters away with a heavy thud. The swift shadow was none other than Su Lintian. He had somehow appeared at the very spot where Chen Tianhao had just stood, his expression impassive as he remarked, Your grandfather, Chen Jialong, is one of the 4 kings of Jinzhou. Out of respect for his esteemed status, I shall refer to him as senior. Yet you, merely a wealthy second generation, have no right to shout at me. Chen Tianhao lay on the ground, half dead from Su Lintian's kick, unable to rise or retort. Chen Shun, too, was taken aback by Su Lintian's sudden attack, his face paling as he instinctively took a step back. Only Chen Jialong remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, even as Su Lintian sent his grandson flying. At that moment, Chen Jialong squinted his eyes and said, Well, your skills are commendable. You possess the capability to engage with an old man like me. My grandson has a sharp tongue, and it is no issue for you to discipline him. However, I am a man who favors reason over kinship. Since you have struck a member of the Chen family, I now have reason to take action against you. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian stepped forward rather than retreating, moving within a meter of Chen Jialong, smiling as he raised his hands, waving them before the elder, and declared, My hands are right here. Should you possess the skill, senior, feel free to take them. Chapter 69. I stand unmatched in thunderous might. Upon uttering these words, Chen Jialong immediately narrowed his eyes. This young man exhibited no fear whatsoever. The ones truly astonished were the mercenaries of the Tanling Brigade. They had followed Chun Jiaolong into battle for many years and had witnessed countless storms. In Chun Jiaolong's presence, one had to either bow like a dragon or crouch like a tiger, for otherwise, one would be ruthlessly struck down by this formidable figure, one of the four heavenly kings of Jianzhou. Yet, the brash young man before them displayed not an ounce of reverence and dared to be so arrogant in front of Chun Jiaolong. With a cold countenance, Chun Jiaolong's aura of murderous intent surged forth as if it were a tangible force. His eyes, filled with a chilling glare, fixated on Su Lintian, as he gravely remarked, "Such youthful arrogance. The last person who was this reckless has grass growing 3 meters high on their grave." As soon as these words fell, Chun Jiaolong launched into action. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Following that, a deafening explosion erupted within the abandoned factory. Boom! Accompanied by this cataclysmic sound, both Chun Jiaolong and Su Lintian, who had been standing still moments before, were now propelled backwards, creating a distance of several dozen meters between them. In the brief span of a second, Chun Jiaolong had exchanged blows with Su Lintian. One palm from Chun Jiaolong met one punch from Su Lintian. However, after receiving that punch, Chun Jiaolong staggered back 20 steps, his internal energy surging violently. In contrast, Su Lintian appeared unfazed, having only retreated 10 steps. After their initial encounter, Chun Jiaolong instantly comprehended why this young man could be so audacious. He indeed possessed the merit to be so bold. Observing their leader being pushed back by Su Lintian's punch, the mercenaries of the Tanlang Brigade raised their firearms, aiming at Su Lintian. Just then, Chun Jiaolong suddenly raised a hand and clenched his fist, commanding, "Do not intervene." Boom! At his command, all the mercenaries exchanged glances and gradually lowered their weapons, choosing to observe the unfolding events. True to his reputation as a formidable leader, Chun Jiaolong, despite being on the back foot in their first clash, refrained from overwhelming the outnumbered. Su Lintian, witnessing this scene, smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "Chun Jiaolong deserves to be called senior by someone of my generation. Compared to you, Chen Shun and Chun Tianhao are but clowns." Chen Shun, watching from a distance, paled at the words but lacked the courage to retort, fearing that Su Lintian might take offense and come over to eliminate him. With an impassive expression, Chun Jiaolong raised his head and squinted. The descendants of the Qin family are not to be lectured by an outsider. As his words fell, Chun Jiaolong's body surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, darting across the ground. This near-ground flight enabled him to reach Su Lintian's side in the blink of an eye, delivering a palm strike aimed at Su Lintian's face. This strike bore the weight of tremendous force, as if it could cause mountains to crumble. Should this palm land squarely on Su Lintian's face, even if his head were made of iron, it would surely shatter upon impact. Just as the spectators believed that Chun Jiaolong's strike was destined to prevail, a scene that made everyone gasp in disbelief unfolded. Su Lintian, instead of retreating, advanced to meet the incoming palm, countering with a strike of his own. Su Lintian's palm collided with Chun Jiaolong's in midair. As their palms met, a scorching wave of heat radiated from the point of contact, expanding in all directions. Within the factory, everyone caught in this wave was thrown off their feet by the residual force. What an overwhelming backlash. This young man was actually able to hold his ground against Chun Jiaolong? One of the mercenaries exclaimed in astonishment. Nearby, other mercenaries of the Tanlang Brigade slowly rose from the ground, each wearing expressions of disbelief as they fixed their gaze on Su Lintian. While these outsiders were stunned by Su Lintian's remarkable strength, which allowed him to match Chun Jiaolong blow for blow, the most astonished of all was Chun Jiaolong himself, who was engaged in this clash. His eyes were filled with shock. Having practiced martial arts since the age of 6, gaining fame at 10, and defeating all challengers by 16, by the age of 20, he had already established himself as a dominant force in Jinzhou. By 30, Chun Jiaolong had become a master of martial arts, a rare talent even on a national scale. Now he was revered throughout Jinzhou. How could he possibly be bested by this unremarkable young upstart? "Break for me." Chun Jiaolong's furious roar echoed, as he unleashed a surge of unprecedented internal energy from his palm, instantly propelling Su Lintian away. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Lintian's eyes, but it was fleeting. He swiftly performed a roll in midair and landed gracefully. How intriguing. The foundational martial prowess accumulated over decades by this elder still bore the weight of a mountain. Su Lintian narrowed his eyes, coming to a definitive conclusion about Chun Jiaolong's internal energy. Chun Jiaolong's strength was formidable, compelling Su Lintian to remain vigilant. After all, the depth of his decades of martial training was unfathomable to most. Even Su Lintian, in direct confrontation, had to exercise caution. With a calm demeanor, Su Lintian evaded Chun Jiaolong's onslaught. However, the unexpected intensity of Chun Jiaolong's last strike drained some of his energy. At that moment, beads of sweat began to trickle down Chun Jiaolong's forehead. To push Su Lintian back, he had to summon all his internal strength, condensing it into that one powerful blow, which he unleashed in an instant. Yet, such a technique was incredibly taxing on his stamina, and even for a powerhouse like Chun Jiaolong, he could only employ it no more than 3 times in a single battle. In stark contrast, Su Lintian remained composed and vigorous, clearly possessing the endurance to engage Chun Jiaolong in a protracted contest. This won't do. I must seek a swift resolution. A cold glint flashed in Chun Jiaolong's eyes as he made a silent resolve. In the next moment, he assumed a stance, spreading his legs outward, advancing with a fiery momentum, his movements both agile and grounded, no longer merely seeking rapid offense, but instead focusing on a steady and formidable approach. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Lintian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, has the route been altered?" Without further ado, he stepped forward with one foot, his left hand transforming into a palm and his right hand into a fist. Instantly, his entire demeanor shifted, and with a slight tremor of his arms, the sleeves of his garments rustled vigorously. Seeing this, Chun Jiaolong was taken aback, realizing that it was the long-lost Ta Gang Bu. Legend has it that Ta Gang Bu is an all-encompassing martial technique, serving both as a method of movement and a form of combat, exceedingly challenging to counter. He never expected Su Lintian to master this ancient and forgotten art. Nevertheless, Chun Jiaolong had already assumed his stance. A martial artist engaged in combat must concentrate their energy. To retreat at this juncture would scatter that energy, sealing his fate in defeat. Thus, he steeled himself and pressed onward. With each step he took, deep fissures appeared in the ground beneath him, a testament to the formidable power he wielded. In mere moments, Chun Jiaolong advanced with an imposing presence to stand before Su Lintian. He suddenly struck with a palm aimed at Su Lintian's heart, while simultaneously raising his foot to attack Su Lintian's lower body. This dual assault, a lethal combination, would spell doom for many inexperienced youths in combat. One could defend against the upper strike, but would be vulnerable to the lower attack. Each of his strikes bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. An ordinary individual, even at full strength, could not withstand such force. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Su Lintian executed an unimaginable maneuver. From his sleeve, he deftly produced a blue talisman, affixing it to Chun Jiaolong's arm with lightning speed. As the talisman adhered, Chun Jiaolong felt an overwhelming sensation of numbness coursing through his body, akin to being injected with an overdose of anesthetic, rendering him immobile, his fists and feet suspended in midair. In that instant, Chun Jiaolong was left dumbfounded. Su Lintian, with a gleam in his eyes, remarked, "Chun Jiaolong, as a senior, I granted you 3 opportunities. However, those 3 moves have elapsed. Should you continue to strike indiscriminately, even a robust young man like myself would struggle to endure. Do not blame me for employing mystical methods against you. I have already shown considerable mercy." As soon as his words fell, the smile on Su Lintian's face gradually solidified. He raised a hand and gently flicked his finger, intoning solemnly, "Light as a feather, sever like flying ash, swift as the law's decree." In the next moment, Su Lintian's middle finger, as light as cotton, flicked Chun Jiaolong's forehead. Yet, Chun Jiaolong's body soared like a kite severed from its string, propelled over 100 meters by the mere touch of Su Lintian's finger, crashing into the factory's load-bearing wall and creating a human-shaped crater. Chapter 70, Zhenlong. As Chun Jiaolong was effortlessly sent flying by Su Lintian's finger, all the members of the Tanlang mercenary group were left in a state of utter astonishment. In their understanding, Chun Jiaolong was one of the 4 strongest figures in Jinzhou. Even the other 3 kings of Jinzhou were not capable of rendering him so utterly defeated. Yet, at that very moment, the young man before them had casually vanquished Chun Jiaolong with ease and levity. Countless eyes reflected confusion, shock, and helplessness. From the large pit formed by the impact, a figure emerged, shrouded in dust and smoke. The figure was hunched, clad in tattered clothing, hair disheveled, and his face smeared with blood. He appeared gravely injured and in a state of disarray. "Chun Chun, witnessing this, could hardly believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Father." Chen Jiaolong cast a sidelong glance at his unfilial son. Although his gaze held a hint of reproach, it was ultimately overshadowed by a tender glimmer of affection. He then turned his attention to the assembled Tanlang mercenaries, issuing his final command. "Tanlang army, escort Qin and Tian Hao away from this place immediately. Take them back to Jinzhou at once, and do not look back, no matter what happens." Upon hearing these words, Qin was momentarily stunned. The mercenaries were equally bewildered. "Old Qin, you," someone began, only to falter. Chen Jiaolong's voice was heavy as he interjected, "Enough. Do you doubt the authority of my words?" As they witnessed the resolute determination in Chen Jiaolong's eyes, a moment of clarity washed over all the Tanlang mercenaries. They comprehended that this king of Jinzhou could also face defeat. In the presence of the young man named Su Lintian, Chen Jiaolong had no other choice. He could only order all mercenaries to swiftly escort Qin and Qin Tian Hao away from the area and back to Jinzhou. Chen Jiaolong had considered commanding others to shoot Su Lintian. However, after their encounter, he understood that this individual possessed abilities beyond the reach of mere bullets. "Dad, why don't you let them shoot?" At that moment, Qin could no longer restrain himself and called out "Dad." Throughout his life, he had only ever addressed Chen Jiaolong with the respectful title of father, but now, in the face of life and death, he could not help but cry out. Hearing this long-forgotten term of endearment, Chen Jiaolong was momentarily taken aback. Then, a flicker of comfort crossed his lips, quickly transformed into a bitter smile. "Chen, you are too naive. Do you truly believe that bullets could stand against a being of such caliber?" As he spoke, Chen Jiaolong shifted his gaze towards Su Lintian, his eyes reflecting surprise, fear, and a tinge of regret. Su Lintian observed Qin and Qin Tian Hao with a calm demeanor, poised to intervene. He believed in eradicating threats at their root. However, just as Su Lintian prepared to strike and impede the retreat of Qin Tian Hao, and the Tanlang army, Chen Jiaolong's hair danced wildly as he unleashed a formidable aura, closing his eyes and murmuring incantations. In an instant, what had once been merely streaks of gray in Chen Jiaolong's hair transformed entirely to white. Su Lintian turned sharply, his eyes narrowing in response to the daunting sight of Chen Jiaolong. At that moment, all of Chen Jiaolong's acupoints forcefully opened, revealing the cost of his actions. Is he truly willing to sacrifice his lifespan to ensure the safety of his descendants? Su Lintian thought, his heart racing with the gravity of the situation. As Chen Jiaolong's power surged exponentially, the ground beneath him cracked under the weight of his might, fissures radiating outward like a tremor. He was enveloped in a pale mist, a manifestation of his immense strength, resembling a protective aura of Taoist golden light. Understanding the urgency, Su Lintian determined to act swiftly, intending to eliminate Qin and Qin Tian Hao before Chen Jiaolong could react. With a sudden burst of energy, he propelled himself toward Qin, aiming a lethal strike at his face. In a state of panic, Qin could do nothing but watch as Su Lintian's hand, swift as lightning, hurtled toward him, threatening certain death. At the critical moment, a frail, white-haired figure appeared before Qin, blocking Su Lintian's devastating blow. It was Chen Jiaolong, who had exhausted every ounce of his strength, willing to burn his lifespan to protect his son and grandson. "Your opponent is me." Qin's eyes sparkled with resolve as he summoned his strength and retaliated, striking Su Lintian back. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped his father's shoulder with one hand and the fallen Qin Tian Hao's shoulder with the other, spinning with force and flinging them both out of harm's way, propelling them a full 500 meters beyond the factory gates. "Go." After ensuring the safety of his son and grandson, Chen Jiaolong shouted hoarsely to the Tanlang mercenaries. The mercenaries scrambled in a frantic rush towards safety. By the time Su Lintian regained his footing after crashing to the ground, Chen Jiaolong stood resolutely at the factory's entrance, blocking Su Lintian's path. Qin Tian Hao, and the Tanlang mercenaries had long since fled. Witnessing this scene, Su Lintian felt a surge of respect for the venerable Chen Jiaolong heroes often recognized one another. Setting aside their opposing positions, Chen Jiaolong had approached this confrontation with nobility, refusing to harm Su Lintian's family, not overwhelming him with numbers at the onset, and ultimately choosing to sacrifice himself to ensure the escape of his loved ones. For these reasons alone, Su Lintian deemed it fitting to address him respectfully as senior. Su Lintian slightly bowed and clasped his hands in front of the elderly figure. Senior, you truly embody the title of one of Jinzhou's 4 kings. I apologize for the offense. The highest form of respect for a powerful adversary is to confront them with one's full strength. As he spoke, Su Lintian dramatically unleashed 36 azure talismans, each one a manifestation of his formidable Zhenlong symbol. Subsequently, in the span of a mere second, Su Lintian's figure flickered in 36 distinct positions around Chun Jialong. With each flicker, a crucial blue talisman was affixed to a vital acupoint on Chun Jialong's body. After the brief interval, Su Lintian's afterimages coalesced, and he silently stood behind Chun Jialong, who resembled a mummy, his entire form adorned with azure talismans. Without needing to glance back, Su Lintian expressionlessly strode toward the factory's exit, calmly uttering, "May you have a safe journey, senior." 3 seconds later, Su Lintian quietly snapped his fingers. With a resounding crack, the 36 dragon suppression talismans on Chun Jialong erupted in a brilliant golden light, following a thunderous explosion. Both Chun Jialong and the dilapidated factory collapsed amidst the cacophony of destruction. Thus, Chun Jialong, one of the 4 kings of Jinzhou, met his demise. Chun, who had distanced himself several kilometers from the factory in an off-road vehicle with the Tanlang mercenaries, was taken aback by the immense sound of the explosion emanating from the factory. He instinctively leaned out of the car window to glance back, shouting, "Father, calm down, Mr. Chun. Chun Lao sacrificed himself to protect you and young Master Chun. We must hurry back to Jinzhou. The headquarters of the Tanlang mercenary group is there. As long as we are alive, we will have the opportunity to avenge Chun Lao." A stern-faced mercenary reassured him. This mercenary, named Jessica, served as the deputy commander of the mercenary group, embodying maturity and remarkable strength. With Chun Jialong's death, the responsibility of leading the Tanlang mercenary group now fell upon him. Chun took a deep breath, clenched his fists, his eyes filled with overwhelming fury, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Su Lintian, I, Chun Jia, shall avenge my father's death today." Meanwhile, in Yin City, at the city lord's residence, Lord Lu Quan was seated in his study, perusing the annual political report of Yin City. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in martial arts attire slowly entered the room and addressed Lu Quan, saying, "Lord City Master, the feng shui plate you instructed me to reverse has shattered." Lu Quan, taken aback, looked up and inquired, "Master Zhou, what do you mean by the feng shui plate shattering? Does this imply that the Chun family has enlisted a more formidable master?" Zhou Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. "No, the feng shui situation has long been reversed. The shattering of this feng shui plate precisely indicates that the Chun family's fortune has completely deteriorated. If I am not mistaken, the Chun family must have encountered a cataclysm today. It is likely they will struggle to regain their former glory from this point onward." Upon hearing this, Lu Quan was elated, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Master Zhou, you truly are the top feng shui master in Jinzhou. I specifically invited you to Yin City for this arrangement. Here is the remaining 20 million as your reward. Please accept it." Zhou Qingfeng, his eyes crinkling with a smile, accepted the bank card and nodded. "Since the city master's adversaries are no longer a concern, I shall depart for Jinzhou immediately. I need to prepare for the Divine Eye Conference in a few days and shall not linger here in Yin City." Lu Quan acknowledged, "Please travel safely, master." Before departing, Zhou Qingfeng suddenly turned back and cautioned, "By the way, I must advise you, Lord Lu, that if that young man named Su Lintian discovers that you have exploited him regarding the feng shui situation, it might lead to." Lu Quan raised a hand, gesturing for Zhou Qingfeng to refrain from elaborating, and slowly replied, "Thank you for your warning, master. I will exercise caution." In response, Zhou Qingfeng smiled and exited the study. A glint of coldness flashed in Lu Quan's eyes as he sneered, "Su Lintian, you better hope you never find out. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to engage in a confrontation." Chapter 71. The esteemed guests gather to celebrate the birthday after dealing with Chun Jialong. Su Lintian finally enjoyed a few peaceful days. However, just 2 days before the Shintong conference, it coincided with the birthday banquet of Old Master Su. A phone call from Su Mingcheng summoned Su Lintian and Su Yuqing back to the Su residence. Besides the banquet, it was said that there were important guests visiting, and he wanted to introduce Su Lintian to them. Early in the morning, Su Yuqing packed her belongings and hurriedly took Su Lintian back to the Su family. As for Xiaojiao, Su Lintian arranged for her to go to He Ping Hotel to be looked after by Zhou Haiyang for the day. The Su family was bustling with activity today, with an array of luxury cars lining the entrance, as if all the dignitaries of Yin City had gathered here. This spectacle was unimaginable in previous years, as the Su family was merely a second-tier family in Yin City. Even though old Master Su had some connections, such a grand occasion was unprecedented. Su Mingcheng stood at the entrance, welcoming numerous distinguished guests, some of whom he was meeting for the first time. The director of the Yin City Tobacco Bureau, Yang Pengxing, came to offer his birthday wishes, wishing old Master Su boundless fortune and longevity. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit, wearing an administrative jacket, entered with a smile. Su Mingcheng, not daring to be negligent, promptly shook his hand, saying, "Director Yang, it is truly an honor for my humble abode to be graced by your presence amidst your busy schedule." Yang Pengxing replied with a warm smile. "I have long wished to meet the head of the Su family, but unfortunately, official duties have kept me occupied. Today, being the birthday banquet of the head of the Su family, I naturally could not be absent." The Tobacco Bureau was indeed a golden opportunity. Although Yang Pengxing was merely a director, his status was not inferior to that of Lu Quan, the city chief of Yin City. Even in terms of financial power, Lu Quan was but a small player compared to Yang Pengxing naturally. Yang Pengxing did not attend solely for Su Mingcheng. The true reason was Su Lintian. Just as the two were conversing, a figure gradually came into view. "Head of the Su family, it has been a while," said Lu Quan, the city chief, striding into the Su residence with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Mingcheng was taken aback and quickly welcomed him. "City Chief Lu, I truly did not expect you to honor us with your presence. Please forgive my lack of proper reception." Lu Quan waved his hand, saying, "You are too kind, head of the Su family. Please, continue with your affairs. Do not mind me." Just as the members of the Su family were astonished by the increasingly prominent guests, another significant figure made his entrance. Outside the Su residence, a total of over a dozen luxury cars had come to a halt. From the back seat of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, an elderly gentleman emerged. It was none other than Chen Biao, known as the Shun Yin of Jinzhou. Protected by dozens of martial artist bodyguards, Chen Biao slowly made his way into the Su residence. Su Mingcheng was dumbfounded, as he did not recognize this person. However, just by the grandeur of the occasion, he understood the visitor was not to be underestimated. Not daring to be lax, Su Mingcheng stepped forward and inquired, "Sir, you appear somewhat unfamiliar. May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Chen Biao chuckled, his eyes narrowing with a smile. "I believe I have not come to the wrong place. This is the Su family, and you must be the head of the Su family, Su Mingcheng." Su Mingcheng was momentarily taken aback, but nodded, acknowledging, "I am indeed the head of the Su family." Chen Biao nodded in return, "Hello, head of the Su family. I have traveled from Jinzhou. My name is Chen Biao. It is a pleasure to meet you. In celebration of your birthday, I have prepared a humble gift, which I hope you will graciously accept." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Biao clapped his hands twice. His attendants emerged from the trunk of the car, bearing a resplendent golden Buddha statue, and directly presented it to the Su residents. Upon seeing the statue, Su Zhengde, standing beside Su Mingcheng, gasped, This is the laughing Buddha that was recently auctioned off by a wealthy individual from Jinzhou. It's worth $1 billion. To give it as a gift?" Boom. As these words left his mouth, Su Mingcheng was also left speechless. He had heard of Chen Biao's reputation. Known as the Shun Yin of Jinzhou, he was a unique figure in the realm of antique appraisal. However, Su Mingcheng never anticipated that this esteemed individual would travel all the way from Jinzhou to attend his birthday banquet and present such a magnificent gift. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to respond. As the guests began to recognize the elderly Chen Biao, their astonishment grew, and whispers filled the air. Isn't that the renowned Shen Yinshen? Isn't he based in Jinzhou? What brings him here today to celebrate Old Master Su's birthday? The Su family was indeed full of surprises. Who would have thought that even someone of Chen Biao's caliber would have ties to them? Clearly, the relationship between the Su family and Shun Yinshen was far from simple. Otherwise, how could a statue valued at $1 billion be so easily gifted to Old Master Su? As discussions swirled around, Su Yuqing and Su Lintian arrived late. "Grandpa, Old Master," they called as they entered the home, just in time to see the laughing Buddha being brought in. Su Lintian paused and remarked, "This statue is remarkable, imbued with great spirit, and it appears to have been consecrated. Who could have given such a tasteful gift?" At that moment, The venerable Chun Biao stepped forward, slightly bowing his head. Master Su, I have a good rapport with old Master Su. This laughing Buddha, placed in the Su residence, will enhance fortune and attract wealth. It is but a modest gift. Please do not stand on ceremony. Boom. When Chun Biao addressed Su Lintian as Master Su, Su Zhengde was left astounded. Su Yuqing was bewildered. Su Yue and butler Fu Bo also wore expressions of shock. The esteemed Chun Biao from Jinzhou's antique world, revered as the best, was referring to this young man as master. The members of the Su family could not help but wonder if Chun Biao had made an error. Only Su Ming Chong, the old master, was not surprised by the unfolding situation. After all, Su Lintian was the disciple of the renowned Guai Yixian. In terms of medical prowess, few could rival him. Being addressed as master was indeed well-deserved. From that moment on, Su Mingcheng instantly understood, thinking to himself, so many dignitaries have come to honor the birthday celebration today, all for the sake of Lintian. I truly did not misjudge him. Whether it is Cheng Shou Lu Quan or Yang Pengxing from the Tobacco Bureau, as well as Jinzhou's Shenyan Shun, all have come here out of respect for Su Lintian. Su Mingcheng quickly shook hands with Shenyan Shun, saying, Old Chun, this magnificent gift is truly too extravagant. On our first meeting, you present such a valuable offering. I fear I am unworthy of accepting it. Upon witnessing Su Mingcheng's polite refusal, Chun Biao smiled with narrowed eyes and replied, Head of the Su family, you are overly modest. As the saying goes, a small gift carries great affection. This golden Buddha shall serve as a token of my friendship towards the Su family. If you do not accept it, it would be as though you are disregarding my esteem, wouldn't it? This left Su Mingcheng in a moment of dilemma. Just as he was caught in a bind, Su Lintian beckoned to Fu Bo, saying, Fu Bo, could you kindly summon 2 servants to bring the golden Buddha inside? Since Master Chun has extended such generous hospitality, we must graciously accept his goodwill, correct, old man? Observing Su Lintian's fervent gestures, Su Mingcheng nodded repeatedly, saying, Yes, 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 then I must express my gratitude for old Chen's gift. Please, do come in. Chun Biao nodded in satisfaction and entered the Su residence with a smile. Su Yuqing gazed at Su Lintian in astonishment, exclaiming, Su Lintian, you actually know Jinzhou's Shenyan? Su Yue and Su Zhengde also looked at Su Lintian, their faces filled with shock. However, Su Lintian, maintaining a calm demeanor, explained, Oh, he fell ill previously and was unable to reach the hospital in time. By chance, I encountered him and provided some treatment, which is how we became acquainted. Su Lintian preferred not to disclose to the Su family that he had met Chun Biao at the antique appraisal event at Yen City. After all, he knew they would not believe it. Who would be willing to accept that the foremost appraiser from Jinzhou, Shenyan Shun, would lose to Su Lintian, an incoming son-in-law, at an appraisal event? After hearing Su Lintian's explanation, while the Su family remained somewhat skeptical, they soon reconciled themselves to the idea that Shenyan Shun was a person of great repute who was grateful for Su Lintian's medical assistance, thus respectfully addressing him as master. Little did they know that Chun Biao was entirely awestruck by Su Lintian's appraisal skills, which was why he regarded him as a master. Once the guests began to fill the Su residence, Su Mingcheng pulled Su Lintian and Su Yuqing aside, leading them discreetly to the study of the villa, and said mysteriously, Lintian, actually, 2 significant figures have returned for today's birthday banquet. Allow me to introduce them to you. As his words fell, a well-dressed man with golden hair and a middle-aged woman exuding an aura of elegance entered the study. The woman smiled at Su Yuqing and said, Yuqing, it has been a long time. Su Yuqing, astonished, replied, Aunt, cousin, when did you both return to the country? Chapter 72, A Rigid Class System, Unbridgeable. The noblewoman is Su Yuqing's aunt, Su Zhengde's sister, Su Qiao. Standing beside her is the golden-haired man, Su Chong, Su Qiao's son. With a smile in her eyes, Su Qiao remarked, I just returned to the country today, and coincidentally, it coincides with my father's birthday banquet. What a stroke of luck, huh? Su Chong, with a narrowed gaze, addressed Su Yuqing, saying, Yuqing, it has been quite a while. Su Yuqing politely smiled back, Indeed, cousin. I heard you received a scholarship from Harvard Business School, and after graduation, you became an entrepreneur in the antique jewelry business. Truly impressive, congratulations. Hearing this, Su Chong smiled with pride. Yuqing, I didn't expect you to be so well-informed, haha. This time I returned to the country, my mother and I specifically went to Jinzhou to establish a branch office. Oh, You plan to expand your overseas jewelry business into the domestic market, and your first stop is the highly competitive Jinzhou. Su Mengsheng, the elder, expressed surprise. Although he was aware of his sister Su Qiao and nephew Su Chang's capabilities, stepping out of one's comfort zone is a significant challenge and risk for any entrepreneur. Su Chang nodded. The antique market in Jinzhou has matured over time. Although the competition is fierce, there are many wealthy individuals here. High circulation of antiques, and substantial profits. I have faith in my judgment. Su Mengsheng replied. Good. Young people should dare to dream and act. Your uncle supports you. At that moment, Su Qiao made a surprising proposal that astonished everyone present. With a smile, she took Su Yuqing's hand and said, Yuqing, since we haven't seen each other in 10 years, you've grown so beautiful. Hee. When will you and Xiao Chang settle your marriage? Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's expression turned awkward. Su Mengsheng also appeared embarrassed, while Su Lintian, standing beside Su Yuqing, was utterly perplexed. Marriage? Su Lintian asked, dumbfounded. Su Chang finally noticed Su Lintian and frowned. Uncle, Yuqing, who is this? Su Mengsheng took a deep breath and introduced. Look at me. I've been so clumsy with my words. You've been chatting for a while, and I haven't had a chance to speak. This is Lintian, Yuqing's husband. They just got married less than a month ago. What? Yuqing is married. Su Chang reacted as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide open as he scrutinized Su Lintian repeatedly. Su Qiao also displayed a peculiar expression, hinting at regret. Su Yuqing apologized. Aunt, cousin, I'm really sorry. Ever since you moved abroad, I lost your contact information. The wedding was a bit rushed, and I didn't have the chance to inform you. Truly, I apologize. Su Mengsheng bowed slightly in explanation. Indeed, Qiao, the betrothal we mentioned 10 years ago was merely a jest. If you took it seriously, I, as the younger brother, sincerely apologize. Su Qiao, with a solemn expression, shook her head and supported Su Mengsheng. However, Su Chang was not so easily placated. With a glare full of hostility directed at Su Lintian, he coldly remarked, Yuqing, what does this guy have that is worthy of you? Why does he deserve to marry you? Boom. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian frowned. Such remarks could be kept to oneself, but voicing them publicly was akin to a slap in the face. Su Lintian would not let this slide. He retorted, Cousin, it seems you hold quite a bias against me. Are you free to enjoy life abroad, yet disallow others from marrying? How audacious of you. You. Su Chang was taken aback. What kind of quality is that? Forget it. I am an educated elite and will not stoop to your level. Su Chang initially intended to explode, but noticed his mother Su Qiao subtly shaking her head and giving him a look, which led him to restrain himself. Su Lintian sneered. You claim to have high quality, yet you've set your sights on your cousin? Even rabbits don't eat grass near their dens. Do you dare to pursue your cousin? Are you out of your mind for women? Watch your mouth. I warn you to be careful. Su Chang, provoked by Su Lintian, exploded on the spot. Su Qiao, however, immediately erupted, shouting, Su Chang, be quiet. Upon these words, Su Chang fell silent, realizing that his mother only used his full name when she was genuinely angry. After reprimanding Su Chang, Su Qiao quickly donned a smile and said to Su Lintian, I apologize, Lintian. My child has a bit of a temper. He was just a bit overly excited. Please don't take it to heart. Since you are married to Yuqing, as her aunt, I must extend my blessings to you both. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll send you both a red envelope as a belated gift. Su Lintian's expression softened slightly, realizing that Su Qiao was much more gracious than her son. A proactive apology from an elder prompted Su Lintian to reciprocate with a slight nod, taking out his phone to add Su Qiao on WeChat. As soon as they connected, Su Qiao sent a red envelope of 20,000 yuan, smiling as she said, just a token of my goodwill. Please don't find it lacking. Su Lintian certainly did not find it lacking. In fact, he was somewhat astonished that Su Qiao was so generous, indicating she was doing quite well abroad. Observing the atmosphere ease, Su Mengsheng quickly guided the four of them out of the study and into the hall to enjoy drinks and the feast. Throughout the banquet, Su Chang sat at a nearby table, occasionally casting malicious glances at Su Lintian. Su Lintian, however, paid him no mind, which only fueled Su Chang's anger, causing him to chew his food in frustration. Su Yuqing quietly observed the tension between her cousin and Su Lintian, her heart filled with worry. After a while, Su Qiao, sitting beside Su Yuqing, suddenly noticed that the renowned Chen Jiyuan was also present. She gazed at Su Mengsheng in disbelief, exclaiming, Mengsheng, That distinguished elder seated over there is the legendary Jianzhou Shenyanchen. Su Mingxing followed Su Qiao's gaze and nodded slowly. Indeed, it is Elder Chun. Su Qiao, even more astonished, exclaimed, "Well done. Mingxing, you even know Elder Chun and managed to invite him here for your birthday celebration? I, along with Xiao Yong, am soon to establish a branch office in Jinzhou, and it is inevitable that we will have dealings with Chun Lao. Might I kindly request you to facilitate an introduction for me? Having a familiar connection would certainly be more courteous than the abruptness of Su Qiao, who might recklessly approach him to offer a toast." Su Ming's countenance reflected a hint of discomfort. It was not that he was unwilling to assist, but rather that he was also encountering Chun Biao for the first time, and thus could not claim any acquaintance. Observing her brother's predicament, Su Qiao felt a tinge of disappointment, as she had hoped that the bond between them, despite a decade of separation, would still be strong. At that moment, Su Lintian, recalling Su Qiao's relatively pleasant demeanor towards him, rose and said, "Aunt, please wait a moment. I will convey your request." Taken aback, Su Qiao did not expect Su Lintian to be acquainted with the esteemed Shun Yinchun. However, she wondered if a junior could truly merit the respect of Shun Yinchun for such an introduction. Approaching Shun Yinchun's table, Su Lintian smiled and inquired, "Master Chun, do the dishes today suit your palate?" Chun Biao promptly stood and responded, "Master Su, the Su family's cuisine is to my liking. I have thoroughly enjoyed the meal and the drinks." "Ha." Su Lintian nodded, stating, "As long as you are satisfied. To be candid, the individual seated over there is my wife's aunt, who wishes to make your acquaintance. Might this be convenient for you?" Before Su Lintian could finish his sentence, Chun Biao quickly poured himself a drink, lifted his glass, and followed Su Lintian back, exclaiming, "Oh, there is no need to trouble Master Su for such a trivial matter. A mere wave from the distance would suffice for me to come over to offer a toast." Su Lintian was both amused and astonished by Chun Biao's eagerness, as he seemed entirely agreeable. They swiftly returned to the table occupied by Su Qiao and the elder Su. The expression in Su Qiao's eyes was one of sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated that this younger generation could indeed summon the illustrious Shun Yinchun. Upon Chun Biao's arrival, Su Qiao immediately raised her glass and, with a gracious demeanor, toasted, "You must be the renowned Master Chun of Jinzhou. I raise this glass in your honor. Cheers to you." Completing her drink in one go, she then cast a stern glance at the still morose Xiao Yong at the adjacent table, declaring, "Xiao Yong, why are you not quickly coming over to toast Master Chun?" At her words, Xiao Yong, feeling the weight of her expectations, promptly lifted his glass and, with a strained smile, approached Chun Biao, respectfully stating, "Master Chun, it is an honor to meet you. I raise this glass in your honor and hope for your guidance in the future. My gratitude knows no bounds." With that, he downed his drink. Chun Biao smiled lightly, nodding and taking a sip of his drink as a gesture of politeness. Though they did not gain any prestige, both Su Qiao and Xiao Yong felt content simply to have made the acquaintance of someone as distinguished as Chun Biao, and they dared not voice any complaints. At that moment, however, Chun Biao made a gesture that left them utterly astonished. He refilled his glass, turned to Su Lintian, and with utmost respect declared, "Master Su, this glass is for you. I shall drink, and you may do as you please." In that instant, an overwhelming silence enveloped the entire room. Chapter 73. Cousin, he is utterly unworthy of you. As Su Qiao and her son Su Yong stood in astonishment, witnessing the esteemed Shun Yinchun, the foremost appraiser in Jinzhou, showing such deference to the son-in-law Su Lintian, they were left utterly bewildered. It is common knowledge that in the culture of Longhua, the etiquette surrounding banquets is well understood. Those of lower social standing are expected to observe certain courtesies towards those of higher status. Toasting with a drink is a sign of respect towards the dignitaries. Although Su Qiao and Su Yong hailed from the second-tier Su family of Yen City, they had long studied abroad and established considerable wealth overseas. Their combined fortunes now exceeded that of the entire Su family. Had it not been for their blood ties, they would have headed directly to Jinzhou upon their return, disregarding the Su family in Yen City entirely. What they could never have anticipated was that even the illustrious Shun Yinchun, whom they felt compelled to respect, would extend such respect to their inferior, a mere son-in-law of little merit. How could it be that these two illustrious returnees, with identities and statuses far superior to Su Lintian, found themselves overshadowed by a mere son-in-law? Su Qiao's expression shifted, though her surprise outweighed her anger. In contrast, Su Yong's face flushed crimson, barely containing his fury. He had already been vexed by Su Lintian. The cousin he had coveted had been taken by Su Lintian before his return. Now, the very figure they were eager to befriend, Xinyan Shun, was allied with this son-in-law. Jealousy. An overwhelming, pure jealousy took root in Su Yong's heart. He glared at the son-in-law, Su Lintian, who was of similar age, wishing he could tear him apart. The astonishment was palpable not only for Su Qiao and Su Yong, but also for Su Yuwei and Su Zhengda at the table, who wore expressions of disbelief. It is important to note that Su Lintian had only recently joined the Su family, and their perception of him was still that of a simple rustic who had come to the city from the countryside. No matter how splendidly attired, he remained a countryman at heart. Little did Su Zhengda and Su Yuwei realize that the once disdained poor lad had transformed into a distinguished guest of the Jianzhou magnate, Chen Biao. The very act of Chen Biao toasting Su Lintian indicated that Su Lintian's standing in his eyes surpassed even that of old Master Su. This scene sent shockwaves throughout the Su family, leaving everyone in awe. Just as they expected Su Lintian to value the toast from Chen Biao, he took an action that left them all flabbergasted. Instead of raising his glass, Su Lintian nonchalantly remarked, "Master Chen, please feel free. I am unable to drink today." The entire room fell into stunned silence. Here was the renowned appraiser Shun Yinshin personally toasting you, and you refused to drink, even displaying such indifference? How utterly foolish could one be? Su Yong's astonishment was beyond words. Had he been in Su Lintian's position, receiving a toast from a figure like Chen Biao, he would have eagerly downed 3 glasses in respect. Yet Su Lintian not only disregarded the gesture, but also failed to politely decline, choosing instead to respond with such coldness. Realizing the audience's shock, Su Lintian understood they might misinterpret his demeanor as arrogance. In fact, his refusal to drink stemmed not from pride, but from the principles of his cultivation practice, the Tian Wang Dao, which discouraged excessive alcohol consumption. Particularly as he faced a critical juncture in his training, drinking could hinder his progress. Thus, even at old Master Su's birthday banquet, he had only raised a glass to toast the elder, mindful of his limits. Seizing the opportunity presented by Su Lintian's refusal of Chen Biao's toast, Su Yong decided to lecture his cousin-in-law. He frowned and said, "Su Lintian, Mr. Chen is a master of his craft. How could you refuse a toast from someone of such stature?" Su Lintian, hearing this, raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Oh, did you study abroad to become a busybody? Returning home to dictate how I should conduct myself?" Seeing Su Lintian's expression of entitlement ignited Su Yong's anger. "Su Lintian, you are outrageous. Is this how you speak to your elders? I am Yu Qing's cousin, thus your elder. Haven't your parents taught you the basic principles of respecting your elders and loving the young?" With narrowed eyes, Su Lintian smirked. "You just said it yourself. Respect for elders and love for the young. Do you see any semblance of an elder in yourself? You do not even love the young yet demand respect for the elders? How dare you speak back to me?" Su Yong seethed, abruptly turning to Su Yuqing. "Yuqing, look at the kind of husband you've chosen. I tell you, if a woman picks the wrong partner, marriage becomes a grave. Such a person is unworthy of you." Su Yuqing's expression shifted slightly. Naturally, she stood by Su Lintian. However, today was a joyful occasion for the Su family, celebrating her grandfather's birthday. If she were too dismissive of her cousin, it might disrupt the family's harmony. Considering this, the kind-hearted and sensible Su Yuqing stood up and said, "Su Lintian, you have indeed been somewhat disrespectful. Regardless, Mr. Chen is a senior. Even if you do not wish to drink, you should at least acknowledge the gesture. Besides, my cousin is my elder, and you are my husband, so he is also partially your elder and should not be treated with such rudeness." Upon hearing this, Su Lintian felt a twinge of discomfort. Meanwhile, Su Yong wore a smug expression, casting a provocative glance at Su Lintian. Unexpectedly, as Su Yuqing finished speaking about Su Lintian, she abruptly turned her head and shifted the focus of her words towards her cousin Su Yong, stating, "Moreover, cousin, you two have erred in certain aspects. No matter what, Su Lintian is my husband, and therefore, he naturally belongs to the Su family as well. Since we are all part of one family, why must you treat him with such animosity? I understand that you possess a lofty pride, but to earn the respect of the younger generation, you, as the elder, ought to lead by example and cultivate a more open-minded disposition." The impact of Su Yuqing's words regarding Su Lintian can hardly be deemed a reprimand. At most, it amounts to a mere suggestion. However, her remarks directed at her cousin Su Yong were undeniably critical. Su Yuqing had exerted her utmost effort to mediate the relationship between Su Lintian and Su Yong. Upon hearing this, Su Lintian's lips curled into a subtle smile. It appeared that his wife, Su Yuqing, remained steadfastly on his side. In stark contrast, Su Yong's expression plummeted. Initially believing that his cousin was on his side, he was taken aback to realize that Su Yuqing was, in fact, acting as a peacemaker. Su Lintian, cousin, why don't both parties take a step back and reconcile? After all, we are family, and there is no need to create such a rift. Su Yuqing glanced between the two men and spoke gently. Upon hearing Su Yuqing's initiative to mediate, Su Lintian naturally lowered his guard. After all, she was his wife, and he ought to show her some consideration. Su Lintian nonchalantly shrugged and replied, very well. On Su Yong's side, he had originally no intention of reconciling. However, at that moment, his mother, Su Qiao, discreetly signaled him with a nod. For the sake of his mother, Su Qiao, and his cousin, Su Yuqing, Su Yong grudgingly suppressed his discontent towards Su Lintian and disdainfully remarked, since Yuqing has said this, for her sake, let us consider this matter settled. Humph. The two men shook hands in reconciliation and resumed their seats to continue dining. Old Master Su Mengqing immediately stepped in to ease the atmosphere, cheerfully stating, Master Chen, if you do not mind, please join us at our table for a meal. I raise this glass in your honor. Please, take a seat. Naturally, Chen Biao did not mind, as Su Lintian held a status in his heart akin to that of a deity. Therefore, even if Su Lintian declined the toast, it was likely for his own reasons. With a smile, Chen Biao said, since the head of the Su family extends such warm hospitality, I shall graciously accept. Master Su, please, take a seat. Observing that Chen Biao was not only unperturbed, but also continued to treat Su Lintian with utmost respect, Su Qiao's eyes narrowed slightly, pondering, what extraordinary qualities does this son-in-law possess that commands such reverence from the esteemed Chen? Chapter 74. Who says I did not prepare a gift for the elder? After finishing dinner, the time arrived for Su Leoi to take the stage and deliver his remarks, as per the banquet's customary proceedings. During this period, the guest of honor, Su Mengqing, would graciously receive gifts and blessings from guests arriving from all directions. At present, only a handful of guests had presented their gifts upon entry. Typically, a monetary gift suffices as a demonstration of sincerity upon arrival, while tangible gifts are usually bestowed during the post-dinner segment, adding to the evening's enjoyment. As soon as Su Leoi ascended the stage, the guests in the Su family's living room began to murmur among themselves. It appeared that the gifting segment was about to commence. It was rumored that previously, Chen Biao from Jinzhou had directly gifted Su Leoi a gold Buddha statue worth 1 billion. What a grand gesture. Indeed, it seemed that no other gift in the entire gathering could match the weight of Mr. Chen's gold Buddha. What connection could the Yancheng Su family possibly have with the influential Chen? How did they suddenly rise to associate with such a powerful figure overnight? Amidst the murmurs, Su Mengqing beamed with joy and slowly began to speak. Today marks my 74th birthday. I am deeply grateful for the affection of all my friends who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to celebrate with me. I sincerely thank you all for your kindness. As his words concluded, the audience erupted in applause. He gestured for quiet with his hands, signaling the guests to calm down. Once the applause subsided, Su Leoi smiled with his eyes narrowed and waved to Su Lintian, who appeared momentarily taken aback, staring at Su Mengqing in confusion. Lintian, come here, Su Mengqing called out with a smile. Despite his puzzlement, Su Lintian stepped forward. All eyes in the room were fixed on this young man. Su Mengqing continued his introduction. Standing beside me is my granddaughter Su Yuqing's husband, Su Lintian. Tonight, he will stand in for me to receive gifts on my behalf. The room fell silent in astonishment. Those unfamiliar with Su Lintian could hardly comprehend how a mere son-in-law could be honored with such a responsibility. However, Chen Biao and Lu Quan, the city leader of Yancheng, as well as Ma Tingfei, the chairman of Tengda Group, who was quietly observing from the corner, understood the implications. The most shocked were Su Qiao and her son Su Yong. At that moment, Su Yong, feeling quite disgruntled, exclaimed, Mom, I truly do not understand. I am clearly the most accomplished member of the Su family. Why does Grandpa not allow me to receive gifts on his behalf? Why would he choose Su Lintian, a mere son-in-law, to undertake such a task? It baffles me. Su Qiao nodded in surprise. This decision is indeed peculiar. Even if your grandfather believes we have grown distant, he could have at least let Su Ruwei or Yuqing represent him. which would be far better than allowing an outsider like Su Lintian to take on this role. I too find it puzzling. Su Lintian, overhearing their conversation, felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that Su Lai would hold him in such high regard, entrusting him with such an important matter. Traditionally, the birthday honoree personally receives gifts, and if someone else is to do so, it is typically a direct descendant, a parent, or a child. Allowing a son-in-law to assume this responsibility was indeed an unusual gesture from Su Laoi. Filled with gratitude, Su Lintian resolved, "Since the elder has entrusted me, I shall share the burden tonight." Su Mingqing nodded in satisfaction, stepping aside with a smile. Su Lintian's demeanor shifted dramatically. He exuded confidence and scanned the room with assuredness, stating, "I am Su Lintian, son-in-law. Good evening to all esteemed uncles and aunts. I shall accept any gifts presented tonight on behalf of the elder. We may commence now." With his declaration, guests began to approach one by one. "This is a box of top-grade caterpillar fungus worth 800,000, a gift to the elder that can help with health. Please accept it. These 2 bottles of Romanicani wine are extremely rare and valued over $1 million. Even if the elder is not fond of wine, they would serve well for entertaining guests. I have heard that Su Laoi enjoys tea. This is authentic Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, 10 pounds valued in the tens of thousands. Please accept this. Here is a box of exquisite diamonds recently unearthed in South Africa." As gifts continued to be presented, Su Qiao discreetly signaled to Su Yong, "Xiaoyong, go fetch the gift we prepared for the elder." Su Yong nodded and carefully retrieved an exquisite gift box from his bag. Inside lay a Tianshan snow lotus worth 5 million, a rare medicinal material that Su Qiao had painstakingly procured from a prestigious auction abroad. Consuming this snow lotus could aid in prolonging the elder's life. At tonight's birthday banquet, whether from external guests or the Su family itself, all gifts presented to Su Laoi were of considerable value. Even the least impressive gifts were worth at least 100 to 180,000. Yet, in stark contrast, Su Lintian, as the esteemed son-in-law of the elder, had yet to make any offering. Su Yong's lips curled slightly as he schemed to embarrass Su Lintian when it was his turn to present the gift. However, after Su Yuqing's earlier intervention, he knew he must not be overtly confrontational. Su Yong had crafted a clever wording that would allow him to subtly insult Su Lintian without appearing too direct. As he slowly approached the stage with the gift box, he wore a beaming smile and handed it to Su Lintian, saying, "Cousin-in-law, within this box lies the rare Tianshan snow lotus, a token of goodwill from my mother and me. It is intended for Grandpa, to aid in his longevity. Please accept it on his behalf." Upon hearing these words, the guests were taken aback in astonishment. The Tianshan snow lotus. That must be worth several million. No wonder he is a grandson of Su Laoi. He truly is impressive. It was said that Su Yong was the most promising young member of the Su family, currently studying at Harvard abroad. Truly remarkable. My, Su Yong has certainly grown. Upon returning, he casually offers a Tianshan snow lotus worth several million. Quite impressive. Listening to the guests' discussions, Su Yong felt a sense of satisfaction, his lips curling upwards in delight. Meanwhile, Su Lintian pondered why Su Yong was exhibiting such extraordinary politeness. To my surprise, Su Yong's next words left Su Lintian enlightened. Just as Su Lintian was about to accept the Tianshan Shuelian, Su Yong remarked, "Cousin-in-law, this evening everyone has brought precious gifts for the old master. Since the old master holds you in such high esteem, I believe the gift you prepared for him must be of immense value, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, how could you justify the old master's nurturing of you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically. During their journey, her delay meant Su Lintian had no time to purchase a gift for the old master. Although she had prepared something herself, she was doing so in the capacity of Su Mingqing's granddaughter. Even though Su Lintian had married her, it was inappropriate for the son-in-law to arrive empty-handed for the old master's birthday celebration. Seeing Su Yong deliberately putting Su Lintian in a difficult position, Su Yuqing's face turned ashen, leaving her at a loss for words. Her sister, Su Yue, noticed her sister's distress and curiously inquired, "Yuqing, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Look at you. Your face has gone pale." It was only then that Su Yuqing realized her own uncharacteristic behavior. She quickly shook her head, anxiously fixating her gaze on Su Lintian. While Su Yuqing fretted over Su Lintian's predicament, he too grasped Su Yong's intention, understanding that he was deliberately trying to corner him. Initially, even if he had not prepared a gift for the old master, he could have made amends later and the guests present would not have noticed. However, with Su Yong's direct inquiry, the guests became curious. Under the scrutiny of many, if Su Lintian could not produce a substantial gift, it would indeed be quite embarrassing. Seeing Su Lintian fall silent, Su Yong secretly rejoiced, knowing he had successfully embarrassed him. He feigned innocence and said, "Oh dear cousin-in-law, judging by your expression, could it be that you forgot to prepare a gift for Grandpa? My apologies, I should have realized you had not brought anything. I wouldn't have asked you otherwise. Now it's rather awkward. Haha. You won't hold this against me, will you?" At this moment, many guests began to regard Su Lintian with scrutiny. However, what Su Yong did not anticipate was Su Lintian's calm response to such an embarrassing situation. Instead of becoming flustered, he smiled and retorted, "Cousin, who told you that I had not prepared a gift for the old master?" Chapter 75, The Issuance of the Shanhe Ling. Upon hearing these words, Su Yong was momentarily taken aback. Observing the expression on Su Lintian's face, could it be that he indeed prepared a gift for the old gentleman in advance? Nevertheless, even if Su Lintian had brought a present, Su Yong doubted its worth. After all, he and his mother, Su Qiao, had just gifted Su Mengqing, the elder, a Tianshan snow lotus worth 5 million. It seems the old gentleman has truly cherished you. Now let us broaden our horizons and see what you have prepared for him, Su Yong inquired with a smile. From this moment onward, he was eagerly anticipating Su Lintian's embarrassment. Su Lintian, with a stoic expression, clapped his hands. In the next moment, a throng of individuals clad in black entered the villa. Leading them was none other than Zhou Haiyang, the general manager of the Heping Hotel. The moment Zhou Haiyang made his entrance, he instantly became the center of attention. The illustrious name of the Heping Hotel was known by all in Yinqing. Everyone present recognized Zhou Haiyang. At this moment, the guests began to murmur among themselves. "Is that not Zhou Haiyang, the figurehead of the Heping Hotel? Why is he here? My goodness, it is Zhou Haiyang, the elusive magnate who rarely makes appearances. Yet here he is to celebrate the old gentleman's birthday? It seems the Su family truly possesses profound depth and hidden power. With such prominent figures gathered, it appears Yinqing is on the brink of a transformation. After tonight, the Su family will undoubtedly ascend from a second-rate family to a first-rate one." Listening to the discussions, Zhou Haiyang approached with an expression devoid of emotion, addressing the elder Su Mengqing. "Mr. Su, I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by matters at the hotel." Su Mengqing had never encountered such a grand spectacle. Although Zhou Haiyang was significantly younger, in terms of social stature and financial backing, he far surpassed Su Mengqing. Even when considering the entirety of Yinqing, Zhou Haiyang ranked among the foremost magnates. With a mere gesture, he could easily sway the tides of Yinqing. The very ground would tremble beneath his feet. Su Mengqing dared not express any grievance, fearing inadequate hospitality. He hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him. "Mr. Zhou, it is an honor to finally meet you in person. You flatter me, Mr. Su," Zhou Haiyang replied with a smile. After speaking, Zhou Haiyang turned his gaze towards Su Lintian. Su Lintian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Zhou Haiyang, understanding the implication, remarked, "The reason for my delay today was due to Mr. Su Lintian's special instructions to ensure that the gift for Mr. Su was impeccably wrapped. Hence, I arrived a bit late." Boom. Su Mengqing was first astonished that Su Lintian could command Zhou Haiyang's presence. Then he was shocked to learn that Zhou Haiyang not only arrived, but had also prepared a gift. "Lintian entrusted you to prepare a gift for me?" The elder Su Mengqing exclaimed in disbelief. Su Lintian chuckled. "My apologies, elder, for keeping you waiting. However, the moment of revelation has arrived. Manager Zhou, if you would be so kind." As the words fell, Su Yong wore an expression of utter disbelief. Zhou Haiyang clapped his hands twice, and instantly, several black-clad individuals carried a massive cage into the room. The cage was draped with a black cloth, concealing its contents. At Zhou Haiyang's command, two black-clad men swiftly pulled away the black cloth. With a rustling sound, the object within the cage was unveiled to the audience. The moment it appeared, the crowd fell into a brief silence, followed by an unprecedented uproar. Someone in the audience cried out with fervor, "The treasure of the Heping Hotel, the Shanhe Ling. This is the Shanhe Ling bestowed by the governor of Yinqing to the founder of the Heping Hotel over a century ago." "What? The Shanhe Ling? Is this not the legendary token that grants complete amnesty for any crime? I have heard that possessing this token allows one to traverse Yinqing without hindrance, and no one dares to obstruct. Moreover, it even offers one chance at clemency for heinous acts." The moment the Shanhaling made its appearance, the guests were utterly astounded. Zhou Haiyang knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in salute, stating, "Mr. Su, this object is a treasure of Yinqing, the Shanhaling. It has been in my possession until now, and today, at the behest of Mr. Su Lintian, I present it to you as a gift." Boom. In that instant, Su Mingsheng was left speechless. Su Yong was dumbfounded. Even Su Qiao wore an expression of shock, unable to comprehend. The members of the Su family were utterly flabbergasted, let alone the guests present. They had been entirely unaware of this. It was akin to a stone stirring up 1,000 waves. Even Su Yue stood up, astonished, and exclaimed, "What? The Shanhaling is actually being gifted to grandfather?" Su Yuqing blinked in disbelief. Gazing at Su Lintian, how could you possess the Shanhaling? Is this not the treasured asset of the Heping Hotel? The most astonished among them was undoubtedly Su Yong. Just moments ago, he had firmly believed that Su Lintian could not produce any worthy gift. Yet at this moment, he was utterly stupefied. The Tianshan snow lotus he had prided himself on, valued at 5 million, paled in comparison to the Shanhaling. The Shanhaling represented an absolute immunity to power within Yinqing. This was a privilege that could not be exchanged for any sum of money. It is no exaggeration to state that merely holding this token, without any action, would instill fear across the entirety of Yinqing for a lifetime. As for the value of the Shanhaling, opinions vary. Some claim it is worth over 100 million. Others assert it is worth tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. Furthermore, some say that with this token, even 1,000 billion would not suffice for an exchange. Thus, it is evident that Su Lintian's gift is undoubtedly the most prestigious present of the evening. At this moment, the crowd had descended into chaos, with numerous guests feverishly taking photographs. Lu Quan, the mayor of Yinqing, raised an eyebrow, stood up, and respectfully addressed the elder Su. "Congratulations. Truly, congratulations. With the acquisition of the Shanhaling, should the Su family require any assistance in the future, simply let me know, and I, Lu Quan, shall do my utmost to assist." Boom. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Lu Quan, unable to fathom how this city lord could be so utterly captivated by Shanhaling. Yet, while the onlookers were still immersed in their shock at the city lord's unexpected appearance, another prominent figure suddenly rose to voice his opinion. "Congratulations, old Master Su. With a personage like Su Lintian as your granddaughter's fiancé, how could the Su family not soar to great heights? One day, the Su family shall no longer be content to remain in the shadow of this small Yin city. Should the Su family ever wish to relocate to Jinzhou, I hereby declare, I will purchase any villa of their choosing as their family residence." The speaker was none other than the illustrious Shun Yin Chenbiao. As Chen's words echoed through the venue, the crowd could hardly contain their excitement. My heavens, we are witnessing a moment of history. Not only has Lu Quan, the city lord of Yin City, personally endorsed the Su family, but even the famed Shin Yin Chun has welcomed their potential migration to Jinzhou. Does this not imply that the Su family is poised to ascend from a second-rate family in Yin City to a noble status in Jinzhou? This Su Lintian, not only does he command the utmost respect from Zhou Haiyang of the Peace Hotel, but look, even City Lord Lu, Shin Yin Chun, and even Ma Tengfei beside him dare not utter a word. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Alas, how I wish my granddaughter could marry such a remarkable son-in-law. I am filled with regret, gnashing my teeth in frustration. Throughout this spectacle, Su Lintian maintained an air of composure, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, observing everything with an inscrutable expression. He did not, as Su Yong had imagined, flaunt the Shanhaling at this moment. It seemed as though bestowing such an extraordinary gift, which would elevate the Su family to unprecedented heights, was merely a trivial act in his eyes. Su Lintian's calm demeanor only served to deepen Su Yong's feelings of shame and anger. He resented Su Lintian for possessing greater strength, but even more so for seeming to disregard him entirely. Su Lintian noted every nuance of Su Yong's expression. He reveled in the discomfort he caused him, knowing Su Yong could do nothing to undermine him. If anyone dared to show off in Su Lintian's presence, they would soon learn through his actions what true prowess really meant. At this moment, with his hands still in his pockets, a smirk graced his lips as he cast a disdainful glance at Su Yong. "Cousin, what do you think of the congratulatory gift I have prepared for the old master?" Chapter 76. Those who dare to touch my wife shall perish. No mercy for you. Su Yong, who was already consumed by jealousy towards Su Lintian, felt as though his heart had exploded upon hearing those words. The contemptuous glint in Su Lintian's eyes was a blatant display of disdain towards him. Enraged, Su Yong felt as if he would shatter his back teeth from the force of his clenched jaw. His fists were tightly balled, veins bulging, and his face flushed with rage. Had it not been for Su Qiao's timely intervention to soothe him, he might have lunged at Su Lintian on the spot. With a cold snort, he turned on his heel and departed. Seeing her son behave so rudely, Su Qiao frowned, offering an apologetic smile to Su Lintian before hastily following after him. Observing Su Yong's furious departure, fueled by the realization that the Tian Shan Shui Yin was of lesser value than his own Shan He Ling, Su Lintian shook his head inwardly. This man's character was too flawed to achieve greatness. Even if he were to stumble upon fortune, he would be incapable of handling significant responsibilities. The gift Su Lintian presented was already the most trivial treasure in his possession. In truth, although the Shan He Ling brought by Zhou Haiyang was precious, it merely facilitated smooth dealings within Yin City. Su Lintian also possessed the Jianzhou Ling, a powerful token that granted him the authority of life and death in Jianzhou. However, on this evening, merely a slight display of his capabilities was sufficient to overshadow all other gifts, rendering the use of the Jianzhou Ling unnecessary. Old Master Su received the Shan He Ling with both hands, carefully inspecting it before looking up at Su Lintian, exclaiming, "Lintian, excellent, excellent, excellent. I truly did not misjudge you." Su Lintian merely smiled gently, replying, "If the elder appreciates this gift, then I am at ease." In that moment, not only were the guests filled with admiration for Su Lintian, but even Fu Rong, seated beside Su Jingde, gazed at her son-in-law with crescent-shaped eyes filled with delight. Lintian was not only of striking appearance and impeccable character, but also treated Yuqing with kindness and demonstrated filial piety towards his elders. A son-in-law of such caliber was indeed rare to find. Yuqing's marriage to him brought comfort to my maternal heart. Hearing Fu Rong's high praise for Su Lintian, Su Jingde felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Silently, he raised a glass and drank deeply. The joys and sorrows of individuals rarely resonate with one another. At this moment, Su Yue, gazing at the spotlighted figure of Su Lintian standing beside old Master Su, bit her lip, feelings of discontent swirling within her. Originally, the elder had intended to arrange a marriage between Su Lintian and her, Su Yue. Yet, had she ultimately failed to seize the opportunity? Taking a deep breath, Su Yue revealed a bittersweet smile, lifting her glass to indulge in a solitary drink. Understanding and empathetic, Su Yuqing could hardly fail to perceive her sister's disquiet. Although she had originally volunteered to marry Su Lintian in place of her sister, recognizing his potential and wishing to spare her sister from despair, witnessing Su Lintian's rise to prominence today made it impossible for her to ignore her sister's unfulfilled aspirations. Su Yuqing too felt a sense of indebtedness towards Su Yue. "Sister, I raise this glass to you, wishing that you may lead our Su group to ever greater heights, and may your career flourish." Su Yuqing filled her own glass to the brim and then topped off Su Yue's. Standing to raise her cup, what was intended as a gesture of goodwill, however, morphed into something else entirely in Su Yue's ears. Frowning slightly, Su Yue fixed her gaze upon Su Yuqing and retorted, "Yuqing, are you intentionally trying to provoke me with such words?" Stunned by the accusation, Su Yuqing replied, "Sister, what are you talking about? I have no intention of upsetting you." "Humph, Yuqing. Are you not merely flaunting your superior taste in men compared to me, your elder sister? Initially, I declined to marry Su Lintian, and you stepped in to take my place. Now, seeing Su Lintian prosper, you come before me to boast. Do you think I am unaware? Your well wishes for my career are nothing but a veiled suggestion that I am unsuccessful in love, that only through disappointment in romance can one find success in business. Let me assure you, I, Su Yue, have numerous suitors, each a young talent. None are inferior to your Su Lintian." Having unleashed her fury, Su Yue rose and declared, "Dad, Mom, I'm feeling unwell. I'm leaving." With that, she grabbed her bag and stormed out. "Sister, that wasn't my intention." Su Yuqing felt a pang of grievance, standing rooted in place, staring blankly at her sister's dejected figure, murmuring softly. Su Jingde, having consumed a bit of alcohol, seemed to be overwhelmed by inebriation. With a loud clap, he slammed his hand on the table, seething, "It's all that Su Lintian's fault. If it weren't for him, Yue wouldn't have stormed off in anger." Su Qiao and Xiao Yong didn't stay to drink more either. Ever since Su Lintian married into our Su family, it has been chaos. I believe this boy is simply incompatible with our family. Boom. Su Yuqing's expression shifted dramatically as she set down her glass and rushed to her father, exclaiming, "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting? What wrong has Su Lintian done? He saved Grandpa, rescued my sister, and even supported our family financially and physically. How can you speak of him like that? Am I mistaken? Ever since Su Lintian entered our family, Yue has lost interest in coming home. And then there's that Chen Tianhao. If Yue hadn't been disturbed, how could she possibly agree to Chen Tianhao's advances and be with him? That scoundrel has broken Yue's heart. They all deserve to suffer." As Su Jingde spoke, he was on the verge of a drunken rage. Fu Rong, observing that several guests had noticed their display of disgrace, quickly embraced Su Jingde and whispered, "Darling, the guests are watching. You should drink less." Yet, in his state of anger, Su Jingde was impervious to Fu Rong's pleas. Fueled by his intoxication, he raised his hand and struck Fu Rong sharply across the face, scolding, "Get away. You, a mere woman, should adhere to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. When did it become your place to instruct me? Dad, what are you doing? Why did you hit Mom?" Su Yuqing was alarmed and hastily placed her glass down. Rushing to Fu Rong's side to check on her mom. "Are you all right?" Having received a slap, Fu Rong's face bore a slight redness, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and her cheeks tinged with a faint flush. She forced a smile and comforted her daughter Yuqing, saying, "Yuqing, I'm fine. Forget it. If he wants to drink, let him drink." As Fu Rong spoke, she fought back tears, not wanting to disgrace herself in front of the guests. Slowly, she rose to head upstairs to her room. Just then, Su Jingde grasped Fu Rong's wrist fiercely and growled, "Stop. Who gave you permission to leave? If you walk out now, who will support me when I get drunk later? You stay here and pour me drinks." Seeing this, Su Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, have you lost your mind? Mom is already so upset. You just hit her, and now you want her to stay and serve you drinks? Yuqing, step aside. Mind your own business." Su Jingde, heavily intoxicated, was rough in his actions. As he spoke, he shoved Su Yuqing, nearly knocking her to the ground. At that moment, many nearby guests noticed the commotion and gasped in shock. "What is happening over there? It seems like the Su family's main table is in an uproar, and it has turned violent. Isn't that Su Jingde, the son of the old master? Why is he hitting his wife? My goodness, could Su Jingde have tendencies for domestic violence? I heard that his wife Fu Rong came from a prestigious family in Jinzhou. She severed ties with her family for love and married into the Su family in Yanqing. Yet her marriage seems so unhappy now. She must be regretting it deeply." The guest's exclamations caught the attention of Su Lintian. As he turned, he witnessed Su Jingde shoving Su Yuqing. Instantly, he furrowed his brow, rushed over, and caught Su Yuqing, then stepped forward and pushed Su Jingde back. Su Jingde stumbled to the ground in surprise, then slowly got up and shouted at Su Lintian, "Su Lintian, you have some nerve to push me? I am your father-in-law." Su Lintian's gaze turned cold. "You may strike your own wife, and that is your family matter. But if you lay a hand on my wife, then you cannot expect me to be polite." As he spoke, he shielded Su Yuqing behind him. Looking at the tall figure in front of her, Su Yuqing's eyes turned red, feeling aggrieved. "Su Lintian Shu, it's all right, my dear. With me here, no one can bully you." Su Lintian turned to her with a smile. In that moment, Su Yuqing felt as though she possessed the entire world. However, a shout, as irritating as a fly, shattered the couple's warmth. Su Jingde clenched his fists and advanced step by step towards Su Lintian, declaring, "You little brat, do you dare to be impolite? Show me your rudeness today." Chapter 77. The Young King Meets the Dragon Lord. Su Jingde, emboldened by his status as Su Lintian's father-in-law, displayed unrestrained arrogance. However, Fu Rong, who had just received a slap from him, did not wish to be the cause of a conflict between her husband and son-in-law. Su Yuqing also detested the idea of witnessing her father and Su Lintian quarrel. "Husband, Lintian, please do not argue. I am fine." Su Lintian, "Father, please stop. Today is Grandpa's birthday." At that moment, Su Mengcheng, who had just accepted the Shanhaling and was in high spirits, was suddenly filled with rage at the unfolding scene. His emotions swung like a pendulum, having just been on cloud 9, now crashing to the depths of despair. Not wanting to embarrass himself in front of the guests, Su Mengcheng reluctantly said, "Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, family scandals should not be aired in public. Today, my Su family has encountered a small disturbance. Zhengde, in his drunken state, has caused a scene, and I apologize for the inconvenience. I ask that you refrain from discussing this after you leave. I must address this family matter and may not be able to entertain you further. I hope for your understanding. Fu Bo, please see everyone out. Butler Fu Bo, upon hearing this, sincerely apologized to the guests. Esteemed guests, I am terribly sorry. The master needs to attend to family matters, so please follow me out. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The esteemed guests, all prominent figures from Yin City, were understanding. After all, the disturbance caused by Su Zhengde was significant, and it was clear that the situation could not be swiftly resolved. Shen Yanchen was the first to speak. Since the Su family has family matters to attend to, we shall take our leave. Please take care of your health, old Master Su. Yes, thank you for your concern, Elder Chun. Please travel safely, Su Mengqing responded politely. Shen Yanchen glanced at Su Lintian. Then, we shall meet in Jinzhou in 2 days, Master Su. Chen Biao was the first to turn and leave, followed by Lu Quanqing and Chairman Ma Tingfei. The esteemed guests gradually exited, leaving only the Su family within the vast Su villa. Su Lintian and Su Zhengde stood face to face, glaring at each other, each unwilling to back down. The effects of alcohol coursed through Su Zhengde's veins, and with a malicious grin, he declared, "What qualifications do you, a son-in-law, have to stop me?" Enough. Su Mengqing strode over, his expression filled with fury. "Zhengde, look at what you have become. It is one thing for you to drink excessively, but today is your father's birthday. How could you get so drunk? Do you understand that because of you, the Su family's reputation in Yin City has been tarnished?" Su Zhengde gritted his teeth. "Father, you always favor this brat. I cannot comprehend how a son-in-law, with no blood relation to you, receives such preferential treatment. I am your biological son." Su Mengqing raised his hand and struck Su Zhengde across the face, his voice deep and commanding. "Su Zhengde, you have gone too far." The resounding slap caused Su Zhengde's face to flush with embarrassment. At that moment, he was jolted awake, nearly recovering from his drunken stupor. "Father, you hit me? You have never laid a hand on me since I was a child. Now you strike me for an outsider? What kind of poison has this boy fed you?" Su Zhengde stared in disbelief at his father, unable to fathom this treachery. Su Mengqing took a deep breath, his face stern as he commanded, "Go back to your room." Su Zhengde, teeth clenched and eyes bloodshot, balled his fists and coldly turned to ascend the stairs. Though Fu Rong had just been slapped, her heart ached for him, and she hurriedly followed, expressing concern. "Husband, how are you? Do not touch me. This is all your fault." Su Zhengde shouted, swatting her hand away. His harsh words pierced Fu Rong's heart, which had already been heavy. Over the years, she had devoted herself to this family, yet Su Zhengde showed no gratitude, often taking his frustrations out on her. If not for their 2 daughters, Fu Rong sometimes considered leaving everything behind. As Su Zhengde retreated to his room, Fu Rong stood at the staircase, wiping her tears, but ultimately softened and followed him upstairs. Observing his mother-in-law's despondent figure, Su Lintian felt a pang of sympathy. He held disdain for men who struck women, especially for someone like Su Zhengde, who was spineless before outsiders yet domineering at home. "I truly cannot understand why my mother-in-law would marry such a man," Su Lintian sighed. Su Mengqing glanced at the disarray on the table and comforted Su Lintian. "Lintian, I apologize for the scene. My son has never been easy to manage. Even at his age, he behaves like a child, throwing tantrums when intoxicated." "Alas," Su Lintian shrugged, "Old master. How to discipline your son is your concern, not mine. However, I must say that today, I refrained from taking harsh measures solely out of respect for you. If he dares to lay a hand on Yuqing again, even if he is my father-in-law, I will not spare him." Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing tugged at Su Lintian's sleeve, shaking her head. "Please don't. Lintian, no matter what, he is my father, your father-in-law. I truly do not wish to see you two at odds." Su Mengqing nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Lintian, we are all under one roof. It is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. We cannot sever our blood ties over such trivial matters. But rest assured, I will impose strict measures on Zhengde. I will not allow a recurrence of such incidents. Yuqing is your wife and my most cherished granddaughter. I would rather suffer than see her harmed." Seeing the old master's stance, and with his wife, Su Yuqing's intervention, Su Lintian could only temporarily suppress his anger, trusting that the old master would handle the situation appropriately. By the end of the banquet, everyone felt discontented. What had begun as a joyous celebration had been marred by 3 regrettable incidents. First, Su Qiao and Su Yong, the mother and son who had just returned to the country, left early due to their conflict with Su Lintian. Then, Su Ruowei misinterpreted her sister Yuqing's goodwill, leading to her premature departure. Finally, Su Jingde became utterly intoxicated, engaging in domestic violence against his wife and shoving his daughter, forcing old Master Su to ask the guests to leave early. Even after Su Lintian and Su Yuqing returned to Huaran Tianfu, a cloud of gloom lingered. Wife, I wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air and to clear my mind. You need not worry. I will return shortly, Su Lintian stated before entering the house. Su Yuqing was aware of his discontent due to the events at the banquet, so she refrained from speaking further and simply advised him to return home early. Su Lintian departed from Huaran Tianfu and took a taxi to the nearby Baiyun Lake. This lake, the largest artificial lake in Yinqing, is frequented by citizens for evening jogs. However, it was quite late now, and the area was largely deserted, making it an ideal moment for quiet contemplation. Su Lintian sat silently on a bench by the lake, legs crossed, eyes tightly shut, fingers pointed skyward, engaging in meditation. For disciples of Taoism, cultivation is devoid of ostentatious techniques. It emphasizes self-cultivation and the nurturing of one's spirit. In this context, self-cultivation refers to refining the body and strengthening physical health, while nurturing the spirit involves honing one's soul. Sitting in stillness is the simplest yet most effective method of practice for Taoist disciples. Through prolonged meditation, one may attain the legendary state of unity with the cosmos, leading to ascension. Su Lintian's master, Guai Yixian, had nearly reached this exalted state, just a step away from transcendence. Guai Yixian could be regarded as a true immortal of this age. Although Su Lintian had inherited his profound teachings, he still fell significantly short. At present, he could only be considered a half-step immortal, far from the status of his revered master. As Su Lintian sat in meditation, breathing steadily and focusing his mind, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a stern visage and an upright posture, was jogging nearby under the protection of a man in black. Unbeknownst to them, they had approached the grove not far from Su Lintian. The elderly man halted and observed the young man sitting on the bench, eyes closed and fingers raised towards the heavens. He smiled and remarked, "In this restless era, it is truly rare to find a young person who can remain so tranquil while meditating by the lakeside. I would very much like to engage in conversation with this intriguing youth." In truth, Su Lintian's meditation was far more profound than mere contemplation. He was engaged in cultivation, with each passing second enhancing his spiritual prowess. For an ordinary person, meditation merely serves to clear the mind of distractions. However, Su Lintian's practice transcended the comprehension of the average individual. The bodyguard beside the elderly man, sensing the potential risk, stepped forward cautiously and whispered, "Chief, for your safety, it would be wise for us not to converse with strangers. Your clandestine departure from the capital to vacation in Yinqing might attract the attention of enemy intelligence networks." Upon hearing this, the elderly man furrowed his brow and retorted, "What do you mean? Am I, the illustrious Long Shou, incapable of deciding with whom I may speak? Should I relinquish my position to you, and you can take my place as Long Shou while I serve as your bodyguard?" With that declaration, the bodyguard was taken aback, trembling in fear as he knelt, exclaiming, "I am most deserving of punishment. Please, Chief, do not be angry." Just then, Su Lintian, disturbed by the interruption, slightly frowned and turned his gaze towards the two individuals.